else out there doing. But no, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've been speaking a lot. I'm gonna give up the mic.
Yeah, yeah, me
But
too. Me
good talking with you, Ben. So
Yes.
if you wanna have a chat and step away from mods for a bit, give me a call now and I'll talk to you. But other than that, yeah, thanks for letting me talk. And good talking to
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Yeah, no dramas, buddy.
Oh, well, I can't really stick around anyway, so it looks like you're on your own. Sorry, mate.
Oh, damn. High and dry again.
Yeah.
Don't leave me
Well,
high.
I'll have to start reading poetry again. What the hell?
Um,
I think were you listening one day, Crypto, when I was reading poetry? I was in here on my own.
no,
That was
it was a
funny.
good thriller, though, to be fair. Makes sense. Mm. Oh, man. Right, I'll see you guys later.
All right, buddy. Hey, Travis. How you going, mate?
What's up, Andy?
You off for the weekend, are you?
Yeah. It takes me the weekend to recuperate, and then I get back out on the road, and I just can't catch up with my clock, man. I gotta get out of this system, bro.
Mm.
I gotta
How
fucking
many
figure out.
how many miles you do a day? Are you doing like
It's
interstate
not.
trips?
Yeah, yeah. It's just regional, so it's not crazy. But I'm out overnight, all night.
Right.
Let's see. You know, 6 hours of driving. That's like 300 miles.
Hmm.
To a destination to pick up, and then maybe a couple of back and forths in there. So it's like maybe 500 miles a day.
Yep, yep. That's a fair old whack, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good amount. It's a good amount. But let's see. I don't know if you are aware. Brian Leakey battled Sean Hawkins on Friday.
Oh, what?
Yeah, and Brian, I made a video for it. You don't have to watch it all, but Brian brought my work up, and Sean just started openly slandering me, calling me a liar, and accusing me of things that he has no evidence for. So what's funny is that it's so disingenuous, where Brian is saying something about what I've done, and Sean says, "Well, why don't we open up that paper that Travis had published? Why don't we go to that? Oh, well, it's not here. It's been taken down. You want to know why it was taken down? It was taken down because it was peer reviewed and found wanting." Right? So he's accusing me of having my paper taken down, and Brian's like, "Well, where's your evidence?" He
Mm.
has no evidence to show for it. I do, right? So then I made a counter video where I read off the email that I got. The email
Mm.
clearly says to me that my article was not taken down for the content. It was taken down because the university and website were bombarded by shrill protests accusing them of promoting pseudoscience,
Yeah.
which would have to deal with the content of my article, which it doesn't, because the guy just said it has nothing to do with the content. He says it actually has to do with the charge against you that you are involved in flat earth information and promotion.
Yeah.
So Sean accuses a university. It's not that he came and said, "Hey, you need to check out this guy's, can you review this guy's content?" That's not what he said. He accused me of being a flat earther with no evidence but his word. And then he accused them of pseudoscience. Like who's gonna not defend themselves and take this shit down? Like, nobody wants that kind of publicity. You know
No,
what I
no,
mean?
not at all. Not at all. Why did Brian even waste his time?
I don't know, man. The same reason why Flatzoid battled FTFE yesterday.
Oh, really? Oh, I
Yeah,
missed that.
It's insane. I don't know why we're giving these guys the time of day, especially these guys.
I don't know why you give any of them content, really.
But anyway, so what's funny is, right? So what's funnier is that yesterday I had a phone call, a Zoom call with the PhD again, because I wanted to just keep talking to him about stuff. I wanted to talk to him about the stuff that Beerman and I have been going over with the lenses
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff, right? So what I did is I just wanted to ask him if he had gotten any feedback, positive or negative, while my article was up. I was just like, while it was still up, before you took it down, were you able to get any feedback from anybody? He said, no, the only interaction we got was from that weirdo. So I didn't even prompt him. And he is telling us how Sean came across even to them.
Yeah.
This weirdo nut job who's just trolling, and it was golden. I loved it. I had everything I could do to not laugh out loud when he called Sean a weirdo.
This stuff that Beer Man is bringing up, that's fascinating.
Yeah, yeah,
Perhaps,
it's a
he's
well,
he's
you
onto
know,
something.
that's what the work is about, right? The work
Yeah.
is about seeing what other people are doing and building on it. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, when he first brought it up and he drew that very first diagram that he had and that he drew with the little target, I knew exactly what he was talking about. Like it kind of resonated with straight away.
Okay.
I'm glad he's hooked up with with someone like yourself and whatnot, because he's very excited about what
Oh
he
yeah,
thinks that
absolutely.
he has discovered. And yeah, he's approaching a few different organisations. I know you I think you talk privately with him, and I've reinforced to him not to let out in the public forum whom he's talking to and with what
Yeah, right.
organisations.
Well, see, that's
Um,
the whole thing, Bandy, right? I knew that I was running a risk
yeah,
of having my article put out publicly. I knew I was running a risk, but at the same time, I was banking on the fact that I was going to be attacked in a way that was completely dishonest, which is what happened.
yeah,
So, I
yeah,
mean, it accomplished two things, right? For a little bit, it was out there, and it still can be. I mean, I still have the article. I can publish it myself on my blog,
yeah, yeah,
and
yep, 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 yep.
you know, so.
But, but
But
now,
what's interesting, though, I'm sorry, real quick. What's interesting, though, is based on my conversation yesterday, because at the end of the conversation with Dr. Nave, I said to him, I said, look, my article was taken down, so the the connection that I had with making it public in the forum that you were providing is gone. Like that's gone. Like, is there anything that you would suggest that I could do to find another platform? Now, his body language to me and his hemming and hawing to me was uh, evidence that he wanted to distance himself as much as possible from a flat earther. So Sean also now accomplished what he wanted. Like he's got me just smeared, right? I'm a
yeah,
pariah. At
but
least
that's
with
just yeah, yes, and you have been seed, with one organisation, but there are still others out there, Travis.
I know, man, but
So,
it took me 2 years to even find him as a contact. Because
yeah,
I've been contacting authors of articles and web pages and stuff. These guys just they don't respond. I haven't gotten any responses from papers with email HTML or email links or anything like that.
mm,
So it's not an easy field to break into. But I'm glad that Beerman's able to at least have what he's got going on where he's at, because it does seem
yeah,
like he's got some momentum going. So
it
that'll be
it
good.
does too. And with what he shared with me, behind the scenes, he's getting some very positive feedback as well. So, not all is lost. You know,
Yeah.
you may have another avenue sooner than you think too. So
I think it's interesting because the literature that's out there makes it seem as though the science believes that as they're looking over the surface, as they're looking over that floor of distance, that the gradient is uniform throughout, because the gradient is dense at the bottom and then diminishing with altitude, right? I mean, that's the basic gist. So that would then have to mean that that gradient from the target to you is consistent that entire way. But the stuff that Beerman is pointed out with the possibility that these visual cues that are out in the distance where you can see the tone of the surface changing, if those are columns of gradient that's different than I would say, okay, so the gradient that I described from point A to point B is a horizontal gradient. That's along but these alternative lenses would actually change that to a vertical gradient, because you have marked sections that you can look out over the water and see them distinguished from one another by their tones and their depths. If that makes any sense.
yeah.
I think so. I've not seen any discussions along those lines. No one discusses that between they would say that the air is a lens, but no one's saying that you could have multiple lenses between you and the target, and that's what is this next step. There are multiple layers.
Well,
Vertical.
it kind of makes sense that there would be multiple. We know there are pockets of everything everywhere,
Right,
Travis.
right.
So to think that there are multiple columns, I think that's just a fairly reasonable kind of way to look at things. To be frank, depending on the conditions that are directly under it, can generate quite dramatic differences to what is above it. Now you're looking, when you're looking at Chesapeake Bay and whatnot, you only need a part of that bay that is dramatically deeper than another part, Travis, for it to affect everything that is above that water surface too. Everything is affected.
Yeah.
The water temperature, the amount of evaporation that is coming from that water at that particular spot too. In that one particular area, all these things are affected. So temperature, evaporation, the amount of particles in the air, all these things can be very column-like.
Yep. Yep.
And to look at the at the atmos and what we're looking through as some sort of mathematical equation, to, to me, it's kind of ludicrous, really. I don't think you can mathematics what you see. Because if you could, right, I should be able to to get my weather predictions tomorrow, or you should be able to, right? Okay, tomorrow it's going to be 28 degrees with 63% humidity. All right, there you go, Roof. What am I going to see? Where am I going to see it? Show me exactly. I can't
Yep.
do it.
Yep, and for the past couple of years, I've been challenging with that, and they don't do anything with it. It's like, okay, so then you're not. How can I take you seriously if you're not even going to put your own system to the challenge to prove, right? That would be evidence. Like, show me you've got evidence. They've got nothing. Did I drop out?
No, you're here.
All right. All right, I'm gonna work on some stuff, and I can't do multitasking this way, so I'm gonna bounce out of here.
All right, Travis. Catch you
Talk to you later.
It's quiet in here.
Hey, Nagata.
Hi there, Vansaw.
There you go, right. You want to fight me, do you?
Bandsaw? How are you, man?
Hey, Kings. How you going, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
Hey, good, man. Good.
Popped over to say happy Sunday to the crew. I hope you guys are well over here.
It's nearly happy Monday. Nearly.
Listen. I'm on the East Coast. I'm just haven't even had my coffee yet, so you can't talk to me about Monday. I don't want to hear about it yet. Still have another day to go through. But yes, enjoy your time, man. I hope all is well with everyone here.
Yeah. All good in the hood. I was about to read some poetry, but then the gator piped up.
Can't have any fun while I'm out here, so no fun allowed. Y'all are lucky that I'm in Korea, so all my internet friends from the States are asleep.
Sorry, you're in Korea, did you say, Nagata?
For little bits.
Okay, how long are you there for?
I don't know, another 6 months, maybe 5 months.
Okay. What are you protecting the safe zone, are you?
Oh yeah, I'm on the job.
Yeah,
Kim's not making
on
it
the
past
job.
me.
uh,
Nah, I'm not close to it. So
that's handy.
yeah,
Well, you're pretty safe. You launched right over your head, so you've got
I was out to sea. I think.
nothing. Exactly. Exactly.
Hate it when that happens though, because then they call us in and we all gotta stand around and
Kind of look important and like that to happen. Look like you're on guard. Did you volunteer to go over there, Gator, or you were posted over there?
absolutely not. I'm trying to retire. So
Okay.
so no, this will be my last hurrah, and then 20 years is up.
Boom. That's a decent stint.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man. Thank you for what you've done. It's ain't
Yeah.
nothing to scoff at.
Mm.
Had its ups and downs.
Mhm.
Started at 18. I don't know anything else. But side effect
So
is
what?
that my wife. Oh,
I was just going to say, do you had enough of it now, or you got
yes.
other things on? So okay,
I've had enough of it.
had enough of it. Fair enough.
I mean, I do IT. I'll slide into a nice
Cushy.
IT job.
Job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck with all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pretty good. You got a pretty good reference under your belt too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Service.
How's it, guys?
Hey, B man, how you going, buddy?
All right, yourself?
Yeah, good mate. How was the camping in your
It was
glamping little outfit that you had?
it was amazing, but
Yeah, it
the
looked amazing.
week, my preparing of the week, and me sending out all my customers' shipments turned out to be a big balls up. So I came back with a whole bunch of cancelled orders because my courier didn't deliver. So
Oh, oh,
I
ouch.
was very, very disappointed. Yeah. But the camping was amazing. It was
Yeah.
natural hot springs. So that there was a river running right past our campsite that was warm
Mhm.
water, 42 degrees Celsius water running through that river. Then there's hot tubs and pools and oh man, it was incredible.
The place that you posted photos of looked absolutely gorgeous. Like the campsites themselves, seem yeah, like
Yeah.
a lovely
It's
place just
absolutely.
to kick back. So how that campsite you were at? How many campers can it accommodate at any one time? It's full.
So there's 25 stands. Some are large, some are average size, where you can put about two medium size, say 6-sleeper tents on.
Yep.
But there's 25 sites, and then there's a few chalets in that. But it was fully booked. We didn't know that it was school holidays now. School holidays started on Friday, so that's why we struggled to get a spot. And when we called end of August, they were fully booked, and then they told us there's one site that came available. So we said we'll
Yep.
take it, and
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
took it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the way it's set up with all all the little retaining walls and all that sort of stuff. It looked absolutely gorgeous.
Oh yeah,
The facility. Yeah.
yeah. We got that little tent, the 6-man tent, and then we set up the gazebo where we put our table, where we got the little gas stove and things like that on there.
Aren't they great though? Those quick setup gazebos now. They're the bomb.
Oh yeah.
Those little things.
They don't last forever, but the frames are pretty decent. So when the actual what do you call it, the top part, when that fails, then we'll get one made out of canvas. But for now, it's still going strong.
Yep. I remember back in the day, it was just old tarps and a few sticks, and you try and string them up and whatnot, and they'd flap all over the place and they'd be noisy and whatnot. And yeah, someone come up with this brilliant idea of these gazebos with pretty much like a porta cot, really.
Yeah.
Bang, push them up, and there they go. Great idea.
But I needed a break from the computer and everything. It was well needed.
It's good to recharge, isn't it?
Yeah.
And to feel the stationary earth beneath you. When you're sitting out in the wild like that and nothing is moving, it
Yeah,
feels
we
like
went.
time.
Yeah,
Time
we
is
went
like
up.
stopped.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I think there's a delay on my side. Yeah, so we did a hike up the mountain as well, and sat there, and we didn't hear anyone or anything except the birds and the bugs buzzing around, and it was really awesome.
Yeah, we get away about every, I don't know, 5 to 6 weeks. Go away for a weekend and whatnot, and we try to go to places that are fairly removed. And it's just brilliant just to reground yourself and just get away from.
Sitting there watching the stars spin clockwise and counterclockwise. Oh, it's gorgeous.
I don't know where you are watching things going clockwise and counterclockwise, Moya.
That's about everywhere except for when you get to the poles. You can only see one side.
It's interesting that
sorry, Joe. Okay.
Well, it's just interesting how the wording is. The stars are moving clockwise and counterclockwise. It's right in the way we say it. Stars are moving.
Yeah, that's how we say it.
That's right. The stars are moving. You're spot on there.
Spot on there.
Okay, where's the
clockwise, which implies that you're the one moving.
Then we extrapolate that into, well, it's not the hands on the clock that are actually moving, it's the clock itself that's doing the moving.
But in this case, you're the hands.
You'd be the clock. Because it's the clock. You say the clock is moving, not the hands.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That would actually be what you would say. If you were standing on the clock hands and they were moving slow enough you couldn't feel it, you would say that the numbers were moving around you.
Okay, so you say this. You say they're moving clockwise and counterclockwise. Where do they start moving clockwise and then start moving counterclockwise?
The sky that's clockwise and counterclockwise. That's how we describe it.
I know where, like, there's stars all up in the sky, and there's a point where they're moving clockwise. There's another point where they're moving counterclockwise. Where does that start? Where does this shift happen from clockwise to counterclockwise?
Sorry. Where does it start? Clockwise doesn't have a start.
Some of the stars are you roboted. This is convenient. I feel like you're gonna robot out on this one. So some of the stars are going clockwise, some are going counterclockwise. Where is the different?
Yeah.
Where is the point where it switches?
Roughly east and west. Those are the ones that are going directly overhead.
Where do the stars in the sky? Where do they start? Where does it switch from clockwise to counterclockwise?
It depends fully upon.
That was from Moyak. That was from Moyak.
Okay.
Somewhere around the point where they meet, where the rotation east and west.
So the equator. You're saying the equator. I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're asking. It's kind of a
you're saying
non-sequitur,
something spinning. The sky is full of stars. Some of them are spinning clockwise. Some are spinning counterclockwise. Where do they switch over from spinning clockwise to spinning counterclockwise? Where's the switching point?
How many times do I have to answer it? How many times do I have to answer that?
You say east and west. I don't know. That's not an area. That's a direction.
I can address this.
Direction you look.
Right.
When you look, they're going pretty much straight overhead.
Yeah, the celestial sphere as a whole is rotating in one direction. How it appears to you is based on your orientation. So if you turn your head around from the North Celestial Pole and you're looking south, the stars behind you, from your perspective, would also be rotating clockwise because you're looking in the other opposite direction as them. It's the same thing as a fan blade. Looks like it's rotating clockwise when you look at it one way. You change your orientation, and now it's spinning counterclockwise.
So all the same direction, they're not actually. Also, you're saying, in other words, you're saying all the same direction. They're not actually going in different directions.
The entire celestial sphere is rotating in one direction. Your orientation determines how it looks to you.
Flat Earth has broken your brain, Jeremy. You can't think through objects, physicality.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore here. We just stick to the topic.
My brain's not broke. It's fine. I'm just saying, if you're saying there's these two different rotations. I'm wondering where in the sky does that happen? Like, where does that start?
Well, that's what
Doofus just told us there wasn't two rotations. It was actually one. My wife's laughing because her name's Doofus, by the way.
Yes, that's understood, Jeremy.
My wife almost started yelling at me because she said I was calling people names because Doofus's name.
You shouldn't call people doofus. That's not nice.
I know. So listen, there's stars. We got stars all in the sky, right? There's a point. There must be a point, an area, not a direction, an area where they start rotating one way and stop rotating one way and start rotating the other way.
Yeah,
I don't think that we can get this through to you.
Right. It depends on your orientation, not the stars themselves. The celestial sphere itself, as a whole, is all rotating in one direction. When you face one way, it looks like it's counterclockwise, and then you face the opposite direction, it looks clockwise.
So not actually different directions, all the same direction, you're saying?
Right. The entire celestial sphere is all rotating in one direction. Your orientation is what determines how it looks to you.
So all the same direction. All the stars are moving in the same direction, you're saying?
I don't know how many times I can give you the same answer.
He repeated himself again. That was impressive. I didn't think he would do it.
Yeah, no doubt. What I got from that is all the stars are moving in the same direction. Just you can have some kind of optical illusion where it looks like they're
It's not an optical illusion.
directions.
It's not an optical illusion. You can insert that word if you want. You can insert optical illusion if you want, but that's not the words that were said to you.
Cool. So they're actually going in different directions then, and it's not an optical illusion. Is that what you're saying?
No, and what I'm saying is, based on the direction that you're looking, you see them rotate the direction in your perspective. That's the direction. That's what's happening in your perspective. That's actually happening. It's not an optical illusion. Your perspective is changing. That's what makes it look like it's rotating in a different direction.
Well, Moyak said there was places you could stand and see it going both ways. We know it's
There are
not
places
going
where you
both
can
ways.
stand, you
We know
look
it's
one
not.
way,
Hold on,
and
wasn't
then you
done.
can look the other way and see it
Wasn't
direct.
done.
Yes.
Cool. So we can stand in one spot, see it going in two different directions. We know that's not actually happening. They're all going in the same direction, right?
It's not an optical illusion if that's where you're going with this.
We know they're not all. We know they're not all moving. We know they're all moving in the same direction. We can stand in one spot, see them going in different directions. We know that's
Right, because
not
you're
actually
changing your
happening, though,
orientation.
right? I know. Don't let me finish. Because that's not actually. No, you don't have to change your orientation. I thought, Moyak, I thought you could just stand in one spot and look at them spinning in different directions.
Yeah, in a wide enough field of view, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we can stand in one spot. We can see them moving in different directions. We know that's not actually happening. You know what we call that? That's an optical illusion.
No, not in this case.
Yeah.
No, it's
We can get the
perspective.
definition up for an optical illusion.
Right.
Let me
No,
try
it's
this,
not.
Jeremy.
It's not classed as an optical illusion because it is actually, from your perspective, it is actually occurring. It's not an optical illusion. It's just a matter of which way you're looking, the
So
perspective.
the stars are actually moving in different directions?
When you look one way, they are actually rotating in your field of view counterclockwise. And when you look another way, they are actually rotating in your field of view clockwise. It's
I know
not
you're
an
so
optical illusion. You can keep inserting the term optical illusion if you want, but that's not really applicable here.
I know you so desperately want to win this argument. I could tell by the sound of your voice. However, Moyak just told us that you can look in one direction and see them going both ways. You can look in one spot, you don't have to move. You see them going both ways. We know they're not actually going both ways, though, right, Moyak?
Jeremy, no, I couldn't stop you right here. Okay, first off, let's take a look at the a fan in your bedroom. Go ahead and stand on one side of the fan. Tell me what direction that fan is spinning. Now walk to the other side of the fan. Tell me what side that fan is spinning. You will say clockwise.
I'm not worried
and
about
down
fans.
clockwise. No. We are worried about fans because you're having trouble understanding. So we
I'm
have to
not
go to
having
analogy.
trouble.
So is that fan spinning both clockwise and counterclockwise? Is it true? Both
I
statements.
don't have a
and
fan.
both
I don't know.
Okay, I'm not gonna talk.
Can I look at the fan? Can I look at the fan just standing still and see it spinning in both directions? Because that's what you just told me happens on Earth. You said we can look at the fan and we see it spinning in both directions, different
When he
directions at
said
the
that,
same time.
Yeah, when he said that, he was talking about a wide field of view. Essentially, you're
Okay,
looking.
can I?
I'll go ahead and finish. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Go
a wide field of view allows you to see in multiple directions simultaneously. So yes, you are actually technically looking in two directions at once.
Really, I'm looking in one direction, but I'm looking in one direction, but technically I'm looking in two directions at once. This is getting goofy, guys. I mean, I know you desperately want to win this argument on the internet, on this little tiny corner of the internet, with the janitor and the bricklayer and the concrete guy and the garbage man, but it's getting silly.
Right.
And the guy
Thank
that
you
you
for that
fan-
rhetorical bunch of
Moyak,
nonsense all
Moyak,
strung
can I look
together.
at your
But
fan
what's
and see it
actually
spinning?
occurring is that in a wide field of view, your camera can see more than 90 degrees. Your field of view is wide enough for where you can see in one direction and another direction at the same time. That's how cameras work.
Moyak, can I get a big enough field of view to see the fan in my room rotating in two different directions at the same time with a big enough field of view?
That would probably be a little bit difficult. I'd have to make it a little bit bigger situation.
How
Yeah,
big?
there's-
How big would the fan have to be?
If I put you inside a globe, inside of a sphere, and spun it around you, yes, you'd be able to do that.
Right. That if you had two fans
So
that
far, we
when you
don't
look
know.
down the
My
axis
bad. We
of both
started talking
fans,
at the
they
same
rotate
time.
the
I
same
guess
direction.
I'll stop.
That's good. That's good. The two fans is a good example.
Is my mic messed up?
No, come on, one at a time.
So, when two people talk at the same time, doofus, you can't keep going. I did that on purpose to see if you were going to keep going. And you did.
Yeah.
You failed. You
Yeah,
failed the test.
do it on purpose. Thank you.
You failed the test. Yeah. You can't do it on purpose.
Anyway,
two people
if you have
start talking
two
at the
fans
same
and you
time,
look
like
down
what
the
just
axis of
happened
one
now with me
fan,
and you
and then you
just
look
now,
down the
you
axis
can't
of the
keep
other fan, and
powering
they're
through it.
rotating the same way.
You have to stop. Dude, I'm going to give you a warning next time.
Why? Why? Because you're
I'm
doing it
legit
on purpose? Are you going to
No,
give me a warning because you're doing it on purpose? Is that what's going to fucking happen here?
I went to talk there. We both started talking, and you didn't back down. And that the first time I did it was a test to see if you were going to stop. The second time I had something to say, and you didn't fucking back down. You just power
Okay.
through people.
So when there's a pause and I start
It
talking,
turns the whole VC into a shit show. Yeah, there's a pause, and then two people start talking. Just power through them. That's how it turns into a shit show.
so when there's a pause and I start talking, then I'm supposed to be listening while I'm emitting sound so that I can hear when somebody else is talking. Is that how it's fucking supposed to happen here?
Doofus,
Absolutely how it's.
Yeah, I think he's just saying, like, just give way sometimes, you know, like when there's multiple people talking, like 95 times out of 100 or 9 times out of 10 or even closer to 10 times out of 10, if I start talking and someone else starts talking, I just stop. Now, on a rare occasion, like maybe 1 out of 10 times, I will push through because I really want to jump in. But if everybody did that, if we all just step back, then just naturally one person would get the mic. It would be a lot smoother that way instead of trying to battle and talk over each other.
All right, well, let me make this more clear to you then. If I start talking and I can't hear anything because I'm in the middle of making sound, how am I supposed to know to stop?
If you can't hear people when you're talking, that you're having some kind of technical issue and you need to fix it because you need to be able to hear people while you're talking.
No, I don't need to be able to hear people while I'm talking because ideally, if I'm in the middle of talking, I shouldn't be in the middle of talking to, or somebody else shouldn't also be in the middle of talking. That's the ideal situation in this scenario.
Right, let's just move on. Just try to give way. Just try to. That's all. Let's just move forward.
The problem is a lot of times two people start talking at the same time. You do need to be able to hear when other people are talking while you're talking for that scenario.
Jeremy,
Yeah, that's bullshit.
The problem is, Jeremy, you
two people start talking at the same time. That's not bullshit.
The problem is, Jeremy, you were making stuff up and then talking over Doofus, so he got triggered.
If you can't hear people talking while you're talking, that's a technical issue you need to get fixed because that happens all the time, and we can't have people just talking over other people because they can't hear when other people are talking. That's stupid.
You too.
Yeah, that's still bullshit, but I'll go ahead and continue the topic instead of doing this over and over again. If you have two fans in the room, you place them along so they share an axis because they're axial fans. Okay, hopefully you know what that means. When they are both sharing an axis and they're both rotating along that axis in the same direction, and then you put yourself between those two fans, if you look in one direction, one will be rotating clockwise in your field of view. And if you look the other direction at the other fan, it will be rotating counterclockwise, even though if you confirm by looking down both axes, they're both rotating the same direction. This is a perspective thing, not an optical illusion.
With a little dig that Toso taught him. I hope you understand what actual fans are, like little digs here and there. We don't need that, man.
I could go get the definition for an optical illusion. However, I'm not going to do it anymore because, I mean, if you can't hear when other people are talking and we both start talking, I got to be the one to back down every time because you got some kind of technical issue. I'm good, bro. Go ahead. Talk with Moyak or something.
Okay. Don't address this scenario that was posed to you that was very clear, very concise, very, very clearly laid out. Go ahead and still have your butt hurt because I can't hear when you're trying to talk over me.
I'm not butthurt, and it wasn't talking over you. Two people start talking at the same time. You can't hear when people are talking when you're talking. That's a technical issue. You need to get fixed. You will get modded for that if you keep doing it.
We going back to the topic, and we're actually trying to talk about the topic. So
why don't you listen to him, Jeremy, instead of talking about talking again?
We were in the middle of it, and I'm willing to go through it because I want to figure out what the point is and why, and why all that. But I can't do it with Doofus. I can't do it with Doofus because he has a technical difficulty right now.
Okay, don't address the topic because you're still butthurt about it.
I've been listening, Jeremy, and you have a technical
I'm not
issue as well.
Guys, we don't have to go on and on with this. Listen, if I had to be honest, Doofus, you have a tendency to barrel through and not really listen to other people. So if it could be requested for moderation purposes, if you could please just be a little bit more aware of that have it be a back and forth, and just give
Yes.
up the mic sometimes. Just have it be fair and balanced. It's all good. We can just move.
I'm
on.
trying to do the
part of
back
the
and forth right
audience.
now. I'm trying to get the topic, the thing that I just said out loud to the room.
All right,
I'm
hold
trying
on,
to get
dude.
that part addressed.
If you're gonna scream and continue this toxic energy, we're just gonna mute you and move on. So either just come back into the conversation and move on, or
I did come back to the conversation.
Gio,
Nobody's
you're
addressed it
putting
yet.
all on Doofus, but Jeremy's half to blame, so that's the issue here now.
We're trying to keep the audio clean, right? We can't keep the audio clean if people can't hear when other people are talking, and then two people start talking at the same time. It's going to be a mess, and no one can hear anything.
Stay on topic then and listen for the gaps properly.
There's no. I'm willing to stay on topic.
Let's
But
try it now.
there's an issue going on. But there's an issue going on that if we don't resolve now is just going to keep turning it into a shit show every time, because when two people are talking, no one can hear anything.
It's already a shit show because you're pretending to misunderstand the model.
Stop
That's
this
already a
right
shit show.
now. Stop it right now. No more about it. Move on.
Yeah, I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller, and I saw that. I heard what Doofus was saying about the fans. I was wondering if you guys could keep going on about that, because that sounded like a pretty good demonstration.
Whatever. It's something we can't explain. All right. I can't explain the different rotations. I just want to know which point it start where this optical illusion
You were
starts at.
told 3 times the equator where they meet. You were told that 3 times. How are you still asking?
What is that? The equator where they?
How are you still asking when Moyoc told you 3 times very clearly?
Right, and how is it that nobody's addressed the fan thing yet?
The fan thing's an excellent example which describes that it is not an optical illusion, that rotation, the counter rotation and counterclockwise and clockwise is a perspective generated thing. It depends on where you are looking from when you determine it. It is not a physical thing that happens. It is a physical thing as you look at it.
So I look at the equator and I see them spinning in different directions. Yeah. You said that's where it starts?
Both models that happens.
Yes, if you are going to try and define what direction that cluster of stars is spinning, you would say clockwise on the right, and you would say counterclockwise on the left. We've seen the image.
I've seen
rotational directions, not actual directions. Rotational directions as observed. Which
the relative rotation.
It shows it's a sphere if you're honest with yourself.
Yeah, and that's why we get the converging and diverging of stars at the equator, right? Because they're spinning in different directions.
Because it's a sphere and we're rotating inside it.
Yeah, I know
they're
you're
not
right.
actually diverging.
So we're seeing something that's not actually happening. What's that, an illusion?
No, you're seeing what's actually happening. You're seeing what's actually happening, and then you're understanding what's actually happening.
Okay, to be fair, though, it's not 100% certain that you're on a sphere. Just that you're on a 3-dimensional structure, and either you're rotating or the outside frame is rotating.
Oh, come on, Kosh.
It
You
does
add
have to
in
be
the other
3-dimensional.
information. Other times you've looked at the sky, and it's obviously a sphere rotating in a sphere. It's obvious.
I'm just trying to be fair.
Well, no, you're not. You're cucking to flat Earth.
Well, no, because when people speak in absolutes, it creates a problem for.
Yes, because globe is absolutely true. You know this.
Right, and the point being made was, given all of the information that we have, not just the fact that we can stand in one spot, but that we can stand in every spot on Earth and see the celestial sphere as we see it. That's what leads us to that conclusion, that it is us standing on a spherical object.
Maybe, or you just don't know how the sky works. You think you know things and you actually know things. Go ahead.
How are you? How are you deciphering between being on a sphere, like in the heliocentric sphere Earth idea, versus being on a stationary plane surrounded by a celestial sphere, and that celestial sphere that surrounds you is the thing that's spinning.
Because people on the edge of the flat Earth see the other hemisphere, and that doesn't make sense if they keep seeing it all the way around the south on a flat Earth. It makes much more sense that they're all looking at one thing under a globe.
If you're one person, you probably could not determine that. But we are many people who can ask other people what their observations are, and now we can put those together. So you could have a sphere spinning around you, and that would give you both like an axis of rotation that would happen. But then after that, it would have to correspond to the same thing that other people are seeing. They would see it from different angles. It would appear as if the rotation was happening in another direction. There would be people. You got to look at the whole picture of everybody's experience.
Well, I would say shout out to Moyak because those were different answers. Don said, "Oh, because you absolutely know it's a sphere," whereas Moyak said, "Well, actually, you wouldn't be able to." And so that sounds like a more.
I did not say I could do it on my own. I just said, but at this point, it's obviously a sphere because that makes sense to all the observations presented.
Right. You could do it on your own though, but remember Negator went over to Negator and a few other people, we were talking about that model that New Perspective posted, and there was a couple of rules that they came up with, like the north and south are always 180 degrees opposed to each other no matter where you are, like things like that. Once you try to attach that with the sky, it kind of confirms with the sky that those poles have to be 180 degrees opposed to each other.
Yes. A sphere would only make sense for that.
A three-dimensional structure.
Well, there's no point in imagining a hypothetical possible pyramid because no one reports getting to a corner or an edge, do they? They just go round and round, and it appears flat, which is it's a sphere, definitely.
So you just said it's a sphere that appears flat?
Yes.
Because you're super close to it.
Appears flat as in stretched out and large, not obvious curvature that you walk down. But it also appears curved because there's way and obstruction all day long, every day. If you add all the information up, it's a sphere. There's no question.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem.
You're entitled to your opinion, of course.
Well, it's not just my opinion. It's logic, reason, and everyone else's opinion too.
You're also entitled to that opinion.
Yeah.
I think one of the problems that I see that happens is, we try and treat every one of these observations as if it's absolute, or not absolute, or could have a variance if this and that happened. But when you look at it when you add all the information up together, all of it still points towards it being a globe, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe refraction works this way, but that doesn't explain how Foucault's pendulum works. So we have to make a special allowance for Foucault's pendulum. Okay, well, so if we just had the Foucault's pendulum, then we could say there's an argument. But the fact that everything seems to align with sphere, from navigation, Foucault's pendulum, GPS, ring laser gyros, the celestial, the 2 points of rotation, it brings it to an absurdity when you start saying, could it be something else?
Yeah. Especially
how do you guys know?
2 points of rotation. Sorry, I think that's the big important one.
How do you know that wasn't just reverse engineered, though?
I'd like to see you reverse engineer anything and have it work in all ways. Co-witnessing. Simultaneously, yeah, because I can, they say, oh, we could do this with math. No, you really can't.
The term reverse engineer. Sorry.
As I said, not without conflict.
I was going to say, anytime someone uses the reverse engineer in this context, it's entirely meaningless. It doesn't say how or the mechanics or anything. It's just like it just magics into existence one thing from another, and that's all it means. And we don't understand.
And the funny thing is, reverse engineering is actually how we figure shit. Like imagine somebody, the universe works. We didn't make the universe. We're trying to figure out the universe. In order to figure it out, we kind of have to reverse engineer it. So it's like it's like a taboo thing, but I don't know why.
Well, I don't know how you're interpreting that term. There are different perceptions of that. Like, for example, if you were walking around outside and you found let's say a drone on the ground, and you just picked it up and you wanted to figure out how to like reverse engineer it, so you would maybe pull it apart and, you know, be able to kind of try to figure out how it works, and then you could maybe build another one yourself. That's like one version of reverse engineering. I think perhaps the type you're talking about when it comes to the globe would be taking observations in the world and reversing the geometrical coordinates and then explaining them in that separate geometrical coordinate way, but linking it to the way that it actually is working in the first place. So it's like the way that it's just, there's transforms geometrically between planes and spheres, and the way that planes and spheres interact. And those transforms can be viewed in different ways and can be inverted. And so in that sense, it's maybe the word reverse engineering is not the best word. Maybe like co-engineer, or like sort of like I was trying to like co-aligned. I was trying to thinking of, like a co-aligned model.
I agree with Cosmo that Flat Earth has re-engineered the globe.
Yeah, no, but hold on, Don. I meant it though the way that you said it the first time, Gio, like about the drone. Like that's the way that I'm saying that's the way it works. Like we find a drone, and we have to figure out how it works so we can utilize it. But that's what I'm saying. That's how science works. We start off not knowing how something works, and then we have to reverse engineer it, and then engineers can actually utilize it.
It would be more like, I see that there's a drone, so I'm going to make this thing look like a drone, but every explanation is just made up and it's not a real drone. I've just made it up in my head. And when I explain it, it appears like a drone to some stupid people. But it doesn't actually exist. Only real drones exist.
You know, there's many fields of science, right? Like there's physics, chemistry. I mean, there's silly stuff, but chemistry, for example, they really do kind of peer into what things are and how they come together, and that's exactly. I mean, that's exactly what you have to do to to figure out what it is, and to me, that's reverse engineering. But you have to reverse engineer in order to do that, basically.
It would be like if someone knew facts about the drone that had 4 propellers. Flat Earth would re-engineer that and say, no, it's actually a hover robot with 5 propellers, because you can sense the 5th propeller when you do DMT. And then some people will just believe it.
Yeah, let's bring it back to the propeller thing, because I didn't mean to take it off course, but with the fans, the fans both going in the same direction, you being inside of them, basically, like in between them.
Yeah.
And as long as you understand that there's one axis, and if you look 180 degrees opposed to each other, you'll have two different
bowl-shaped fans, so it actually stretches around you a bit.
So you can attach it.
Imagine yourself between 2 fans.
The 2 fans, explained it to you. Now you get what we're talking about. Are you here, Jeremy? Okay. Because I think that's sea lining, when you start saying things like, I don't have fans. I would think that we should be able to think through how a fan spins and what we would observe even without the fans present.
It's like flat earthers can't imagine being between two things. They can't imagine being between two things. They just get stuck, thinking they have to be the ground and only stuff can be above them. It's one of the main things of flat earth. They think because they can't see through the ground, there can't be anything past it.
I mean, I think with the fans thing, that was absolutely evident that he was sea-lining on that point. He just wanted to go on with his argument the way it was without seeing the right answer. So I think he was trying to avoid that question because he realized that he understood it, and it kind of crapped on his.
What do you think I was trying to avoid?
Oh, okay, you are here. So what do you think about?
We weren't talking about you.
Possible sphere instead of it being flat.
Moyak was seeing if he could talk shit about you and get you to unmute your mic.
So you do admit you were sea-lining there, Jeremy, right? You do understand how two fans would work, right? You understood what Doofus was saying.
Two fans, we look. Yeah, this sounds like the flat earther argument. You got two fans. You look at one. Shouldn't we see it go the other way, like cars are on a racetrack or something? Clockwise, counterclockwise. Yeah, I know.
Don't worry about it being flat earth argument. Think about what it means for reality.
Right, and how it's not an optical illusion.
It's just one interpretation, though. The discussion is what's true. Just because there's various interpretations and ways to see things doesn't mean that just one is arbitrarily the case. The truth is the truth. That's the discussion. Which one is true? Whether you think it's one or the other is kind of not really necessarily the conversation. It's more the discussion itself.
We couldn't prove to Jeremy it's true, but he's got it wrong by what he presented is wrong, so that we have to tell him.
Right, we're stuck at a fundamental here that he can't see how an object can spin the same direction and still present as clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yes.
So the fans was an example.
I can absolutely see that.
You don't?
I said I can absolutely see that.
Okay.
You change your
Then he would
position. You
definitely
change
see
your
that
position,
before.
and the things. You change your position, and things can look like they're moving in an opposite direction. Yes, you were saying. I don't know why this isn't even analogous, because you were saying we stand in one spot and we see them going in different directions.
You debunked your whole
No, well, we didn't change position. We didn't change positions, Jeremy. We're standing there looking at those two fans. Those fans are spinning demonstrably the same direction.
He's giving it up.
Yet I'm standing between them, and I look left and I look right, and they are spinning both clockwise and counterclockwise, even though they're spinning the same direction.
And the shift happens at the equator, where we see the convergence and divergence of stars.
That's both axes.
You're doing it on purpose at this point.
That's where the shift happens, right? From clockwise to counterclockwise.
There is no shift.
Why are you still questioning that when he told you 3 times and I told
I'm questioning where this shift happens of the
You're
clockwise and
asking a
counterclockwise.
question that's already been answered again.
Yeah, he answered it. He said the equator. That's where we see the convergence. That's why we see the convergence and divergence of stars, because they're going in
So
opposite
now you
directions.
know he said it. Why did you ask him what it was again? You just admitted to knowing, even though you asked again.
At the equator where we see the convergence and divergence of stars. That's where it happens. Okay, the optical illusion.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean the reason on a globe model, the reason that let's say the stars in the north are moving counterclockwise, essentially, let's say you're at like 23 degrees. Let's say you're at the Tropic of Cancer, so you're at 23.4 degrees north. The fact that you're on like a latitude line that's north of the equator means that you're making it's like as the Earth axis like rotates, you're making a circle. So like if you were looking at the Earth from above, looking at the North Pole down, and you were at some latitude north of the equator, and you were to look at that from above, you would see the person on the Earth making a circle, as the Earth spins. So then if you transpose that, now you flip it around, now you put, in the eye of the viewer on the globe looking up. That's why it looks clockwise and counterclockwise. Ultimately, it has to do with that perspective. But at the equator, when you're just moving, like there's a field of stars out there and you're just moving, you're just moving from east to west. You're not really moving in a circle. You're moving in a straight line at that point. They shouldn't really diverge and converge on a globe. They should all just be straight.
If you get a wide angle lens, you can see those converging ones arc off back into their circle.
Hold on. You're saying somebody standing on the equator, they're not making a circle anymore on a globe.
Which is not true, really. If you just look to the side, look south a little bit or look north a bit, you can see the circles, both of them, by just turning.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is this. Let's say you're in a huge planetarium and there's stars all around you and you're standing in the middle of it. It's all dark and the stars are all there and you're standing in the middle. Then you just start spinning, rotating yourself around. If you look up, I understand you would see the counterclockwise kind of thing. If you look down, if there were stars on the floor, you would see clockwise. I get that. That's. But what I'm talking about in terms of being at the equator, that would be like if you just are standing straight, looking out straight, and just like as if you're at the equator. Those stars, there wouldn't be converging and diverging, because the reason they converge and diverge is because you're on a circle north or south of the equator. If you were right at the equator, you're making a straight line. The stars should make a straight line.
Are you talking about a globe right now or a flat Earth with stars that no one can see under it?
I'm talking about a globe. I didn't say anything about stars under it.
It's a globe, but you used the example of a planetarium, which is flat, right?
It's actually
It's irrelevant to the point,
your
really.
little trick. That's the trick you did.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You could be in a
it's not
in
the
a
same
sphere,
thing.
suspended.
It's not the same thing,
John,
because
please stop.
looking from the equator,
All right,
you'd have
you're
to.
just constantly interrupting. You're gonna have to be muted for a few minutes. That's can't happen.
Right. It's a little irrelevant to the point whether or not it is a planetarium. But the thing that really is interesting, Gio, is that you're saying that on the equator they're traveling in a straight line on a globe. That doesn't really logically follow at all.
Yeah, because the equator is a straight line.
Yeah, you're
No,
straight
it's
geodesic
another
line.
circle. It's the biggest circle out of all of the latitudes.
In the globe model, though, that is a straight line. Your equator line, that's a straight line in the globe model. Tell me it's not.
Oh, for fuck's sake. When you're viewing Gio put this very succinctly earlier. When you're looking at from the North Pole down to somebody standing on the Tropic of Capricorn, right? I think that's the northern one. That one, he's making a circle. On the other tropic, he's making a circle. But for some reason, when they're standing on the equator, they're no longer making a circle. Why? I'm asking, why is it when somebody's standing on a tropic, they're making a circle, but why when they're standing on the equator, they're no longer making a circle?
Because the tropic line is not a straight line, even in your crazy globe straight lines. But the equator is a straight line in the globe, right? Don't answer. Don't answer me. Don't let him answer him.
Straight and curved.
Because I've answered it, because a great circle is still a circle, even if in spherical geometry a great circle is a straight line. This great circle is still a great circle. This is a really stupid distinction to make right now.
Which is a straight line in your model, right?
It's still a great circle. All of the circles of all latitudes, even the small circles of the tropics, they're all circles too. Which Gio correctly pointed out, that the tropics are circles. But suddenly the equator is no longer a circle. Why?
They're not, because they're not the same circle. In your model, the equator is a straight line. And your model also, we have one of the tropics, that is not a straight line, because it'd have to be a great circle to be a straight line.
Right.
That's
like
why, Doofus.
Yeah, like if you travel at, let's say, the Tropic of Cancer on a globe, and you start following the Tropic of Cancer, I'm not talking about due east and due west. I'm talking about following the actual latitude line. You will continue you'll continue having, like, let's say you're going east to west, you'd have to keep turning right a little bit to go around. Whereas at the equator on the globe, you wouldn't have to do that. You would just go straight. On an AE map, you would have to do that all throughout. If it's like an AE, like a dartboard coming out from the center, you would have to adjust. So they're a different type of circle, like Jeremy is saying. The equator circle is different than the latitude ones, but the latitude ones are essentially why, like if you put a little ant on a basketball near the top of it, or at 30-degree latitude, whatever, and then you spin it, that's the reason it looks clockwise and counterclockwise, because you're making a circle on the globe from like, and so when you look above at the axis, that's why the stars are moving in a circle. But at the equator, if you were looking out directly out into space on the equator, all of the stars should just be making a even straight lines. There shouldn't be that converging and diverging.
That's
Yeah,
incorrect.
can I
If you're
talk on it?
looking out from the equator on a globe, the only stars that should follow straight lines over your head would be the ones on the celestial equator. That's what would happen on an actual globe.
I already said this, yeah. If you use a wide angle, you can see the ones combining in the equator down the middle, looking straight out east, are going to go up and off into the circles to your left and right. Can I talk on your planetary thing? Let's say I don't care that it's flat, and I put the floor as a bowl as well as the domed ceiling, and we're on a structure in the middle, above it, yeah, right in the middle of the celestial sphere, like we're on Earth, and we're now going to lie on the floor and look sideways out at the equator. So we can see some straight lines happening from the bottom set, some straight lines from the top set. But if we open our eyes a bit wider, we can see them curving out into the two sets of rotations.
I guess the quickest way to investigate whether or not observations from a globe match what we see could use something that does implement a globe, such as Stellarium or Celestia. You'll find out that standing on the equator, the only stars that should be straight are the ones passing overhead on the celestial equator.
A cool observation from last night. I went to get some tobacco. I came back. It was dark. As I walked home, I saw the Big Dipper in the sky. It was upright like a saucepan. Then I went home. I went to the club, and I came back about 5 hours later. And now the Big Dipper hasn't just moved round in a circle to the right. It's tipped 45 degrees, and half of it's nearly below the horizon, which tells me there's a celestial sphere. And it's not just a disk of stars above me. If it's just rotating around on a hemisphere, why is it tipped sideways over 4 hours?
Don, I think you broke them.
Yeah.
Well, humans have had a planar stationary Earth cosmology since the dawn of time, and the stars were always known to be above the Earth and functioning within the ether. It was often referred to as quintessence, the celestial field above. And there's many cosmology, like these cosmological mandalas that have the four corners of the Earth, the four islands at the center at the North Pole. So I'm just saying, long before the globe idea was a thing that people were thinking or even pushing or defending or whatever it may be, the understanding of the celestial sphere, all of the devices that are geocentric, like astrolabes, sundials, all the different sextants and so on that use right angles and use a sphere, a celestial sphere that essentially is above a planar Earth.
Do you think this flat Earth conception you talk of happened before globe or since the dawn of time? Which one? And how would
Well, I
you
don't
know?
understand.
How would you know that far back? What models they had?
Yeah,
I wouldn't argue this. Basically, I think that there was a flat Earth conception.
Oh, yeah, there is one.
That was.
I was just annoyed that he asserted it's been there since the dawn of time, as if no one's ever thought of the globe before.
Yeah, the globe
I think-
idea is a recent thing.
How would you know that? How would you ever know that?
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Well, I mean, you can look at
cosmology's been written down.
Did you find a 10,000-year-old flat Earth model?
Yeah, I mean, you can look in a lot of ancient spiritual texts, spiritual traditions going back thousands of years in terms of like the Vedas, the Sumerians. I mean, it goes
What
deep.
about the Sumerians knowing the equinox,
It seems like
26,000 years?
since the dawn of time, humans have always had a planar stationary Earth as the foundation of the Earth, the plane of existence.
I would discount that. I would say since the dawn of time, clever men have also thought it was a globe.
Right, and that doesn't really address when people took out tools and found out more, what they came
we got
to
more-
an understanding of.
And wider span of observations, that's what I think is the key. Is like I have no problem with people having thought the Earth was flat, 5,000 years ago. That's when you have a view of the world that takes place in astrolabe type scales. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm also.
I wanted to comment on Don. I have a question for Don. He said that the Big Dipper moved across the horizon and went down and turned sideways. I wanted to know how that could happen if I'm falling over backwards in only one direction.
Because I live in the UK and I'm off angle to the axis of rotation, so it makes the northern hemisphere bend, not just spin above me.
Okay, so how many directions are you moving?
What?
Bro, you're a little laggy. Take 2 steps to the left.
Move your arm up at a 45-degree angle.
You got aluminum foil on you. You got to get it to the VHF, UHF screws.
All I was saying, bro.
Okay, next, try standing on one leg. See if that helps your reception.
It's pretty much
Are you
it.
wearing your aluminum foil hat?
That's true.
I just wanted to say that people have been documenting, their cosmology for thousands of years, and we can't find really any documentation except for the Greeks a couple thousand years ago briefly came up with, the most perfect shape in nature as a sphere. Therefore, the Earth must be a sphere. I would call that a leap of logic.
That's not what happened, Larry.
Yeah, there's more to it than that.
That's
Okay, so did the Greeks come up with it a couple thousand years ago?
Most volume for most surface area, the sphere.
They didn't decide they like spheres, so the Earth must be one. That's not how it worked.
Okay, how'd they decide it then? Were you there?
So it made sense to the observations and people sailing around.
Right. Did you check Aristotle by any chance?
It's the shape matter takes to fill the most volume.
Yes, it's also a very good shape. Practical.
Wait, let me read this real quick. Optical illusion, something that deceives the eye by appearing to be other than it is. All right.
In this case, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But we already agreed that they're not actually spinning in different directions. They're all spinning in the same direction. It just looks like they're spinning in different directions.
Yeah, due to a change in perspective, you're changing orientation.
So we're not seeing, in other words, we're not seeing what's actually happening, right?
No, we're definitely seeing what's actually happening. We're changing our orientation.
We're seeing what's actually happening from a certain angle.
On the short term.
So something that deceives the eye by appearing other than it is. We know it's something other than actually
It
spinning
is
in
what
two
it is.
directions, which
It
is
is
what
what
we
it
see.
is.
I know, interrupt me every time.
Sorry.
Yeah, Don, you're interrupting everyone every
Because
time.
he's saying wrong things after being corrected. He's saying it again.
Well,
I'm
he's
reading the
allowed to
definition.
say what he wants to say and to have his time to speak uninterrupted. If you think it's wrong or disagree, that's fine. But I mean, you can have your time to respond, but don't just interrupt him. It's not really fair.
Sorry, Jeremy. Please be more honest. Thank you.
I'm reading the definition of optical illusion from the dictionary, Oxford.
And it doesn't fit what we observe as the sky. That's not what it is.
I'm trying
How
to
dishonest
relate
can you
it.
be? How dishonest
trying
can you
to
be?
relate
Interrupt somebody
Hold on,
who's
guys.
reading from a dictionary
He's
and then
reading a
accuse them of
dictionary.
being dishonest and they're
He's
saying wrong
resigning his
things.
position that he was already corrected on.
Like, how do you know better than Oxford, bro?
Hold on,
Well,
something
don't
that
ask him.
deceives the eye. Hold on, something that deceives the eye by appearing to be other than it is. We know it's something other than actually spinning in two different directions,
No,
right?
no, you've misunderstood what optical illusion means and what observing from a certain perspective means. Not the same thing.
Yeah, like
So here,
Who died made you king, bro? Like, how do you know better than Oxford Dictionary?
Harry, I'm saying that definition is wrong for what we see. There's no point in applying it. I'm not saying I know better than the dictionary.
I think
What's the right definition then?
There is no definition. We're seeing the stars as they are from a certain perspective.
It's not
No, we're not.
deceptive in this
Yes,
case.
we are.
We're seeing the
We're not
stars
seeing
moving
them
two different.
as they are. We're seeing them as they appear. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
It's fine. It's fine. We're seeing the stars move in two different directions, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes we can see the stars move in two different directions. All right. We know that. Hold on. Let me directly relate it. Let me get this definition. We know that it's
perspective thing. I mean, like if you're sitting in an office chair, and you look up and you start rotating, the whole ceiling will be spinning. But obviously, your ceiling is not really spinning; it's stationary. But you're the one spinning, so it is a perspective thing. So, but it's not necessarily. I don't know if optical illusion is quite the right term, but it probably does fit at least part of that definition of an optical illusion like that. But it's more it's more of a perspective thing.
I would say perspective is an optical illusion. Like when you look out at the beach and you see the beach water appearing to rise.
Oh my god.
You see the water appearing to rise nearly up to your eye level. We know it's not actually rising above your. It's just an illusion.
Why do you
think? Right, or like when the sun looks like it's in the clouds, it's not actually in the clouds, but it can look that way.
Yeah,
it could be a focal point, but man, it's real weird when you're on the beach and it's stormy, and dude, it looks like a wall of water, literally, like right in front of you, dude.
No,
And you're like 100 feet away, and it just looks like a literal wall. Crazy.
Sorry, I keep getting triggered because people are saying nonsense. It doesn't look like a wall of water. It looks like an ocean spread out in front of you. Be honest.
Way out,
the wall of water would look completely different.
It looks
like a hill.
It looks like the water is. It looks like a hill. It's crazy.
If you're claiming it looks like a wall of water, why do you say it looks flat? Doesn't make sense, does it?
Because things aren't as they appear.
Brian, you're
And why is that hard? Why is that hard to understand? Things are not always as they appear. You ever seen a mirror house? Right? You understand the laws of perspective.
You're applying a circus trick to reality, and I don't believe that's what reality is.
You're projecting.
You are. You're saying, have you seen a magic mirror? And I'm saying, yes, but I still believe the stars are spinning around. And we're spinning.
Yeah, we do too. The stars are spinning around. The sun moves over the earth. So does the moon. Roughly
you see
once
how a
every
magic
24
mirror
hours.
has no effect on my belief there?
Well, you can believe whatever you want, bro. I don't care what you believe. You can believe in Santa Claus. I don't care.
I do.
Mic check.
You're good now.
Hey, you do believe in Santa Claus?
Well,
No, sorry.
a mythical Satan judge that gives you presents through your parents in Saturnalia. It's true.
Well, now you just need to be honest and say that, you're basically an old sun worshiper, right? You want to take the tax dollars from
So are
everybody
you.
and force your religion on people. I mean,
So are
just be
you.
honest, bro.
If the sun didn't rise, you'd be dead in 3 weeks. So enjoy worshipping it.
I'm not a sun worshiper, bro. I worship the creator, not the creation.
Yeah, probably through the sun hero allegory of Jesus Christ.
You can call it allegory if you like. That's fine.
Just did. I did.
That's fine. I don't
Allegory
care.
to the sun.
If he had that extra $100 of tax dollars, that would make a world of difference to him.
Right.
I wonder if he watched the rest of Zeitgeist or just part one,
You know why it would make a difference, right? Because then I wouldn't have to pay for military industrial complex and the spilling of the blood of the innocent children, because I don't really give my consent to that, right? I think that war crimes should not be mandatory to pay for. So I would like to keep my dollars, not because I'm a greedy son of a bitch, but because I don't want to pay for the shed of the innocent blood of the children. Thanks.
That's good because the NASA doesn't do that.
What are you talking about?
Nor do astronomers.
NASA doesn't work with the military? Are you kidding? You don't think that the Department of Defense isn't working closely with NASA?
What's that
And
have
the
to do with
rocketry information doesn't go over to the military when they discover new things? You don't think that they're connected at the hip?
Discovery. You want to stop discovery. I get it.
Yeah, when it comes to missiles, so we can bomb brown people back to the Stone Age, so we can install a bank.
Yep.
And yellow.
All
Don't
them
forget
brown
yellow.
people dying in Ukraine right now from American missiles.
Well, today they just had them. Well, that wasn't my claim, right? That's called a straw man, right? I wasn't talking about
that was your
Ukraine.
claim that brown people were dying from American missiles. That's literally it. And I'm citing something right now where American missiles are killing people that are not brown. Dude, you got to try harder.
Okay, so that's called a straw man. I wasn't talking about Ukraine. I was talking about the perpetual wars in the Middle East and all over the world, in South America and Africa and wherever else our military bases are all over the world, right? If they don't have a bank, they need freedom and liberty because they don't have a Federal Reserve type of bank, a World Bank, an IMF bank.
I only mock the Son of God.
What
How do
about
we get
Ukraine?
out of this?
What about Ukraine? Should they just give up their lands? I mean, they're using American missiles, American technology to actually protect their liberties.
I'm not talking about Ukraine.
Oh, I see.
Why not?
But
Why not?
That's missiles, isn't it? Are they
Well,
bad or
okay, so you're talking about a proxy war with Russia. That shit's been going on for over 60 years. Us and Russia, that we hate each other, but let's go add a whole bunch of military weapons into their country and watch them blow the fuck out of each other. But we never actually shoot at Russia, do we? When's the last time an American soldier took a shot at a Russian soldier or vice versa?
You know what a non sequitur is? Because that
Wouldn't
was a
that be
non
like?
sequitur.
We want to talk about Ukraine, but now it's a non
Bringing up
sequitur, right?
Ukraine was a non sequitur. He was talking about
so
American
now-
war in the Middle East.
No, he
wanna
said
ask-
American missiles killing people.
The missiles are
I
bad.
want that question answered.
And he was making a point.
When's the last time an American soldier shot at a Russian soldier?
No,
in a
don't
war?
care. Don't care.
When's the last time a Russian soldier shot at an American soldier?
Don't care.
Are those our tax dollars at work over there, or are they not?
When's
Because
the
that was-
last
that was
time an
the initial-
American
That
shot
was the
at a
initial
Russian?
claim that you have issues where the tax dollars are going, right?
How does
Yeah.
Russia
What was it,
bombing
80
Ukraine?
billion?
How does
No,
Russia
was it-
bombing
it was
Ukraine
80
equal
trillion? What was
American
it?
missiles?
Does it even
killing
matter?
Wouldn't that be like
If it was-
Florida trying to get dependence? Wouldn't that be like the Cubans trying to get independence from?
Does it matter if it was 80 billion or 80 trillion? Do you even care?
Y'all try to quit clipping. Y'all are clipping each other. Can't hear me.
Okay, let me ask this question. $80 billion was sent to Ukraine, or was it 80 trillion? Do you even care? Do any of you even give a fuck how much it was?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It was a bad thing, dumbass.
Okay, it's a bad thing. Sending $80 billion for people to protect themselves. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, they should protect themselves.
Okay.
Don't call
so
names off, please.
that's fine. You
I
don't believe that
apologize.
they have the right to defend themselves unless they have the means to protect themselves.
It's an insane thing.
if
I'm not
Russia
gonna say
sent
what
the
you.
Cubans like 80, hold on, man. You heard me talking, bro. If
Well,
the Russians
for
sent the
some
Cubans
reason,
80,
Brian, you've been roboting, but let's see if you're back now. Yeah,
Gone
you're
again.
cutting out.
Not quite.
Everyone's still wearing their mask in the stores. I don't get it.
Oh,
Really?
you should
I see very few people.
point a finger at them and say, haha.
I'm if I wasn't in uniform, I would.
Oh, well done. Give them a funny look like, oh no, you're one of them.
So you guys are completely you guys are completely down with the destruction of the American dollar, and eventually Saudi Arabia is probably going to pull out of the deal that we made, right? You guys are cool with that, just as long as Ukraine stays under the control of Western powers, right?
Money's a religion, Larry. Don't worry
No,
about it.
no one's. I'm not cool with that. I'm not cool with Pelosi backing Ukraine. I'm not cool with Soros backing Ukraine, Biden. I'm not cool with Obama and Hillary Clinton backing Ukraine. I
So you
don't
don't
back
support
the same
Ukraine,
people
or
that they back.
So
you don't?
what would
No, it's
happen
not
if
that I
our
don't support
Sorry, go
Ukraine
ahead.
or
Finish up.
don't support Russia. I don't support Soros, Hillary, and all of them.
I'm just wondering what would happen if our politicians backed America and actually put our dollars into America.
That'd be insane. I mean,
That would be racist, right? That would be
it'd be
extremely
outrageous.
fascist. That would be downright fundamentalist nationalism. Oh my God,
It'd be
nationalism.
super anti-Semitic. Yeah, it'd be like
Oh,
going
what the
against.
fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should totally cut to Ukraine and every other country that needs the IMF bank.
So you just don't believe that Ukraine has a leg to stand on? That's fine. I can
Survival
make
of the
that
fittest,
argument.
right?
We should not be the world police, and we don't have to do that. That's a definite, legitimate position to hold.
Yeah, I agree on that, Larry. But I don't think money's the issue. It's more like
Oh no, it's not money.
it's more like dark occult murder and sorcery that's the issue.
Okay.
Agreed. We can all agree.
Look, here's the second part. This is still from Oxford, right? It was 2 parts. The second part is an experience of seeming to see something which does not exist or is other than it appears. So we see the water appear to rise to our eye level. We know it's other than it appears. It's not actually rising to our eye level, right? I mean, perspective fits the definition of optical illusion perfectly, in my opinion.
Because I don't see it as rising up, I'd completely disagree. It's just
So
something.
we do see it. I mean, we
You've
all see it.
chosen to see an illusion, and that's your fault.
We all look out at the ocean, and we all see it appear to
No.
rise up.
No. I look at the ocean, and I appear it to be an ocean stretching out in front of me. I don't see it rising up at all.
Well, I mean, you're seeing weird then. I don't know, because the rest of us all
No.
see it appear to rise to almost our eye level.
They don't. They just say that.
Right. It's a 2D thinker's issue in this particular case. If everything is below eye level, you're looking down to see it. Everything below eye level is you looking down at it. It's not appearing to rise. It's just down from your position.
So you're telling me the when you look out at the beach, the water doesn't appear to rise up above your feet.
It doesn't appear to rise up above my feet. No.
No way. Only a flat earther ever said
Wow.
that.
That's a
After
strange
watching
way to
YouTube
phrase it.
videos.
That is nobody's got that shared experience. I'm sorry. That's
I've
weird.
asked my kids that.
I don't know.
Does the ocean appear to rise up like a wall? And my kids said no. Are you crazy?
I don't know what you
What
guys
he's
do when you
saying
look.
is correct. If you look down a hallway, I'll even post one here. I mean,
Yeah,
we all
you guys
know
are
what
trying
a
to.
hallway looks like. The ceiling ramps down, this ground ramps up, the walls. I mean, we all know how
It
perspective.
may appear to a flat
Yeah,
earther
they're trying to get out of
to
this
ramp up
optical.
and
They
down,
desperate.
but to a normal person, they just see it stretching into the distance because they know that's what's happening.
The thing is, Geo, they desperately need this to not be an optical illusion. For some reason, I don't know why.
Right, an angular relationship between the objects that you see in your position, perspective, is incapable of being an optical illusion. It's simply an angular relationship. Now, when we have objects that exploit that angular relationship to make us interpret something that isn't actually happening, that is an optical illusion. Perspective itself is not.
Does perspective make us see things as other than it appears?
The things that we interpret as other things, those are optical illusions. Perspective itself is not an optical illusion.
Yeah. So when we see the floor ramp up and the ceiling ramp down,
you see
is
that.
that other? Everyone sees that, Don. I don't know why.
You see that. I don't see that. Rufus just agreed he doesn't see that.
You've never looked down a
Everything
hallway?
that's below your eye level, you're looking down at it.
I've spoken to Globers and Flat Earthers for over 4 years, and never has a Glober ever said the water appears to rise up in front of them. But every Flat Earther ever has always said that.
I don't know. When you look down a hallway, the floor appears to ramp up and the ceiling appears to ramp down.
It may do to you.
We
but not
don't
to
all
me.
see that.
Not to me, because I know a corridor stretches out in front of me, so I know what I'm seeing.
I don't know. It seems very. Yeah, I don't know.
Seems like you're trying to apply 2D onto reality, and that's your issue.
I'm just going off what we see. I don't know what you see when you look down a hallway or you look at the ocean. You're at the beach at ocean. I see the water appear to ramp up. Hold on, Don. I see the water appear to ramp up over my feet. I see the hallway. I see the ceiling appear to ramp down and the floor appear to ramp up.
Because you're seeing wrong.
Because you're
I'm
12.
seeing wrong. I do have one eye, but I mean, I know what I know. See,
you're thinking
In the
about
curve,
wrong. You're thinking
in the
as
globe
if-
model, it says that it's curving down. So what are you talking about?
You're thinking as if a 3D reality with depth in front of you is just a 2D facade.
Dude, you know how when you stand on the beach, the water's
That's a
at your
huge
feet,
issue
right?
for an adult man to make.
Listen, buddy, you know when you're at the beach, the water's at your feet, right? And then when you look out, it rises to eye level. What do you think is happening there?
he doesn't think it rises there.
Into the distance.
It's
What do you think is
100% an
happening
optical
when the
effect.
water's at
Optical
your feet and in the
effect.
distance it's at eye level? What do you think is happening?
In the distance,
He doesn't think it. He doesn't even agree that we're seeing. He doesn't think it appears to rise to eye level. I don't know why they're denying this.
Right, because
Well,
I put
have
it
an
very
idea why,
simply.
but-
Anything that's below eye level, you're looking down to see it. It's not rising. It's below your eye level. You're looking down at it.
Even if it was 2D and flat, and I believed it was at my eye level, because it's infinite, I don't think it would appear to rise. I think it would appear to stretch out into the distance.
Look, we all know how perspective works. Things that are under the level with distance appear to rise up.
That's what
And
you're
things that are
Yeah.
above the level line due to perspective make things appear to rise down. We know they're not actually going down, but they make perspective makes it appear to go down.
You're trying to say that whenever we look, we see an optical illusion, and I'm saying that's bullshit.
I'm telling you, perspective, this thing of seeing things as they appear and not as they actually are, that is the definition of an optical illusion.
Yeah, and you're trying to put that onto everything, which is called New Age
Yes.
solipsism.
Everything you see far away does become an optical illusion.
I don't care if you're confused when you see things. I'm not.
Well, it's funny, Don, because he just made the claim that perspective is the optical illusion. Well, every single thing you see when you open your eyes is affected by perspective. Therefore, every single thing I see when I open my eyes is an optical illusion. It doesn't seem like a good way to phrase his position.
That's called solipsism. I don't know what's going on because God fucked with my vision.
Yeah, that's neat, but I'm just going off the definition Oxford gave. If you have a different definition of optical illusion, I mean, let's hear it. Mine was from Oxford.
I told you that definition doesn't apply to seeing the stars.
What you see is a projection in your eye. You don't see over there, you see in your eye.
What is the meaning of this position, though? This argument you guys are making?
I don't know.
They're saying we can't know it's a globe because we can never tell anything when we look.
You can never deduce anything from anything because it's all
Go
an
kill
optical
yourself.
illusion.
Live in a box.
Let's say
At
you're
the same
let's say
time,
you're standing in a big
remove
empty
your
field.
eyes.
Let's say you're
Good.
standing in a big empty field, like 500 feet across. You're looking straight across the field, 500 feet, right? Okay. Are you gonna see like? I can't even do this with you guys. That's crazy. Here, I'll put a video up.
If you
So
go,
instead of everybody strawmanning Jeremy, why don't we let Jeremy like make his argument? Jeremy, what is the point of what you're saying about the optical illusion? Are you saying that our eyes can be tricked sometimes? Because the Glovers would agree with you if you said that, and that we can't always trust our eyes, right?
Well, I mean, it's
Yep.
with the star thing. We look at the stars, you know, we at the horizon they appear to converge and diverge. We know that's not actually, you know, they claim that's not actually happening and it's an illusion, or due to perspective or whatever, which they're now claiming isn't an illusion, even though seeing something that isn't as it actually is. But so I don't know. I don't know. Is perspective an illusion or not?
Well, if you look down the hallway and you see the floor appear to rise in the ceiling, you see it converge in the distance. Isn't that what you expect to see? And if it's something you expect to see, it's not something you're not seeing something odd or not there. It's not an illusion. It's what you
But when you
expect to
actually
see.
go to where you're looking, now it's going to be at your feet. It's changing. Oh God.
It's still not an
We
illusion,
see
though.
the
Sorry.
floor appear.
You're
go.
just not
Not
even saying.
changing. You're just getting closer to it.
Plane. We
Yeah,
see
man.
the floor. See, I'm glad you agree to that because there was other people 5 minutes ago that wouldn't even agree that we see that happening. So we see the floor appear to ramp up and we see the ceiling appear to ramp down. We know that's not actually happening, right?
I don't agree
Right.
to that.
Yeah, it's a viewing
Well, I
angle.
mean, it's something I expect to see, therefore not an
It's what,
illusion.
I agree.
yeah,
I'm
it's what you
that's what I
expect to see, but we
it.
know that's not actually happening. The floor is not actually ramping up and the ceiling's not actually ramping down.
Agreed.
Is it
Right,
really?
right, left lane.
Is it really that? Is it really
That's due to
that?
perspective.
Is it really
Due to
that difficult that if you look towards the horizon in a straight manner and you close your eyes, you no longer have that image in your eyes? Is it that difficult? You can call it stupid, but wow, man, you see in your eyes. Just closing the blinds shows it.
What do you mean?
What do
What's
you
going
mean?
on?
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
blocking the
Sorry,
light from
Laura.
reaching the back of your eye does make it so you can't see. Yes, that's true.
Of course,
Everything goes dark.
Of course, it doesn't mean anything to you because you jump into that orthographical side view.
Oh, we're trying to
You
explain.
you hear
vision.
inside your ears.
We're trying to explain vision, and you're suggesting to close our eyes.
I think this is
Yeah.
a variation of a Nathan Oakley argument. I think.
Oh my God, people!
Right.
Yeah, our
Whitewater,
senses
it shouldn't
perceive
be
the world and translate it into our brain.
right. It shouldn't be at all confusing or unusual to anybody that if you close your eyes, the light can't reach the back of your eye anymore. So therefore you can't see. That's not, I mean, given our position, that doesn't strike us as odd.
It's like I see a dog in my yard. The dog is over there. Are you saying the dog is not over there? He's in your eye?
But you guys are saying you are seeing over there.
An optical illusion is
And I'm
changing
saying
what
it's
you're actually seeing due to your perspective, things being far away. They change what it's supposed to look like because it's far away.
No, they don't change
No,
what they're supposed to
then
look
you're
like.
crazy because this happens
but you're
everywhere
crazy.
to everyone.
No,
It's
because
what it's
that's what
supposed
it's
to look
supposed
like.
to look like. Is it's smaller when it's farther away.
It looks
That
like everything that would be far away. It's not going to look like its actual size.
Yes, that's
Right.
true.
That's due to
Pers-
perspective. That's an illusion of what you're actually
It's
seeing.
not.
It's
And
not
It's
its
not an
actual size.
illusion.
Hence the word
Distance.
illusion. Optical illusion.
No.
Everything you see
Not an
in the
illusion.
distance isn't its actual size. Simple
No,
as shit.
no.
Perspective is an
It's
angular
what you
relationship
expect to
between
see.
you and the objects in the distance. If the angular relationship,
Dude, there's a house
if you
down the
want to
street
call
right now. It
that
looks
an,
like it's about a foot long.
I
You think
I
that's real?
understand that
It's
I was
actually a foot
talking.
long?
I was in the
Yeah.
middle of them talking. The angular relationship between you and the object is what perspective is describing. If you want to call that angular relationship an optical illusion, you're now saying that every single thing that you see is an optical illusion.
That is what they're saying. That's what the guy's saying with the image is in your eye and not like way off in the distance. It's traveling to you.
They've said this for 4 years. We can't trust our eyes. And that makes me very angry because I believe God gave me these eyes and I believe they're some of the most technical tools ever to exist in the universe.
You can't
And for
trust
you
your
to reduce them and mock them, I get angry.
you can trust your eyes, but you have to discern how it works.
Yes, and to do that, I will ignore everything a flat earther says.
So when I see a dog if I see a dog like 500 feet away and it looks like it's like a little pebble, like a little dot, does that mean it's actually a little dot?
No, but you understand that, right?
It's actually a little dot because
So
your
when I
perspective.
perceive a little dot, that's not what's actually over there, right? That would make it an
Well,
illusion.
what's actually over there is a little dot.
To you,
You're-
yes, because
yeah,
from where
to
you're
you.
standing, that's the angular size of the object.
But it's
That's
Yeah,
not
and
an
as you
optical
get
the
illusion.
closer,
object
it'll
actually is.
come in focus. Yeah, you're right. It's not what the actual
Form, it's an
object is,
illusion of
but
the
from your
object.
perspective, all you see is a dot.
It's an illusion of what the object actually is. I see a dot, it's actually a dog.
It's not an illusion. It's just smaller.
Definition of illusion. I'm not seeing what
No,
it
it
actually
isn't.
is.
We already went through the
Well,
definitions.
hang on.
What?
It's a dot until it becomes multiple dots, and then it becomes a blurry figure until it becomes, until you get close enough that it's
What's so
actually a
scary
dot.
about accepting the fact of what you see in the distance?
Right. You're doing the exact
Seeing an
opposite.
illusion.
You're saying that everything is an optical illusion.
In the distance, what you're seeing isn't its actual size, proportions, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But it is. It's
Every
like
object that you see, if it's close, if it's far, every single one of those objects is subject to perspective. That means that if everything is close to you, that is also an optical illusion. You can't pick and choose.
I agree. Yes. The closer it gets to you, the less it will be distorted.
But I bet you
Yep,
still trust
true.
your eyes when you're avoiding a car on the road, don't you?
It also helps with your depth
I
of
think you're
perception.
avoiding
Yes.
accepting
Oh,
that
it's coming
things
closer. I
rise
better
in the
pull up
distance
now.
because it goes
Yes,
against your
thank God
model
I avoided
saying
it.
that the ball curves down beyond the horizon. It's the only reason to object it.
It's an optical illusion, but I trust my senses, so I'm going to swerve out the way now. Yes, I've saved my life.
It's all right. Like, I understand. I don't actually. I don't understand. This is why I'm here sounding all passionate about it.
So the amount of curvature you see at ground level is an optical illusion. However, when you subtract that optical illusion away, there is still curvature that's calculable. So sure, the bridge looks like it's warped and bent, but when you calculate it, it's only curving with the Earth very slightly. What you're seeing is an optical effect.
Yep.
Interesting.
I posted a video about
So
perspective, literally a minute and 30 seconds, and I think it helped me out when I first saw it. So I would just suggest it to anyone.
So
It doesn't matter if you accept it or not.
So,
Disagree with it.
so if someone paints a picture on a paper, right, and it looks like it's 3D, but we know it's not actually 3D, then that's not an optical illusion because that's what we expect to see. Like, in other words, there are no optical illusions in your cat. Like, I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. Where, all right, everything we see is an optical illusion, and you're taking the complete opposite stance of this, where nothing's an optical illusion because that's always what we would expect to see.
No, because I mentioned earlier in this very conversation.
I'm sure we would. We're not saying, no, there's no optical illusions, everything's perfect. We're saying it just doesn't apply to seeing the stars on a globe.
Right, and as I mentioned earlier in this very conversation, I said objects exploiting the angular relationship of perspective in order to make our brains interpret something that's not actually happening. That's an optical illusion. The object itself, the thing that's exploiting that relationship, is the optical illusion. We're not saying perspective is the optical illusion. And we're not saying there's no such thing as optical illusions.
Now to conclude.
All right. What?
To conclude, the stars appear to rotate around the Earth, and that is an illusion to us. You could call that an illusion.
Boom. Amazing.
The sun rising and the moon setting, yeah, that's all due to an illusion.
Geostationary optical illusion.
So, yeah, Jeremy.
Seeing the stars rotate at all. Well, no, but it's not because it's not an optical illusion because they are.
Wait, hang on. So once you subtract that optical illusion, you can calculate that the stars are moving independently. But like you have to say that that circular pattern is based on our rotation.
You just popped my brain.
How
Right.
do you know that? All motion is relative.
Well, what happens is you can track a star and then you subtract our rotation and you subtract the our orbit around the center of the Milky Way, and then you can calculate its deviation. You can actually see it drift a little bit, like once you make all those subtractions. Yeah.
With movements in the sky.
Yeah, but how do you know that? All motion is
it's all
relative.
If it's relative, then it's all an optical illusion.
Yeah.
All motion is relative. Yeah.
So how could you say that the sun is going around the Earth or the Earth is going around the sun?
Well, you subtract the motions. You subtract the motions that of the orbits, and they still are moving. Like they're still.
You can subtract.
Yeah.
You can subtract all the motions you want to. All motion is still relative, even if you want to, not include certain motions. The rest of the motions that you didn't include are still all relative. So I don't really understand, other than someone saying, I live on Earth, it looks like the sun is rising and then setting. Or other than that, just from your perspective, which is, what most people colloquially will do, right? They talk about it like they live here on Earth. The Earth is the center. Why wouldn't it be? Because they live here, right? So other than that, right, and I'm not trying to be, dishonest here, why would you say that the sun is the center of the solar system? Like, how do you know? Maybe Jupiter's the center.
Well, we did observations, and it seems to fit that the sun's the biggest.
So you basically just did what the geocentrists are doing, like in the Amazon, like I live here, so this is the center.
Yeah, we re-engineered geocentrism and found that it made more predictions.
In the summertime, we can make a measurement, and then 6 months later, in the wintertime, we can make another measurement. And we can see our distance, like where we've traveled in space.
You can see where you've traveled in space. What are you using as like your third point of reference frame to see where you've traveled in space?
Well, you're looking at the stars and the parallaxing of the stars in the background.
Oh, so the stars are parallaxing now. Can you show me that?
No, well, I can't.
No, you can't.
No.
Yeah. So
this is supposedly what they do. This is
right.
supposedly.
They allegedly do that if you need them to do that, right?
All you're doing 6 months later is just recording the positions of the stars and the planets 6 months later. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with traveling. You're just mapping what's moved in the sky.
Right.
Yeah, well, in order to triangulate that star, you do need to wait 6 months on Earth so that you get enough distance so you can actually get it two separate angles.
It has nothing to do with distance. It has to do with the way they move and the speeds they move. And over time, when these things are moving at a different speed than they were 6 months ago, and they're in different positions because
you're getting
of it.
confused with the planet.
I see what you're saying. It's time. It's time if we're talking about a moving planet, but yeah, you're right. It's distance if we're talking about a stationary one, and the sky is changing.
But it's an assumed distance. It's not an actual distance. But again, with these assumed distances, you're still only measuring things that are moving, not yourself. The things that you're looking at. That's the bottom line. But it's okay. You're just saying they are the things that we're moving around, and you're just saying that. It doesn't mean it's true. And I get what you're saying. It could be either way. But
we're not just saying that. There's reason to say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just not
hold on.
sophisticated enough to give those reasons or to prove it, but that's just like my understanding. Yeah, exactly. From common or
And I understand.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I know what you mean. I used to believe in that motto, so I get it. I get what you're saying.
Well, I don't believe that you get it.
Well,
Okay,
the reason
okay.
that you guys have chosen, for the acentric model is based on, you guys trying to be humble, right? You couldn't accept, a special position in the center of the universe. So
No,
based
that's
on
not it.
philosophical.
That's
Sorry, do you
not it.
mind
We're
if I
still
finish my sentence? Do you mind if I finish my sentence?
sorry,
Would you
we're
mind?
straw manning.
How am I straw manning you?
I'm
Did you
saying
base it on
we think we're
science or
not
did you base
special.
it on, bro,
You
you
said
haven't even heard my argument yet.
I
How
did
could you say
hear
I'm
it.
straw manning?
You said
What part
because
of
we're
my
decided
argument?
the sun's in the middle, we're not
Okay,
special.
I'll let you
That's not how it
talk
works.
since you seem incapable of holding on to an idea for 10 seconds. So you tell me how I strawmanned your argument.
I just did. I'll do it again because you were talking over me. Sorry. Sorry for interrupting, but you were wrong. We don't assume the sun's the middle and make ourselves insignificant. No one did that.
That's not what I said. You're strawmanning me now. I said acentric model.
What's acentric?
Means there's no center of the universe.
How would that work?
Big Bang cosmology. You tell me there's no center in your cosmology.
Everything's just moving randomly.
Yeah.
We had this argument like 2 weeks ago. We actually had this argument 2 weeks ago, and I believe a lot of the globe was no center, remember?
Yeah, I mean,
well,
the
the
Globers
center's
don't know
like
their own
the
models.
outer
Once
edge.
again, you got flat earthers teaching the model to the globe earthers. Okay, so I'm going to finish what I was originally saying before I got interrupted. Okay, so the only reason that you guys take an eccentric position, according to the stuff that I've read, is that it's based on a philosophical choice. It's not based on any kind of science. Thanks.
What do you mean eccentric to the whole universe?
Just like, if you're asexual, it means that you're not sexual. Acentric, right, means that there's no center.
Who here has taken an eccentric position?
Can you point to me the center of all creation?
We all believe
Can you tell me where the Big Bang happened?
Oh, so you are talking about the whole universe?
Yeah, that's the current model.
Yeah, there isn't a center to the universe, really. There might be something, but we don't really know.
Right. So here's where it gets ugly for you guys, right? So if you could hypothetically rewind time, which you can't, but if you could, you would see that the Doppler effect that we all see, right, redshift in almost all directions, almost the entire universe, would turn into a blue shift because as the stars begin to reverse their course and head towards the Earth instead of expanding in all directions, you would see a blue shift in all directions, indicating that the Earth is the center of all creation. Thanks.
Isn't you trying to make yourself special with religion?
No, you're trying to avoid the facts.
No, I'm saying, are you trying to make yourself special? Have you decided that Earth must be special?
So is it,
where else?
is it,
Do you think there's? Hold on. Let me answer that question. Do you think there's pussy on Mars?
Oh, I'm asking you. Have you decided Earth's the center of the universe?
Yeah, it's the center of all creation.
I think that's an ego problem.
Oh, so I got an ego problem. Everybody knows. Everybody knows Larry has an ego problem, right?
This guy is
Cosmologically, you've got an ego problem because you think you and the rest of the humans need to be the center of everything.
Don,
instead
you
of just a thing in a thing.
demonic.
Yeah, it's definitely not the guy who's trapped by dogma. Good old Dawn here, trapped by dogma. Listening to his priest. What did your priest say, Dawn? What did your priest say?
My priest said, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law."
Exactly.
This dude is a follower of Aleister Crowley. He's a goat fucker. So I bet you you don't want pussy on Mars, do you? You just want to bring some goats with you, right?
Love under will.
Don, what do you mean by
you love
hey Don,
goats,
hey,
don't you?
hey Larry, let me ask him something real quick. Hey Don, what do you mean by use humans? Are you not human?
I'm saying Larry is putting him and me as the top of the universe, a special thing that's right in the middle. And I'm saying that's egocentric and bullshit.
So your exact words were, "That's egocentric. Use humans think you're special." What do you
Him and
mean?
other humans. He thinks that him and other humans, humanity,
So you're not
the
human?
religious monkeys on one planet, he thinks that's the center of the universe.
So when I say you and all you dogs, I mean that because I'm not a dog. So if I said you and all you humans, I would say that because I'm not a human.
I said you and the humans, meaning he thinks him and us.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that you do understand that you're a human as well, or maybe you're not.
Well,
I don't know.
Human is the term for it. I think I'm half animal, half Elohim, alien god.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He thinks he's an animal. I'm a man,
No, I don't think I'm an animal. I think I'm half animal, half god.
I mean, you do have a frog for a picture.
Well, I guess when you connect with goats at night when no one's looking, at that time you're half animal.
Oh,
So
that's
did
cold.
Moses.
Oh, that's cold.
Is that true?
He did say so does. So maybe
So did Moses, I said. It's a
Oh,
joke.
okay. You did say so does. I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm holding you too close to your words.
Goats have been considered a god for thousands of years. You won't be able to change that.
So have cows.
Yes.
Well, you know what? I always talk about how I love Mexicans. And, you know, because of Mexicans, I love goats too. They're quite tasty. I eat them in gorditas.
Hey, matter of fact, this morning, Larry, I'm gonna go have birria with my buddy, and that stuff is delicious, and it's goat. Have you ever tried it, birria?
No, I don't think so. I've only had it in like street tacos. Because I'd be delivering pizza to the Mexicans. They'd be like, hey, you want a taco? Be like, yeah. And I'd eat it and then realize that it wasn't beef or chicken. Be like, what is this? And they'd say it in Spanish. And I'd go, bah! And they'd be like, yeah. So I knew it was like goat or lamb or something.
Yeah. Next time, ask for birria and see what they say. See if they have it. Not all places have it, and it's actually expensive to do. But so like they rather go with the cheaper stuff. But birria is really good, and if they prepare it right, it probably took them at the most I've ever seen anyone do it is like 24 hours to prepare it. But usually it's a day before prepared.
I just want that guy to know that here in Texas, we eat your God, your goats. So I'm on top of the food chain. Get in my belly.
I eat Jesus energy every day when I mock Christianity.
Don, where are you from? What country?
I'm from UK.
Do you do it with bacon?
So Don, obviously you do not believe in creator or just a God. Do you believe in a creator?
Yes.
Okay. But and then who do you?
What else could have made a universe?
Oh yeah, I agree. So who is then the creator that you believe?
I call it God or Lucifer or Isis.
You believe Lucifer made everything?
No, I call it God. I call it God, and then I just use other terms, icons.
Oh, so Isis, Lucifer, but not. How about you said it earlier? How about Elohim? Do you use Elohim?
No, I don't worship the authority of Elohim. I just happen to be a hybrid based on them.
Are you just trying to be edgy?
Well, I'm talking truth.
I got you. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I mean, it does say right in Isaiah, "Are ye not gods?" Right? Is that what you're referring to?
I was just talking. I think human origin is being bred by aliens that we used to call Elohim.
It says, "Are you not Elohim," which means mighty men. So.
I think Earth is a satanic farm run by a Type 2 civilization that we have never seen.
By Lucifer.
No, this was just an icon of knowledge.
Well, all you Aleister Crowley folks and you Luciferians, you've got some explaining to do because the whole world is waking up to the lie that is the cosmology that you teach to little children unawares and unable to think for themselves because their brains aren't fully developed. But you would never dare to go to a grown man and try to teach him.
You speak so absolutely about that.
You would have to kill him. You would have to kill a grown man in the jungle. Because there's
one
no
at a
way that
time.
he
You
would...
guys both.
Sorry, I thought I was talking first.
You were. I know, Hank. I'm sorry, guys. Come on, please. Let's one at a time.
Right. So, like I said, the only way that you could do it.
Model
Yo, let Hank talk. Man. You triggered him so bad.
Yeah. So, like I said, the only way that you could do it is you could brainwash little children, because your story is such bullshit that if you wouldn't have wiped out the natives of the land, the aboriginals, et cetera, and stole their children and forced them into your schools to learn your language and your cosmology, there wouldn't have been any other way you could have done it, right? Because if you would have went to a grown-ass man and said that you're spinning around the sun, he would laugh at you and then say that you poor fool, right? Go back to your homeland where you come from, or at least keep this bullshit away from my children. I'm done now, mic out.
How would you do it? Write a book that brainwashes all the children and build.
That's called a non-Twitter guy.
Hang on, and build really ostensive, ugly churches that brainwash the children. Is that how you'd do it?
What an irrelevant
religion.
And that's a good point.
Yeah,
well,
no, it's not a good point. He didn't say anything. He didn't promote religion. How's it a good point?
Yeah, I was put in the pew of the church and taught to act this way and be this way, or I was going to burn in hell, and I found out that not to be true.
Yeah.
Did he say that he supported that though? He was talking about everyone being brainwashed with cosmology. So, you know what I've discovered is
the globe isn't a story.
Bro, you guys are up to
understanding.
No, Don, you gotta get better at that, dude.
Sorry, because they say wrong things, Kosho, within the first 3 words every time.
Well, you should lay off the drink
Doesn't matter.
and write it down.
Doesn't matter. Let them finish, and you can address them next. You got to let people finish. I know it's.
Okay, but you've also got to try to not say wrong things on purpose. That will help as well.
Well, people are going to say wrong things. We still. People are going to say wrong things. We still can't interrupt, or it's going to turn into a shit show real quick. So let everyone finish, and then you can address the. You know what I like to do is I like to just remember what the wrong thing they said was, and I don't even listen to shit they say, and then I address that after.
It's true. Let me help the guy out, right? So here's the deal. We're talking about, right, this isn't science, right? It's not the wrong thing because you got the scientific experiment to prove it wrong, right? We're talking about philosophy and cosmology, bro. There's barely any science in cosmology whatsoever.
That's not true.
Most of it's observational. Okay, show me the scientific experiment in cosmology.
Show me some science for cosmology. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, that's what you just said. It's not true.
You're an adult man, and you don't think there's any science ever done on
give
cosmology.
me the dependent, independent, and control variables. Go ahead.
Don't lie to me, please.
Give me the independent. Wait, you just made a claim that I was wrong. Give me the independent control variable.
You're denying
and
all
dependent variable.
Science
Sorry,
ever.
My guy, did you know it's a very ancient principle that if you can't exercise self-control and you're super impulsive, that you have spiritual lack of.
That's true, Witsit. That's true, Witsit. But I'll tell you another true thing. If you lie all the time, it means you work for Satan.
Oh, you must work for Satan then, dude.
Yeah, exactly. He just exposed himself.
You get the point.
That was a Freudian slip.
But what is this independent dependent variable issue have to do with cosmology?
That's his point.
So I'm making the claim that there is no science of cosmology. It's all observational because we can't manipulate the heavens to see a cause and effect. Okay, well, I'm going to give this dude one last chance. Give me the hypothesis. I want a dependent, independent, and control variables for any science experiment in cosmology. I want you to write it down.
I want you to
we don't have to bark up that tree.
I want you to give me the science.
Okay, well, when he's cutting me off to tell me that I'm wrong, if he doesn't have anything of substance to respond with other than you're wrong, then he's breaking the rules of the server for no reason.
On Jesus resurrecting.
I never claimed that was scientific.
Why are you so obsessed with trying to bring up Jesus? Like, it was whenever I was debating.
Obsessed with denying all astronomy ever.
Well, calm down. Whenever I was debating flat Earth on modern day debate,
calm down.
There's this dude named Amy, and Amy felt the impulsive need to constantly bring up religion and talk about how much she hated religion and God. You know, even though it had nothing to do with it. Everyone can see that you have like spiritual conflict within if you impulsively have to bring up your hatred of the Bible every time someone says something completely.
I'll explain it for you now. He denied all astronomical science, so I said as a joke, good luck proving Jesus' resurrection with science. Like I'm denying it. He knows he can't. He knows he can't, and then he can work out that we can't easily show him.
Yeah, you can't neither.
So you're comparing to religion, which means that you're literally conceding to his point. And to Left Lane, dude, do you not agree with his point that if it's just observational, right? You can make up anything. If we just have an observation, you can make up all kinds of stories. We can't just pretend that's equivalent to like scientifically, validating something.
Yes, I believe people can make things up, but I do also believe that science, the body of science, is not ABCD quantum eraser style, independent, dependent variable type shit. It's much more complicated than that.
Okay, let me give you an example then. Let me do this real fast. Let me do this real fast. Okay, so you guys claim that the cause of the tides is the moon's gravity, right? And I'm claiming I'm claiming that it's dark grass on the dark side of the moon. How do you prove which one is right? But they're both equally as scientific.
Proving it wouldn't be scientific.
Okay. So how do you just, baseless assertion that yours is right and mine is wrong then? Is that science?
You test it, you look for evidence, and there's plenty of experiments in astronomy. And
cool. Show me one.
I don't want to
show me one.
What's it was going to say something. I'll say it after he says what he's going to say.
Larry, if you admit that there is science done on astronomy to try and work out what's going on, then we might want to show you some. But if you're in denial of it all, I'll say fuck off.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I agree that science means to know. It means knowledge, and it's a much broader field than a lot of the flat earth script regurgitators like to point out. Because applying their scripts, we couldn't ever figure out anything about the sky, and we might as well even think about it. And I think that's ignorant. But at the same time, there is validity in the point that you cannot equate it to some type of scientific validation with experimentation on the earth. It's just objectively not the same. And any humble, honest person knows for a fact that we could be drastically wrong about the sky because we're just trying to figure it out. Now, that's if you don't. Now, I know you guys believe that they go there, right? So if you, in theory, if you went there, that would be different. So if you brought up something they're doing while they're out there, then that's. But I think most people are honest enough to know that you can't really invoke like NASA as evidence that can be verified. So I mean that's the nuance here. So I disagree with flat earthers being so dogmatic. At the same time, there is validity in the point. Like any honest person is going to admit it's not the same.
I can invoke NASA. I can invoke NASA. It's real easy. So yeah, NASA. I saw it on TV, right? Therefore, it has to be true. Because NASA wouldn't lie to me. My government loves me, and my government is batting 1,000. They've never lied to me, right? They're batting 1,000%, and they would never redact anything. That's just the tooth fairies that are coming along and redacting the FOIA requests.
Just let me know when you're ready for an example.
Go ahead.
Hold on, let me just real quick. Hold on, real quick. There's definitely a big difference between being able to tangibly manipulate things and being able to just look, right? When you're tangibly manipulating things, you can be more certain. Are a higher probability that actually is the truth. When you're just looking at things, your probability chance of that actually being the case drops down significantly. But go ahead, Coach.
Jeremy, I agree.
Sure. Yeah. When you're doing an experiment here on Earth, usually you're required to look at whatever it is as well. So it doesn't matter. There's tests like LIGO, and the search for gravitational waves based on Einstein's theory.
Can I repeat that? Can I repeat that test? Is it empirical? So cool.
Yes,
when is the next two galaxies going to combine black holes?
I don't think Kosho was done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was bringing up one that I could address.
No, I was bringing up. I mean, I can bring up a lot, but another test for that theory was the precession of Mercury. Another test for the theory was gravitational wave, or gravitational lensing.
Don't hurl elephants at me. Let's talk about them one by one. Do you mind?
Yeah. I mean, we talk about one of them, but one at a time.
Sure.
I don't know
So
if
the
they're going full
LIGO
day.
thing. So the LIGO thing. How do I go about getting the funding that they had so that I can repeat this experiment?
Well, you could ask them if you have some sort of I mean, honestly, you can ask them to do observations there at LIGO. You have some sort of credibility to do so.
Right, but when is the next two galaxies going to collide and the black holes collide and it makes
Yeah,
a
that's the
gravitational
funniest
wave like
part.
the side of a nucleus? When's that going to happen? Because I want
They
to be
don't
there.
they don't
From out in space, like millions of miles away, and then they got a little bitty wave detection, like a thousandth of a proton or something. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, the one test that I mean, the one observation I thought was pretty incredible was when they got the gravitational waves from some event. You know, they had no idea they only got the gravitational waves from two places on Earth. So they, you know, were sure that it was this event happening, a massive event. But then they actually saw it because they could map where it was coming from based on.
Don't gravity waves, Kosho, don't gravity waves speed of light, isn't that the same speed?
It travels at the speed of light. Yeah, that's its
So
maximum.
it's the same speed. So by the time when the gravity waves got here, it instantly happened, right? We saw it.
No, it wasn't instantly. It was slightly. The light actually took a little bit longer.
So this
As it
happened 3
traveled through,
million
there
years
was a
ago.
medium. Had a
No,
no,
it
but it
doesn't
was like
travel at the speed of light.
If the
no.
light took
The
longer,
gravitational
then that
waves
means
travels.
gravity.
Gravitational waves top speed is the speed of light is c. The light top speed is the speed of light c. The light was not traveling at the top speed the entire time because there's mediums in between. So it got there slightly
Oh, there's
after the
mediums in
gravitational
between. I
waves.
thought there's mediums in between. I thought it was a giant vacuum that light traveled at this speed c.
Has that no problem. There's a big confusion because actually, if you look up, there's stars up there. So you can those stars, those are actually substance. So there's plenty of substance up there, especially 100 million light years away.
So
Wasn't
light's
it
not
3
traveling
million?
at the speed of c
No,
in the vacuum. Hold
No,
on,
because
because
light's not a
guys, the
constant.
story doesn't match up. Hold on 1 second, guys. Or we'll never narrow this down. Saying they detected LIGO because sometime before they got this gravity hit, and then they saw it happen. But they say space is a giant vacuum where speed travels at c, and the gravity waves travel at c. So I don't know how this story makes sense to.
Yeah, right. Well, you know what? If you shine light and you're in space in a vacuum, and there's a pool, someone's swimming in a swimming pool in the vacuum, and the light has to travel beyond that pool to where it's going to go. When it reaches that pool, it's going to slow down, and then when it's out of the pool, it's going to go back at the speed of light.
Where's the
As long
pool?
as it's interacting with any matter, which there will be matter between here and 100 million light years away, it's going to slightly slow it down.
Okay, so light's not traveling at c.
No. Yeah, but nobody claims that.
Nobody claims that.
It takes a
Nobody
longer
claims
path
that.
to get to where it's going.
Right, because
Yeah,
light's not a constant.
the top speed is c. It's not the light doesn't always travel at the speed of light.
And so in space, when you do a radar bounce against the sun, or it might not always be traveling at sea.
Then how do you know it came from those two galaxies that were
All
colliding?
right,
That
go
we
ahead,
couldn't
Hank.
see with
Go ahead. You take it over.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I just got
Well, he's
questions
got a
about that
huge
LIGO thing.
contradiction. This LIGO thing is a huge contradiction. Gravity waves and light travel at an empty vacuum, which is what they claim space is. However, they got these gravity wave hits weeks or months before they actually saw the thing happen, which
Weeks or
means
months.
the light. How long?
Try a couple hours.
You told me before it was weeks.
I never said that. You sick.
9 hours, so they're not traveling. It's not traveling at sea then.
No, dude.
Go ahead.
This is so just so everybody in here is clear, because maybe people didn't know this. The speed of light, c, this is the maximum speed of light. We know it doesn't travel that fast here on Earth because of the atmosphere. We know it doesn't travel that fast in water. We actually know that it doesn't travel that fast in all sorts of different mediums, which is why we have diffraction. So I don't know why it's not a It's not
It
news.
does. Inside water, it does travel the same speed. It doesn't decelerate or accelerate on its way in or out. It's literally taking a longer path through the material.
Yeah, that's exactly what
It's not. It's not.
That's also not happening.
accelerate.
That's a
that's what
misconception.
they claim. Yeah.
That's not what they claim.
No,
Yeah.
that's the
They
fact.
don't.
It's
No,
never
it's not a
accelerating or
fact.
accelerating.
Okay, so when I shoot a
No,
laser through glass,
yeah.
and it slows down by 30%, and then speeds back up when it leaves, how do you explain that?
It doesn't. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's
How do you explain
the waves. The
answer.
waves. Yes, the collective waves. So there's basically a superposition of it taking all possible paths as it travels through this medium, and those collectively will interfere with each other, so the collective wave of the light is slowing down. The light, the light speed is not. It's not that it's traveling through different places, and so it's taking a longer path. It's a light interfering with itself.
All right, hold on, guys. I hijacked that thing from Larry. Let's let him pick it back up. I'm sorry, Hank.
No, it's all good. We're all interested in the story that they told us that none of us can verify, but it's supposed to be knowledge, right? Even though science doesn't prove anything. So if it's not knowledge,
Why are you calling it a story still?
sorry. Can you verify it personally that two galaxies collided?
No.
So if it's unverifiable, then it's just a story.
No, that's not true.
Okay, so how do I verify it?
No, you're not getting it. Things can be real and not a story that haven't been physically verified.
But you don't know that.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
do
he's
know.
saying.
I know how stories work, and I know how knowing works.
You
And they're
don't
not
know
the
it's
same.
real. That's what it's.
They're not the
He's saying
same.
you don't. He's saying you can't know that it's real.
And I'm saying that doesn't make it a story.
All right, let me ask you this: how many toes do I have, homeboy?
How many what?
How many toes do I have on my feet?
Do you have 10?
How many do I have?
I'm guessing 10.
Okay, well, I'm telling you a story now that I have 38 toes, one for each year of my life except for two that haven't grown in yet.
I don't believe you. Not because I can't verify it, because you're a liar.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because I've heard you lie every day for the last 3 years.
Wait, did
What
you
if he
know?
said 9 toes,
Wait,
like
I
one
gotta say
fell
this.
off?
This is so perfect. Did you know that LIGO actually released that they had discovered the detection of a gravitational wave before they actually did? And there's actually an article that goes in depth on this, that when they originally reported it, they actually hadn't. It's like effectively to see if people would believe it. So the irony of calling him a liar, that's why you can't believe it, then you definitely can't believe the story about LIGO. They literally did that.
I don't base anything on
Well,
LIGO ever.
Yeah, no, this event that occurred though, that's why I brought up the specific event I brought up, because two LIGO detectors detected this signal. And so they're like, okay, there's some massive explosion going on somewhere. And then they told everyone in the world about it. And then people
Dude, you
looked in that
told me
direction and saw it.
You told me.
And they saw it.
You told me that you told me before that they predicted this shit weeks or months in advance, and now
Yeah, I
you're
think
saying in hours. They told the
thinking
whole
about
world
something
in
else.
hours.
Let's
Okay,
not
they told
interrupt.
the whole
You're
world.
thinking about the supernova, dude.
So and within a couple hours, they notified it's going to happen. Within a couple hours,
right away. Yeah.
Hey,
Coach, are you interested in seeing the article? Because I'll get it to you. Jaron has it.
I remember there being false. There was false reportings or false signals early on. I mean, the detectors.
Can we stop interrupting?
Vibrations.
I'm sorry.
Vibrations can fuck with it and all that kind of stuff. What gives them confidence that they're getting a real reading is by getting a reading from multiple locations. So early on, they had got a lot of false readings from what I remember.
Early on,
so I want to say this. I saw Neil deGrasse Tyson say that he went to the other LIGO to make sure that they were on the same page. I saw those words come out of his mouth. So, yeah, as long as two people say something, it has to be true according to like Old Testament law, right, Coach?
Wait, did any of the flat earthers in here know that they literally falsely reported it, admittedly, before it happened, effectively to see if people would believe?
Yeah. They had a simulator. They simulated it, is what I heard. But yeah, it was
Can
a
I
false
say that
report.
what they observed was two black holes colliding, right, or rotating around each other very fast, and that they noticed that the orbits of these rotations were increasing in speed, meaning it was about to create a gravitational wave, like when the collision occurred.
No one cares about that. The point is that they did a simulation and went and told the people that they released a freaking press story that they detected gravitational wave when they objectively did not do that.
Well, I will never check that. I don't believe you, but you might be right.
No, I am definitely right. I'll drop the source when I get back to the
You've been
house.
wrong many times before, Witsit, on such things.
All right, don't project onto me, my guy.
Well, I can't help it because you literally have said many things like this and been totally wrong before.
Name one.
I can't. I don't care to remember. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Why does this guy get
No,
to
I
call
added them up.
somebody
I
a
added them
name?
up. It's over
Right,
10,
he just
but I can't
hold
remember
on,
any
bro.
of them.
Hold on. You just called Witsit a liar without directly calling him a liar, and then when asked to back up your claim, once again you tuck tail and run like a dog instead of a man.
remember.
Why don't you grab your nuts and nut up and back up your claim that Witsit's a liar?
I can't remember what he said, but I can remember he said something wrong.
Pink's not playing around with you guys today, man. He's had enough.
I don't know if liar is the right word, but you
Definitely
like I've posted GIFs before where I'm like, all right, this looks like it's true, so I'm gonna post it. And then turns out, Doofus or Dane or whoever just proves me wrong or proves that I was quote unquote lying when I wasn't really lying.
No, that's happened before. Like one time, when I did all my geocentric quotes, I misquoted one of them, and I accidentally put a sentence that was in the article that was. It looked like it was part of the quote. It wasn't. I guess I did literally 108 of them and stayed up all night doing it. So anyway, and then Kosho pointed it out, and all the Glovers have been saying that they were all fake quotes and out of context. So I just assumed that this was the same thing, them just lying, ironically. But Kosho was actually right. That wasn't the actual quote. So I mean, that was not a lie though, because that was a mistake. But to be fair, you said I'm wrong about things. So yeah, I'm not saying I'm never wrong, but it's like some type of mistake. This is just subjective, though, that they came out and told people they detected a gravitational wave when they did not, and they admitted that they did this.
Hey, Austin, I
question
posted a
with
video,
Austin.
man, defending you, man. Real quick, I posted a video. I'm gonna post it in Livestream 1 of QE lying on you so fucking bad, dude, lying through his teeth. I made a video. I'm gonna post it in Livestream 1.
Yeah, of course. That's
Yeah,
all you
actually, wanted to talk to you, Witsit. Do you mind a real quick one-on-one conversation?
Sure. I do have a stream at 12, and I'm driving home. But sure, you're trying to go to another room or something.
No, we can be real quick in here.
Okay.
So you do understand the whole thing about QE and you. I'm not a side picker. Like, I've always been respectful towards you, right? And this whole thing between you and QE, it's none of my business. I don't have a dog in the fight. But I just wanted to say this: when it comes to cosmology, it's not like biochemistry, right? Would you agree that that's totally different?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we're talking about like chemistry, that's like an actual, set of tools or use of the scientific method where you can get pretty close to narrowing things down within, reason, right? We're not talking about beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's actually higher than that, right? It's actually closer to like 99%, verified, right?
Yeah, sure.
And the only way that we're saying not 100% proven is because we don't want to be dogmatic, make assumptions and then be dogmatic for like the next 150 years, right? Like the guy, what he died from telling people to wash your hands, and they beat him so bad in the insane asylum that he died of gangrene. But if he would have just had a little bit of brandy that he could have cleaned his wounds with, he wouldn't have died in an insane asylum, right?
Yeah, it's the mark of a wise man to know that you could always gain more knowledge.
Right. So
Yeah, dude, QE even says oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, bro.
Yeah, he even says that he Shane Austin the last time, but this time was even worse, dude. I'm talking about, I just posted Livestream 1, but he just lies to his teeth and nobody called him out. He says, we don't say that. When Austin said that he was giving the example of how water boils 100 degrees C at 1 atmospheric pressure. Yeah, QE said, we don't say that. And nobody called him out. And then he started dogging Austin, dude. I had to make a video out of that. Then he says that, yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
Hang on, quick. I'm very glad, Brian, that you've managed to discern one of the flat Earths and how they lie. I'm glad you managed to discern that. I hope you can look into more of what flat Earth.
We don't need your color commentary. That was totally useless to interrupt someone to say that.
Shush, please. I'm not
interrupting. Because here's the other.
I'm responding to Brian.
Point. He was saying
he was in the middle. He wasn't responding to anything. He was in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, I wasn't done, man. So he says his appeal to future or something because Austin said anything could change, you know, and gave the idea about. I just made this one point. There's many other points, but
you're robotic, bro.
You're robotic.
He says the quantum eraser was wrong. All right.
Yeah, but also just so you know, he did his little fallacy counter, so he can try to say I have a lot of fallacies. I guess I didn't really watch much of it because it's just I don't like watching people lie about me. It ends up pissing me off. And Kai told me not to watch it. That is stupid. But anyway, so he's saying I appeal to the future fallacy, right? Which is basically saying that you're claiming refutation of something because something could change in the future. I didn't do that. I didn't claim that anything was refuted. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't saying, no, you're wrong. That's refuted because something could happen in the future. I said you can never claim to 100% definitively know the sole cause of something for good, and it could never change because there could be variables you don't know that we discover in the future. And he counted that fallacy, quote unquote, which is he's wrong. I didn't do that fallacy once. He counted that fallacy like 30, 40 times. Everything that I saw was just blatant lies. So at this point, I literally don't care. I think that anyone that's not dumb and is honest would know that he's just lying. So
that's what I was trying to talk to you about. I was trying to clarify that I didn't think that that was a fallacy. See, QE has told me before that he's extremely orthodoxical, right? And Witsit, you know, being a young man, he's not set in his ways. He's not orthodoxical. So I was trying to explain to you that, like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight. From what I could tell after watching the video, because I did watch it, you saying that you don't know things might change in the future is actually correct, because things could change in the future. We gain more knowledge and we don't need to be orthodoxical. The problem is that people are being orthodoxical based on something the ancient Greeks came up with like 2,000 years ago, right? So there's two types of stupid. The first type is you have an IQ of like 78. You can't learn anything because you don't have the cognitive ability. The second type of stupid is that you have an anchor bias, a preconceived bias, confirmation bias, and you can't learn anything new because you think you already know everything about the subject. That's the second kind of stupid. You're so heavily indoctrinated that you can't see past your own nose when there's new information presented to you because you've already got it all figured out. That's the stupid that Witsit is warning about.
Yeah, like I don't pitch ignorance, right? Therefore making myself ignorant. And that's basically what they're saying. Since the ballers do this, no, that's stupid, but did, because I regret ever even saying my IQ, but like they tried to say that I invoked my IQ to say since I have a higher IQ, I'm smarter than you, I'm right. And I said that ever in my life. I've said I don't think
You're breaking up.
Can I ask you guys about this now?
What I'm just going to say, I've said that so many times, and then when I actually brought it up was Nathan Oakley called me a little boy and called me an idiot and retarded and stupid and like 50 times. I said my 106 IQ doesn't go out the window just because you call me names. And they're going around saying I'm super arrogant, saying that I have a high IQ, I'm automatically right. So I mean, everything that's I don't know. I just think that it's even worth my energy.
Why, guys? Why do you think we lied about
what
and Witsit?
What?
Why do you think QE lied?
Because he got personally offended by my ether presentation because I just irrefutably destroyed and decimated all of his arguments, and he can't handle that.
You want to see a lie? Watch the video, bro. Oh, sorry, I thought you was done. Watch the video, Don.
Brian, I've seen QE live for 4 years. I already knew he lied on day one of listening to him. And I'm glad that you finally found out he's a liar. I think you should use that discernment on every flat earther you ever listen to from now on.
Oh wow, very valuable.
This dude is just here to like
Yeah.
view
Don't let
the
them get away
toxic
with this.
narrative.
They're
You
loving
Yeah,
it.
realized one
that's
of them
why I'm
lied,
here,
so
right?
take a
Because
look
I
at the
came in.
others.
Hold
Oh
on,
my
bro.
gosh.
I was talking. I came in, and the globe earthers were saying all kinds of stuff and getting away with it. I don't know if all the flat earthers were sleeping and they had to take over the stream, but I came in to kind of keep that shit from happening because we can't let dudes like this just come in here and like say we're all liars and then not back it up. So, dude, the next time you call one of us a liar and you don't back it up, I'm gonna mute you. So be prepared to back up.
I'm not scared of you.
But you're not
Okay,
allowed to
that's
just
fine.
call people liars all the time. That's
Well, I
obvious.
choose to say what I say, and you deal with it how
Well,
you
back
want.
it up with substance, though. You don't
If
just
I
call
could
people names.
remember the exact lie, I would back it up. I will next time if I can.
Didn't you admit to being a follower of Crowley a second ago? Didn't I hear
Yes.
that?
Well, no, I
Yeah,
didn't.
he did.
I just said a
Oh, you
quote as
worship
a
a feed
joke.
drinker.
But yeah, I do admit to being a follower.
Yeah, that guy's totally not psychopathic. That
A
guy was
very smart
literally.
man, smarter than you will ever be.
Oh wow, good one. So was he
Imagine
though?
putting
Like,
down
how did you
someone in the
verify his
community.
intellect?
I read his books.
It doesn't
and
matter who
follow
it
his
is, and then he
philosophy, and he's
sticks
very
up for
smart.
Crowley. You're sticking up for Crowley while putting a normal human being down. That's pathetic.
I'm not
Dude.
But hey, I
sticking
want to
up
put
for
this.
him.
I
I'm
want to put
telling
this
you
up
what I
because I gotta
thought
go.
about
I
him
was gonna
after
say
you
this
told me
before.
what you thought about
I was
him.
gonna say this to fighters because I have to go do my stream. But I want you guys to know, don't feel compelled to have to defend someone just because they're a flat earther or just because they're like prominent in flat earth, quote unquote, which he's actually not. But like he is in this Discord realm. But my point is, you don't have to defend someone that's lying just because you learn stuff from him or just because he's good at this or that. Just because flat earth, just because globers talk bad about him and whatever, it doesn't matter. Like you need to show integrity, right? And never defend someone lying or being
Even
malicious or intentionally deceptive and stuff like that. And that should be without
Agreed.
smoke.
no,
Agreed.
no
That's why I
doubt. Even
called you out. What's it?
QE has done that. Even QE has done that with Feynman. I know you've heard QE Feynman a lot. I also heard him rip Feynman one day. Even QE tells you can't do what Witsit just said don't do. Just because we all learned a lot of stuff. Yeah, I know it. I have. I mean, he's infallible.
No, I mean, this is like a moral thing. This is like showing yourself to intentionally lie on purpose and go out of your way, putting dozens of hours into compiling lies. That's next level. And no one should ever support that. For me, I don't care. I just did a 2.5 hour stream of weather modification by the government. You know, I'm not going to like sit here and sit over here in this stupid low vibration. I'm just explaining to everyone that it's a bad look for us if we feel we have to always defend someone just because they're a flat earther, no matter what they do. That is not true. Okay. Everyone lives on the earth. It's an entire walk of life compilation of people. It's everyone on the earth. So you don't have to defend someone just because they're a flat earther or just because they're good at breaking down the scientific method or anything like that. In fact, you have a moral obligation to call people out that lie. And that's why I lose respect for everyone that's also on that show, because no one has the balls to call him out and for lying.
I couldn't believe nobody called him out, man. Dude, it's one thing being wrong and another thing lying, bro. I still love all of them, man, but somebody needs to call him out, bro. Watch that video. It's a bold fucking face lie.
Yeah, well, hey, what did another lie he told? Because I really do have to go. Like, another lie he told was, so when I was talking to Flatsoid, that's what they're doing, I guess, covering that. And then Flatsoid's like, well, you know what Jaren did was wrong, calling Nathan a scammer because he says science proves things. I said, that's not what happened. He didn't say that Nathan Oakley was a scammer because he claimed that science proved things. That's just what FED said he said. That's not what he said, though. I was like, did you watch the video? What he actually said was that he has to lie and that he makes his money by the idea that he's never been wrong and he's undefeated. So everything he's been saying has been right since the beginning. So he can never admit he's wrong. And if he's shown to be wrong, he has to lie. He'll start to lie and double down to defend the idea that he was never wrong. And so if you're making money claiming that you're never wrong and you'll lie to do that and trick people into believing that's the case, then that is by definition a scam. Then they called me a liar for saying that. He didn't say that. We all saw it. Then QE pulls up the video, presses play, and literally Jaren then says says that he's lying because he can't ever be wrong. That's what happens when you say stuff like science defensively proved things. You have to lie to keep defending it. And then they pause it and make fun of me and say, look, he's such a liar. He didn't say that. Busted with it. And no one calls him out. Like, we didn't all just watch him play the video of Jaren literally saying what I said he said. So that's so next level gay to me.
I agree.
Like, that's just wild. So, I mean, what can you do with that?
Have you guys
All right,
ever
here's the
noticed?
deal, man.
Have you guys
Here's
noticed
the-
that Nathan does this as well? I just wanted to add that in.
Yeah. Here's the deal with it, and if there's any other mods listening, I think we should propose a new rule. Anytime you call someone out for a lie or a fallacy, you should be prepared to make your case for your accusation, right? Or don't say anything at all.
I
And
did
then
do
after
that,
you make
right.
your case, hold on, bro, I'm talking. After you make your case, right, then the other person gets to respond, and then the audience gets to decide who's guilty or not.
I just
That's
wanted
what I
to
think.
I did make my case. I've heard him say things that were wrong before. That was my case.
Yeah, but you have my vote. You have to support it with specificity, just because if not, it could get out of hand and be stupid.
So what do you have to do?
Don,
Send me a
being
vote?
wrong and lying is not the same
Go ahead,
thing,
Brian.
bro. Being wrong and lying.
I know that, Brian. I'm saying they're wrong on purpose. They chose to be wrong again on purpose.
Well, they proven
No, what
themselves.
you're doing is you're taking the opportunity. You see like a wounded beast, and you're loving it. That's what you're doing.
I do see
Don't
Flat
think
Earth as
we're
a
not
wounded
catching
beast.
you, dude.
I do see you as a wounded beast. You're correct.
Anyway, love you
There
guys.
you go. You see? Yeah, we're
Yes.
on to you, bro. Just want
All right, be safe.
I admit it, bro.
I know. Good. So we called you
Why
out.
do you
We
think I
caught you.
see?
You're admitting it.
Why
Fine.
do you think I see you as wounded?
You don't see me as wounded. I'm
I
a
do.
healthy
I
freaking
just
lion.
told you I do.
Pounding on you.
You brought
You
it
are
up
just
as an analogy, and I
you're
agreed
seeing a
to it.
wounded beast and you're loving it. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's how I see you. Why do you
Guys,
think
there's
I see
pigeon
you
here.
like that?
No, I'm a lion. I can prove it to you
Okay, so you're
anytime. Me
you've
and you
broken
on
your own
anything.
analogy
I will
now.
destroy you on anything,
You've
bro.
broken your
Anything.
own
Pick a
analogy.
subject.
You've broken your own analogy.
You see that's all you have, bro. I
I'll
just
pick a
want to point
subject.
that out.
I'll pick a subject.
We're on to you.
Double drop hump.
We're on to you. The
You got
mods
really
are on to you. We're all
homoerotic.
on to you, bro.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Don is making this unproductive on purpose.
Montreal's just straw manning me.
No, I'm just pointing out to everybody. We know what you're doing. You're taking pleasure on an argument of another. Don't worry, we're on to you, bro.
Are you a
Don't worry.
wounded beast or are you a lion? Which one is it?
Okay, how did he strawman you? Which of your arguments
He
did
said
he
that,
misrepresent?
He said I'm treating you like wounded beasts.
And you agreed with him?
Yes, because he made up a stupid straw man, so I agreed with a stupid straw man, and then he revoked it by saying, no, I'm not a wounded beast, I'm a lion. So he broke his own analogy.
This is pointless.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he does. That's what he does.
Yes,
Don't let him
it
get
is
away with it.
pointless.
I just wanted to point that out.
He
That's
even
all.
offered me
Just
to
ignore
say
him.
any topic, and then when I gave him one, he ignored it.
Look, I can't handle.
ignore him.
I can't handle this kind of shenanigans.
Why don't you just not-
Dude,
Yeah.
why don't you just make
Well, it's
arguments
not
of
just productive.
specificity?
Can we get to that's productive?
Yes, productive.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment, a productive comment on LIGO, which you guys were talking about before. So the reporting that you guys said that happened, right? Let me tell you what they have in place there. In LIGO, they have a system that makes up the exact thing. Let's say they were to detect something, it recreates that scenario. So now the program is they have to, when that happens, nobody knows if it's a real single or not, but they have to go through all the steps as if it's as if it's an actual single, even to the point where they report it. That is part of their system. I just want to put that out there.
Do they do that? Do they do that with the signals as well?
I don't know. I don't know what they did or when they did it. I'm telling you, there's a system that they have to test everybody's readiness, and they make out false detections, and they don't tell nobody. There's only one person or two that know in the whole system, and they test everybody to make sure everything runs smoothly up until when they report it to the reporters. That is not, I'm not making it up. I heard a person say those exact words from LIGO.
I wonder if they do that at schools too. Pretend they're
Yeah.
fired.
Fire drill.
Yeah, like the fire drills. That's right. Now you're getting it. Exactly like that.
Why are you telling us this?
I'm telling you because there's a mechanism inside the system that they can fake a signal.
Signal, right? So
Yeah.
when they get a real signal, they match it with one at the other facility to see where it's coming from. If they
So
only
you're
get
gonna
one from one
brush off what I
facility,
said. You're gonna
if
go
they
to
get one
another
from only one
facility.
facility, if they get one from only one facility, they don't consider it to be a an actual event.
So you missed the whole part where I tell you they simulate the signal, and
So what's wrong with
nobody
that?
knows that the signal has been simulated. Did you miss that part?
Why would they do that?
Yeah, are you saying they
Exactly.
simulated?
You tell me.
Are you saying they simulated at both facilities at the same time?
Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
you
it
didn't
for the
say that.
fourth
That's what I'm asking.
time. The fourth time. I don't know if they did it on that particular day
Okay, well that's
or if
my
they
point.
simulated on both. I'm telling you, there is a procedure in the system that simulates a crashing of two big black holes, a gravitational wave. They can simulate the whole thing, bro.
That's fine.
Don't just
So
brush past that.
now that they have one in one location, right? And they have this this drill that they do. When they get a real signal, they get that signal from both locations, and that's
And
how
you
they
think they
confirm.
can't simulate the
That's how.
signal in? Hello?
I'm
Don't
sure.
you think they would simulate it in both
Hello.
locations?
Yo,
Yeah.
real quick. When they have a fire drill, nobody knows it's a simulation.
That's
guy button and it was like, boom, we'll run this simulation. Everyone else thinks there could be a fire or a gas leak or something going on.
And what do? They all evacuate the school as if there would be a real fire. Correct, Jeremy?
Yes, there's only like one dude, maybe a couple that know it's only a drill. Think, oh no, it could be a real fire. They get out of the building.
That's right.
That's what happened on 9/11 with the planes.
That's right. That's right. They were doing drills.
If
on that
everyone
day,
knew
correct?
it was a simulation, if every simulation is going to be a point doing it.
Yes. I don't know how that.
So do you see the problem there,
I
guys?
don't know how that applies to what you and Kosho were talking about, but I agree with the concept.
So is there a problem there? Do you see a slight
Well,
problem?
SE is what you're saying is that all signals they receive are actually fake signals. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they can be, and nobody would know about it.
Okay.
Yeah, they would.
Like like for instance, there was an animation of the rocket that they've been trying to lift off for the past month to 2 months, the Alchemist or whatever it's called, and somehow like it got scrubbed, but the channel that was covering it, I don't know if it was Sky or who it was a UK news though, and they ran the simulation that was provided to them from NASA that they are supposed to like run when it launches. And the fact that they already showed the rocket do what they said it's going to do, well, that's riddle me this. If it didn't even launch, how did they run this simulation? If that's what we're going to watch on TV, everyone, across the countries, every country that's going to view this is going to see that same simulation, and they're going to say, hold on, and they're going to say, look it, we did it, even though it's a pre-packaged video that they have already given out to the news medias to run. I think this is the point he's trying to make. It's fake, and they're just running simulations. They're running these graphics. They're running these signals and crazy cool PowerPoint presentations on computer screens that are making people believe the falsehoods. So the shuttle, the rocket never launched, yet the news accidentally ran the thing, and it's already came back. It's already done its little loops, and they showed the whole thing. So I don't know. I guess you're gonna believe what you want to believe at the end of the day.
Well, I would like to take it back to the what we originally started with, scientific endeavors in cosmology, and Kosho presented one. So what do we do now?
Well, I think
Let's nail the simulation thing down. We agree that if they were to run a simulation, only people would know. Everyone else would think it's real, right?
Okay, so let's be clear on something.
But that's why we smoke DMT and test it out.
Let's clear this up because the simulation, right? Which you see, I don't know if you guys have ever watched a launch before, but it sounds like some of you might not have seen one. They have there's simulations that are being played during some of the parts that you can't see. The launch, however, can clearly be seen and shot by cameras, so that's not going to be simulated. So any simulation that was given to any news media is going to be clearly different than the actual rocket being launched. So there's that, and then also, yeah, the LIGO thing with them testing their crew before they actually found the gravitational waves. What does that have to do with them actually finding gravitational waves now? Like, why would they openly have this fake system that they use to test their people if they were really just going to use that all the time?
Are you denying that they have this?
It just sounds like you're doing damage control right now.
You're
No, I
in the NASA.
we said this before.
You're in the NASA control room. Kosho, you're in the NASA control. You're looking at a screen. Do you know if that's a simulation? That's really happening.
And we're talking about a rocket being launched. I don't know. I guess it would be kind of confusing.
All you can see is a screen. You're getting numbers. You're getting data and numbers on a screen. No video. You're just seeing numbers. That's real or that's a simulation.
Yeah, but he's talking about a rocket being launched. If you're talking about LIGO, then yeah, they can simulate the signal and feed the data in so that they can think they're getting a signal. But in reality, they would have to get that signal at multiple locations. And if you're suggesting that somebody could do this, that's true. Somebody could give fake signals to both locations for the purpose of fooling everyone in the world. But then if they could do that, why would they have admitted to us that they could do that? Which they did. It's not making any sense. Plus, they could actually see the event taking place with their eyes that they received with the signal. So all of this, I mean, you can keep on talking about it if you like, but this is nothing.
No, it sounds like you're just doing damage control and trying to like say, no, guys, don't listen to this. Don't listen to this. This is not true. But it is true. There's a lot of truth to it because the fact that they have and do and probably are going to continue to lie to the public for an agenda, for a purpose. There's reasons why. There's a lot of money of why they do this. There's a lot of money to be had and taken from the peoples. And that's in every country. So this is it's not far-fetched or like out of reach that these guys would falsify a signal on the screen for you to believe that what they're saying, that they're putting billions of dollars into, that they're producing this is what we produce, this is our outcome. They have done more for less in the past.
So that's great. And instead of talking about whether Michael Jordan is really fucking Will Smith or any of these other things that nobody has evidence for, it's one thing that somebody can do something. As I said, they can do that. If we're gonna act as if they are doing it, we should probably provide evidence of that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why talk about it?
Well, again, that's why I brought up the fact that this news media, they pressed play on the animation that they had to, how once the rocket goes up, then NASA, even on NASA's website or YouTube, they switch to the animation, and the whole entire time they have this really beautiful, CGI cartoon looking thing, and kids in elementary believe that that's what they're looking at. Like, wow, check it out. And I know that because as kids, we believed the animations back then. It wasn't even as beautiful back then. It was way awesome nowadays. It looks way more realistic now. But when we get older, now we can look back and be like, man, we were fucking watching cartoons and we're watching these created, simulations and pre-recorded camera tricks going on. So if they did it back then, obviously they're going to do it now. And the fact that they did do it just recently with this launch of the rocket, And like I said, they played the video, the simulation. So in other words, if nobody didn't know that the rocket didn't launch because this news place played the animation, they would think, "Oh, cool, the rocket went up, awesome." But it's because they didn't know that no, that was a simulation. But let's fast forward to when they do launch it and it does work. Again, we're only going to see a simulation of it. I get what you're saying. Maybe not the launch to begin with, and you can go and you can travel to wherever they're going to launch it from, and then watch it from 2, 5, 10 miles away, whatever you want to say. But I'm saying once it gets up to a certain height, it always is going to cut to their CGI, and we don't know if it's just did it come back down? Did it make it? What if it blew up 5 minutes after they cut to CGI? We don't know that.
I agree again.
Yeah, let's hope that that they decide to show the launch like they do every other time, and they don't just start from the CGI. I'll tell you what, if they do that, I'll be I'll think it's a red flag. I'll think it's I'll think like.
But don't you think? Don't you think it's
the
interesting?
thing with this is, sorry, I'll quickly say. I think the thing with this is, they don't care if you don't believe it and what you see. They'll just do it how they want, and that doesn't mean they're not doing it. They might still be doing it.
Don't you think it's interesting that they're simulating space launches, rocket launches for kids to watch, and it's almost like you're telling me their intention is for them to not take it as real, yet everyone takes it as real and they continue doing it how they are. Where
So
kids
far,
take
two people here have said that. So far, two people here have said that they were convinced that those were real.
Held on you.
I never in my life thought that was real when I seen that at any age.
Something as simple as like a 3D image of Saturn. Everybody thinks when they're growing up, that's what Saturn looks like.
No one is saying that they're going to show launches, simulated launches, because they never do that. It'll never happen. It never has happened, and so that's fine. What they do is they show, like he said, they show simulations of part of the when it's in space. You can't see it. That's after it's already been seen and launched.
I find it suspicious. They switch to a simulation and they can't just keep a camera on there. But I also understand they don't give a shit about you, so they're not going to change their setup for you ever.
That's
they don't give a shit about you, but they're studying science and space for you.
Yeah, they care about escaping for themselves. They don't care about you believing it or not.
Yeah, because terraforming Mars is so much easier than terraforming Antarctica.
I'm just telling you what they think.
But what they care about is convincing people like you, right, that they're doing what they're doing so the funding can continue. And
yes,
kudos to you, bro. You bought it hook, line, and sinker.
No, I didn't. I don't believe a lot of it.
Well, at least.
Please tell me, what are you skeptical about?
I'm skeptical.
I don't believe a lot of it.
I'm skeptical in the ISS. I'm skeptical they went to Mars.
Where do you think we got the first picture of the Earth as a globe? When they went to the moon?
From satellites, I think.
No, from when they went to the moon.
I don't believe that.
Oh, so you don't believe what I just said is historically verifiable?
No.
Maybe you ought to check into it.
Understand me. I do not believe they landed on the moon and took a photo of Earth.
What?
Wow.
Of course they did.
Elaborate on that, bro. That's
how can I elaborate on it?
Well, at least he's being honest now. At least he's
just like you said, they hoaxed it.
It was a composite from many photos.
Are you trolling us, or you truly believe that?
No,
Don's always
truly
thought this way.
believe they didn't land on the moon.
Nice try, Don.
Don't believe
No,
it.
he's always thought this.
Really? He doesn't.
Why would I say it? If I thought it was actually real, why would I pretend I don't believe it?
Because Aleister Crowley said,
Oh,
do
my
what
bad.
thou
I
wilt,
thought you
shall be
were
the whole of the
trolling. My
law.
bad.
So that gives you like permission to lie, fuck your neighbor's wife, disrespect your parents.
Yes.
Like all the stuff that
Yes,
normal
does.
people wouldn't do, like kill people. You
Yes,
could
it
do
does.
that no problem because
Yes.
it's what you want to do. So you
It
can like
means I
eat
get
people,
to choose.
fuck goats.
It means I get to
Right, you
choose
do
and
what-
nobody else
You do
does,
whatever you
not even
want,
God.
and you think that you're not going to be judged for it.
Oh, of course I'll be judged by myself and by the universe.
Let me ask you, why don't you believe in the moon landings? Like, I can give you why I don't believe, but I'm curious.
I'll tell you why.
Really?
I'll tell you why, because I researched it for 4 years and I found out that Freemasons run NASA and like to lie about how they travel space to convince people that they're gonna be able to travel space and leave Earth, and that we're
It wasn't just
a really high functioning civilization.
it wasn't
know
just
this.
Masons. It wasn't just Masons. It was also Nazis and
Yeah.
occultists, right? But I guess you're cool with the Aleister Crowley thing. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
studied Aleister
That's
Crowley
just a
so
good way to
close
sum it up.
that you realized the Jack Parson connection. You realized that it was all magic. But you're here telling
Oh,
us
I
that we're
think
idiots
I
for
believe
not
Jack
believing
Parsons.
these. Hold
God,
on, bro.
sure,
Hold
man.
on, bro. Hold on, bro. So you studied Aleister Crowley to know the Jack Parsons connection, the L. Ron Hubbard and Walt Disney connection, haven't you?
Yes.
And you know that it's all bullshit, but you're here pushing
No,
it on
that's not
us like
true.
we should believe it.
That's
Is
not true. I
also to
believe
just
Jack Parsons made real rockets. I believe they are going up. Sometimes they get in orbit.
I know I'm like just throwing this out there though, but isn't it weird that I think you're missing. You're saying important people, but you're missing like the king of Imagineering himself was part of that crew, and wasn't Disney part of that crew as well, part of the program as well, in the very beginning of it when they
just use
launched it.
Freemasons to sum it up because I know they are a secret organization that's high up in the world and likes to run agendas. Of course, there's other people involved.
I know this is old, but isn't it interesting that our symbol for Space Force, when turned upside down, is a Baphomet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very, very cool.
I think that's horrible.
Why is it horrible?
It's split in our face. You might as well.
You've had 2,000 years for Christianity to run amok. So why not let a few Baphomets free?
All right.
Because that means the end of civilization. It means the destruction of humanity.
That was the dumbest thing
you want to accept the end, that's fine.
Period.
Yeah.
So Don,
you wanna
how do you
accept the end,
balance
that's okay.
your belief that we haven't went to the moon with other beliefs of the model? I'm curious.
Well,
He just
I
said
believe,
believing lies.
I believe we can send up probes and satellites in rockets, but they're hard to steer and control. So we can look out and see that we're in a solar system with a probe, but we can't land on the moon and walk around in a suit yet.
Okay, fair enough. I'm liking it. Good.
I still want like them to really launch a satellite, and however they say they do, with cameras, and take photos of the universe like in real time, like when it's launching up, take the pictures of the Earth, and then the beautiful satellites away for everyone to see, like not just a file that you could find on NASA .gov or .com or whatever, but it's really self-evident if the astronauts were to, when they're doing those spacewalks, just to spin around once, just do a 360 and show the grand universe behind them. But they never do that though. I don't know why they don't. On their live spacewalks, they always keep the camera to their hands. Like, who doesn't turn your body fully around ever? When you're in that environment, I think that's something you'd want to show. Like, look, everybody, this is space from where I'm at. You could see space from the ground, but how about seeing space from thousands of miles away, or
so
thousands?
If they did that, would that validate the other images from space that you currently deny?
I think it could. It could bring some validity to what they're saying, but they don't, because it's a studio and it's their fourth wall.
So if NASA claimed to put an astronaut on the moon, and then they claimed it was spinning around, and you saw the video, you'd believe it.
That is spinning around?
If you saw an astronaut on the moon and he span round, you'd believe that was real because he did a spin this time.
No, because I watched movies where they could do that on on video. Anyways, I guess yeah.
You'd still say no. This is from NASA. I can't believe.
No. Not just from the moon. I mean from the trip to the moon. When they go, why don't they ever record the beautiful space?
No, I get you. They're not recording enough. But what I'm saying is, you're never going to be able to believe it because you've already auto-hoaxed all of it.
True. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's
So
true.
no, that's not true. We don't auto hoax. We don't auto hoax here in this community. We are truthers. Hold on, bro. I just started speaking. So what we do is proper research. When an event happens, we know to do at least 3 months of vigorous research or making like claims and putting out bad cop. A bad cop is a good cop's worst enemy. Auto hoaxers are a truther's worst enemy.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. No, I didn't mean to. I was getting excited. I guess I did mean to, but I'm sorry for it.
I'll forgive you. See, that's what Christians do.
I would be
Right? You're the one
convinced
that
if
wants
you
to hold
could.
a grudge. And
I would be
right?
convinced if you could send a camera up, turn around, show me curvature, and it looked real, but none of it looks real. So that's the
Well,
I
problem.
think, you know, potentially a
also,
live stream.
I mean, you've decided it can't be true. So if NASA suddenly said, "Look, this time we're going to prove it," you wouldn't believe it, would you?
Yeah,
No,
this
that's
time
why
we're
he
going to
said
prove that there are
a
no
live
liars.
stream.
So no, I'm not depending on NASA for
Automatically hoaxed, even if they do something in the future.
No, if it's a live stream, if it's an unedited 8-hour footage from ground in a live stream, then at least we could go and validate
you
it.
just believe things
But
just to
like
be
he said,
ironic.
we normally just get things on an FTP folder somewhere, and it can be post-edited, could be weeks after the event, which then it's almost like getting the evidence a couple of weeks after the crime. You can't, the chain of custody has been lost. So you want something live so that you can actually validate it.
What about when you run their so-called photos that they've taken, and you run them through that program, and where you can find that original source, and they all have a marking of Photoshop. They all have that digital stamp that they've been created on a computer. It takes away from any validity that they're trying to present as a truth. And I don't know, that alone, like, what is it called? It's called photo something, and you could run any photo through it, and it will give you all the
photo forensics.
Yeah, photo forensics, and then it you can tell if if something was created, manipulated, because every time you do that, it leaves a digital stamp, and the fact that all their photos that that they present can be found with these digital stamps, and it's like, who are they trying to kid then, other than people that aren't going to pay attention to that, I guess?
Well, someone could take a photo, run it through Photoshop, get the stamp, and then present it as fake imagery, even though they're the ones that did it.
I suppose, but even still, that's what it is, though. Like, their photos are manipulated and stamped of the manipulation. So, like, you've heard them talk
The
about,
point
like,
was
when
the converse.
you've heard about when they take, like, a photo and it looks nothing like what their end result is, and there's a team, a group that they've even came out and said, oh yeah, we have to add colors because we're taking data, we're taking this shot, and then we have to create it. So when they show those really beautiful galaxies in the distance, and one looks like an eye and one looks like a crazy huge pillar of rocks and all this gas and dust, but it's literally to the imagination of the creator that made it, the artist, if you will. It's like an artistry going on, and I don't know, like, how does that not raise a red flag to people that are just going to blindly believe, oh, look at this is what it looks like, when the guys themselves that say they create these, they say they made it. So I don't know. It's like, how can you go to a jungle, take a photo of, like, a lion, chasing down a gazelle, but then it's all like, oh no, it wasn't a real, we had to manipulate it and we had to add to what we might think it would look like. That's the difference of reality and an imagineered CGI. That's all I'm saying. It's just, that's a red flag to me.
Real photographic evidence. That's all I want. That's all I care about. I want to see that. Not CGI, not stitched together.
What about if I showed you real photographic evidence of Saturn as a sphere? Would you believe it?
You can't.
Depends on who it's from.
So you might not believe it, even though it's claimed to be a real photograph.
From who? Who's
From
claiming?
an astronomer with a telescope.
And you can get the metadata, and you can see which camera it was taken on, and that it was unedited prior to receiving that
What
footage,
you
right?
need to do to know it's real?
We've just explained this to you.
Don,
Well,
on the other
terrible
side of that
bias.
coin, what about when people, amateur, photographers or whatnot, are taking pictures of, let's say, Venus or Uranus or Neptune, and it looks nothing like this beautiful solid ball that they've CGI'd. It just looks like this crazy wobbly water electromagnetic thing going on.
I've seen that, and I found out that that's bad focusing with no telescope. And then I looked for real photos of Saturn with a telescope by someone that knew what they were doing instead of someone that bought a P900. And they managed to see Saturn looking like a sphere with rings. It's not quite beautiful and colored and perfect, but it's there in black and white as a sphere.
But if you look at a star, it's so far away, it appears as like a distorted, vibrating, weird line.
Out of focus.
But even if it's out of focus, it's still not a solid that you're looking at. You're looking at this like those balls that when you touch it, it creates an electric line to it. What are those called?
Like a Tesla coil?
No. You used to be able to buy them like in the stores, and you have them in the bedroom, and when you turn it on, like you put your finger on
Lava
one
lamp.
end, it makes a little electric to your finger, then you can move it around, and it's just this constant like electric weird ball. But if it looks like that to the eye, if it looks like that, but then you're trying to say like, oh no, this is a solid, this is a planet. Well, then why does it look like this crazy electric storm going on?
It looks like an electrical storm because you're seeing the star through the atmosphere. But if you were just outside the atmosphere, you would just see it as a little pinpoint of light.
Well, that's where that video from the guys that are way up there, they should be able to, because they don't have an atmosphere they're looking through. They're in deep space or whatever. They're in a vacuum where they shouldn't be, but they don't even show that.
Can I just ask you about this? Electric, or no, it was flat Earth solar. You said you need the metadata and all that. When you're looking at those floppy, wobbly stars that look like they're in liquid, that don't look like spheres, do you ask for the metadata on that?
I do, absolutely. All the evidence should. No, I do.
That you don't.
No, listen, I want to agree with you. I think that what you're saying now is a truly tangible point, and it has been demonstrated that if you take a P900 and you look at a solid light out of focus, you can get the light to appear to be that wavy. They've done it across long streets and over dams where they've.
So that he never has to bring that up again.
Look, I agree 100% with what you said. A P900 out of focus can generate that wavy looking image, which in the very initial stages when presented was quite compelling.
No,
but again, because I'm rigorous with my data collection, I did go and look and see what is the focal length of that camera and where could those stars potentially be, and therefore could that camera, without like a 500mm lens or 1000mm telephoto lens, or going up to a telescope or telescopic lens, then you've got a greater focal distance. But even then, what a telescope's focal length is a couple of 100 miles. It's not billions of light years like we've been told. So if I can focus correctly with a telescope, that actually does suggest that the light source is closer because its focal length has the ability to focus that light source.
Yeah, but that's not what happens. What happens with like a refractor telescope is you see a circular pattern occur and you see a blurry, weird filament in the middle. It's a product of the mirror. Like I've seen that. I've tried to focus on a star with my refractor telescope. It's not just a product of the P900.
The point is that it's raising suspicion and red flags that these lights in the sky that we're focusing on, whatever you're using, camera, telescope, it just seems that they're closer than what they're saying they are, and we don't know that distance, but it's not this 25 million light years, whatever you want to call it, because it just doesn't add up. But I understand if you have a bias and saying no, it is 25 million, then yeah, you're just going to justify it in your head and just hand wave whatever is being argued against it and move forward. But I'm just saying
there are red flags and suspicions, and there's a reason for it. It's not like we're just being idiots.
Yeah. They say the closest star is 4 light years, which is the equivalent of 24 trillion miles away. That's the closest star.
The closest
So
star is
if I,
93 million miles away. I hate to tell
it
you.
is, it's 4 light years.
It's
So if you
93
go and
Still looks like a
look it up,
pinpoint of
you will
light,
see
right?
trillions of miles. You think your little telescope can focus that far?
Yes,
No,
it
it
can.
cannot. It
And number
can't. Come on. All we see is a
93
point of light.
So then will
93
you
million miles.
concede
93
then that
million
everything
miles
that
is
we've
the closest
observed is
star.
out of focus? Will you
93
guys
million
then also
miles
agree
is the
that
closest
everything
star.
we've seen is out of focus?
What's he saying? 93 million miles what?
Is the closest star. I don't know what this other guy is babbling about.
4
Yeah,
million,
because the
4
sun.
light years. 4
No, the
light
sun
years.
is the closest star.
The sun's the closest star, idiot.
The sun is not a star. The sun
sun.
doesn't
What? Come
twinkle.
on, yeah, it is.
Every other star twinkles. The sun doesn't twinkle. So
Because
I
the
know that
Stars
they
only
say it's
twinkle because of
light.
the atmosphere.
The star's
There's no
closer.
atmosphere in
Idiot.
space. And if
Okay,
you go
so
into space, the stars still twinkle.
Do
The
they?
stars
I thought
How do
they
you
scintillate.
know that?
twinkle only
Because
because the sky.
the stars
They only
scintillate
twinkle because of the
because
atmosphere.
they're light. They're pinpoint light sources that traverse through our atmosphere, and it gets dispersed just a little bit. That's what the twinkle is. As
So
the object gets larger, you don't notice the scintillation like with planets because it's not a pinpoint light source. Same thing with the sun. It's not a pinpoint light source, so you don't notice it.
So because we will agree with you guys that the P900 looking at stars out of focus can generate a distorted image, would you guys also concede that your telescopes don't have the focal capacity to focus thousands of light years away and actually
we
resolve an accurate image, and that they then too would be out of focus?
Why wouldn't you think so? I mean, the naked eye can see stars. Why wouldn't a telescope be able to focus it?
My telescope can take light from a circular mirror and focus it on one point. However, it's not precise enough to make it like one tiny singularity. So it distorts it and creates like this circular wavy pattern. Like it's a product of my shitty mirror in my refractor telescope.
But you guys understand the focal length is the length to the focal point, and therefore each lens is going to give you a different length, and therefore us postulating that we've created a lens that can give us a length of millions of light years or thousands of light years
You have like this fundamental misunderstanding of what a focal length is. You think the focal length is from us to the object we're observing. The focal length is inside the mechanism that you're viewing through. In our eyes, it's from the cornea and the iris. From a telescope, it's from the two lenses to our eye. It's not the distance to the object you're looking at, you numpty.
Easy.
No.
However,
It's
the
if you have
mirrors
to
and
put on a
lenses are
telephoto
trying.
lens. If you've got an object that's 100 yards away or 200 yards away and you want the clarity, you have to put on a longer lens to be able to gain that clarity from that distance. So you're basically changing the aperture size, which is the Rayleigh criterion. So you do have to change the aperture size to be able to have a focal length, and it's a known focal length for every camera. So they'll tell you is the optimal shooting distance. And for macro shots or really close-up shots, you have to change a lot of settings to be able to take those macro shots, because the focal length is important to the clarity of the image, is what I was saying.
You're an expert on all this, Solar. Do you believe that people can take photos of Saturn appearing as a sphere with a telescope?
So this is my question to you: Is our photo? No, it's the exact point.
Some
The
people
focal length is the focal length right to be able to take. So if the focal length is short, we get a wavy, distorted image. And if our focal length is not exactly right as to where Saturn is, and with the camera's ability to take a photo at that distance.
Do you believe it's possible to photograph Saturn as a sphere with a telescope?
You shouldn't
Yeah,
have to
I've seen it
show
with I've
for
seen
his
it with my
feet.
own eyes.
Oh, great.
I've seen it with my own eyes. But it's a binocular, or no, it's a monocular actually. You're looking through one eye, so you don't generally see 3D with one eye.
You do.
You need binocular to be able to see 3D.
That's not true, I'm afraid. 'cause in
It is
shadows
true. You
exist.
can see 2D. You can see 2D with
If
one eye.
shadows exist, you don't need two eyes. You just perceive depth with one eye.
You can perceive it. It doesn't mean it's there.
That's the
It's
same
only when
thing,
you
mate.
have two eyes that
So are
have
you
an
trying to say you're an
overlapping focal
expert in
length that you
you're
can
an
see something that's
expert in cosmic
three-dimensional?
photography, but Saturn appearing as a sphere is an illusion?
I didn't say that. I said I've seen Saturn
trying
looking
to.
like a sphere myself, but I've also seen it looking out of
it's
focus
just
when the focal
monocular,
length
so we
is wrong.
can't be sure or whatever.
When you're looking through a single lens, you are looking at a two-dimensional object,
That isn't
two-dimensional
true.
image.
That isn't true, sorry.
That is true.
No, that's a flat Earth meme.
That's fundamental.
It's a flat Earth meme. I can close one eye and I can still perceive depth on every object in my vicinity.
So when you look at something that's three-dimensional and they take two images and then they overlap them to create the 3D, why do you think that is necessary? Why don't they just give you one image and say, there's your three-dimensional
photography
image?
works, or looking.
This is very simple, Dawn.
I don't think you
Come
understand
on.
how
You're smarter than
observational
this.
photography works.
You need two images overlaid to
No.
give you the depth perception.
No.
You can see shading, yes, on a two-dimensional object.
can see
I can make
shadow,
something
which
look
is depth.
three-dimensional. I can make something appear three-dimensional in two-dimension. But I need two images of the same object overlapping to be able to generate the depth perception.
No, you don't.
Okay, hold on. Wait, please. Look, this is a fantastic conversation. Absolutely, right? So the thing that I think we need to do to take this past yes it is, no it isn't bullshit is to have a demonstration, because I would be in agreement. I would agree with, who's this other guy, Flat something? I don't know if I've spoken to you.
Solar. Just call me Solar.
Solar?
Flat Earth sun worship.
Anyway,
Yeah,
you said,
solar.
okay, Solar. So, Solar, I don't know if you've heard what Beerman and I have been talking about, but he's taken a lot of the stuff that I've been observing to this level that you're talking about right now. So I would completely agree with you, and I've done a few episodes where I've walked through this, but I think that it's possible. I'm going to give Dawn the benefit of the doubt that he just is not understanding the concept that you're explaining. I'm following you. I agree with what you're saying.
Why, Travis, when I close one eye, does my environment still appear 3D? As in
Why does
having
your
depth?
Why does your what?
Why does my environment still appear as three-dimensional, as in having depth, even though I've
Because-
closed one eye?
Yeah. So you're looking out away from your eye, which is a physical lens. I agree with that. But you're looking.
Why is it not appearing 2D all of a sudden?
Okay.
Can I take
Wait,
this,
do you
Travis?
have enough? Do you have enough patience to wait for me to finish?
Definitely not if you don't answer me honestly.
Okay, if I can't finish giving you an answer, how can you evaluate whether or not I'm giving you an honest answer?
Easily by hearing how honest it is in the first few sentences.
Okay, I just fucking started to answer you, and you cut me off right as soon as I started talking. So the problem is not me right now; it's you.
I asked a question, and instead of answering it, you said something completely irrelevant.
I started
No, but this
to
is simple.
answer it. I started to answer you. This is why you fucks don't belong in this channel.
I
This is a
don't
waste of
disagree
time.
that it's a
Waste
physical
of
lens.
time.
One
Not to
one
do with the
eye is
question,
always
it?
two-dimension. One eye is always two-dimension. The reason that you still feel as though you have three-dimensionality when you close one eye is because you're familiar with your surroundings.
Thank
If I placed you in an unfamiliar area and you closed one eye, the objects that appear larger, your brain would interpret as being closer.
Thank
But
you.
you're
That's
not
brilliant.
getting a three-dimensional image until you open your second eye.
I
And when you
agree.
start to have two overlapping images, you do receive the three-dimensionality that I was talking about. So this
Can
is
you-
simple. This isn't even this isn't even worth going over. If you're going to deny this, well then.
Well, no, I
I
agree.
don't know what to
Two
say.
eyes helps. It helps you see more. And if it's an unfamiliar environment, you are going to have to look at it for longer with one eye to decide how deep things are, how three-dimensional they are. But that doesn't mean everything's all of a sudden just 2D, because you can still see the third side and the depth and the shadows, even if it's new things you've never seen before. That's how people with one eye manage not to crash into things all the time. They can still see in 3D.
Yeah, so your eye, a single eye sees in 2D, right? So
oh shit.
Yeah, so the reason that people can perceive some depth is based on their experience, right? So over time, as you
Seeing
touch
shadows.
things, as you move throughout your environment, you start to get clues as to what depth is based on this two-dimensional image that each eye is presenting, right? So it's as you train your brain. This is the reason why infants, most of the time, if you dangle like keys or something in front of them, they'll try to grab constantly at things where they're not even close to touching it because they have no idea yet of depth perception, the three-dimensionality of the world around them. That's something that you acquire over time. It doesn't take you very long, but as you acquire that, then you start to get cues to your environment, specifically.
Now you're saying it's not to do with one eye. It's to do with you have
I don't know if he was done. I don't know if he was done yet. Were you done? I also
No,
it was
I don't want to jump in.
not quite, not quite. But movement also helps with this perception of depth as well. So as you move within your environment, you start to get some sort of perception of depth. But really, each eye individually sees in two dimensions. They call it actually 2.5D when you're seeing with binocular vision. 3D means you would be able to see around the whole
Still
entire
not
image.
done.
3D means you would be able to see all sides of the image, which is physically impossible for a human being to be.
Just look up stereoscopic vision. It explains it.
Okay. Can I go back to the point?
Yeah, even when you put you put the two images. Hold on, Don. You go next. Listen, I'm gonna give you this is your last verbal warning for flipping people. I'm gonna have to give you an official warning. And doing it all day. So even when you put those two 2D images together, they still don't consider that 3D. In fact, we know it's not 3D because I can show you an optical illusion and you won't be able to tell if it's 2D or 3D until you move your position. You know what I'm saying? So even putting both of those 2D pictures together still doesn't give you 3D. If it did give you 3D, that optical illusion wouldn't be able to trick you because you would, if you're really seeing in 3D, you would say, oh, that has no depth to it. That's, you know what I mean? I know that's not 3D. You know, when they draw, you can't tell 2D or 3D till you move. Anyways, go ahead, Don.
I wanted to say.
Let Don go. He's dying to get in.
I thought you'd finished. Sorry. Okay. I want to go back to the point. Once you've looked through the telescope with one eye and one lens, you take the photo, then you can look at it nicely with two eyes and see that's definitely a sphere because of the shadow and because I know what depth is. So you look at the 2D image of a 3D object and you can know it's a 3D object because God doesn't put tricks in front of people all the time.
Not always.
I just went through the scenario where you can see a 2D image and you can't tell that if it's 3D or not. It appears 3D, but you can't tell just by looking at one image that it's 2D or 3D.
Okay. But it appears as 3D is my point. Either looking at it, it's either a trick or it is 3D.
An illusion, an optical illusion. You're saying?
Yeah, it could be a trick by God, or it could be a real sphere in space.
Well, we already know.
It appears as a sphere.
We went through this earlier, and there's a lot. There's a lot of optical illusions we see in the sky.
Is there? No, I don't think God tricks me in the sky. Honestly, that's not what I think. If I see a ball, I usually go up to it, and it's a real ball. It's not like someone set up a special trick.
Right. So how did you go up to Jupiter and decide that it's a real ball?
You're not getting it. I didn't. I just knew and decided it must be a ball because it looks like one. Because I don't
Oh,
believe
so you
God,
believe it?
I don't believe God tricks me
Check,
in the
check.
sky on purpose.
Okay, when we look at the hold on, when we look at the equator and we see these stars appearing to converge and diverge, they're not actually doing that, right? That's a trick of your eye. Is it a trick, or are the stars actually converging and diverging? Like, it can't be both.
Oh, that's interesting how you phrased it there.
It's an effective perspective.
Yes, I don't think trick's the right word, Jeremy.
Okay, so the stars are there's no trick. The stars are actually converging and diverging from what we see.
From what we see, they appear to be.
Yeah, so it's not a trick. They're actually doing that, or is it a trick and they're not actually doing that?
How they appear is what they're doing, and we're seeing it from a certain angle. It's not a trick.
He's saying it's a trick. He won't say it, but it's a trick.
Because we went through this earlier.
There is no trick.
Then it's really happening.
There's no trick. They're actually converging and diverging.
Not one or the other. That's not how it works.
That's exactly how it works. Either something is or isn't actually happening.
No.
Binary. There's a binary thing. One or a zero.
You're stuck between I'm being fooled or it is exactly how I saw it.
No, you're stuck between we're seeing something happen. Okay, now that either is or isn't actually happening. No, that's the thing that's happening here. Can you follow along?
They're appearing to converge. It's not a trick, but they don't actually converge.
Follow along with me. We see the stars appearing to converge and diverge, right? That either is or isn't happening. There's no third option.
It isn't happening, not converging.
It's not happening. So we see something happening. It's not actually happening. What do you call that? I call that a trick or an illusion or however you want to phrase it. It's not actually happening. Yeah.
Looking at something from a certain angle.
It happens at every fucking angle that you're looking at the sky where Orion is. You will see the stars do it at every fucking angle, Dawn.
They do it at the equator, not every angle.
Are you fucking serious? I have the diverging, converging sky in Southern California.
You're looking to the equator, right? Looking east.
The celestial equator, yeah. The celestial equator is where Orion rides the sky.
And if you look in the opposite direction, will they be converging there?
I only was filming in the one direction, so I have to think about your question. So listen, hold on. So when I was filming in Southern California, Orion came up over the southern hills to my east and then went up and over to the west. I didn't film it the whole way, so I wouldn't see why it would have to separate. It doesn't take away from the fact that when it doesn't take away from the fact that when I'm looking southeast, I have a southern rotation, northern rotation, and the celestial equator in the fucking sky at every angle that you look at it.
And that's concurrent with being on a sphere inside some.
That's not the issue right now. You're skirting the issue that Jeremy has pushed you up against the wall.
Jeremy is
and you're
misrepresenting models.
No, not at all. You've put your foot in your mouth, and now you can't get out of it.
This has nothing to do with the model. We're talking. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead. I want to go next, please.
You guys.
Listen, this has nothing to do with the model. This strictly has to do with what we see and what is or isn't actually happening. Are we being tricked by what we see, or is it actually happening? Like this is a dichotomy. This is a dichotomy.
You're seeing what's actually happening, but that doesn't mean stars are actually converging and diverging.
You double spoke in one sentence. That was
you
actually
don't understand the nuance of both being true.
I'm actually impressed by what just happened.
If you don't understand the double speak, that means you're stuck.
Oh, so you did double speak. So you did double speak.
Yes. Both things are true.
Contradicted yourself.
This is dialetheism.
I'm both,
right here.
I'm both married and I'm a bachelor.
How both are true.
I'm both married and a bachelor. I don't know why you can't understand that concept.
Yeah, accepting two truths, Travis. That's dialetheism.
What do you mean by bachelor?
Why
That's
do
what
we let
Globers
these
do. They double
fuckers?
speak all the
I
time.
don't
They
give a
don't
shit,
speak
man. I
at
don't
all.
give a shit.
If you
These
mean
fuckers
non-married,
belong
when we
of
get
course
more
that can't
in
be
people,
this
true.
channel.
You can't be married and non-married, but you can be
Fucking
married
waste of time.
and act like a bachelor and appear as a
Fucking waste
bachelor,
of
can't you?
time.
That's possible.
Travis, 1 second. When we get more people, we'll open up a second live stream. You know, maybe we can have it
We don't
be
need more
just.
people. You need to clear
We
out the
don't have enough
shit.
people. We don't have
I
enough
don't
people
care.
for 2 live streams.
It doesn't matter, man. We can have conversations with ourselves. Let people come in who actually want to learn and ask questions instead of fight with us and double speak and think that they're actually speaking any
So
sense of sanity.
you want us to be taught by you?
No, Left
How
Lane,
about we
we like
just
Howard.
you,
focus
buddy.
on the fact that Don wants to
Let me
double
say
speak,
this.
contradict himself, and
I
not
like.
go.
Hold on. I would like to say that I like having conversations with Kosho, Left Lane, and other Globers, right? We like having you guys around. What we don't like.
Oh, cut out.
You cut out at the worst time. What we don't like.
He left us hanging on that one.
Yeah, sorry.
Like
Let me say it
Larry, a
again.
robot. Say it again. You cleared up. Say it again.
Yeah, what we don't like is people who are just deploying tactics, right? So Left Lane, you don't appear to deploy tactics. You'll be quiet rather than deploy a tactic, and I respect that about you, sir.
Larry,
No,
Yeah,
thank you.
let me
you're
ask Left
deploying
Lane real
tactics
quick.
right now, Larry, and I don't like it.
Let me ask Left Lane real quick. Left Lane, are we seeing the
Right.
stars actually divert? Are we seeing the stars at the equator actually diverge and converge, or are our eyes being tricked and that's not actually happening?
I'd say that that's what they appear to be doing, and that's what I would expect to see based on my perspective, although they're not actually diverging.
So it's a
Like that.
trick. So we see it happening. Our eyes work, however vision works. We're being tricked. We know that it's not actually happening.
I wouldn't say I'm being tricked. I wouldn't say that.
So it's.
Oh, well, it's not a trick.
Okay, so just real quick, that
Because
was a
someone's
bit.
doing something on purpose to fool you.
Hold on, just real quick. That was a bit of a soft pedal double speak. I'm just going to be honest with you, Howard.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It's the same,
More
it's the same
subtle.
thing. We are
That
double
was more
speaking because
subtle
you
than
don't
Don did it.
understand it's the same thing. You don't understand perspective and a globe. So you think it's double speak, but it's actually us just explaining what is.
So no, here's the answer. That's not what is actually happening.
Your eyes are being tricked because of how we see and whatever you want to say this is due to. It's a trick because it's not actually happening, but that's what we see happening.
No,
You know when you go see a
doesn't make it a
magician,
trick. For it to be a
you know,
trick,
you know
someone
when you
has
go
to
see
do it
a,
on purpose to fool you.
you know when you go see so you're saying you can only have an optical illusion if somebody does it on purpose?
Oh, that's what trick means. You can call it optical illusion, but the illusion bit means something different to what you think.
So you agree this is an optical illusion with the stars converging and diverging?
I don't think it's a trick or an optical illusion, but optical illusion is a closer term than trick.
I mean, we're playing word games at this point. It's
Yes,
a semantic, semantic game.
No, okay, look, Don, I'm going to give you another fucking chance, Don. Okay, so look, it's not a trick, it's not an optical illusion, and it's not apparent. What is it?
I'm saying it is apparent. It's apparent.
Okay, so what's the difference between apparent and illusion?
Illusion.
Apparent means not actual, right?
Illusion means it's somehow fooled you into thinking something different.
You mean fooled like a trick? When we say apparent, we're talking about not actual, right? When we say apparent, we're talking about not actual, right?
Trick can be by a person or an entity,
He didn't hear me.
an illusion has to be by nature sometimes.
Yo, Don, define.
When we say apparent, we're talking about not actually, right? That's what the word apparent means there.
No. I'm saying it appears like this. It could be like that actually too.
Apparent just means that's how it appears or where it appears.
Yeah.
Means not actual.
Means not actual.
Well, not really, because
wait a minute.
In this specific case, hold on, Hank. In this specific case, we're talking about not actually because we know the stars are not actually diverging and converging, right? So in this scenario, we would be meaning the word apparent to be not actually because that the stars are not actually converging and diverging, right?
That's what you're
Why
trying
do you
to
guys
work
want to play
out.
word games?
That's what you're trying to work out, but you haven't worked it out yet.
Boring with the word games.
No, we have actually worked it out. That's actually what the sky is doing.
You keep
100%.
calling reality a trick, and you say we're playing word games.
No, I didn't say that. We're trying to understand.
Sorry.
We're trying to understand your insanity. Okay. We look at the sky and say that's what the sky is actually doing.
What do you think it's doing?
Moving across my field of vision.
What, in a circle?
In a circuit, once roughly every 24 hours.
One circle.
That's
above
what we
the Earth.
all observe.
Yeah,
Circuits.
well, how come people in the south see it go the other way?
Do they now?
Yes.
The stars rise in the west?
No, don't be silly, dude. That's not what I meant.
Yeah. Well, what did you mean?
Opposite rotational direction, not fucking west to east.
Oh, okay.
There is two
Don't be
points of
silly, Larry.
rotation.
Don't use
There is two different points of.
Don't use
Hey,
those.
There is
listen,
two different.
Dawn, real quick, Dawn. The two celestial rotations are like gears in the sky.
And one of them is repeated all the way around the edge of the flat Earth model, which doesn't make sense.
That doesn't mean that it's not what's
flat Earth
happening.
model?
We just
Yes,
again.
it does to me. That means to me it's definitely not what's happening.
What flat Earth model?
The AE map with one hemisphere
That's
turning.
a projection
the
of
one
the
you
globe.
just presented, Larry.
No. That the azimuth equidistant, that's a projection of the globe.
You believe the sky is just one rotational aspect, which ignores every observation in the south of the sky.
Wait. Who says it's just one? There's two. We see a northern rotation and a southern rotation.
Larry said it's one cycle, one circle above Earth.
So all stars, except for the ones that are below the celestial poles, are going east to west. Now, the ones that have made it all. I've done what again?
You've used the tactic of pretending we meant east to west direction when we actually meant rotational direction in the
Let's
sky.
let him finish.
Look,
you
I
cut
don't
him
care
off. And now
what
we don't
you
know where he
mean.
was going
Wrong,
with that.
dishonest.
I don't care what you mean.
We don't know
I was
where he
talking
was
about what I
going with
mean.
that because you cut him off. Hold on, Hank. We don't know where he was
So,
going because you cut him off.
Here we go.
Don.
How was I
Don,
being
if you do it
dishonest?
again, I'm getting.
Sorry, Jerry.
Larry, go ahead.
How was I being dishonest? Go ahead. Tell the class.
What did you say?
You said I was being dishonest. Tell the class
I
how I
already
was being
did.
dishonest. No, you didn't.
Didn't you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it again. You pretended we meant east to west directions when you knew we meant rotational directions in the sky.
And then when you corrected me, I didn't put that back on you because
When
that
I
would be
corrected
gaslighting,
you,
not
you
lying.
waited 5 minutes and then said it again.
Don,
That's
relax.
because that's
Maybe
how
take
I'm
it. Maybe
seeing
take
it.
a break for 2 minutes. Hold
Yeah,
on,
thanks, Jeremy. I'm
Don.
going to take a break.
Maybe take a break for 2 minutes or something because if you, we got to let people finish, guys. Please, come on. That goes for us too. I know. I overtalk sometimes. I should honestly be modded myself.
So just real quick, yeah, Howard, yeah, you should be learning from us. Yes, because we're looking at the world with a different perspective, and the way that we are presenting our information should be taken under consideration. For instance, I just finished editing a video where I explained the concept of inferior mirages and distance and perspective. I would appreciate it if everybody would consider it, right? Give me an evaluation, give me an assessment, give me a critique, besides nuh-uh.
Okay.
All right, so I was describing what I saw, right, when I seen time lapses of the southern and northern hemisphere. And what I see is two celestial poles. Now, I know you guys might think that this confirms the globe, but for me, the way I understand it, it's like being in the middle of a long corridor, right? And if you could, do a lotus pose and levitate in the air, and somebody could spin that long corridor like a really long cylinder, right? Then I think that you would see that the lights on outside of each door would rotate, right? Maybe they could rotate like once every 24 hours, and we could get a time lapse. And to me, what this means is when I see the celestial poles is that there's long corridors in the north and southern regions, indicating that there's more lands, right? I don't think anybody would really disagree with that. That, you know, that the further you get away from a region, the stars start to go down, right? And eventually you get so far away that you can't see those stars anymore. And that means what? You went to a new land, right? So if I went to Australia, there'd be certain stars that I would no longer be able to see, like Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and the Pole Star, right? And that's because I went to more land. Thanks.
Got Chemo in the house. What up, Chemo?
All right, I've got your video queued up, Travis. I'll watch it later.
No. I haven't uploaded it yet.
Oh, must have something there from 3 hours ago.
I just finished editing it and processing it, so now it's getting uploaded. It should be in a half an hour. It should be ready to go half hour.
All right, then.
Yo,
But I
for
appreciate your willingness there. Thanks.
Yo, for real, you guys want to get another room going? Get your friends, you know, give us some shout outs when you go places. We can get enough people, we'll be able to open another room. We need more mods. There's not enough mods and people to do another room right now.
Well, right now everybody was sharing the mic, getting it out. A few minutes ago it was kind of hectic, but now it seems to be okay.
Jeremy, listen, man, everyone in here has no need of official warnings. If you get somebody in here, XYZ man, that we've never heard of before, he can get one. But Dawn and me, we don't need official warnings. If we're out of line, man, just put us on mute, bro. Stop. You waste so much of your own time doing that.
I know, but the official warnings will end up sorting the people out that constantly do the things, because I can't constantly be muting people. So these official warnings will sort yourself out, because after you get 10 of them, you're muted for a whole day.
Yeah,
and then
you
11.
tell me, right? How many? How are you actually taking tallies? You're making little hash marks, are you?
No, this happens automatically in the computer system.
So how does the computer know that it's an official warning?
I type a command in chat.
And you do that.
I type.
You do that.
I just gave Nidhug one about 20, 30 minutes ago.
All right.
So last time I had a chance to look, I saw that I could mute people, and I'm only going to do it when people are like being belligerent and refuse to listen to like warnings, like, hey, quit over talking. And if they can't govern themselves, then I will temporarily govern them. But I don't want to mute anybody. I want everybody to be able to speak, whether I agree with them or disagree with them. So it's not like I'm like craving authority.
And Travis, as far as you say, like, why do we deal with these people? You know, they shouldn't be here. People love interacting with these people. You know what I'm saying? Look how we've just interacted with him for a half an hour. Like, people love interacting with him. They want to.
Is it on Jeremy to modify your behavior and make you stop acting like a child and give you an official warning? Or is it on you to moderate your own behavior and stop acting like a child?
He's a good point.
People let their emotions get the better of them, though, don't they? That's the point.
Yes, but you can still, you know, control your emotions and talk like a normal person.
Well, you'd think,
back and forth, and let the
I would
other
argue
person
that
finish
some people are just here to poison the well, and that's obvious.
Well, you can still poison the well like a normal person.
See, I just want to poison people's arguments, right? Like, I don't care if I win or lose, right? It's not about winning or losing. It's about coming to the truth, right? And if you guys ever see me lying, or don't be afraid to call me out, but be ready to back it up with some substance.
Well, there's a difference, Larry, between critiquing someone's poor argument style and a liar, right? Someone who's deliberately obfuscating, not actually contributing, and not answering questions, and being really himmy-haw. That's what the people that I don't want around. The people who waste our time and can't answer a direct question because either they're afraid of where it's going to take them, or they know actually that if they answer the question this way, their system's shot.
I agree, but I want to say this: it's probably not very easy defending a lie and then asserting that it's reality. So I say that, we let them get away with a little bit, but not too much. I agree with you when they go too far and, they're being like dishonest and using like heavy tactics and stuff like that. Like earlier when I was talking about, installing banking systems, and then Negator said, what about Ukraine? Like, what did that have to do with what I was talking about? Like, that was like a dishonest tactic, right? But as long as it isn't like that, like so freaking bad, I say, we can let them get away with a little bit, because can you imagine, Travis, my friend, can you imagine defending the globe? It must be difficult, right?
I couldn't even pretend, man.
Well, maybe they're not pretending. I think Left Lane is, he sounds like an older guy. I'm not trying to make fun of him, but old dog, new tricks. He sounds like he's above 40. So when a man reaches that age, it's very difficult to, show him something new. And I'm not taking a dig at Left Lane. I just said earlier that I like having him around.
Yeah, I just turned 60 yesterday.
Right. So he probably does believe in the moon landing and all the stuff that he talks about on here. Happy birthday, Left Lane.
Thanks, man.
Happy birthday, Left Lane.
Happy birthday to me.
Dude, I was going to say, do we sing every dialogue? How does this work? Who's going to start?
Instead of seeing Left Lane as an enemy, just see him as like a brother from another mother who has a different opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, again, I'll just be pedantic about it. There's a difference between Left Lane and Dawn.
But you got to give Don credit for him being he's sort of parallel with you guys on the moon landings and such too.
Yeah, there you go too. I mean, Don is not a worthless human being. If he would, I don't know if he needs to sober up or straighten up, but if he would do either one of those, I would love to have Don around, right? To show the other Globers that you don't have to believe in the moon landing just because you saw it on TV. There's other ways to think about it, and I used to believe in the moon landing. I don't know if you guys, I've told some of you guys before, but when I was like 6 years old, I found the space books on the bottom of the shelf in the library. And I was like a fanboy all the way through. And I found out that the moon landings were fake because, you see the flag waving in the wind. I know that's an old one and you guys think it's in the bunch or whatever, but I was like waiting on the Martian images. Oh, the landers. Oh, I'm so excited. I was like a giddy school ready for prom. Like, this is going to be fucking awesome, right? And I was going to get Martian images. Like,
you're a robot in
Photoshop. And I was like, what?
Is that you cutting out?
Is this better?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear that.
All right, cool. So, like, when I saw the Martian images were like edited and there was stuff blurred out, like part of me thought like, well, what is it, aliens? Are they hiding aliens? Right? And then when the Red Bull jump happened, that was kind of like a very serious turning point for me. I was about that time I started looking into Malcolm. I can't remember his name. Malcolm Bowden, and he was a geocentrist. And I started learning about Aries failure and Michael Samorley, Michael Zagel, Sanyak, and I started looking into this stuff. And then right after that, Rob Skiba comes up with like his first flat Earth video, and this is what he said. He said, I don't trust the government lies. And I was like, yeah, check, that's true. And then he was like, and the moon landings are fake. And I was like, yeah, NASA lies, they're part of the government, NASA.gov, that's also true. And he said, the world might be flat, the earth might be flat. I was like, what the fuck did he just say? And, ever since then, I was on the fence for a long time. But I was just like waiting for the flat earthers to get their shit together. Because I knew that there were people out there that would actually do the tests and do the stuff that I couldn't do myself. And when I came back like a year and a half later, sure enough, I'm seeing stuff like lasers over a frozen lake and all this stuff. I knew Chicago was an anomaly, but I didn't know for sure. And I had to do a lot of research on, because I dropped out of high school. I had to do a lot of research on the physics of light. and trying to understand what light is actually doing. And, dare I say it, that I still don't got it all figured out. And I don't think none of you do either. I don't think any of the physicists got it all figured out. And when we're talking about light, other than time, it's like one of the most convoluted subjects in the world. And for people to make like definitive statements, like they know what light is doing at all times, I just don't have that kind of faith in humanity. I really don't think that's true. Sorry for being so long-winded, Mike out.
You let characters like Dawn control the conversation and it gets diluted, and then we talk about him for the next 20 minutes after he leaves.
I haven't been talking about Dawn. I was praising Left Lane because he doesn't poison the well and call people stupid stuff. Or at least not when I'm around.
I call them edgelords, somebody that's particularly trying to trigger your sensitive ideas. That's what I call that.
Well, Ed is an interesting character. He doesn't believe in the moon landing. We have to explore that one day when he's more calm.
You mean Dawn, not Ed. You said Ed.
Did I say Ed? I
Yeah.
meant Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of Ed, Essie, were you in my live stream that night when Smurfer Girl was there and Ed came in for the first time on my live stream?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Man, oh man.
And I still blame you for that. You brought him in here. That's on you, Travis.
Okay.
Are you talking about Ed? Like, right, sure.
Yeah.
Ed
Right.
Freeze, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I was the first one to actually meet him because I had never heard of him before. We were having a chill hangout. I opened up the panel and this knucklehead came in. Man, oh man, that was priceless.
Yeah, talk about characters. There's one of them.
All right, so my premiere is in a half an hour at the 30-minute mark of the hour.
What do you?
I'll tune in. I'm just wondering, like, how is rotation an optical illusion? Like, how do you create the illusion of rotation in the stars?
That's what I posed to Kosho 2 weeks ago. I said you need to model this, a physical model, not a computer generated model. Model this in reality.
Right.
It can't be done.
Stars as an example.
It can be
That's
done.
what we're trying to recreate.
Arma, listen to me again.
Yeah,
a physical model.
A physical model could be done. It's just it would require some great distances, of course, but it can be done.
Okay. Again, just to be specific, because some people were confused by it. I'm not talking about seeing a northern rotation. I'm not talking about seeing a southern rotation.
Okay.
I'm talking about you duplicating the apparent celestial rotations that you see from the equator. So you see them both in the sky at the same time with the celestial equator above your head.
Yeah, that checks out.
Okay, great. Model it for us and show us in real time.
Okay. Well, until then, though, I mean, you can't just say it doesn't happen, though. Just so you know.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't. That's where's the argument? Where's your logic?
I mean, I can model it. I would just have to throw out heliocentrism to do it.
You can't just claim it doesn't without actually proving it. You could, you could doubt it. That's fine, but you can't say, "Oh, it doesn't do that." That's stupid.
It depends on a major premise that you still haven't proven. In order for the celestial rotation that you claim happens at the equator, the Earth has to be a globe and rotating. You haven't proven those 2 points either. So I can absolutely say that your claim that the apparent convergence and divergence of the heavens at the equator can't happen. I absolutely can say that can't happen.
Okay, hold on. Assuming the model, all right, you can't assume that, all right. If you want to take this somewhere else, and fine, but assuming the model or ball Earth, you can't just be like, oh, it doesn't work. I mean, you would have to actually kind of give me, an argument for that. Otherwise, you're just kind of blatantly, just saying that for no reason. You have no.
We create the illusion on the sphere, then we could talk.
I'm not going to assume the existence of Santa Claus just to prove that he can sign my present like my mom puts my name.
Okay, then I'm not going to assume then that this, however the sky works on a flat Earth can work. All right, I'm going to just say flat out doesn't work. That's it.
It definitely
do the exact same thing. No, it definitely can't. It definitely cannot. One, I haven't seen anyone
I can
do it.
show
I haven't seen anyone do a model of it. All right, like a physical model. Because if you want to do the 3D model argument, then yeah, no, I haven't seen a physical model of it where they have the stars in the sky rotate around, two poles and whatnot. The flat Earth model. So that can't be done on a flat Earth according to
You see it every day.
Logic. No, that's first off, that is what fallacy is that?
So we have to remodel it all. Yeah, I get it.
That's a fallacy.
I've seen demonstrations
we see it every
of
day.
stars.
You're already assuming. He's already assuming that the Earth is flat, so that's a fallacy right there. But anyway, point is, I can say that. I can say the same thing.
That's not an assumption. That's an observation.
No, that's
How is that a fallacy? Can we get into that?
He's already assuming that the Earth is flat, and he's saying, "I'm asking, where do we see? How do I?"
It's a measurement.
No, listen.
Are you assuming the Earth is a globe? Is that a fallacy too?
No, the context is important, right? So he said, right, because I was asking, where do we, can you give me a model, right, where we get the two rotations, right, on a flat Earth? And he's saying, well, we see it every day, and that's a fallacy because that's the whole point is to prove that it could be done, and he's using reality, the real world, already assuming that the Earth is flat. Come on, guys, you guys.
Well, you know that the Earth is. All right, listen, bro. You know the Earth isn't like the model, the blue marble, right? That's just a model of the Earth, and the Earth is actually the dirt that gets in between your toes when you go outside. Okay. That's the actual Earth, right? Outside. Okay. That place that your parents used to let you go before COVID.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm asking for a model where I can see the stars rotate in the sky on a flat Earth. That's what I'm asking for.
Bro, go outside. Quit talking about models. What are you obsessed with models for?
Why are you derailing this shit? There was an argument made, and you wanted this. Oh, you always want to derail shit. No,
I'm not trying to derail shit. I'm talking about the actual Earth. Go outside and look at the actual Earth. Stop watching your TV.
I know, touch grass.
Let the TV tell you. Yeah, stop letting the TV tell you, what the truth is. And why don't you go outside and use your senses?
No, that's irrelevant. All right, I'm
no.
Here. No, we're in a debate chat, or we're not in a debate chat. We're in a chat where we have discussions and whatnot. Currently, I guess I'm debating and whatnot. All right, and that's what we're doing here. All right, we're not in this chat to touch grass. All right, we're here to talk to each other. All right, it's not being irrelevant. It's not being stop derailing. All right, I can't even talk right now. That's how ridiculous you are.
Yeah,
right?
I like Morty. Morty's cool.
Yeah, calm down, Morty.
But anyway, point is, all right, you guys seriously don't know how to debate. The fact that guy made that argument, the fact that he's assuming the flat Earth in that, come on, like this is ridiculous.
Hey, Arma,
you can't assume the flat Earth.
Hey, Arma,
what's up? Someone said, "Hey, Arma, what's up?"
Go ahead, bro. You said his name.
My bad.
Yeah, come on. I mean, you guys,
No, you're good, bro. Go ahead.
I'm about to post a video. It's 36 minutes. It demonstrates how stars could work on a flat plane. It's not a physical model. It's 3D, but
okay, then that's irrelevant. Because
if you want to at least see the perspective of others, you can give this a little bit of time instead of acting like you don't understand it.
No, it's irrelevant because I was literally attacking Copernicus's argument, all right, or Travis, what do you want to call him, right? I think it's Travis, right? He was literally saying, "Oh, do this on a physical model." So I was saying, "Hey, do the same thing with the flat Earth." That was the whole argument. I don't care if you do a 3D model because
this can just help you understand star trails on a flat plane.
Okay, well then my 3D model with the rotation, star trails, and whatnot, that can explain it as well. All right, that the whole point was attacking Travis's argument about do it in real life, do a physical model. All right, I want to see a physical model of the flat Earth doing that. It's such a stupid argument. He's not a real debater, all right? Some of you guys are fucking posers, all right? This is ridiculous.
Just take the time
to
at least check out the video I posted, right? That'll help.
I understand. I've already seen a video of the one guy who has like a weird accent. He's like, "This is my model."
You know everything. Unproductive, dude. Just check it out.
I get that. I don't care though. I get that. I'm not saying it can't technically work if you throw in a bit of sky.
What do you get about the video I posted, bro?
Yo, just to point out, Arma said Travis ain't a master debater. He's just a masturbator.
Did I say? Well, I mean, I guess I was pretty much alluding at that, but that's funny though. No, but seriously though, like he's not a real debater. Come on, this is silly. But anyway though, look, listen, Electric. I'm not saying that it can't work. Using a bit of like refraction or some shit, whatever. I mean, or some kind of lensing, because I know I've seen some, shit kind
Bro,
of
you're
pull that
not
off.
addressing the video at all.
It's irrelevant. I'm not arguing that.
Video's relevant.
But I'm not arguing that, though. You understand that? I literally came in to tackle Travis's argument because it was flawed. It was stupid. Sorry, not
You're
stupid.
talking about models, right?
Oh no, I was talking specifically about Travis's argument about doing a physical model of the ball Earth and like the rotation of like the stars and shit. I was specifically addressing that. All right, that's all I was addressing.
Well, if you want to see models of the stars on a flat plane, I posted a video.
I know. I don't. That's the thing. I was asking. I was literally just doing what Travis was doing. That's it. All right. I was literally mirroring.
I don't know why.
For the sake of showing his the inconsistencies in his logic or whatever in his arguments. All right. Like, that's
I think Copernicus is hella consistent.
What do you want about? What the fuck, Copernicus? Oh, okay, okay, my bad. Travis, he literally just whatever. No, he's not consistent. All right, he's literally not consistent. All right, he literally says shit like this all the time. All right, he's always you mirror
Calm
him.
down, Morty.
You'd find out. Yeah, okay.
Listen, Morty. Listen,
geez,
I want to ask you a question.
What?
I want to ask you a question, Morty. So, if you were to like meditate in your backyard for like 3 days and 3 nights, and in the shade, so you didn't die, right? And had some water with you, but for the most part, you sat still in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights. What would your senses tell you about the Earth? Would they tell you that you're like spinning and wobbling and flying through space, or would they tell you that you live on a flat stationary plane?
Assuming I'm not looking at the sky, then yeah, I would have no reason to believe that I was rotating or whatever. I would feel that.
No, look at the sky.
Well, looking at the sky, then I could say, well, everything in the sky is moving at once. It's kind of like if I spin, everything around me spins. All right, so it's more likely that I'm spinning if I look at the sky. If I'm gonna be truly honest.
But did you spin?
Me physically, like right, like on my feet, no. But the thing I'm on could be doing that.
Right, but wouldn't you feel it if you spun?
Depends.
The sun
on
isn't uniform.
Depends on the speed. Depends on how big this. You know what I'm saying. It depends on a few factors. All right.
Okay, I agree with that. I honestly do. But let's work this out to its logical end. Would you say that all motion is relative?
Yeah, I'm really huge on relative motion, whatever. I do a lot of game design.
Right, classical.
I just in the sense of just like more of a game design kind of thing, because I do a lot of game design, and if you look into game design, literally a lot of things is relative. All right, if you do online games, right? For example, the game that you're playing and the game that the person you're playing against, technically they're running different like things. There's yeah, because basically what you see on your screen is the world moving around your character, right?
Relative
and then
to
on
me,
their screen,
right.
yeah, and on their screen, it's the world moving around their character, right? But obviously, to
Right,
me,
relative
they're
to them.
moving. Yeah, so it's all like a relative thing. It's really interesting when you like look into it and whatnot.
Right. So if you lived on the sun, I could understand you being a heliocentrist. But because you live on Earth, I kind of find it weird that you might think that the solar system is an accurate model, because all motion is relative according to you guys. So if all motion is relative, like how can you say like honestly that we're all going around the sun? Because if you take the model, right, and you put it in a computer and you have all the orbits exactly like they are, and you just take the camera and you take it from the Earth and you put it on the sun, nothing else changes. All the orbits are exactly the same. The epicycles are still going to be epicycling, right? And it's like a matter of perspective.
Yeah.
But your perspective is never that of the sun, right, Morty?
Yeah, that's a good point. But here's the thing, though, right? There's two reasons why it's not the case, right? So one, there is like within the model, I guess if you want to call it that, right? There's this thing like the speed of light and whatnot. Things can't break the speed of light, whatever. So if everything is if it is a relative thing, right? And I am the center of the Earth. Well, the Earth is the center of the universe, right? And everything else is kind of spinning around it. Then I have to assume that the stars, the far off stars, like the stars that are like too far away, if they're rotating around me, they would have to be traveling faster than the speed of light, and that breaks a lot of rules. One, but two, there's also
I agree with that in your model. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also a second point. The second point is the whole something. There's like the possible versus probable, right? And so it is possible, but it's not really probable, though, right? In the sense that am I really going to assume that literally everything around me is the thing that's that everything else is moving, but it's not me. That's not really probable. It makes more sense that I'm the one thing that's rotating. and that's why everything else is moving around me, right? So there's that whole
Well, it
argument.
makes more sense relative to you, but here's my position. My position is that the stars aren't quintillions of miles away, and they're in a fixed position because they're in a fixed position. And if they are rotating around me, since they're not quintillions of miles away, they don't violate the so-called constant of the light speed, which
That's
I don't
fair.
believe exists either.
That's fair.
So it's a matter of perspective, right? It's how you want to look at it. You can take, the philosophical belief of a geocentric flat stationary plane, or you can take the philosophical belief of a heliocentric / acentric globe Earth model, right? But how do you know which one it is, right? How do you work out the rub, Morty?
Well, like I said, for me, it's a belief. And that obviously, there's certain things that I feel just make more sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Certain things that just click more. Some things on the flat Earth side that just don't click. And I'm like, that you really have to, the huge stretch for that or whatever.
Yeah,
And
you got to anchor by, Morty. I know. Go ahead.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know this is sort of a fallacy what I'm about to say, but like a lot of the times you guys will just get things just blatantly wrong. So it's like you guys are sort of discrediting the flat Earth side for me. You know what I'm saying? I know that's sort of a fallacy. Like I shouldn't let
Ooh, please
people
point
decide
that out
that.
when you see it. Please point that out. What did we say that discredits flat earthers?
Well, first off, I mean, there was sort of like the recent thing that me and you had, Larry, with the whole like sun lag thing. Like, don't get me wrong, at face, at first glance, right? That is kind of a difficult thing to, to sort of kind of figure out. But I made an entire model to show the point, and then you just
Right.
completely
So
disregarded
did
it,
you make
right?
the heliocentric model?
No, I just made a model to show this sun lag thing, whatever, and you just disregarded it.
So
That's a huge
so
thing.
you
for me.
didn't make a heliocentric model, did you? Because we were talking about in the heliocentric
mean
model,
video?
right? Right. If the Earth were to, if the sun were to go out, right, it would take 13 minutes for the Earth, or sorry, 8.5 minutes for the Earth to
You
realize it.
uploaded or
And then
you?
you're hot micing, Elbow.
Oh,
And
I'm
then
so
you
sorry.
made a model. That's all right, bro. And then you made a model to where the Earth stops. And I couldn't understand why the Earth would not be spinning in the heliocentric model. And I thought maybe you didn't understand and you thought you lived on a geocentric Earth. So are you a heliocentrist or a geocentrist?
Heliocentrist, but the thing is,
So does the Earth spin in a heliocentric model, Morty?
Yes, but see how you're getting this
So
wrong
why
right
did you
now?
make a model of it not working and not
Yeah.
spinning the correct way?
Yeah, so see how you're getting this like wrong right now. The fact that you're not understanding my side. Or
Wait,
whatever
what's
is
wrong?
because my
Hank, it was
Heliocentric
just
model,
a
the Earth spins.
because the whole point of
Hank,
Right?
that thing was just a hypothetical. If
Yeah.
the Earth were to stop in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, and hypothetical, at least in the way I use hypotheticals, is to take a point to the extreme to get the point across. All right, like the idea is that if the sun is lagged, right, and I was to stop the Earth, then we would expect that lag to sort of continue, right, until it catches up, right, and so that's why I stopped the Earth to sort of prove that point, right. But the fact that you're not getting that though, that's already like sort of like, and once again, this is a fallacy, but like for me, like you're kind of discrediting flat Earth for me. Like I'm like, oh man, like if people are getting stuff wrong like that, or they're not accepting, like a model that I put together, whatever, or just other things, whatever. It's like, are they really on the right side? All right. And once again, I know this is a fallacy, but like I said, at the end of the day, this is a belief for me. All right.
It was fun. When Zanuck came in and we explained it to Zanuck, apparently he was on the same fallacy too. That we think that if you're making a model of the heliocentric model, that the Earth should be spinning. But if you were trying to explain something to me, about the geocentric model, I guess I didn't get it because I never seen somebody mix the two models together to try to make an explanation about the heliocentric model. Usually we would consider that a fallacy. But
Yeah,
I
he
guess
wasn't
you want
mixing
to
the models.
so when you
He
have a
wasn't.
heliocentric
Hold on,
model
Hank.
with the Earth mouse, go ahead, bro.
It's a molten straw man.
Hank, he wasn't mixing the models. He was using the heliocentric model, and he was just had a hypothetical within that model. Like, what if the Earth stops spinning? Like a what if, like a hypothetical kind of thing.
Okay, so the way I understand it, it's like hypothetically, if it was geocentric for a second, what would happen?
Sure, whatever.
No, still not geocentric. Not geocentric. He was using the heliocentric model. He just had it stop rotating within that model.
How do you do that? How do you turn the Earth?
You can. It's just a hypothetical. It was a hypothetical, bro.
Don't worry about it, Larry. It's not. It's irrelevant though. Let me just. I don't want to get into this again, all right? Because that's gonna take hours. But But excluding that, though, there's also like the recent debate that I had with SC. All right, literally, I think it was yesterday, whatever. Yeah, it was yesterday. What the fuck? And it was about like like the bridge and whatnot. And I was trying to explain that to him, and he wasn't just getting like the small points. Like I get his whole argument, but he wasn't getting the small points that I was trying to go on about, whatever. And he was just, I don't know. There's just a lot of things that I feel should be.
You say I don't know too many times. So how are we supposed to understand what you're saying?
That's just how I talk. All right, don't worry about it. Anyway, point is, all right.
Wait.
There's a lot of things that I
It
feel
doesn't
like some
matter.
of you guys.
Because you're saying people are wrong, and then you're saying you don't know.
That's not how it works.
So how do you know they're wrong?
That's just how I talk. It's irrelevant,
How do you know
man.
they're wrong?
You're literally, what is this? This is like a phantom. I don't even know if it's a fallacy. It's not a fallacy, but it's really stupid.
It's a tactic. It's a tactic. But
It's not a tactic. It's not a tactic. You're making accusations, and then you're not specifying them. You're just saying I don't know.
Look, all I'm saying is that from what I've seen in these debates, there are some things that are just evident. That just should be obvious. All right, and obviously there's some part where the speculation part is where the debate should be, right? Like, whether this can be whatever. But there's some things that should just be evident, and it's just not on the flat earth side. And I'm just like, okay, well, I can't. There's no way I could even possibly associate with that side if they're getting simple stuff wrong like that. So
Yeah, you still haven't said anything.
Well, I just did with the.
You haven't
thing.
articulated it clearly enough.
Okay, well then we articulate it clearly. So with SC, right, there was the whole bridge argument, right? Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, the bridge, whatever, 23 miles, whatnot. I showed in a 3D model that this kind of drastic dip made sense prospectively. Is that even a word, prospectively? Perspective, right? And he's like, well, no, that's first off that Blender, the model, the program that I used was blatantly wrong or weird or whatever, right? And he said, do it in reality or some shit. I get my fan thing. I bring the camera up close to it, and you get somewhat of a drastic drop. Obviously, it's not super drastic because I can't get the camera close enough to the fan for it to do that. It's just physically, right? And he still didn't understand it. Like it was an obvious thing, and he just didn't get it.
There could just be a communication error because I think how SC always talks about the drop hump. I think I found out where the communication error is with the hump thing.
Oh yeah, that too. That too, yeah, the drop hump thing.
I've actually found. I think I found because I went into Gems the other day and I was talking about the hump thing and I found out where the communication error is happening with the whole hump with SE.
Yeah,
dude, I made a whole video for you and SE demonstrating that, dude. The Alice and Bob video.
It's the word hump. It's the word.
Exactly. It's what. That's why you have to identify what exactly is which. The hump and the drop are two totally different things. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The drop creates the hump in between, but here from our own perspective, but from a 2D perspective of the model, and you can look at it, Alice and Bob or whatever you guys like to talk about. I don't really like that argument, but the drop creates the hump from the 2D perspective, right?
Yeah,
the ball, the fact that it's a sphere creates everything that's happening geometrically on it.
I like where Hank was going with that because I was away from the mic, but I see where you're going with that, Hank, and that was basically it. Like the hump, the drop is only a single. Is only the drop is only specific to a single point's position in the perspective. From that position, you're only gonna have a drop from that position. The hump is like the fucking Sagittarius in between any two positions. You know what I mean?
Let's hear what Jeremy found out on. What did you find out? You said, Jeremy, about the drop on.
I found out where you're confused. Yes, with this hump, the hump bit of it, right?
You mean where you're confused? Okay, let's hear it.
I phrased that wrong. Communication error. Let's just say there's a communication error happening.
Okay, let's hear it.
So, when you say the word hump, are you thinking that's an elevation change?
Absolutely, that's by definition.
Yeah, that's not what's okay. That's where the communication error is. So, when they use the word hump or whatever, they're wrong. There's no elevation change. There's no hump. Sean G was right. There's no hump.
Okay. So where's the confusion?
There's a new
I was getting confused because I didn't realize you thought the hump. You thought the hump was an elevation change. Nobody thinks the hump is an elevation change on the globe model.
How about the drop?
Elevation from sea level. Elevation from sea level. Let's be clear.
Oh,
You mean sea level?
The drop, there's no elevation change either. Happening from sea level. So there's a drop from horizontal. There's a drop from horizontal. It isn't sea level.
Well, I'm struggling to understand what you're saying. Are you saying that you can have a hump or a drop without elevation change?
Okay, listen. Two different, and the globe model, right? We're still in the globe model with this paradigm, right? So in the globe model, the elevation change only happens because of sea level. If you're talking about horizontal change, then yes.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that the level is set by the curve, and therefore its deviation from that is what they're calling a hump. Whereas what we're saying is that the level is humping by its very nature, right? So that's where the
well, they're saying it's humping. They're saying it's humping up from the chord. When they say hump, they're referring to the chord. Yeah.
Jeremy, I've known this since day one that this is what's going on in this debate. I don't need it to explain to me.
Yeah, when they say hump, they're not talking about an elevation change.
Then there's no hump.
Because they already think level is curved. Yeah, of course.
So what blocks the view then in their model? Because they say the water, right, blocks the view.
The curving water,
there's no hump.
Hold on.
Yeah. What you would call a hump, they call curving water. It's the same thing.
Yeah. There's no if you think a hump has to be an elevation change, then there's no hump. That's not what's happening. What's blocking
how about
their
a drop?
view?
How about a drop?
From a horizontal or from sea level?
Those are
two different things.
Those are two different things where you apply, Jeremy, the same scenario where you apply the hump, where you say there is no hump. From that same elevation, right? You can't have it both ways, brother. You know what I'm going to say. That's why you're giggling, bro.
No. Listen, we're already clear. There's no hump. There's no elevation change. There's no hump.
Okay, so from the same scenario, is there a drop from there? From that same point where you say there's no hump, is there a drop?
In their model, there is a drop from horizontal. There's no drop of an elevation.
But you realize how ridiculous that sounds?
That's their model, bro. I know.
It's retarded.
That's ridiculous, dude.
It is. You're right, Kosho. Thank you.
Yeah, that's your worldview, Kosho.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Once again, this is another reason why.
Morty's upset.
Freaking shit right here.
But bro, I mean, it's so easy to do this. I mean, I can imagine the people listening to say, they're saying, what is he saying? There's no elevation. There's a change, but there's no elevation change. But there's a drop. I mean, that sounds.
Yeah. If you had if you had a basketball and you said the leather on the basketball is all the same elevation, right? If that's just what you're going to say about the basketball, that's all the same elevation. But then you made you get a ruler, you put a horizontal up. There's going to be drop from horizontal, but there won't be any drop in elevation as you go along the basketball. Saying that it's all the same elevation on the surface.
Yeah, but you realize how that sounds, bro? Because you're saying in that scenario, you're saying level is a curve, and also you're saying level is a circle. Think about that, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's their model.
Yeah, bro.
Saying you determine elevation from the core of the earth that they have yet to establish exists.
Exactly.
Elijah.
Exactly.
Elijah, you got your speakers up a little bit too much. We're getting a little bit of an echo.
I'll switch it.
Yo, SD, word on the street is me. I made a fucking video for you. Took me fucking 2 days, my free time, and I fucking showed it to you. I tracked it down. I showed it to you. I named it Alice and Bob, and it took a lot of time and effort to make this, and it expressed this entire point and the difference between these two things and everything. And you claim to have watched it and understood it, and you're still having this argument. So it's kind of
the point. I think the miscommunication was with the word hump. Like when the Globers were saying hump, SE took it to mean elevation change. That's not what's happening in the globe, though. There's no elevation change with this hump. It's all the same elevation. Like
Look,
that's
you gotta have dialetheism for this to work, man. You gotta believe in two truths. You gotta believe in level.
What are the two?
Three, actually. You gotta believe in level, and then you gotta believe in that there could be a hump or a drop without elevation change.
Well, if you're looking at a basketball, okay, the hump may be the wrong word to use, but if you're looking at a basketball, let's say you put a toothpick on the basketball and then you turn the basketball away from you got right up to your eye level, and then you turn the basketball away from you. There will be a part of the basketball that's either blocking all of or part of the toothpick, right?
Right. Which is that, the drop, or the hump that's doing it? You'll have to say
There's
both.
no hump.
Right?
There's
Think
no
about
hump. There's no hump. There's no
There's no
elevation change. Elevation change.
Uh-oh, Sean G is here. Watch out. Watch out.
The surface of the basketball is all the same elevation.
You said that.
Is that not true?
Their model says that the elevation spherical surface around the ball, right?
Yeah, you have to believe in a thing that in the center of their ball is where they established their elevation from, which they never been there. It's a whole fantasy, bro.
Well, we're believing everything. Hold on. In this drop hump thing, we're believing everything about their model, right? We're in their model right now, so we need to believe everything about their model while we're saying there's a paradox within their model, correct?
Don't steal me, bro.
Hold on, Kosho. Is that right, SE? Where you're gonna play games in their model? We got to use the whole thing, right?
Yeah, if you want to go in their model, sure, we can do that, and I can still show you faults in their model. Yes.
Yeah, but there's no drop hump paradox because there's no elevation change. When they say hump, it was mistaken for elevation change, but we know that there was a communication error. It's not an actual elevation change.
I have a question. In their model, do they use classical physics and classical mathematics?
We listen to alternative physics.
Well, the answer is obviously yes. So the moment they invoke that which is classic and has parameters, and then they try to rewrite those, there's an inconsistency.
There's no rewriting here. There's nothing being rewritten.
What did we rewrite? What was rewritten?
Gravity.
What SC has just gone on about for the past 5 minutes about how you're saying one thing is horizontal and then it's curved, but it's
but he's got it. He's misunderstanding the model though. Jeremy's trying to explain to him he's misunderstanding the model.
Nope. Did you even hear what I said, or did you just talk through it?
Both.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me try to help Montreal out. Okay, Montreal. So in the flat Earth, right? Africa is 5,000 miles from North Africa to South Africa, right? And it's on average 1,400 feet above sea level, right? So that would mean that, for the most part, it's not just the plains of Serengeti. Like almost the whole damn thing is plains, right? Montreal.
Yeah.
Right. So in their model, you take Africa, right, that's on the map, and you wrap it around like a slightly not perfect sphere, like a basketball that's slightly deflated, right?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, I'm with you.
So according to them, there's no point that's like higher than the other from the water. That's only 1,400 feet from let's say on average, any point on Africa. Now, obviously, that's not exactly true because there's mountains that are much higher. But you get what I'm saying, right, Montreal? Right on the other side of Africa is the water, and there's no point that's higher than the other from the water, which they say is also wrapping around the sphere, right?
That's the thing, exactly. You have, in order for you to believe that, you have to believe that the water is wrapping around the sphere, exactly.
Mm-hmm. That's what we say.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I fight against. It's nonsensical.
So, just to be clear, you can accept what the model says, but you can deny it's true.
No, I can discount. Hold on, let me rebut that. I can disprove your model in your model. You want to see how I can do it very easily? I'll tell you right now. Listen, listen to this. Listen, your model says that there is drop immediately from every part of when you're standing anywhere, right?
Yes. Yes.
So that's the drop immediately from every foot. So how could there be a hump?
Okay, there's no elevation.
You understand?
No. Okay,
That's it.
first things first. That drop is not elevation change. The elevation change in their model is from the sea level, right? The surface. So we're clear on that, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and the hump is also not an elevation change. We're clear on that too, right?
In their model, yeah.
In their model, the hump is not an elevation change. Yeah. So you go down, you make a horizontal line, you have drop from horizontal. No drop in elevation, right? That actually happens on a ball. We can do that, right?
Uh-huh.
You can get a ruler, make a level, see that there's a drop at every point. All right. You can also get the toothpick thing. You can put your eyeball up to the basketball, put a toothpick on it, and now turn the ball away from you, and you'll see that there is a part of the ball, a part of the sphere is blocking part or all of the toothpick if you turn it far away enough, right?
Okay, go on.
That's everything I've said has been true thus far, right?
On their model, yeah. On their model, if you wanna keep going on their model, yeah, go ahead, and then I'll rebut.
Yeah. On their model, and you can actually do that on a basketball and see that this is the case, right? So it's not like they made up that there would be part of the basketball blocking the bottom part of the.
No, that's easy to understand. You're on one side of the basketball, someone's on the other, and there's a hump. There's an actual curve of that ball blocking, a physical thing blocking you. Correct, Jeremy?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, go on.
So how's that a paradox in their model, though?
I'll tell you. Because take the scenario of the basketball, right? In between you and the person of that there's a hump there that you just said is a physical thing, right? Where is the drop between you and that other person? Because there's constant drop, right? From everywhere you are. Where is that drop between you and that other boat?
Yeah, that was the first thing we did. Remember, we put the ruler up to it. We saw a drop from horizontal, right? We did that on the basketball. That was the first thing.
Okay. So you're saying there's two things now. You're saying there's an actual hump of water blocking the two people on your basketball, but there's also a drop in between them. Do you not realize? Do you not realize what the problem is here?
Yeah, no, there's no problem. Just like on the basketball, we can turn the toothpick away from us, and we'll see that some part of the bottom of the toothpick starts to get hidden.
When you turn the globe around, Is that what you're saying?
When you move, it'd be equivalent to having two boats. Let's say your eyeball is one boat, and the toothpick is the other boat, and the basketball is the spherical Earth. So when you turn it away, hold on. When you turn it away from you, part of the basketball blocks part of the boat. You can also put a horizontal. You can get a ruler, put it up to the basketball, and see that there's a drop from horizontal at the same point that the boat's being blocked by the actual part of the basketball.
In between the two people, there's drop where the hump is? Are you serious?
Bro, you
don't realize what you're saying here. I don't think
you have your eyeball. Listen, you have your eyeball up to a basketball. At that same point where your eyeball is, you put a ruler. There's going to be drop on every part of that basketball from right there, right?
No, there isn't, because there's a hump blocking your vision. There's no drop there. There's a rise of basketball. You said there's a physical rise in the basketball between the two people blocking them. So I say again, where is the drop in between them?
Okay, listen. You got your eyeball up to a basketball. You've turned it far enough to where part of the other boat or toothpick or whatever we have over there is being hidden, partially hidden, ball hidden, whatever. At that moment, when your eyeball's up to the thing, you put a ruler up to it, and you can see that there's drop from a horizontal everywhere along the surface as you go out, right? We can tell with the ruler.
Wrong. Because there's a hump between you and the person, so that's wrong. There's no drop in front of you. in front of the two boats,
SE.
there's no drop. There's a
SE,
hump
we got
of water that you said is blocking the vision, Jeremy. You can't have it both ways, brother. Not even in
Listen
their
to me.
model.
Listen to me. Do you have a basketball or a soccer ball or something?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And do you have
Wait,
like a kid's ruler, like a 1 foot ruler or something?
Jeremy, don't, you know, I mean,
You can do this.
You're saying ridiculous things, bro. Seriously.
I'm just saying you can do this. You can do this in reality. You can see that there's a drop from horizontal, where the horizontal would be on the globe. You can make a horizontal with the ruler. You can see that there's the basketball is dropping everywhere from it. Right?
No, you can't. No. If you're looking at the boat, you're going to see a hump. There's no drop there. There's an actual rise in the ball in the form of the actual ball, the actual water that you're saying, and it's actually blocking. There's no rulers. There's no drawing lines. If the water is blocking you, there is water between you and the other boat.
Yes, on the globe
there's
model.
no drop there. There's a rise of water.
Okay, I suggest you get for you to get a ruler, a straight ruler, 12-inch ruler, and a basketball, and then you can tape a nail or something to one side. Put your eyeball up to it. Turn it so part of the bottom of the nail is being hidden. You'll see that part of the basketball is blocking part of the nail, and you could put a horizontal ruler up to it and see that the surface, according to that ruler, is dropping from everywhere away from the ruler.
What you're saying makes no sense. Let's do a scenario.
You can do it in reality.
On the mythical, on the sphere. Hold on. You asked me to do something. I'm going to ask you to envision something. We have a canal, right? It's 5 miles long. Okay.
You're on the globe model. Hold on. You're on the globe, and we got a 5 mile long canal.
Oh, we're on the globe. Yeah, we're on the globe.
Okay, we got a 5 mile long canal. Okay.
5 mile long canal. We're in the fantasy, full swing. Okay.
Okay.
Now, I'm on one log. You're on the other log. How does the water appear between us? And is there any water? Like, what's going on there?
Well, the water is so there's no elevation change in the water, right? It's all at the same elevation.
No, I'm telling you, in your scenario, how do you envision this? Because I want to show your dialetheism to the people, not yours. The model's dialetheism.
Listen, you got locks. I'm not sure if is the water flowing or not.
No, it's not flowing. It's completely
the water's not
still.
flowing.
Calm day. Not even a butterfly is flying.
All right. So we can mimic this exactly with the basketball, just as I detailed. The person, one of the people is going to see, maybe depending on the refraction, but one of the people is going to see the bottom half, or maybe all of the other person being hidden by the ball, right? Just like when you put your eyeball up.
By what? By the water in the canal?
And
what's
the water
blocking
in the
the
land,
view
yes.
of the two boats?
The water in the land. The water in the land, just like the basketball would be blocking when you turn it, just like the basketball would be blocking the nail you taped to it.
Okay, so you're saying now that in the canal, between the locks, there's a hump of water blocking the two boats, correct?
I'm not using the word hump. There is water blocking. You can't use the word hump because hump does not mean elevation change.
Yeah, but what's blocking you? There's water.
The water in the land. The water in the land.
What do you mean the water in the? We're in a canal, bro.
The water.
Okay, there's no.
Canal
forget the land.
Okay, just water. Just water. The water's blocking you. Yes, just like the basketball. The water's blocking you, just like on the basketball. The leather would be blocking you.
The weather? Oh, the leather.
Leather. Yeah, the weather.
Okay.
Leather.
Okay. So you're admitting there. In order for that water. Well, I'm not saying I'm asking you. In order for that water to block your vision, does that water have to rise to each viewer's position so they cannot see that it can't still be level, right, at their feet?
No,
right?
It does not rise. It does not rise in elevation or from a horizontal line. It's the same elevation. It's not rising.
So what's causing the blockage? There's the dialetheism right there, bro.
The water. The water is causing
the water that's not rising, Jeremy.
It's a mental blockage. It's a mental blockage. Come on.
SC's got a fucking good point, dude. SC's got a good point, man. But yeah, Jeremy,
I'll punch you in the dick right now, Coach. Okay?
I know you would. I know you would, dude. I know you want to, you sick fuck. But not messing with you, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you're in trouble.
SC. Jeremy is trying to explain my video to you. is what he's doing. He's not telling you this, but he's trying to explain to you my video that I've shared with you several times. And the questions you're asking are addressed in the video. It actually tells you what the drop is and what the hump is. And
I mean,
How do you think he's
what the
doing?
difference is.
How do you think he's doing so far, Kosho?
I think actually, honestly, God, I think Jeremy was doing. I don't want to insult him, but I would say just as good as a Glober would be doing when explaining.
Right.
That's how a Glober would
Essie,
explain it to you.
Essie, we can do this in reality with the nail and the basketball and the ruler and your eyeball, right? If you have all those things, you can actually replicate this in reality. The drop from horizontal at the same time, part of the ball is blocking the nail. Like this is not anything crazy. I'm saying you can literally do this.
It is crazy, bro. You just said that in the lock, the water is blocking our vision, but it's not rising. It's the same level of our feet. That is not a correct statement, Jeremy. The water cannot be blocking your vision if it's below your eyes, bro.
Yeah, it can.
Listen, if we're working, hold on.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, you first.
Listen, just like we're in the globe model, so the basketball is Earth, the nail is the other person, and your eyeball is one of the people. You turn the basketball, you see that the nail has started to disappear, or is disappearing, or has disappeared. You make a horizontal at that point, right? There's drop everywhere on the ball from that horizontal, and you also have part of the ball blocking part of the nail or bolt or whatever we have on the other side that's now being hidden.
So you
can do that in reality.
Are you suggesting in reality we can turn the Earth, like we can turn the basketball? Like you're not making any sense, Jeremy. Sorry, bro.
When you turn the basketball, it represents you being that 5 miles or 10 miles away from the other person. That's all that is when you turn the basketball.
Yeah, but the water.
You got your eyeball is one position, and the nail is the other person's position. That's all that is.
Okay, how do you reconcile then in the model? It both state, like you just stated, that the water blocks the vision, right? Due to it humping but not humping. Forget that. Now, I mean, now I forgot what I wanted to say because it's so funny that they have brain block.
Essie, we can do this in reality, dude. You can do this. I don't know why. Do I need to do?
Oh, I just remembered. Hold on.
Do I need to demonstrate this basketball?
Hold on, before I lose my thought. How do you reconcile both you saying there's a hump there, but also there has to be drop from every point of your feet? How do you reconcile that in the canal? You have to have both drop and hump, bro.
Okay, listen. Do I need to do this? Do I need to get a basketball and a ruler and tape a nail to it and demonstrate this for you, how this can happen in reality?
I don't suggest you do that, bro, because I like you.
I do.
You're going to look really bad. I don't suggest you do that.
No, it won't look bad. It won't look bad. Let him spend some money, man. Let him spend some money for the first time in his life on this bullshit, dude.
I got all that shit in his head. What are you talking
I've got an issue with your video, Kosho.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Crypto. Yes.
See,
Well, before you issue,
well, I'm just looking at it. I'm just looking at it, and it looks as though they're both kind of on the North Pole, but it looks like Alice might be in like Norway, which means she probably wouldn't be called Alice, and Bob might be in like Russia, and I don't think he would be called Bob if he was in Russia.
Okay.
Is that it?
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what.
Hold on, SC. Do you need me to replicate this seriously? You don't think this can happen in reality? This basketball?
Absolutely not, bro. It cannot happen in reality.
Dude,
you can't have
SC,
two drops making a hump, bro.
Honestly, guys, I think that what you are discussing is kind of nonsense. I think that what Kosho's done here in this 1 minute video is actually quite good. He's shown the difference between the two ways of thinking about it, but that you're actually not discussing anything different. You're talking about the same thing with different language, and so I just think it's semantics.
You're exactly right. And I made this for SE actually, and I showed this to you, SE, and you told me that you watched it. And what Jeremy's describing to you, he wants to play basketball. He wants to go do something. That's why he's bringing that up. But he's describing exactly what has been shown already. So if you want to, if there's no reason for you to go demonstrate this, Jeremy. You could use what's being shown here as your props, and there's two different perspectives, two different descriptions of what's being seen, and it just shows you the stark difference between them.
There's no way you can justify what you're saying with what you just draw there, bro. There's just absolutely no way. You just drew a chord there. And then you drew something, a line in space, bro. I mean, come on.
Yes, that's right. You're okay. That we're getting somewhere. That's right. That's exactly right. There's that's exactly right. One line is a chord, and one line is a horizontal line that extends infinitely through space. So continue.
Look, if this does it for you, like, I don't want to disrespect you guys. If you want to believe this, fine. I'm just trying to explain to you that water kills your theory, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Water does not do that. Now, I don't know how you guys cannot understand that. It boggles my mind.
I agree with Montreal.
That's the inner. Oh my God, guys, go ahead, Hank.
I disagree with Sorry, bro. I was just going to say that I agree with Montreal because water does destroy the theory, right? Because, people always ask, why would you fall off of a, several tens of thousands of miles stationary plane? Well, because it's not shaking, right? But no one ever seems to ask, why would you fall off of a water ball flying through space at nearly 1 million miles an hour from the great attractor? That makes more sense, doesn't it? Why would the water fall off? Why would you fall off? Oh, a spinning water ball being hurled through space.
You won't believe us. You won't believe us.
I understand this is hard for you guys. I understand that the model is very alluring. It's hard to let go of it. But you can do it.
We can
I have faith in you, bro.
replicate. SE, we can replicate this in reality on a basketball. Part of the basketball blocking an object, and also at the same time, from where you're looking, there will be drop from horizontal.
We don't live on a basketball, Jeremy.
Well,
in their model, the basketball is perfectly analogous to the Earth in their model.
But we don't live on their model
in their
either.
model. This is
The
all
model
happening
doesn't
within
exist.
And SE's
It's a notion.
thing. This is and SE's thing that he's saying. We are in the globe model.
Right,
we are
cool,
in the
Jeremy.
globe
Just
model
pour
right
some
now,
water.
100% full throttle. It doesn't matter.
Pour
In their
some-
model, water sticks to the ball. In their model, water will stick to the basketball.
Yeah, straight lines are curved and all sorts of bullshit.
All kinds of crazy shit. Yep, all kinds of crazy
So can we
shit.
just move
But in
on
their
from
model,
the crap and go back to real?
Yeah, but even in their
SE
model, I think I destroyed their fantasy. Even in their model.
That's where you're wrong, Issy.
Okay, so in your model, you can have two
Three-body
drops
problem.
that make a hump that could block two boats. I get it, bro. I get it.
spheres
You
work.
know the little.
Listen, it's how they're not describing anything different from how a sphere would work in reality. If you were at the observer points and the horizontal, this can happen on a ball, dude. A basketball. Go get a soccer ball or something.
No, you
I don't know what
can't
you guys
have
do in
two
Canada.
drops making a hump, Jeremy.
Get a
Two
hockey
drops
puck.
will
Get a hockey
never
puck.
make a hump, bro.
Okay.
Get a hockey puck, okay? On one side of it. Make your eyeball be on, a little bit on the other side. You'll block something. Put a ruler up to it. You have a drop from horizontal, just like their model. This is perfectly analogous.
I don't think we're getting anywhere.
That's the whole
Bro,
idea.
you can't play games in their model. You can't play games in their model and then want to tear part of
Yeah,
their
all
model
games are
apart.
built on a flat Earth model.
I took their basketball away from them, Jeremy, but you're not letting it go. You're hanging on to it. Me, I already destroyed their model in their basketball court.
Shit, man.
Jeremy's point is you can't argue against the model if you don't understand the model.
I just
That's
did.
not my point. That was not my point. That
Are you
was
sure?
Well, then that's my point.
My point is you can't
Come on,
say
let's
we're
just
using the
accept
globe.
that their basketball
My
is
point
flat.
is you can't say you're going to use the globe model and then try to break bits and pieces of it apart while you're trying to explain why there's a paradox in their model. If you're using their model, you're using their model. Water bends around a sphere in their model.
That's exactly what I just said. You said, Jeremy. I just used different
The same
words.
thing.
Well, your words suck. All right.
Jeremy, you ever see that goofy looking guy that goes into the basketball courts dressed as a nerd and just destroys them? What's that guy's name?
I love that dude.
That's what I just did today with the ball.
No, you did not, man.
Yeah.
Big Dogs TV or something.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
There's a couple people that do it. He's good though.
See when he has a back sack and he has glasses with tape on it. You ever see that one?
Yeah, oh yeah, I think that might have been the professor. The professor's
The
dope as
professor,
fuck.
that's the guy's name. Yeah, yeah.
He's fucking. That guy's filthy.
Wow.
But you didn't just do him like that. That's not what
I
happened.
did, bro. I did.
That's. I don't think so.
I pulled the professor on the
It's
ball, bro. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, yeah. That guy kicks ass, man. In the hood. In the hood. Yep.
The professor? Or is that
That's what
another
his
nerd?
name is, I think, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He's great.
I don't know why this guy's not in a professional team, man. I don't get it.
I think he's too short and white.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's racist.
Yeah. But it's the good kind of racist, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Just wanted to compliment Kosho on his fantastic choice of music as well for the video. It's great.
Way to
Well,
waste 2
thank
days
you
of
for
your life,
taking,
Kosho.
Osho, thank you for taking 2 days to do it. Much appreciated. You didn't.
It would make sense, Crypto, wouldn't it? That those who like to curve their noses also like to curve their flat lines.
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, because the expression on the nose kind of tells you that something's kind of straight, dead on. Yeah. So.
It's hard to defend the model, man. Come on. It's really. I would hate to defend the globe. Seriously.
I remember once. To be fair, even though I think that you guys are both arguing different sides of the same coin, you have inspired some really funny stuff. Like I remember one of the globe guys, they put a globe and then they put like a wart on top of the globe, and they were like, "That's a hump. That isn't."
Yeah, they have to come up with crazy explanations and insults. By the way, Don, come on, really? You really got to resort to that? You don't have an argument, do you? You just accused me and Rakia of being liars.
Because you know what the thing is. The thing is, we're giving you demonstrations, and you haven't even provided anything. At best, you've provided like little, like stories or whatever. Like we're giving you actual physical, or 3D models, whatever, that show what we're talking about. You're not getting.
We don't live on a model.
Can I just mention that a physical demonstration and a 3D model are very different things.
Okay, so
Like
that's why I said both. That's why I said both. I said physical model and, and also 3D.
You haven't physically demonstrated any of this.
Crypto, what I said, that can be demonstrated in reality. Like, I don't.
Specifically what?
You can have a basketball, all right? You can put your eyeball up. You can.
Come on.
Let him finish, guys. Come on. Why are you being so rude?
Listen, you got a basketball. You can put a nail on it. You can turn the basketball a little bit. Now the nail is one guy and your eyeball is another guy. Okay? You can see that part of the basketball. You could turn it enough so that part of the basketball is blocking a part or all of the other thing, right? And then you can also, at that very same moment, you can put a ruler up to the basketball, simulating a horizontal line and seeing that there's drop everywhere on the surface of the basketball. Like that, that can happen in reality.
Yeah, because what you're talking about are two different things. You got horizontal drop, like drop from horizontal versus drop from the quote unquote level of the ball.
Yeah, we're talking about drop from horizontal. That's what we're talking about. Drop from horizontal.
Isn't drop from the level of ball also the same thing? I don't.
No, it's not actually.
So what is that then? Tell me what that is.
Horizontal is a straight line, and the level of the ball isn't.
Elevation change. If there's a.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But then, okay, so what would that look like? Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. You're right. That would be okay. You're right.
Well, slow down. You listen at 2 times speed, but you don't have to speak at 2 times speed.
I actually watch videos at 2 times speed now. Just but whenever it's information based, because I want to get shit done real fast, So it's kind of fun.
You need to
li-
stop. 'Cause you're spitting it
listening
like
and
a micro
assimilating
machine, man.
are two different things.
Oh, what now?
So the thing is, that's perfectly analogous to what's happening. The thing is, that's perfectly analogous to what's happening in their ball model, right? That can be demonstrated. So you can't say this can't happen in their model when all that stuff with the basketball and the ruler and your eyeball, all that stuff could be happening in their model. Perfectly
Yeah, the model's
analogous.
coherent in that regard.
Thank you, percentage.
Well, this is the same thing that I said to Bev years ago because he kept on using the word level, and I said, well, globers don't accept your definition of the word level, so just use flat instead, or straight, or use another term. And then he was like, no, I'm going to use level. I was like, okay, well, they're just not going to accept your definition, and you're going to spin wheels for you. Exactly.
You almost can't even use straight anymore because they say that's curving in one axis. So that's even a tough one. But I hear what you're saying. Horizontal. I like to use the phrase straight, not bending in any axis, so we're clear. It's where I'm not talking about a geodesic, you know.
I see what you're saying. But that, whatever the phrase is that's not curving is the opposite of, or not the opposite, but it's an alternative to not curving, right? Sorry, it's an alternative to curving. So if you use the word level and they say level is curving, well, it's not an alternative. So like then you're just arguing over this word that you don't agree on, and that's not interesting, to be honest.
Yo, Jeremy, I wouldn't even say that straight, not bending in any axis thing. You're kind of like giving them an inch with that, you know?
No, it's just to be clear.
I know, but
Look,
you should just
it's
say,
just to be-
not a geodesic, straight, you know? So we don't have to
However you want to
redefine
phrase it.
straight, or like, straight should be clear. It's no
It
axis,
should
period.
be clear. It should be clear, yes, but it's not because they think straight can be bending. So you got to be very specific, so that way you're not getting confused over a
Of course,
miscommunication.
They play for the wrong side.
I would say not a geodesic instead of straight.
Well, whatever.
Axis.
I mean,
that's redundant, but yeah.
I know.
I feel you.
What are you gonna do? This is the point we're at in this. Okay.
Well, this is why when you talk about straight bending, this is why Kosho and Issa were talking about going to gay clubs every day when you're straight yesterday. You know, this is all the same stuff, right?
That's Kosho's favorite spot to pick up dudes.
Yeah, as a straight man.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest. I got some play in gay clubs. Not gonna lie, with some hot chicks too.
Because they're like bi, because they're bi, yeah.
Or sometimes they just go there because the vibe is like better and they're not harassed by as much dudes and shit.
Do you think Kosho goes and shows them his Alex and Bob video? Do you think that would be a good pickup line?
Wait, what?
I think Kosho's done a great job with that video.
Did an excellent job.
Don't get his head. Don't get him going, Crypto. His shit.
I literally was just
borderline.
talking to my brother. I was
I'll
just
give
talking
you
to
a
my brother,
C
just put
minus.
my headphones back on, and just heard Crypto say that. That's the first thing I heard.
You get a C minus on that, Kosho. Don't gas him up.
G plus. Give him a G plus.
I mean, honestly, that's all I was trying to do is express exactly what we're trying to express right now. It's a miscommunication.
You should have just went and got a basketball and shown it demonstrated in reality.
That's so silly, though. I mean, like, I feel like what, like, I gotta get what you're getting at, like, but like, I don't see why a 3D model can't be like legit. Like, you really tell me that what we see in that 3D model is just blatantly wrong.
That's not being true. Right.
It's not the same. It's not the same as demonstrating something in reality. At least when you do it in reality, we know that it actually can happen.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it can't. I'm not saying your Blender stuff can't.
I know,
I think this kind of gets something. What a lot of Globe guys, what a lot of Globe guys do, which is conflating the understanding of an idea with its reality. Well, if you make a 3D model, then sure you could visualize the understanding of this idea, but it doesn't make any of it real.
Yeah, but
I don't know what's so hard to understand about that.
No, because like if I was, for example, if I was to like, you know, like like those movies with the really good CGI. If I was to like fucking make like, for example, like Kosho's thing, but like I made it with the basketball, right? And it was a 3D model and whatnot, right? And you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if I did a really, really good job. But suddenly, if I tell you that, oh, it's a 3D model, it's like, oh, well, okay, I guess as soon as you turn that sphere and the nail disappeared, that can't happen in reality. I mean, like, I feel like, come on, that's a little silly.
But I don't think you understand what Crypto's saying.
I can make a 3D model of a dragon. Like there's a 12-minute fucking Space Marine animation that I'm linking the other day. It doesn't mean Space Marines are real. The problem is that, like, sure, a 3D model could represent reality, but the fact that it doesn't necessarily is the issue.
Okay.
Astartes.
Well, what about 2D? What about 2D representations? Like if I was to draw like a 2D picture on my screen, right, and it was just to show whether or not something would be blocked, from a straight line of sight. Would you say that's pretty valid?
If it represents reality, then yeah.
The confidence level decreases as the quality decreases. And the confidence level is increased its maximum when it's like real, when it's right in front of you, or it's a video of something real.
I think these are two different things, though, and I thought that's what Crypto was kind of saying was like this is the difference between like earlier Arma, what we were doing with Rakia and the bridge and all that. We're showing actually it's kind of both in that case, but regardless, it's a difference between showing if something is happening for this reason, we're trying to show that something can possibly be happening for this reason. But in this case, we're actually just trying to describe what's happening. You know what I mean? We're trying to just like come to an agreement on what we're describing. It's not there's no claim being made in this. No one's making any claims. We're just.
It's almost like your video is the kind of video equivalent of agreeing terms before the debate. The debate hasn't even happened yet. You're just agreeing terms before the debate.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because we're not claiming anything. We're not claiming like this is right or wrong or whatever. We're just making sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And the same would be true. I like the example of dragons because everyone knows dragons don't exist, but you have to know what a dragon is before
they don't
it exists or not, right? Sorry,
they don't exist. What happened?
All right, fire-breathing dragons from Lord of the Rings don't exist. Sorry to break your heart on that one. But if when I say dragon, I'm thinking of fire-breathing, red-scaled lizard, and you think of I don't know,
Komodo dragon.
Yeah, then obviously, if I say, "Oh, dragons can fly," and you go, "Dragons don't fly," well, we're both right because we're talking about different things.
I mean, I barely see how this is relevant to what I was talking about, but all right.
Wait, this isn't about you, my guy.
I mean, I thought it started off with that. All right. I mean,
well, me and Coach were talking. Actually.
Oh, okay.
Morty,
feel free to
sit down.
Yeah, but yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like the point is that
the globe is fake news.
Well, that too. But yeah, 3D models aren't a good way of representing reality. To get back to what you wanted to talk about, Morty, it's a good way to kind of spread an idea or to elucidate on exactly what you mean within an idea, but it doesn't actually represent what's really going on.
Yeah.
Necessarily.
I think that's fair, and I think that's actually important because it's sometimes just the fact that you're using a 3D program in any context at all, people get turned off because they're automatically assuming that because you're showing it, you're trying to say that this is real.
True, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But that's sometimes all you're doing is just kind of displaying what you're describing.
Yeah, so like the 3D models are like a really high level elucidation, explanation of what's going on, but it's not a demonstration. For the demonstration you need it actually in person or on video or something like that, being real.
Would you say... What?
It's spitting bars. Elucidation of the demonstration of the.
Yeah. Okay, so it's fair to say that there are at least like, in some ways, I don't want to like make put this into tiers and whatnot, but like I feel like this is a slightly higher tier than just like, for example, giving like a verbal like hypothetical. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like with that, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of like miscommunication with that, but also there's also a lot of like. Maybe you're not accounting for a variable. Like you think you've got the hypothetical right in your head, and then you forgot. Oh wait, I didn't even account for this or whatever. Well, with the 3D model, it's all visually there. A lot of that stuff is already accounted for because it's within the model and whatnot. So I don't know. I guess what I'm getting at is I feel like if I'm at least making something like a demonstration and showing it, there should at least I don't know. I guess this is coming off a bit
Please,
cocky or
please
whatever.
make me water bending around a ball.
No, when you do it in like Blender or what have you, Arma, you are making a demonstration, but not of something real. It's a demonstration of your model. You're just demonstrating the explanation, you know? Whereas with doing it in real life, you're actually demonstrating the real thing. So it's different.
I guess.
Yeah, to engage with it, we have to suspend disbelief. But we don't have to do that when we just exist in the world.
All right. I've only got a couple of minutes, but I wanted to ask Arma a question. Arma, why do you think we do experiments in reality?
No, I mean I get that. Yeah, to get like a result when but I mean like. Well, I kind of did. I just kind of slurred
No,
the
you
words
just said
a bit.
I get that. That's not.
No, I slurred the word. I said to get results. You get results. You figure out.
But why? I didn't say what's the result here. I said why do we choose that method?
Well, to get actual results, because it's in reality. We deal with reality, and so
I feel like you've got a very superficial understanding of this, and that's the issue.
Don't you say that, Crypto. Tell them, tell them why. Tell them what's deep.
30 seconds. I'll be as quick as I can. The reason you do experiments is because you actually want to verify what you think is true in physical reality. But it could also be that you didn't consider a bunch of things, which is why we have the control variables, we have the independent variable, we have the dependent variable. You're trying to account for as much as you can, and then get the thing that you think is going to happen to either prove or disprove or whatever your initial hypothesis, right? But if you did all of that on paper, then it wouldn't mean anything. It has to be done in reality because something unexpected might happen, which would lead you in a different direction, but is ultimately leading you towards truth because that's what happened in the experiment, right?
Well, yeah, that's fair. I mean,
okay,
I guess
that's why it's done in physical reality and not on a 3D model.
Okay, no.
With that being said, go ahead.
What I was going to say was whenever I make the 3D model argument, though, that's usually when it's like a math-based thing. Like, for example, whether or not, we should see something, based off of like, I don't know, like some kind of angular size thing or some shit, like I feel like that a Blender should suffice because with a program like that is all math. Like whether I do the math by hand or I do it in, Blender or whatever, I'm going to get the same results because it's all math based. So I get what you're saying when it comes to like,
definitely. If you're saying if you're only making the claim in terms of like the math works or like the model works or what have you, but you're not necessarily saying that this is how it is in real life, then sure, that's fine. But to what hold on real quick, to what Crypto said, I think there's like a pretty big difference when you're modeling out something that's like real, like how it would work on a basketball, for instance, and you just like model that out. You just show how something that's already, we know basketballs and nails and stuff like that are real. So the confidence level I have in that model is much more than something that hasn't been tested or something that's talking about things that we're unfamiliar with or what have you. Like the confidence level is near to what it would be in real life than if it was just like someone talking about the mechanics of a fire-breathing dragon, eating an army or something.
Okay. Yeah.
I think the problem is that we tend to confuse like the models, right, and how they tend to work. But the model is a system that's created, a mathematical system. Even in Blender, it's still mathematically based. So even though you might do what you think might be an equal representation to reality, it isn't, because it just doesn't contain the fundamental elements that reality contains.
Fair enough. Like I will admit, my Blender models, they don't count for a lot of variables. Obviously, for one, they don't account for refraction and whatnot. They don't account for what else? I don't know. That's probably about it though. But I get what you're saying. Though. Fair enough. But like, okay, but let's say for example, we have an angular size argument, right? Like, the ISS is too small or or too big in the sky, whatever, right? Like, how do we go about arguing like whether or not that's true or not? Like, we would do the math for that, right? Otherwise, like, what are we basing this off of? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I think you guys would agree that would be a math-based kind of argument, like the size of the ISS, in angular size and whatnot. What you saying? What you looking for? I mean, like, wouldn't that not be a math-based argument? Like, how else would you determine how
only if you're presupposing the sizes that they give you are accurate.
Yeah, that's that you would have
you
to.
Have to know. You have to know.
Like that's a
If
football
you don't know,
field length
it's
or
only
whatever
speculation.
bullshit claims.
Yeah, but that works both ways too. So, for example, if a flat earther is saying, "Oh, that's way too big" or "That's way too small," they would also they would have to already, you know, assume that the size of the ISS, right? Like for them to make that claim in the first place.
Well, if they were to do that, I don't know who you're exactly referencing, but they would probably be going based on the measurements being given.
Well, yeah,
that's
but no.
That's one of the fundamental issues, by the way, with the globe, is that they've given specific dimensions, and then when you hold those dimensions up to scrutiny, they don't actually line up with what you can observe and measure and conclude. So there's the issue.
Okay, that seems that seems right at first, but like there's the argument where a flat earther would say, the ISS, you have like a plane in the sky, and then you have the ISS, and it's like, oh, the ISS isn't the right scale that it should be. Now, if you run the numbers for angular size and whatnot, the ISS is the appropriate size, right? Like that is how big it should be in the sky, whatever. But I've seen the arguments that flat earthers say, like, oh, a plane is like about the same size as the ISS or some shit in the sky, or it's close to that, that scale, whatever. So it doesn't check out. But I feel like they're still not accounting for other things, like for one.
Yeah,
feelings.
Again, I'm with you. But this again is to support the claims that haven't been in reality substantiated. We can't substantiate the distance of the ISS in reality. Like there's no one that's actually measured it. It's just we have to trust the altitude that they give us, and same with the size of it.
Yeah, so how is it fair then for a flat earther to say, "Oh, this isn't the right size"? I mean, besides like one, like I don't want to say okay, but
this
I
is
don't
too vague an objection.
We're missing too many variables.
To really waste time with it.
We're missing too many variables to be able to come up with some sort of appropriate scale or something, because we only have what the ground is, right? And that measurement, but we have no idea what is the limit of the sky and what we're working with. Like it would be very different, right? If something very, very high and very, very small, and something very, very close and very, very, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't know what we're working with. So whatever construction we come with, it would only be some crazy hypothesis.
I agree with that guy. What we have here is orthodoxy is based on assumption, and that's the worst kind of thing that you can do.
Well, fair enough. If you guys are admitting that, when a flat earther says, "Oh, it's the ISS is too big or too small in the sky, whatever," that's just like a like a hypothesis or whatever you want to call it, right? Like you're not.
I would say it's them contending the claim, them denying your claim, which hasn't been substantiated.
Yeah, but don't they also need a reason to doubt, like to say it's
No.
too big or too small?
No.
No, the absence of evidence is reason enough to doubt.
No, hold on. No, because they're making a specific claim. They're saying it's either too big or too small. Okay.
No,
based
we're
off
not
of
making
what?
a specific. No, they're
No, that's them
they're
speculating.
contending the claim.
Okay, speculating.
Yeah, they're saying you're wrong, and I think it's like it'll be bigger because I think it'll be like they're speculating or what have you.
Yeah, there you go. Then we can agree on that.
But it's kind of shifting the burden of proof to say that they need evidence for their speculation.
No,
when
I mean,
you haven't provided evidence for the actual measurements,
Yeah,
for the
Arma,
size and the
it's
distance.
it's like you said, Arma. I dated J-Lo last night, and we're saying, "Oh, cool, man. Okay, let's see some proof."
No, yeah, I get that. Fair enough. If it's speculation, right, then fair enough, right? I'm just saying, like some flat earthers are saying straight out, no, that's wrong.
If they're making the claim absent of like the claim, not in response to the claim that the globe makes in terms of the distances and stuff, then yeah, that is wrong.
All right, fair enough. Just wanted to get that out. Yeah, fair enough.
The question is, how can we verify the altitude of the ISS?
I don't know any ways personally, but I don't really tackle that anyway though, because that wasn't really my main point. But yeah, I get you though.
What was
one
your main
method would
point?
be the next time there's a launch of some sort of spacecraft that's going up there to the ISS, they could have an actual,
Take a tape measure up
altimeter, altimeter, like in the field of view, an analog altimeter. We could see it slowly, decreasing in pressure to 1 × 10 to the -6 or whatever they bullshit claim that the ISS is at.
You know what proof they give you when they say when you ask them percentage? They say, "Oh, Rhetoric did it." That's what they say.
And he
Through
did.
like stellar parallax or whatever.
They say he measured it, and that's the guy that wanted to pay Bev $500 to take another position to say that he's a flat earther in order for him to debate him. That's their go-to guy.
Well, did he not do it? I mean, I'm confused. What is the argument here now? Are you saying
How do you do it? How do you physically measure the ISS?
Exactly.
He had two guys. He and Astronomy Live were some distance apart. They observed the transit of the ISS across the moon. They both took angles to the ISS from their position and triangulated his position.
So they calculated it, but they didn't physically measure it.
They used an apparent position of an optical phenomena as their hinge point.
Well, I mean, where else would you say it is? I mean, it's apparently where you see it, right?
When you say it like that, Elijah.
They use the moon. Depending on where they are, it's gonna appear to be different, and they don't even know what it is. So it's stupid.
It's not. I think it's probably how many times it appeared on the moon as it transited to get like an idea of its speed.
Yeah, but and
then using the diameter of the moon, like the size that they think the moon is.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Not only that, they filmed an object traveling at 17,500 miles an hour.
Is that what they concluded?
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Ask them; they won't deny it.
Well, that has to be the speed. There's no way you can no buts, no what you can't really. At least if you're going, at least in terms of if it's passing overhead. All right. I mean, now granted, I guess I am kind of assuming that this happened, but assuming they measured this where the ISS is passing overhead. If you have ISS passing overhead one person, right, and then someone else in another location where the ISS is passing over them, right, and they have a distance between them, right. I mean, I think it goes without saying that the ground position of the ISS would have to be what it is, like however long it took to pass over the other person, so
I have no idea what you just said, bro.
Okay.
Yo, Arma, would you bet your life that's going that fast?
Arma, a question: How far can you see a 747? It's about 250 feet.
This is the argument I was talking about.
What?
Right? Freaking percentage. This is what I'm talking about here. This whole argument about how big or whatever should this thing be in
He
this
didn't make an argument. He asked you a question, bro.
But I know where it's going. I know where it's
How
heading.
far? How far?
I don't know.
35,000.
Okay.
40,000.
With my naked
You know
eye,
when you
or with
say
like
I
some-
don't know.
Yeah,
is
with the
when
naked
you
eye.
say
With the naked.
my naked eye, then I don't know, like a few. What is it? Maybe like a.
Cruising altitude.
Well, hold on, no. Give me a second. I'm thinking about this right now.
Processing.
What was the question?
I
How
give it,
far
like,
is
good,
a plane?
How
I give it,
far
like,
will you
I
be
give
able to
it, like,
see it?
I
on
give it like at
747?
least 50 miles, at least.
About 27 miles.
You say 27?
About.
Is it? Let me do the angular size thing for that. Let me see. Hold on. What was this shit? What was this called again? What was this?
A 747.
747 size.
And while you're at it, calculate how much faster than a bullet is 17,500 miles an
It's a
hour.
lot. It's a few. It's a Mach something.
So that's about 3 times the cruising altitude of a regular plane.
What's it like?
84. 27 miles is like 150,000 feet up, which is way high. That's like ISS altitude.
No.
ISS is 250
miles.
250?
250
How do they see that thing?
Telescope. A telescope. It's called. Yeah.
No, sometimes you can see it with your naked eye. They say.
Yeah.
Well, you can see it with your naked eye when it's illuminated as a source of light, point
how about
source
the
of
crater
light,
on the-
but you can't make it out with your eye.
250
How about the crater on the moon that we can see with our naked eye?
That was already debunked like a while back, but let me see.
Your whole worldview is debunked.
It's not a crater. It's a sea of moon air. Okay, it's called the Sea
They
of
actually
Tranquility.
see that. They actually say now that you can't see that crater with your naked eye.
Well, it's not that we can't
sea of moon
see
air?
it. It's just that apparently the area around it, for one, is what is it like raised apparently, and that's what we're really kind of.
Yeah. So we can't.
Yeah.
Can we see Tycho with our naked eye or no? Yes or no?
You could see the like the location, like where it is, like more or less. But I mean, you can't really see, like you're not seeing detail or anything. Like no, you're not.
Is that another hole in the model? Ouch.
All the
very
double
vague.
the freaking double speak all the time.
You can't see Tycho, you say.
Come on, he's only 14. Give him a break.
Guys, don't pick on my niece. Don't pick on my niece, guys. Come on. My brother's sister is a very nice person. Let's give him a.
Your brother's sister.
My brother's
Griffin.
daughter. My brother's
Maybe
daughter.
now,
Niece. Arma's my niece, guys. Take it easy on her, will you?
maybe now Multi can understand that his objection
Yo, Arma,
isn't actually that good.
What's up?
If you're modeling it out, do it on Blender and stream it.
Do what? Do what?
The Boeing 747 size and stuff.
I could just do trigonometry. That's all I need to do. Some little bit of.
You're not doing it on pen and paper. Don't lie.
I'm doing it on a calculator.
Do you guys agree that like they know, like when he said that right there, when he tried to answer the Tycho Crater question, he knows that he's double speaking, right?
No,
like he knows.
No, because I've had this debate before with someone or whatever. What it
Yeah.
came down to was technically, yeah, the crater itself was technically smaller than the human, the angular resolution for the human eye, or whatever, right? But there's two things to consider, right? One, what was it? If it's a light, if it's like a light thing, right, a light source, whatever, right? Or if it's just shining light, whatever. If the light is coming from it, right, your eye can still pick it up. Now, granted, it won't, you're not gonna have any detail, but your eye can still pick it up, though, right? So there's that, right? It would just be like a pixel in your eye, right? For one. But two, I believe what I heard from someone was that it's not the crater that you're seeing, but it's the area around it that's actually, that you're actually seeing, and that is, I think, large enough for your eye to technically pick up. But
We
even
can-
then,
We can see in between the radiators, though.
What now?
You know how the radiators stick out? They look like solar panels, but they're actually supposed to be radiators.
What are you talking about?
The ISS has panels that are sticking
No,
out.
the moon.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You're talking about the moon. To see
Tycho crater.
tranquility. Or Tycho crater, I mean.
But yeah, but there's also the thing is, if, like I said before,
But Hank has a point, right? Even though we're talking about the moon, we can still see through the radiators in the ISS. So
maybe, I don't know about
You're not
that.
supposed to be able
I've
to.
never really seen-
You're not supposed to be able to see the crater at all. So I'm just confused. Like, so how am I missing something? How is he not double speaking? Where he says, "Well, you can see it more or less. You just can't make out all the details."
Okay,
you're not supposed to be able to see it.
Fine. So let me clarify myself.
You know
I say
when a
more or less-
radio picks up two signals at the same time? That's how. He doesn't actually know that he's doing that, but
Okay,
there's
so
there's cross feed in his antennas.
Okay, so I'll clarify. All right. So basically, what I was saying is, when I said more or less, what I meant to say was, yeah, you're not actually seeing the crater. You're seeing the area around that crater. All right. And now, granted, the thing is, obviously, that area around the crater is located obviously in the same spot as the crater. That's why it's around the crater, right? So when you see that, I guess you are technically seeing in the direction where the Tycho crater would be, but you're not actually seeing the crater itself, though.
Yeah, we do see the crater.
You mean what, with your naked eye, or what? What are we talking? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, I can see the crater.
I don't know about in detail. I'm pretty sure you're just seeing like either like a.
Why does it have to be in detail? I'm not supposed to be able to see it at all.
Okay, because that's not how the eye works, right? So you have angular resolution, right? Your eye has an angular resolution, right? And the thing is, if something is smaller than that, right? If it's bright enough, your eye will still pick it up. It's just it won't. You just can't resolve it. It's just like a pixel in a sense, right? The same thing with the camera, right? If you have something smaller than the pixel of the camera, it can still pick it up. It just, it'll be either like, sort of blurred, or like not blurred, but the different lights that are coming into that same pixel will just kind of blend and whatnot. So the point I'm trying to get at is, yeah, you can still pick it up. It's just it's not going to be resolved. All right, it's just going to be a faded version of it. All right.
Wait, you had a point?
Yeah, I had a point.
This is crazy to me, right? Like, that this is like you're kind of bullshitting, right? Like you're
No.
conscious of it. Oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not bullshitting.
All right, man.
All right. So what's the topic now? We still talking about the Tycho crater, guys?
Oh, what's up with the ISS, man?
All right,
You were doing some calculations on it.
Okay, yeah. So do you want me to do the calculations for that? So let's see.
I thought you were almost done.
Well, I was doing it for the one plane thing. What was it called? The 740 whatever. So the 747, I got the length of it 184 feet. What is that by what the hell? 250 feet? I'm not sure what's going on there. There's like a dash. I'm not sure if that's saying that it varies in size or if that's like whatever. Anyway, it says
Probably the wingspan by the length of the.
No, because it says later on wingspan 195. So it's giving me for length 184 feet and 9 inches to 250 feet.
Well, then it varies in size.
Yeah, okay, that's weird. All right, so what do you want to do? Do you want to do 184 or you want to do 250? What do you want to do? The smaller one?
Oh, let's give you the biggest one. I mean, because we're still we're like 100 feet short, right? from the ISS.
Come on. Okay, let's just do 250. All right, so 250 feet. All right, but that's for the length though. So what are we doing? We're doing the length. We're doing the wingspan. Which measurement you want to do? Because technically,
Whichever you want.
I guess technically we should be doing the smallest one because
Do the fuselage.
The what now?
The fuselage.
No, you
the
should
length.
do the biggest one, whatever the biggest one is.
But
That's
if
the
I'm gonna
one. That's the one that needs to disappear for you to not be able to see it.
Oh, so he's trying to push his argument. He's trying to like steel man his own argument where he's saying, well, even giving you all the biggest.
No, that's
do the
when it needs to.
fuselage. The wings are smaller; they disappear quicker. So do the fuselage.
Yeah, you need to figure out when this thing totally appeared. So use the biggest one because
No,
that's
you
what
need
you
to
would
use
have to use.
No, because the thing, imagine imagine something that's like, I don't know, 1,000,000 miles wide, right? But it was only like a foot tall though, right? Your eye's not going to pick that up, even though it's big enough, like even though it's wide enough, it's not thick enough, right? So you would technically want to use the smallest measurement. If I'm going to be truly honest, you want to use the smallest one because it doesn't matter how big one measurement is. If the other one is too small, your eye's not going to pick that up.
Well, let's just do the fuselage and get a number.
All right, so let's use fuselage. Okay, what is
use the
like a Muamua.
fuselage. I'm not finding anything for fuselage.
A Muamua was a long cylindrical object.
While he's doing math, do all the Globers in here agree that if you saw, so Mars is supposed to go behind the moon? Just answer and you can go back to this stuff. Do you agree that if you saw Mars through the moon, then that just debunks your model?
Yeah, that'd be pretty.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, we already did it. We saw Mars through the moon.
Sure.
See that?
You mean
Okay.
on like the Muslim flags
Like,
or what?
Not drop the video. No, like with the video. So left lane.
Not just
okay.
It's not Mars and the Muslim flags, man.
The flag has the crescent moon with the star in it.
The stars and Mars.
It's- Well,
Yeah.
isn't it?
No.
How do you know that?
Left lane. When I show you the video, what are you? To be honest, are you going to? Do you already assume you know that it can't be happening? So therefore, when you see it, you're going to immediately assume and start ad hoc explaining how it could be something else. How it could be, oh, the camera's messing up. Oh, da 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 da.
Yeah, I don't want to prejudge it. I'd like to look at it and then I'll give an opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think every fighter trainer knows that none of the Globers would ever be like, holy shit, that's crazy. I may need to reconsider things. It's going to be, I know for a fact the moon's a solid piece of rock. You can't see through it. Therefore, I just need to think of the most logically acceptable explanation to dismiss it.
Yes.
Not to dismiss it, to explain it. I would agree. I'd say, yeah.
Explain it away.
Yeah,
I'm
to
definitely
explain it.
dismissing
Yeah.
I'm dismissing it because a flat earther made it up. So when I find a good way to dismiss it, I'm happy with myself.
What do you mean
But
made
if
it up?
if you saw the Mars through the moon, you would have to come to a logical conclusion. You'd have to figure out a reason, right?
Oh right, yeah. If that ever happened, I would have to think about it.
Yeah, we have the
But
video.
the thing is, it's never happened. So
We literally have the video, buddy. We have a video.
No, you don't.
Well,
No, we literally
Witsit,
do.
we need to see that.
Bullshit.
I know. I'm about to go inside and give it to you. So this, I don't like this other guy. He's really, really annoying to me because he always says stuff like that. Like, flat earther made it up. It's never been. He has no idea what he's talking about. Though,
Yeah,
right?
just shut him up with the video. Just shut it right down his mouth.
I'm going to.
Which other guy? Me?
No, he's talking about Don.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, like it's just so annoying. Like the freaking arrogance.
So why Witsit gets the video? Armor, you done with the calculation?
Well, Witsit gets it.
Okay, so the fuselage is stretched by 18 feet to 250. So we're gonna use the 18 feet, right? 18 feet sounds about right.
No, you're gonna use 250. Wait.
Look, I'm trying to give you guys the benefit of the doubt, but I mean, what the fuck?
I don't know
about 18 we're not the ones who need the benefit of the doubt.
Dude, if you're trying to figure out when this thing is going to angularly disappear, you need to use the biggest length because that's when it's going to disappear. When that biggest length, not the small. I don't know why you would think.
No, hold up though, Jeremy. If the width of the thing completely disappears, you're not gonna just see like an imaginary line, right? If it has no width and it's now a 1 degree object, then you're not gonna see it.
One-dimensional limit.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Just do both.
You need to do the fuselage.
Fuselage. Okay, so.
So I do think maybe you should use width then.
Okay, so hold on. So if we're doing, I guess if we're doing fuselage, then I guess that's going to be if the plane was just going straight, like if we're looking at like the the butt of the plane, if you want to call it that, right? The tail, and it's like flying off, we would see it just like kind of like like that silhouette of like the wings out and then like the little. Okay, so let's just do. It says 18 feet. All right, let's do. Well, see, that's also weird too. I'm making this more complicated than it should be, but let's just let's do 18 feet for now. Okay, 18 feet. And what was the distance?
You're supposed to try to figure out how far would it be to disappear.
Oh, the greatest distance.
Yeah,
Okay,
he guessed 27 miles or something.
Okay. So let me do that. Okay, 18 feet. I mean, from the sound of it right now, it does seem like it's going to disappear in roughly that distance. Let me see. So 18 feet divided by, what should we do with 5280 times that by, is it 27? 27 miles? 5280 times.
No, you're supposed to work it out, man.
It really depends on how bright this object is. How reflective it is,
No, we're talking about, actually, yeah, we're talking about whether or not you could just see a light or whether you can actually make it out.
Exactly. So if I had like a laser pointer in my hand and I was 400 yards away from you, you wouldn't see that laser pointer, but if I turned it on and shone it at you, you'd definitely see the little pinpoint of light.
Right. So you're saying that we could see the light from the ISS?
Yeah. So if it reflects off of it, it kind of reflects in not in all directions, but in a wide arc. So you'll be able to catch a glitter or like glimpse of reflection.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Well,
like a disco ball or something.
Thankfully, passenger airlines aren't that reflective.
Yeah, or they're like too close to the ground.
Hold on. Okay, so I believe what I got, yeah, it's technically smaller than the angular. Hold on, let me see. The upper limit on angular resolution for human eyes was 0.008. Why are these numbers so inconsistent for?
This is getting too precise for general discussion.
Yeah.
All right. Well, point is, yeah, the 27 it would disappear after like 27 miles or so if we're talking about specifically the fuselage. With that being said, though, all right, I can do the angular measurement thingy for the ISS if you guys want.
Go ahead.
Okay. ISS. Oh, is Wista gonna post that video by the way?
It's about 350 with about 250 wide.
357. Okay, so.
And at that altitude, it just looks like a star, like a dot going through the sky.
Yeah.
So I'm getting roughly 357 feet or 356. Let's go 350. All right.
There's the video.
Chicken.
I guess it's loading.
Okay, so let's take an ISS height. It's like 250 something. 250. So 254 times 5280. 1,341,120. Okay. Let's take 350 divided by. I don't see the video yet. Where is the video?
It says it's loading.
Okay. Divided by 1 million. Okay. 10. We get roughly 0.0149. All right. So that right there, that is, I believe, larger than. Let me just double check the size, the angular size, because I know that the rough, what is it? The rounded is 0.02, but I think the actual accurate size is
0.017.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Let me compress it.
Resolution. I can't find whatever. But anyway, yeah, so I think that's technically lower than that, 0.017. So I guess you wouldn't like see that per se with the naked eye unless once again it's a light, because then it would still technically pick up. It just would be kind of faded.
I mean, the conversation that comment said it's so big you can see it in the night sky without a telescope or binoculars. Is the biggest thing that man has made, pretty much.
What now?
Says the International Space Station is the biggest human-made thing in space, and it's the third brightest object in the sky. It's so big you can see it in the sky without a telescope or binocular. Will you be able to see something that's 250 miles away with a telescope or binocular? I mean, how big would the light be for that?
Well, like I said, I got roughly 0.0149, so roughly 0.015. From the looks of it, that does seem to be smaller than the angular resolution of the human eye, but not by much. So if it is a bright light, your eye will definitely pick it up. Which is the only time we ever actually see the ISS with the naked eye. It's like a bright
So hold
light.
on. So at 250 feet, it will disappear roughly around 27 miles. But you're saying that because it's 100 feet bigger, it's barely not visible to the eye at 250 miles?
Oh, well, first off, we did what was it? We did the fuselage, which was like 18 feet, whatever. And so with the ISS, I used roughly, what was it, the 300 and something. Although I guess
So hold on. So you're making the whole ISS compared to the. Did you gain the whole length of the ISS? The ISS isn't a big ass square.
I guess we could use the shorter side, because I know there's because whenever we see the ISS, we do see like the panels and whatnot. So I guess that we could use what would you call that? Like the width instead of the length. I guess we could use the width.
Well, I mean, if you're including the panels, it's pretty square object, you know.
Yeah. Let me see ISS size.
Yeah, obviously elbow. Obviously, while Armbar is doing his math, my lovely niece. Obviously, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say now. So busy trying to make fun of.
There's the video, dude.
Oh, hold on. Obviously, wherever you read that from, doesn't know what to talk about. That's not a credible source, you know.
Right.
Where were you reading that? Where'd you read that from?
Of theconversation.com. This is actually I say it's incredible.
Damn, I was hoping it was like NASA or space.com or something you were reading that from. I took a shot.
Wait, how do we know that's?
I mean, it's. If you have any questions, you can pretty much ask the curious kid at theconversation.edu.au. I don't know.
So it's at the time that Mars is
EDU.
supposed to be going behind the moon. Like, I'll message the guy to get the exact data. But either way, what is it? Are you claiming it's a star in front of the moon? What's being seen through the moon?
I don't know. That might just be like a crater or something.
To what?
Might be like the edge of a crater or something. You know how you have
Wow,
the
the
dark
edge
side?
of the edge of a crater.
Well, the inner side of the inner.
Yeah,
but the inner side.
I just wouldn't put a lot of money in that.
What did I tell you would happen? They would just hand wave dismiss it and start making up bullshit.
I'm not though. I mean, how is that? First off, you haven't even really confirmed that's Mars. First off, if you want to confirm that was Mars,
it doesn't matter if it's Mars. You can't see any star through the moon, buddy.
That's not. But who says that's a star though? That could easily be like the.
It was
like
Mars.
crater,
Now you're
inside a
saying
crater
it's
or something.
a star.
What?
How
It could be what?
That could be the inner side of the of a crater or something though. It's too
Inner
blurry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's too blurry to tell for sure. If you would have focused,
So we see the inside of the crater on the dark side of the moon.
Yeah, maybe
I'm not
pretended
saying
it was Mars to pretend it was a new point, and it's actually just another star through the moon.
No, it's Mars. The dude tracked Mars. This is when Mars goes behind the moon, okay, and you can see the lights.
Lights.
Yeah, we
What do you
didn't
mean the
see
lights?
that part though.
The lights isn't
Oh,
Mars.
okay, that
is it?
doesn't matter, buddy. It doesn't matter what
You
it
tried
is.
to sneak another star through the moon into the mix,
Hold on,
pretending it was Mars.
Hold on.
Okay, see, I literally didn't. This was when Mars was supposed to be behind the moon. But irregardless of that, you can't see anything through the moon.
It's it. CGI debunked. Move on.
Oh, see, you guys are actually religious zealots.
I'll need
You're
the image.
Well,
literally
that's what you
religious
always
zealots.
say. That's what
And
y'all
the
always
irony-
say. It's
the
CGI
irony, no,
debunked.
this is a human on the earth, and it can go be replicated. It's not NASA alone. We must worship them.
Oh,
So
good luck
what's so
replicating that.
what's so funny, Don? Don, shut up. You offer nothing
Well,
valuable
I'll give you
at
1
all,
month.
ever
If you haven't
whatsoever.
replicated it,
Come on,
Don,
keep it respectful,
you
man.
lose.
One at a time. Keep it respectful.
Don, never one time ever on this server have you said something productive. Never, never.
Neither of you did,
That's,
and
that's
I've
not
lied less
true.
than
It's
you.
it.
I
Come
lied
on,
less
let's
than
rise
you.
above.
Okay,
I
okay.
won.
Percentage. Name
All
one
right,
time
here
you
we
did.
go. Hold on. So real fast.
Name one time
He
you
has
did.
before. He talks about other stuff sometimes.
Guys,
Name
hold
one
on.
time.
But the point is, it's not helpful.
Name
It's
one
not
time.
productive.
Wow, let's
Well,
pretend
this,
neither
what's
of us
not
have ever
productive
said
is when
anything
someone's in
good.
the
At
middle of
least
their
I lied
sentence.
less.
Don,
At
please
least
stop
that-
interrupting.
What's not productive is when someone's in the middle of the sentence, this guy jumps in just to like falsely assert victory, interrupting them every time. That's
Yeah,
what's
I'll
not
start moderating. I'll start muting if necessary.
Here, hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Check this out.
Can you mod him as well as me? Thanks.
I'll mod the entire conversation.
Yeah. So the point is that whenever you say, "Oh, you didn't prove it's Mars," I'm actually out here feeding my chickens raspberries. I'm not currently in the process of going to talk to that guy, but I'll get the exact date and time of the video and everything. Not a big deal. Okay. But the point is, even before I do that, we can have a discussion because it cannot be any star or light or quote unquote planet. It can't be anything. Can't see anything to the moon. Now you said it was a crater when it's literally in the dark portion. Then
Yeah,
someone said it was
look.
CGI.
I sent a
right?
picture.
And so now we have some like psychopath named Zucatort who blatantly lies all the time about me. Is telling me that this makes flat Earth look bad. Like, oh wow, let me please take your advice about what makes flat Earth look good.
This
And
makes my Earth look bad. I
But
can
wait, I
confirm that.
posted a picture though, right? There is some dark part of the moon, right? You have a little bit of this little light that's peeking out. I mean, it could be like a little formation on the moon or whatever. I mean, like you're just jumping to conclusions. You haven't
a formation. The sun is blocked, buddy. Do you not know how your model works?
Did you not
There's
see
no
my picture?
sunlight that reaches the dark part of the moon in your
Okay.
model. It's physically obstructed by a rock. Did you not know how that works?
Hold on, am I looking at the wrong dot real fast? The wrong dot of light, whatever? Am I?
No.
It's the one that's right at the terminal line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So look at the pictures that I sent. Right. I circled it in red. There's that little bright light, little dot, whatever. That seems to be like a part of a crater or some kind of formation on the moon.
Okay, now watch this. Okay, so then you agree. If I now drop another video where it shows those all throughout the dark side and it's not on the terminal line, then your argument's bullshit.
Oh, okay. That'd be a stronger argument. I would say.
I asked you a question. Okay. Yeah. So this is easy. So easy to set Globers up. So like in this actual video, they do that because they know how stupid your arguments are. You're desperately trying to. This is the truth of what an honest person would be like. Wow. So Mars is going behind the moon right now. And then I pulled out my camera and I looked at the moon and I could see right where Mars is supposed to be through the moon.
No.
But you're immediately thinking, no, it must be something else.
No, 'cause
Immediately.
You haven't even like made it obvious that it's Mars. You're just saying it's Mars, right? You're saying, well, that's where Mars should be. But if you should have at least tracked this. If it would have moved, right? Across like the moon, whatever. Then we're like, okay, yeah, that's Mars that we're seeing or some shit, or a star or whatever. But we have no evidence of that. It's just a weird light on the moon, whatever. And literally, I showed you exactly that in my picture, where in the dark part of the moon, you got this little bright like light thing going on.
That's not the same at all. See, what you see is just you just see the right side of the alleged crater. You see the right side that's the closest to the light. That's not what we see in this video. I've already heard your excuse. You're saying I haven't thought about it at all. I know your excuses.
Okay, but my picture is pretty close though. I mean,
no, it's not. It's not though, because the other one's a complete circle that's lit up, not just like one side of something from the side of the light.
Yeah, Arma, have you seen the video that he's referring to?
Yeah, it's blurry though. If it was a
But also, when you're changing the angles, you see that, number one, the light doesn't match the light, like any lights that are on the terminator line of what the moon is. Like the crater, it's not the resolution where you'd see individual craters lit up or what have you. It's kind of like blurry now.
Well, it's exactly
and number
that.
two,
What are you saying?
as the video proceeds, you see that the light is separate from the moon. It's like on the right side, just like you could see that the way the light is being reflected to the observer is different than the surface of the moon. Like
yeah, you can literally see. Sorry.
I was going to say at some points it's in the black, like it's past the terminator line as the camera's moving.
Exactly. You can literally see the dark in between that spot and the light side. You can literally see the dark in between it.
Let me see. Okay. So in my picture, you see the dark in between it too. I mean, if that's the argument, I don't know. You mean go with the other one where it's like apparently what it was moving or some shit? Was that the other argument?
Okay. First of all, the argument is that I have a video that I can post when I go back inside that shows these all across the dark side, not just the terminator line. Okay, and it doesn't even look the same as the lights. And then the last one is the picture that you show. It's just lighting up that one side. it's coming from just that one side, and it's curved where just that light's hitting it. Because if it's an indention in a physical rock, then only that one side of the light's going to be able to reflect off of it, right?
Okay.
But we see a full circle lit up.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Here's the thing, right? It's also blurry, so it's kind of hard to tell. All right. Like what?
Wow.
I'm being serious. I mean,
I will admit, with it's not a long video. Like, it doesn't show like the Mars from, when it's before, like when it's approaching the sun before it transits and stuff, and that would be more credible if you had that entire sequence.
So this dude
But
was supposed to sit
it
out
does
there
look, for me, it looks like a star.
Mars.
I can't say it's Mars. It looks like a star that you see through the moon.
So he was supposed to tape Mars for hours. He was supposed to just tape it for hours and hours, right? So like what honest people do is like, wow, Mars is supposed to be behind the moon, right where it's supposed to be. I can see a light through the moon. And in a second, I'll drop the rest of the rest of that video shows all kinds of stars through the moon. Now, then what the Globers then said, because they said the Terminator line, right? Because like I said, all they do is desperately try to dismiss it because they think they know what the moon is for a fact. It's not even up for question at all whatsoever. Not even, it's 0% chance it could be anything else. They know for a fact. So they're not actually looking at it like we are. We're like, wow, maybe that is, maybe it's not. That's interesting. I want to learn more. That's crazy. They're just like, how can I explain this away? So then when I go show you the other video that shows the lights all over it, then they start coming up with new excuses because the Terminator line doesn't work. So they're like, oh, those are dead pixels on the camera. So, like, what can you do? It's
moving
it's
dead pixels.
Yeah, you tell me.
Dead pixels is another excuse that when something is moving in front of something else and it's in space and you're looking through all the atmosphere, tiny little pixels can shine up or change color completely or go black or white.
We've already blown this pixel thing out. We've already blown this pixel thing out of the water because
it's a real thing.
We've already blown this pixel. I know pixels are a real thing, but we've already absolutely destroyed this argument because you have the Royal Astronomical Society witnessing this in 1700. There were no pixels yet.
It's always pixels. I'm saying that is a thing that can happen and make people think, I found an anomaly when they haven't.
No, that's a non sequitur. So first of
No,
all,
it's a real thing that happens.
Really, we'll answer this question then. When the camera moves, do the pixels move or do they stay on the same part of the artifact that you're taping?
It doesn't mean the same pixel.
Answer the
is
question.
Broken. It doesn't mean the same pixel's broken. The dead pixel thing moves around depending on what's wrong.
Dude, seriously. Come on.
So if I'm videotaping an object and there's dead pixels, if I move the camera, do the dead pixels move with the camera or do they stay on the object where they are?
What you think dead pixels mean is actually sometimes just a weird anomaly where the pixel didn't replicate the right color properly and it changes.
Once again, when I move the camera, do they stay there or move with the camera?
I think that's irrelevant.
Come on, man. The fuck you talking about?
I don't care about his line of questioning. I'm just telling you.
No, but you're like basically saying these pixels have like a mind of their own. They'll wander on your screen. No, the pixel's either good or not.
That's what dead pixels means. That sometimes some of your image can be corrupted.
Yeah,
but pixels don't move.
Yeah, if it's corrupted, then it's corrupted.
No, I'm telling you, it's not a one pixel that doesn't move. It's a part that moves around depending on what's wrong with your exposure and what you're looking through.
It's not a dead pixel then. That might be an artifact or something, but it's not a dead pixel.
If I move it
on your screen, pixels don't move. Your screen is made up of a length and width of pixels. Each one has a specific spot. It doesn't move if the camera doesn't move. If the camera moves, the pixel moves.
If they used pixel as an excuse, it would have been on a single shot. If it's moving footage, obviously they wouldn't use that as an excuse.
It's a video. It is a video that they say that about, buddy.
Armor, I just tagged you in a video about the
sure
ISS. You would want to watch
I
that.
don't care if you believe me.
You do.
You're not accounting for Zoom. Like if
Dude, I can think of about a million things I care about, and in your opinion, it's 100% not on the
If
list.
you're really passionate about something being true, and I just reject it, of course you care about that.
No, I don't.
You want people to think Earth's flat with you.
But I want them to see that people like you are on the other side. You're very valuable to me.
You want them to see that you believe it's flat and that they think it's flat too. You want them
No,
to
I
see
want them to see that. I want them to see that it's people like you that are on the other side. And whenever I say, something as simple as, do the pixels move or not? I don't care. It doesn't matter, right? Because you aren't interested in truth. You're a religious zealot.
I already explained what I meant by dead pixels, that they move. It's not actually one pixel that dies. It's part of an image that can corrupt because of what
You just said it couldn't be on a video. It has to be on a still shot.
No, I said if they use dead pixels as an excuse, it's probably on a single shot.
But it wasn't. It was video.
I don't believe you is where we left it off.
Okay. So you agree that when I post it, you're going to be like, I'm wrong.
And now I know that you do care because now you're going to try convince me again.
No, I don't care to convince you. I care to expose you.
Give it up then.
Yeah, so you're useless. You're invaluable to the discussion. So anyway, just like Jeremy said, I dropped also, that's also in this video, the Royal Society documents this happening as early as 1784. The Royal Society has this documented on their website that they see stars shining, lights that look like stars shining through the moon in 1784.
Yeah,
what was his name? Sir Thomas something?
They didn't say we've seen stars, like you said. They said they look like stars.
Okay, so what other lights look like
he
stars?
knows about this.
Maybe they explain in the article if you cite it all.
You see what I'm saying? You are just a zealot. You have blind faith that they're going to
pulling your crap apart. That's all.
I'm muting you next time you interrupt me. How about that?
I'm not scared of you. I said it before.
I'm not asking you to be scared. You just won't be able to say shit because you'll be muted.
I'll moderate with your mods, and I'm not scared of you at all.
Every time I talk, you interrupt me. You're like a child.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. So
let's not interrupt. All right, go ahead with it.
Yeah, so this is the point, okay? There aren't any lights that can be seen through the moon in your paradigm. There are no lights that can be seen through the moon. It doesn't matter what they are. First of all, there are other lights that look like stars in your paradigm. There aren't just random lights in the sky that aren't stars. That's not how your paradigm works. But even if there was, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying
except for satellites that they claim, are between the moon and the.
Oh, you think they put satellites up in 1784? Wow.
Definitely not.
Oh my god, dude! You just brought it. That's our next excuse. It's a satellite.
Well, actually,
it's 1784.
Geocentric satellites. Hold on.
There's a satellite in 1784.
Well, not
a space program, bro.
See, I gotta go to Globebusters. Anyway, here's the point. Like, the Royal Society says that there's lights that look like stars. It's very perplexing. That's why I say it looks like stars, because it's not supposed to be able to happen. You're not supposed to see anything through the moon, and it was recorded that early. We have shots that show this where Mars is supposed to be being shown through the moon, and you see the dark side in between it. It's clearly not a crater. And then they say, oh, Terminator line. Then you show them the other footage where it shows like 7 or 8 of them scattered throughout the entire dark side. Then they claim dead pixels, and then you move the camera, you zoom in, you zoom out, and there are just stars shining through the moon. So then they just have to resort to calling you names and just saying nuh-uh. So anyway, I'll drop the whole video whenever I get a chance.
All
right, peace out. What's it?
I'd like to see that video because I've always been to say that the moon's not transparent. So
Yeah,
I'm willing to be open-minded.
Eric Dubé has a good video on it. And he mentions 1784.
Maybe somebody.
Sir Thomas something, the Royal Society, had he penned some sort of article about it.
Okay. Anyway, so the angular size of the ISS. All right. So let's go back to that, right?
But really quickly, Larry, or Hank, I'm not sure who that was. The video is called "The Semi-Transparent Moon," if I recall correctly.
Thanks. I'll look it up.
All right. So angular size. All right. So I want to address what's his name? Where is he? Elbot. Elbow TV. Not Elbot. His video. Okay. So first off, yeah, that's all, fine and good, right? But for one, it doesn't account for, zoom. Obviously, when we see the ISS with, the panels and whatnot, that is with zoom, right? Now, 2. All right. Well, actually, I can get to 2 later. Actually, now that I think about it, that's sort of like not a gotcha, but like a sort of like, like a trap card, like Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, though. So that's the main thing. You have to zoom in, to actually see the ISS, in detail with the panels and whatnot. And obviously, in this video that you sent, Elbow TV, they obviously, they don't have it zoomed in, obviously, because they have it, brought out. But if you zoomed in, you'd probably be able to pick up the, that red square or whatever. So not that big. I don't think that's that big of a deal. But also, I actually did the ISS measurement. I got, like I said, 0.014 degrees or 0.015 technically, and I actually compared that to the moon's angular size, which is was like roughly 0.5 degrees, right? So just doing that, right? So 0.5 divided by 0.014, or it's 1.5. That's like 33. All right, so 33 ISSs could line up, and then like be as tall as the moon, basically in angular size, right? And from the video, and from the images that I've seen online, yeah, they fit within that 30 to 40, times smaller than the moon. So in terms of the math, it seems to check out. I'm probably talking to no one though, because the conversation kind of already moved on from that.
No, I heard you.
Okay. But yeah, in terms of
I don't know if El Boricua's here, but
yeah, I don't know if he's here. But yeah. So in terms of math, it does seem to check out. You also have to keep in mind, if the ISS is smaller than it's supposed to be, which I guess isn't really the argument. It's that it's bigger than it is. But if it is smaller, though, that's fine as well, because once again, at 254 miles above us, that's only above us. So if it starts to set in the sky, it's going to be an even greater distance, because now you're not only is it 254 miles up in the sky, but it's also a few miles away from you in another direction. So then you have to do, like what is it? What's it called again? The Pythagorean theorem, whatever, to find out that distance, whatever. And so it checks out.
What checks out?
On a globe?
No, I'm saying if the ISS is also smaller than what it's supposed to be, using the 254 miles number, that also checks out, because it can be further from you if it's setting, because at that point it's not just 254 miles above you. It's actually in front of you too. So there's extra distance added.
How's there extra distance if it's a globe and it's orbiting?
Okay, if it's orbiting, obviously but its distance from the surface, all right, stays the same more or less, right? But I'm saying from your perspective, if the ISS is setting, right, in your view, it's not only
It's gonna look smaller because it's farther away from you.
Yeah, it's farther away from you, obviously. Yeah, because if you do like Pythagorean theorem, whatever, you're counting not for just the 254. Although I guess at that point its height would be different too. But the point is though, you could do the math, or at least maybe I could do the math. I don't know, but it would be a greater distance at the horizon though.
So they say that the ISS is 250 feet. Wait, my bad. Let me get that number right. 357 feet, like the size of a football field, and they say that it is 227 miles away. So you guys think you'd be able to see a football field from 230 miles away?
With the math, it seems to check out. I'm just saying the math checks out in terms of
boy.
zooming it in. Yeah,
you're gonna have to show me that, man. Like, we need to demonstrate that.
Look, all I know is that the math checks out. Like, if you compare the ISS's size to the moon and the images that I've seen online, it's roughly around 30 to 40 times smaller, which checks out with the math. Angular size wise, anyway.
I want to demonstrate somebody 200 miles from a football field, and they could see it with their naked eye. That's what I want.
With the zoom in, they have to zoom in with the camera.
No zooming, bro. With the naked eye, you can see the ISS. Apparently.
No, if it's like a bright light or something. So the football field would have to have like some fucking like stadium lights on, whatever, and everything else would have to be dark. All right, because the sky is
stadium lights. What?
Well, I mean, we're talking like a football field, like a.
You want to light up the football field? Cool, it's lit up now.
Yeah, I don't watch football. I'm sorry. Okay, anyway, so
this has nothing to do with football. This has to do with how
supposed
far
to be
you
the
can see
size of a
something
football field.
and how big it is, man. We're talking about seeing something about the size of a football field.
Yeah.
That's 230 miles away. Now, if you ask me, I can't see anything that's 230 miles away. I don't care how big it is.
Yeah, but the thing is, whenever we do see the ISS with the naked.
Okay, bro, they say that the Chicago skyline is 57 miles across this body of water, the Lake Michigan. How small does that do those skyscrapers look when you're that far? They look minuscule. A football field 230 miles away? Get out of here. You can't see it.
But remember, the context is important though. So, right, so whenever we do see the ISS with our naked eye, if we do, right, it's because there is light reflecting off of it, the sunlight, right, that we we claim for our model, right? when I say we, I mean ballers, me and other ballers, right? So just that's how I talk, all right? But anyway, so yeah, when we see the ISS, that's because the sunlight is bouncing off of it, right? And so at that
Not
point,
necessarily. Not during a transit.
yeah,
Then
at that point, then it's a
being
silhouette.
silhouetted.
But you
Yeah.
don't really see that with your eye, though. You don't see that with your eye. That's not really.
I need to see an example of somebody seeing a football field from 200 miles away. Like,
yeah,
I
blender that arm up.
We could talk.
Like I said,
put a football field in the sky. We're looking up at an upside down football field, and keep on moving it away with the rules of perspective. Twice the distance, half the size, to the point where we can't see it anymore and see what distance that is.
I don't think I can do that without. I mean, this may actually take a few like a bit of math, because the thing is with that is angular resolution we're dealing with, right? So I have to make sure the pixels on my screen are matching like the quote unquote pixels of my eyes. All right, so that may take a bit of math for me to actually figure that out. So I'm not gonna.
You should be able to see the ISS with your naked eye, bro.
Okay, context is important though. You can see that with your naked eye if the light is bouncing off of it. If it's not bouncing off of it, you can't see that, right? You're not going to see that with your naked eye, all right? You can see, the ISS, transit of the moon, whatever, right? With the camera, if you zoom in, right? Because at that point you're making it, you're zooming in, and the angular size is bigger now, right? Visually, anyway. I mean, it's the same, but visually and your field of view, whatever. Point is, all right, you're not going to see the silhouette of the ISS, all right, with your naked eye, all right. But you will see whenever the light is bouncing off of it. All right, that's with your naked eye. Okay, you understand that, right?
So am I seeing a shadow, or am I seeing the light, or am I seeing the object?
You're seeing the light, because what's happening is it's kind of like a camera. If something is smaller than the pixel of the camera, it could still pick it up if it's bright. If it's bright, it'll still pick up like on that one pixel or so, whatever. Now, granted, it's going to be kind of like you don't really know what the hell's going on there.
This is great. I mean, like, I think it's important to figure this part of it out. But if I can't see something from 200 miles away, I don't know what else there is to talk about with this ISS shit. But figuring out the math with angular resolution and the size of objects, and if they're refracting due to the sky, whatever we're seeing, yeah, that would be nice to know. I don't know the math there. But I can't see objects that are 200 miles away, man. It doesn't matter how big they are.
Well,
they would have to be big like a mountain, not like a jet plane.
Really, really big.
What is a jet plane like? We're looking up like 5 miles away, right? Something like that. 5 or 6 miles up in the air.
Yeah, so it would need to be huge. Let me take that back.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you what the numbers say, man. I don't really know about all this other shit, right?
So we're talking about one thing. Seeing the ISS.
Okay. And I said, if light is bouncing off of it, all right, you could see with the naked eye, because at that point, your eye will still pick up that one pixel of light. Now, granted, it's whatever, but it'll pick it up though, nonetheless. All right. But yes.
Of course, if it reflects the sun or it's got some type of light on it, you might see a quick flash or a few seconds of it arcing across the sky. People report this, and they're not liars; they're just normal people.
Yeah, so what's the confusion, guys? What's going on here?
But whether it's got people on it doing experiments, I mean, that's
I don't know. What would a reflecting football field look like in the sky? Would it look like a star, or would it look like the ISS?
Well, there you go.
Look like a satellite going fast, wouldn't it?
Would it look like a flashing, blinking light?
Like the ISS.
Yeah, maybe. It'll look like the ISS probably, pretty much.
If you made a football stadium with lights on it that looked like the ISS in the sky, it would look like the ISS in the sky.
Yeah, it'd be like, there you go. It'd be like a little, exactly. There you go.
What?
It's a stupid comparison just because they're a similar size.
I still don't even know the difference between light bouncing off of something and it just being there and seeing it.
Yo, it would be an interesting illustration if you could have someone looking straight up, and like right at their eyes is a basketball court, a football field upside down. Like basically glued to their eyes, and then as the football field rises, how much you could see of it, until the point where you could see the whole thing in totality, and it keeps on going farther and it gets smaller and smaller, in your angular in your in your angular view or what have you, the angular size keeps on getting smaller and smaller to a point where you can't see it anymore. That'd be an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, I don't know if I can pull that off in Blender though, because once again we're dealing with pixels instead of the human angular angular resolution of the eye. So
I think you could. You just need to have a baseline of how much you could see of a football field at a given distance.
I mean,
how much of your field of view it takes up.
I guess. I mean, because I don't know, man. This is tricky because like in terms of the effect that I'm talking about, where it's just a pinpoint of light, or whatever, right? That only happens because the thing is so small that it's only 1 pixel of your eye, let's call it that, right, is picking it up, whatever, right? So if I'm gonna do this in Blender, right, then the equivalent of the angular resolution of the eye would be like the pixels on my screen. So I guess I would have to calibrate it to where every pixel on my screen is roughly 0.0 1 or 0.02 degrees. So I would that might take a little bit though, because I would have to calibrate it to that, which would be me just kind of messing around with objects until like it disappears or whatever and shit. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
As long as your pixel, 1 pixel is larger than that, you're fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, as long as 1 pixel is smaller than that, you're fine. Because that is when it no longer can be seen, that means that it's gotten past that 0.02 threshold.
Yeah. I need a really specific number for that though, because I'm getting a bunch of weird numbers online. I got 0.02. Some are saying that's like a rounded thing. It's like a 0.01 something. I need to really figure out the number. Fast.
Well, obviously, like you said, with what were you talking about before about the light, the ISS? Obviously, the more it's lit up, the more you can kind of make it out. It affects the Rayleigh criterion in that regard.
Yeah. Flight debunk. Cloak distance notes. Hold on.
There isn't an example that we could all just pull up right now. Somebody observing something from 250 miles away, and it's only 300 yards, like the size of a football field at the ISS. There's no example of this. We could just pull up to squash it all. Because then you don't got to get the light bouncing argument. You could just say, yeah, you can see objects from that far. Whoop-de-doo. That would help your argument.
Yeah, all you need actually is just to, someone that has a known distance. He's a known distance from something, and he knows that how much that distance that he's of the object that he's observing, and then he can tell you how much of his field of view it's covering, whether it's complete horizontal field of view is being covered or not, because then you have a baseline to work with, a ratio that you could apply to the football field analogy. So for instance, if I could see a building that's 100 feet long from 20 feet away, and it's filling up my field of view, then we have that ratio, 5-to-1 ratio of the building to distance,
Yeah.
I think percentage. What if different types of men, or different races of men, or different
see differently?
Yeah, and not. What if it's hundreds of miles difference, and we can't tell that we're that different because we never see stuff that far a lot of the time.
It's in a state of free fall, the same distance
Some
around.
might see the ISS really easily. Some people might never see it.
Following the circumference of the Earth, it can't change from its state of free fall, so it stays the same distance from the Earth.
We'll chalk that up to a possible source of error, Don. How about that?
Source of error?
Possible source of error, yeah. Potential source of error.
That's what's made people see better than others.
What's that? I didn't hear what you said.
You think some people can see much further than others because of types of air?
No, I'm saying the fact that there might be variance in the results, we could say that, that would be a possible source of error if people can see differently.
Pollution and atmosphere and stuff.
You're cutting out, man.
Sorry, pollution and atmosphere and stuff. Some people can see it clearly. ISS, and some people can't, and that's why we debate it.
Well, the pollution in the atmosphere and what have you would also be sources of air, but we're just talking about modeling out the orthographic view of it without having those of, without including those.
Yeah,
just whether or
I
not
was trying to
angularly
say-
we can see it.
I was trying to say maybe it's a bit subjective depending on eyes and things.
Yeah, but if you see it, who cares the condition of the air? You see it.
Well, because if we're talking about the angular resolution of the eye, right? Maybe someone else has an even greater resolution to where they can't.
Yeah, that's what Don said originally. But in terms of pollution in atmosphere, it's out of the scope of this because we're just doing like a 3D model of the thing without, and those aren't variables.
Oh
of
yeah, I
angular
agree.
size.
Wouldn't affect.
Yeah, it's been observed. Passing in front of the moon, they tell us it's 250 miles above us. So that's all we need.
Yeah, but that's
We
where
don't
the
need to
camera-
know
Oh,
if
yeah, it's
everybody's eyes works
That's
or
not
not.
with your eyes. That's with the camera zooming.
But yeah, it's completely possible that someone's, minimum angular resolution is 0.021 when another one's is 0.023 or something like that degrees. Who knows? For the same object, same light, lit up, object or what have you.
If you did the football stadium and it went further and further away, in real life, people would start saying, I can't see anymore at different points.
That's true. Just like if you do the same thing with hearing certain frequencies, you have I don't know what they call them, a frequency generator machine or what have you, and they keep on increasing the frequency, and people will if you ask them to start with their hand up if they could hear, eyes closed, you'll see that as they increase the frequency, people's hands will start dropping until only one person can hear at a really high frequency, like a dog whistle type frequency.
Well, I think I was saying that maybe we should concentrate on if it can be seen with a camera, not with the human eye.
Nah, fuck a camera.
Okay. It's called an oscillator, that thing that makes frequency.
I can hear the frequency of a laser pointer on the back of my neck.
That's a good skill to have in
seriously
case you're
don't
being
know.
hunted.
Yeah, and if you're
Yeah.
staring at the back of my neck, I can feel it.
So you'll be good if the predators turn
Can you
up.
feel it now?
You'll be good.
Sixth sense. No.
Oh, maybe
I
you should go check that out.
I think I believe that the ISS is up there, going really fast in orbit and quite big, but actually no one's on it.
You ever get that feeling someone's staring at you?
Yeah, there's something to it, man.
I think it's an evolutionary thing that we've lost.
Yeah.
I'll look at a random. It's seemingly random, but I'll look and someone will be there looking at me, And there's no way I could have possibly seen them otherwise because it was just it was almost behind me or something like that, and they didn't make any sound. They were behind in a building or behind a pane of glass or something like that. And so I don't know how it works, but there's something to it.
I know I was watching Obama give a speech one time, and somebody walked behind him, and he kind of jumped up, I could see it, and said, "John Wilkes Booth." Oh shit! Somebody walked behind.
Yeah, but see that you could maybe argue that he heard it or he felt the vibration or something like that. I don't know, man. It's my neighbor sometimes. I'll be outside and it happens very rarely. And this is just after I had moved in and stuff like that. I would just look randomly, I would just turn my head, and it wouldn't be. I'm not swiveling my head and looking around everywhere. It's just I would get this feeling to look behind me basically, and there she is looking at me at the through the window.
There's several times where I'll be having a smoke outside my building and I'll suddenly look up at a window and there's someone fucking there looking at me.
Yeah, I don't know. There's gotta be.
Sorry to divert the topic so much.
Somebody's watching
I
me.
love it because I get that, and I wonder if it's some sort of human reciprocity. We just we're connected somehow. That you feel when somebody's looking at you, or
Me and two friends did an experiment in my basement where one of my friends was shining a laser pointer on the back of my neck and staring at it, and then I would basically say you're doing it or you're not doing it, and then my other friend thought we were playing along and trying to trick him because I was basically guessing that he was doing it every time he was, you know?
Yeah. There was it's a bit different, but the same sort of idea. I used to work in this bar, and they did karaoke like every Wednesday. And I wasn't working this particular night. I was just stood at the bar drinking, chatting to mates, and the barmaid, a friend of mine, would clap, and I'm talking to my friends, and I just start clapping, and they all made this like they were kind of basically taking the piss out of me, but they were like doing this experiment of, if we clap, like he'll just start clapping because that's what we're doing. So like the whole room wasn't clapping. There was just like the barmaid and like two other people, but like I had like half an eye on them and then my conversation in a world of my own. But I saw people clapping, so I just started clapping. I don't know.
That's funny.
Maybe explain what the clap means when the barmaid claps and you clap back.
No, I don't know. Just clapping.
That might be a similar thing.
Yeah.
No, but why does she clap in the first place, and why do you clap back?
Oh well, no. She did it to make me clap. Like so, it's like a karaoke bar. So, yeah. I guess I'm just sort of illustrating that like human reciprocity of, you know, we're like in a herd and whatever. I don't know. So yeah, I subconsciously noticed that she was clapping, so I started clapping, even though I was in a conversation on my head.
Yeah, man, you Ja Rule, you like to clap back.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's the end
Anyway,
of the world.
ISS wise, I watched it last night. Fly over 6 minutes. It was from west to southeast.
With your eyes?
With my eyes, yeah.
For 6 minutes?
For 6 minutes, yeah.
Oh my
That sounds like
God.
too long.
No, it's just great. Like, what a long...
It's the longest I've seen it. It's usually like 2 or 3 minutes. 6 minutes it was.
The fuck? Did it go like twice as slow now?
You must have watched it from horizon to horizon.
I'll put it in the live stream VC thing.
And how do you know it was the ISS, not just any old satellite?
No, it was the ISS. There you go.
ISS orbits Earth every 90 minutes. How did you look at it for 6 minutes?
6 minutes. 1st of October. 29 minutes.
It orbits the circumference of the 27,000 circumference. Bro, what?
Can you see the picture?
27,000 miles circumference around the Earth. How did you observe it for 6 minutes?
Well, I don't know, but I did.
When 90 of those minutes is supposed to cover the entire Earth.
Well,
that means that if you divide 90 by 6, then that means that's the portion of the Earth that. I'm going to do the math on that. Hold on.
Yeah, but can you see where I've shared the picture?
No, we're
Getting a lot of kicking.
In the. Oh no. Oh, you're going to kick me?
Go to Livestream one time.
No.
Yeah,
I said you ain't got a lot of. You ain't got a lot of kicking. I ain't gonna kick you, bro.
Oh yeah, please don't.
You have this observation somewhere? I'm trying to look for the video.
Yeah, the live stream VC tap bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see it.
No,
Wait,
that's
make sure you're in Livestream one text.
Not VC. The VC is the conversation part.
Oh my God!
That means the portion of the sky you saw the ISS in for that 6 minutes, that was 15% of Earth's circumference. So you saw it for was 15% of 27,000. Hold on.
Sky-wise, remember we're doing the sky because the sky is.
Yeah, farther than the it's more distance.
I mean, that seems to check out. I mean, I did the math real fast. If you take the sky, which is 180 degrees, and then you divide that by, what was it, 6 minutes, whatever, that's 30 degrees per minute. Divide that by 60 again, that's 0.5 degrees per second, which means it would cover the entire move. It would move across the entire moon. I can't talk right now. It would move across the entire moon in 1 second, which seems to check out. That's what I've seen in videos, where it's like a whole second. That's pretty interesting. Look at that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I won't carry on talking because he just made sense. But yeah, it's only visible.
I still don't see the video, my friend.
Because of how wide the guy is. He made sense. I'll shut up. But did you see the?
But Jamie, did you say that you recorded it?
No. No, I didn't. But I'm sharing a picture of the spot the station thing, where it says visible for 6 minutes. Right.
Where are you sharing this at?
So
no, he posted it in live stream text.
He's
Just
even
a
showing
screenshot.
it. He can't be lying.
Bro.
So basically, the image that you posted is the claim that it shows for 6 minutes, and you're substantiating the claim with anecdotal evidence that you had seen it.
I did see it. I can't prove that. I didn't video it. No, but yeah, I saw it.
If you saw the ISS in the sky for 6 minutes, then that means you saw it travel 4,000 miles.
Yeah, well, I may have done. I don't know.
Yeah, that seems legit on a globe.
Yeah, but I swear, right hand to God, I watched it. So my house, I live in a village in a rural area. I watched it from kind of just behind my house, and then it went over.
How do you see something?
That's only 24 degrees. That's 24 degrees is what it would cover in 6 minutes.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Pretty good.
That's doable. I mean, I could see that.
Whatever it was, whether it's
28 degrees, it says.
Whether there's people on it, or it's an ISS, or just a satellite, or just a light. I watched a light in the sky move across the sky for 6 minutes.
That's more accurate. Thank you for being honest.
Right.
That sounds like a Saddaloon.
Saddaloon.
Yeah, Saddaloon moving that fast.
Either you're a lunatic or a Saddaloon.
I want to believe it is a space station. There's astronauts.
Yeah, we know what you want to believe, dude.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, but I watched it.
They're being that far out.
Yeah, I watched the light. So,
is there a possibility?
If it isn't what I'm told it is, what was that light that I watched last night for 6 minutes? What was it, and why is it there?
Is it a possibility that it could have easily been a plane flying at a very high altitude with a light on? I think you just seeing a light.
No, I don't think so, because I know what a plane looks like, and it has different flashing lights on it. It isn't a flashing light; it's a solid light, right?
I get that, but there's other
if
planes.
It was a plane, no, hold on. If it was a plane, what a coincidence that website told me that at 29 minutes past 7 for 6 minutes, I'll watch it from west to southeast. So,
Mister, do you not understand how?
So who's sat in an airport going, oh, quick, Jamie's going to the ISS send a plane up.
Hold on. Do you not understand how flimsy that sounds? You said your most convincing evidence for you is that you saw different kinds of flashing lights than what you normally see on a plane.
That's not what he said.
Listen. That's
he didn't say a flashing light. He said it's a solid light that he saw.
Yeah.
Oh, good. So that means it's a fucking space station because it has a different light. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You said, listen, a website said that this flashing light's going to go overhead. So space station?
It's not a flashing light.
Flashing, bro.
I'm sorry, a solid. Who gives a fuck, dude?
It's a big distinction.
I give a fuck. Because I get because I'm told it's a space station. And
and they're lying to you, bud. They're pulling over your eyes. You're buying it.
So there may be, and I'm willing to listen to your argument about that.
No, that's it. That's it. You should know better.
Well, what is it if it's not? What is that thing? What is that light zooming across the sky exactly where they say the ISS is?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it could be a plane with a solid light.
Okay, I know. Hold on. How hard can it be?
It's a well-fast plane.
How hard can it be to put a plane with a solid light?
Because Jamie looked at a website and so they know. Oh shit, Jamie's looking tonight. Put that plane up
Good
and
for
fly
you.
it over.
No, hold on. Okay, what if I did this? What
Yeah,
if I
that
did?
way
What if
that
I
makes
built?
way more
Hold
sense.
on. What if I build a website and I told the city that at this time and you're going to see a light flying over you at this time, and then I go buy a drone and then I go very high and then I come over them just right on time, like gangbusters, just clocking it up.
For every city in the world.
You're going to do it again in 90 minutes?
That is a really hard.
Exactly.
You're going to do it again in 90 minutes?
I can't actually believe that you think
They have
that
multiple
that's genuine.
planes doing it every 90 minutes. Yeah.
That's incredible. So a plane can't do it, right? But it has to be a space station. There's nothing else that can be in the sky.
No.
Yeah, that's another question.
No, see,
that's another question.
See, this
Why
isn't
not?
the argument, is it? We're talking about there is right.
Why didn't you see it an hour and a half
It is
later?
undeniable, right? It is undeniable that there is something up there, right? There was a solid light moved across the sky. I saw it. I've seen it several times.
Hold
right?
on. Let
There is
Jamie finish making his point. Yes,
there
I
is-
would agree
there is something
that
up
there's
there.
something up there.
Okay, so like we're arguing over the wrong thing, really. We're like to argue over. It could be a plane or a drone.
You're appealing to something you had nothing to do with.
Hold up, bro. Let him finish. Glad you got next.
There is something there. Okay. Yes, I'm told it's a space station, and yes, I would like to believe that. I am open-minded to say, well, maybe it isn't, and maybe there are astronauts on there, but that still does not explain to me what that light is that I saw go across. It wasn't a
Jamie.
plane. I know what a plane looks like.
All right,
It
Jamie.
wasn't a
Here's a
plane.
fair question.
Hold on.
Jamie,
Puck Fun, Glat was next, and then you could get.
all right, well.
No, that's fine. I'm loudmouthed. Go ahead, guys.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Jamie. Here's a fair question. Would it be safe to assume that you should have seen that light again an hour and a half later?
No.
What? Okay, so if this thing's circling around every 90 minutes,
yeah.
Why then wouldn't you see it? Like if I tell you I'm gonna run around the house and every 90 minutes it's gonna take me to go around the house. For some reason, it's a big house. But
Is your house turning 15 degrees every hour?
So you're saying it would have veered off and now it's out of your vision. Now
a Puck Fun. It orbits every 90 minutes, but that doesn't mean that it orbits over the exact same spot. It just means it does one revolution in 90 minutes.
Yeah.
You understand?
Okay, so then the revolution in 90 minutes, where is it then? What position?
It's probably going to be at a different latitude.
It could be Earth's shadow has to be right too.
Over United States. Okay, no wait. I'm sorry. I'm assuming what country you're in. Whatever country you're in. 90 minutes later, now it's over what country from where you're at?
It would be at the same longitude but at a different latitude.
And it's too far for you to see.
But the thing is, there's several people have seen it twice in one night.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why he didn't. That's all.
Twice in one night. Sometimes you can, but no. I don't. I'm not a scientist. I don't know how it works.
I know the answer.
But, okay, go ahead.
So basically, it's taking a different pie of the Earth every time it comes around and circles the North Pole. Right? So it might come around, let's say, the Carolinas to Florida, and the next one it's going to be Kansas to Texas, and the next one it's going to be Oregon to California, and the next one it's going to be like open ocean, and then a few more later it might hit Hawaii, and then some more open ocean, and then Midway. You get it?
So then, are you saying it's orbiting south pole to north pole?
Wait, isn't it like that? But instead of changing latitude, it's changing longitude in one revolution.
It's crazy to you to think that it might have a different course every 90 minutes around the Earth. That's unfeasible to you, but you would think that somebody's launching a plane or a drone every 90 minutes over a million different cities all over the world.
Yeah. No, it stays launched, and you just have
blind.
you have a swath of them going on their like individual things.
I do have a quick question,
They've
please,
got
if I
some
may.
mad plane that goes round mad on some mad technology just to pretend it's a satellite to keep
No, don't.
all the globe
Can,
as
can I
slaves.
ask a question
That's
before you guys
absurd,
start your
guys.
question?
Fucking absurd. It's just a satellite.
Or it
Okay.
could be the same technology used to dress up the missile that they said is the second plane that hit the second tower.
Hold on. Now this is off in the weeds. Can I please ask a question?
Yeah, ask away.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This is just a
No,
logical
I think
sort
it's just a satellite.
of. Okay, great. So my question is, what's more expensive, creating a space station and putting it in outer space, or putting a light in the sky? Thanks.
Welcome,
Yeah, it could
Flat.
very well be a supersonic plane that's, going at a much lower altitude than the ISS. It could be smaller and closer and slower.
It could very well be a holographic technology that we don't know about, that the government's hiding.
Hold on. How hard is it to put something in the sky that is an image compared to building a whole fucking space station and putting it into a second law of thermodynamics violation? You tell me which is harder.
It's not a second. It's not a second
No.
law violation.
Listen, I'm not like asking if that's the case or not. That's how physics works. So that being said, either way, build a space station and put it up in the motherfucking sky. What's easier, putting a light in the sky from the ground, or putting a space station in the sky?
Put a light in the sky. Batman signals the shit out of it. They spray all kinds of stuff in the aerosols
Again,
in
that's
the atmosphere.
Does anybody have video of the space station being built from the very beginning?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Can I ask everybody a question about this ISS? So we're
The
in a
one in
state
the
of
pool, or
we're
what
in
is
an
it?
orbit around the Earth, right? Supposedly 200 something miles away, in a state of free fall, meaning we don't really got to change the rate of acceleration around the Earth because this state of free fall is keeping us at a static rate of
Oh,
acceleration.
how convenient. How convenient.
Right. So if that's what's happening, how is the revolution of the Earth not affecting the gravity? So you're saying that every time it rotates around, it's going from, I like Dude's example. He said it went from Oregon to California. Next time it's going to go from the Kansas to Texas, so on and so forth. So it changes what longitudinal lines is going down as the Earth rotates, right? Okay, so is gravity affecting it or not?
Yes.
You would think it should be, especially like around the equator where there's, more mass. You think the effect of gravity would be a little bit stronger.
It is in orbit, and gravity is affecting it. It's always falling, and also if they don't constantly readjust it with like thrusters and things, it will eventually crash back and just get destroyed in the atmosphere.
So wait, did anybody even get
Just
hurt in the
ice.
process of putting the very first space station up into space? Did anybody even get hurt, let alone die in that process? Or did they just get it right the whole time, first try?
Hold on. I'm
Beginner's
sorry.
luck, man. That they just fucking hit it out the park first try.
Yep, just hole in one every single time. Wow, that's awesome.
That's why I asked if there's any video of it being built from the beginning, and how about they have one piece and then they put up another piece, and I mean, how is this amazing human accomplishment not fucking documented? They have trillions of videos of cats doing cute things online, but they can't fucking put astronauts building a space station.
Cucumbers.
That is a fair
Well, that's
point.
because cats actually do cute things. In reality.
I stand corrected.
Nice.
There's video of the modules docking, but
Yeah, well, sorry.
monkeys can't control cameras, so back in the early days they just launched monkeys up and they built the station, right?
That's why we don't have it.
About the Russian.
Fucking monkeys. They missed they didn't record it.
They didn't have cameras that they could operate. Yeah.
The space shuttle.
They're too busy monkeying around.
It was the space shuttle that took it all up, wasn't it?
Yeah, in parts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, that doesn't mean anything. Why didn't they record it? Why don't they have I
They
don't know.
did.
That's
They
retarded
did
to me.
record it, but any video that NASA's ever recorded, you won't ever believe because it's NASA, and you'll go, "Oh no, well, no, it's bullshit."
Hold on.
Okay, so please, if
They
they have it, please
videoed the
post
moon
it.
landings, and
That's a
what do you
blanket
say?
statement.
Oh well, what?
That's a
It's made
blanket
in a Hollywood
statement.
basement. Stanley Kubrick.
If they did, please post
You
it.
pointed out a great contradiction.
Hold
there,
on.
as you
It's a
always
blanket
do.
statement anyway. That's not everybody thinks that who's into these topics, dude.
Yeah,
Don't
hold
do
on. So you're saying they didn't record it because, or they're not showing it because the guys that won't believe them won't.
No. They did record it, but you
Okay,
will
where's
never
it at?
believe it anyway. So why would
Where's
you
it at?
ask?
Yeah,
They
please.
record it. So where's it at?
Listen,
Yeah, Don's got to get.
Don, you
Okay.
stepped in it.
Why don't
put
you
your foot in your mouth
research
with
and go on
that.
the website like a normal person?
Yeah, but you're making the claim that there is recording about it. So
Instead
provide.
of asserting it doesn't exist. Why don't you go
Well,
look
give us
for
a
it?
minute. Give us a minute.
Don, you're
We
making
will-
the
we will
assertion. The burden of
provide
proof
it.
is on you.
I
So can
guarantee
you
I
at
know-
least
I know
hold
the
up.
response.
Jamie, one
I'm
second.
telling him it might
If you're
well
not gonna
exist.
if you're not gonna
Let me have a
provide
look.
the video itself, then provide steps as to how they can actually see it.
Well,
Okay,
it's already
okay.
in the
What
chat.
video do you
Not
want?
just
Are you wanting
search for
the
it.
space shuttle taking parts
In
for
the
the space
chat.
station, or are you wanting Neil Armstrong on the moon, or are you wanting the Cassini space probe taking a picture of Saturn? What do you want? Which one? Which video? I'll send it.
The video of the space station being built.
Okay.
Like before
Good
it's
luck.
put on shuttle.
Good luck, Jamie.
Yeah. Now, one of you can say back to me. So there. 'Cause,
There's bits
I
and
thought
No,
that was hilarious.
we prefer to say welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
The reason
Okay.
you can't
Well,
find it all is because it's not exactly as they say. There's not people in
yeah.
it.
Yeah, there's not going to be like a full video of the whole making of it. But okay, give me a minute.
There's a whole lot of
What?
anomalous
So the
explanations. for how the
construction of it is not going to be filmed. You're saying that they've never filmed the construction of any rockets, practically. That's pretty much what you're trying to tell me.
Changing the argument.
No. I mean, he said there's not going to be
video.
videos of them making it.
What?
That's not the argument.
Seeing it, so they hide some of the details from you.
That's not the argument. The ISS is
That's what I'm
logical.
saying.
It's not logical.
Okay, I don't care if they didn't
It's
film the actual building of the ISS on Earth. I wanted to see it being put together.
In space. Yeah, that's
assembled in space.
That's what they are.
They're not going to show you that recording, guys, because it's a national security issue. Okay, it's a concern. They can't let other nations get their hands on the technology that the U.S. used for the ISS.
But there's
bullshit.
True. Why would they let you see how the best space station is built?
The best space station.
Even if it's not a best.
I mean,
space
I did
station,
a.
if it's just the best,
I did a little.
the fastest satellite so far, or whatever. They still don't want to show you how it's done.
Well, I did a search, and I've got multiple videos. Space station under construction, the building of the International Space Station, megastructures, International Space Station, full documentary, 47 minutes. There's a bunch of them out there.
You have a video of it being first built, not just of them building a module that they supposedly put up there.
Video of bits.
Well, I don't imagine they filmed every moment of everything they did.
And another question too. I know that they also have a full size a station that they have on the ground that they throw underwater that they practice in. Are those videos?
See, that's the thing. I mean, you're asking for videos, and you're just going to deny the videos that we.
No. I'm not denying. I'm just clarifying.
Exactly.
Are those
There's the video.
International Space Station the one that they built and they dunked in the pool? Or is it the one that they built and they put outside in that studio in their warehouse?
No, in that massive pool is where they train.
He said put it outside in the studio in the warehouse.
It's not like all right, we're going swimming. Let's have a look. In that massive pool, that's where they train. So yeah, there's a replica of the space.
I know.
Or
that's what I said.
In that massive pool, there's a massive poo.
That's why I'm saying is that video that says the building of the ISS, is it the one that they built on the ground and they put in the pool, or is it the one that they built on the ground and they put in the studio?
It's the space one, and there is some footage of weird stuff floating and docking in what appears to be space.
appears to be space. Can you post the link? I'll check that.
All in the chat.
Right, so you want
Oh, wait a
to know
minute. I got a
what
question.
you want
Hold on just a second. Like if I had like a Iraqi dinar, right, to compare like the authentic one, and someone passed me a counterfeit, I could compare the Iraqi dinar, right, and see, oh, this is a counterfeit. How have you seen like original space, and how do you know what actual space looks like to compare it, just in case there's a counterfeit?
We don't. We imagine and we think and we try to understand what it would be and what would fake be. What would fake look like? We try
That
to
was a good
discern
point,
like
though,
a man.
but hey.
Do you not know? Do you not know how to know if something's true or not, Larry?
Yeah, you
How old
compare
are
it to
you?
the original.
How old are you?
Yeah, I know. Dude,
Jesus
I've been
Christ.
delivering pizza 20 years. I've only accepted one fake $20 bill. So one counterfeit bill has gotten past me in 20 years.
Yeah. So you've worked
You don't
that
know how
out.
many of them, like
Worked
how
out with
many
ideas
bills were counterfeit.
and
though?
observations. Have you worked that one out? How to tell the difference between good ideas and bad ideas, good observations, bad observations.
Hold up, Hank. How many fake counterfeit $20 bills have you rejected?
That's a good question. None, except for the
So
one that I turned in. So I may have accepted some and not realized it.
Yeah, who knows?
But yeah, I did turn that
Yeah.
guy into the cops.
That's
It
the
was when I
risk.
first started delivering.
Faith. Good. It's good that you've got to try and decide what you think's real. That's the point.
All right, I'm gonna watch these. I'll be back later.
I'd like to provide a compromise, and it's not that much of a compromise because it still exists in orbit on a globe. I'd like to provide a compromise that it's not an amazing space station with women with funny hair doing loads of cool stuff in front of a camera. It's actually like a tiny capsule that weird initiated Freemasons can go in, and it just zooms around Earth. It just zooms around Earth, and
If you
everything you
can-
watch on the chat, and that's it. That's all they've managed to do is put a big thing in orbit.
Those videos where her hair isn't moving or anything, all those things are so fucked. As a glober, I gotta say those videos are the worst thing. Like where you can clearly see him grab a line that's attached to someone's waist. Like I don't know how other globers explain it away. I don't know what that is. Like they're just saying that it's a training video and they're pretending that it's real.
They're retarded,
I
Pizzle.
don't-
They're
yeah.
See,
mind
here's the thing,
controlled
bro.
just as bad as any flat earther. Flat Earth has a point to it. It's not just bullshit. People have questions, so you have to work out why they have questions and what's wrong. And
So
what's
here's the
wrong
thing,
is
bro.
they've been faking some of space to show off.
Here's the thing. What? Go ahead.
Sorry,
So you've labeled yourself as a glober. From what you just said, you've exposed yourself as a normal person. Right? A glober will double down, right? Because a glober is a nice word for globetard, right?
Mhm.
And the globetards will like double down and say, that wasn't a string, right? That wasn't hairspray. That's what flowing hair looks like at zero gravity. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
You just don't
Like,
understand.
no,
You're making an
no.
argument from
Yeah.
incredulity. That's the difference between a glober and a normal person. So I would say you, sir, could be a normal person and not know it.
Well, thanks. I've definitely seen the video where the guy's pouring something or like playing with an object that's clearly not in his hands, and then he puts it away. It's clearly there's clearly videos that are done on a green screen. Like I'm not saying the entire thing is faked. However, those videos are fucking insane.
It's embarrassing.
So here's the part where I got to stop you again. See, as truthers, we have to be extremely precise with our speech. So it technically wasn't a green screen, even though the technology is very similar. The chroma key uses a blue background with a white grid over it. And the white grid gives them like a reference frame. So when they do these things, they can actually do it a little better and make it a little more modern. But yeah, if you say green screen type technology,
So I
that
was challenged.
Go ahead.
I was challenged to share a video to prove that the ISS was built with the space shuttle, etc. Blah. So can you share me a video that shows that astronauts passing each other something and it looks fake?
Yeah, I'm posting it right now.
yeah.
4 minutes. 4 minute
Yeah,
video.
we
I
can
want
give
you to
you-
watch, Jamie.
I mean, there's
we can give you
plenty
like
of that.
yeah, there's like compilation videos that are hours long of that stuff.
And I'm talking about he passes him something imaginary, he grabs it, like fiddles with it, and then puts it away on like a shelf as if he's like manipulating an object. I think one time he drinks or takes a sip of something that's not there. I forget exactly how the video goes. But
Moving a mic across his waistband, but there's no mic. So it's like a cable or a mic.
I mean, it looks like he's manipulating an object and then putting it away. It's just it doesn't look right at all.
Okay, let's have a look.
It's all the shit
Is someone posting that one?
Shit, some growers believe it's mental.
Oh, is that electric? Yeah, cheeseburger. Is that the thing?
Oh, I
I mean,
posted the
first
wrong
look,
video. I
before
got a
watch
couple of
it,
videos. Here, this one is only 2 minutes and is more quick to the point. But I'll post all the videos I got of this shit. Hold on.
Yeah, like I saw a compilation last week of all these ISS. I misspoke and said green screen. You're right. It's something a little different than a green screen. Yeah.
Yeah, see, here's the thing: if we're wrong on one word like green screen, right, and they know that it's like chroma key, right, they're going to be like, "Oh, well, you're an absolute liar. You're just a bold-faced liar because you knew that it wasn't green." That's what they do to us, right?
No, I hear that, and they do that to me on other shit, like on other conspiracies for sure.
Oh, so you do believe in some conspiracies?
Yeah. Well, I believe the truth. Yeah, like 9/11 and the jabs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are a truth seeker, so you're a future flat earther, right? Because I want to say this and I want to
He's
be
one of the
extremely
smartest
clear.
people in the whole community for realizing the difference between knowing it's a globe and knowing how space is fucked.
Well, knowing how they debate is another issue. Like, I don't like how atheists debate Christianity either. You know.
Oh, atheists are terrible. I'm just saying, this combination of realizing NASA's fucked, but also knowing how it's a globe in various ways, is a very smart. Well, compared to everyone else in the community, I think it's smart.
So what I have a problem is when you got like a downright hardcore coincidence theorist that say like the government has never lied, they're batting 1,000, they never make any mistakes, there's no reason why the government would lie, why would the government lie? And it's like, what, are you serious? You don't think that like powerful men like get together and conspire how to not only gain power, but maintain power? Right? So yeah, it's like if you think the government's batting 1,000, then you just like living in some sort of fantasy world.
Well, no one really believes that. Communists just pretend.
What are you talking about, bro?
No
You
one
don't
says
know
the
the people I've
government never
debated.
lies. Everyone knows at this point. But some
you don't know
pretend the government never lies. They lie to you about the government lying.
True. Yeah.
Leftist idiots.
Or they really want to believe that they made the right choice by listening to the authority. Yeah. So it'd be cognitive dissonance and it would be an ego defense.
They've not thought it through enough.
NASA definitely lies.
Same with the government, sure. Yeah, hell yeah, they do.
Yeah, it's a simple unwillingness to stop going along to get along, right?
When you're talking about space travel, why you gotta lie?
Well, when they went to the moon, that's the first time we ever seen the Earth as an object.
To show off.
It was the first time. Yeah, so if they lied about the moon landing, then the whole root of the globe come from the rotten tree. So
yeah, Larry,
they have the fruit of a rotten tree doctrine. If they pull you over illegally and find weed, the weed is inadmissible in court because they had no reason to pull you over and it was a Fourth Amendment violation.
Boom.
They did make a fake globe image from the fake moon landing, I do believe. But that isn't why they faked the moon landing. They faked the moon landing because the moon is an ancient god or goddess, and they want to pretend to be angels who literally ascend to heaven.
I agree with that.
Nothing about
that's too deep. Too deep.
I agree with that though. They're venerating gods that
like
ascended
lying
to
about the shape of the earth. If everyone agrees on the shape of the earth, that's more practical for them. Not a lie
I have
thing.
a theory on why they would lie, and why
Yep.
they would lie about space travel and moon landing. A theory would be that we're not allowed off the Earth. We're not allowed to leave our atmosphere. Some deity or aliens are keeping us down here.
Yeah. I reckon. Well, sometimes I reckon they might be hiding in the moon. Maybe that explains why we see stars through it.
Yeah, it's just healthy to
It's a
consider
theory.
anything outside of the box.
Slightly
You know? As
transparent.
long as you're entertaining stuff, you're allowed to reach.
That
Now you're not
theory
bound to
also.
now you're not bound to the vacuum of space. Now you can reach and think.
I think it's just really hard to travel space at the minute because we're still rising from the ashes and we're a mess.
My theory stems from why the ISS doesn't have a live view of outer space, or like why is it always pointing down? It's because we're literally not allowed to point it up. Like humans aren't allowed.
Yeah, not allowed. Listen, we should have so many different views of the Earth and space and even planets and such. Like so many different ways that we can live 24/7 watch our world and space. It's like, you guys,
Okay,
where
Himawari.
is all that shit? Where is it?
Himawari.
That's one fucking satellite. Are you kidding me?
Discover.
Oh, how about you mention the James Webb too? We need
James Webb.
fucking evidence. We don't need
Well,
three things that
Hubble.
you can fucking make.
I mean, they're there. I mean, all these things you're asking for are in place.
Have they ever showed a
There's
live
tons of arguments to be made against
Skyline?
the
Have they ever showed a live football game?
I've heard the Himawari debunked in like 20 different conversations.
HD live.
Oh.
Why
And
do you
then they
think
think it's
HD?
live too. They buy it. They're like, yeah, it's live. There's no way to fake that. Really?
There's definitely video of like the James Webb's supposed construction. I'm using my words carefully here. But like we didn't see it say coming out of the pod and docking or like unfolding.
No, you know what? I like how simple it was when he said there's no view upward from any of the rockets. There's no views of space from up
Stars,
there. Nothing.
stars,
Yeah,
Milky
just
Way,
whatever. Just
nothing.
like,
Yeah, we don't
you
see
know what we
shit.
see from the ground? All that beautiful shit that just looks almost fake, but it isn't, because we can see that shit from the ground, the Aurora Borealis and such, right?
Yeah,
Where's all that pretty shit up in the sky?
It's almost
Where's it at?
mythological when you see the Milky Way on out in the farm or whatever. It's insane. Yeah, and
It's
then all the
insane.
footage we see is like an Aurora Borealis. It's the atmosphere. It's like clouds and clouds and clouds. It's never up.
Yeah, and they can never take a genuine quote-unquote photo with any kind of stars. They're like, oh, well, the sun blots those out. It's like, all of them? Really? There's not like a threshold. There's not like a part where some of them are blotted out and then all of them on the quote-unquote daytime side of the ball. I don't understand how people can sit there and buy this shit hook, line, and sinker when they claim to be intelligent intellectuals. Can't do it. I can't understand.
Can you see the stars during the day? Yeah, can you see stars during the day?
No, you cannot.
No, you can't. You can't see
From
stars during
Earth.
the day.
From Earth, though. We can't
Agreed.
verify out there in space, dude.
Well,
I'm just
hang
a
on.
Joe. Listen, I'm just an average Joe. I can't go into space, so I'll just have to take someone's fucking word for it or not buy it because I'm not a fucking gullible idiot. It's up to you guys. Thanks.
All right, listen to this, Clint. Just real fast, I've been waiting. So, 7 years, I've never once heard a Glober say, how come we can't see the data from the telescope formerly known as Lucifer, owned by the Catholic Church? How come we can't see like that data? It's a binocular infrared deep space telescope. How come we can't see that? How come I don't have like a hard drive full of that images and data that I could compile and go through myself and make my own decisions? Well, it's because I didn't pay for it, because I'm not Catholic. But the Catholics who paid for it, shouldn't they get to see?
Well, even then, that's still below the atmosphere. I would need something above it, like a live view from above the atmosphere.
The
Because
occultist get to give
Yeah.
the
I'd like to answer the guy's question. He said, "Can you see stars during the daytime?" He sounds like a glober like me, but I want to go through that thought process. Go ahead with your questions. Can we
No, I
see
mean,
stars during the daytime? No.
no, we can't. No.
Yes, you can.
No, let's just concede that.
Not
And-
from
and-
Earth,
and-
but if you rise above, then you can.
Is that
Exactly.
a concession? That's just a lie.
Is that a lie?
Sure. No, not you. What you said, saying that you
Oh.
can't see them would be a lie.
Okay.
Saying what?
Our atmosphere obstructs our view of the stars because.
Oh.
Anyway, keep going with the line of questioning.
No, so why do you expect to see stars during the daytime?
We're talking about a shuttle launch or an ISS video, right? I've looked up all these videos, and even when the shuttle is leaving the atmosphere, we see little dots here and there, like maybe 1 or 2 stars off on the horizon. Are you telling me that we can't use a camera that's set to view stars and not bright objects that are close?
Don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know either. I don't get why we don't have cameras that are set to watch the ground and cameras that are set to watch the sky or outer space.
But
that's
there
important?
are.
It is
I think
important.
we would
Yeah.
learn a lot, actually. Yeah, you'd have a better view of all the different celestial events, like the different meteor showers and everything.
What do you think your GPS is doing? That's a satellite watching.
Bro, if
the
I
Earth.
ran NASA, I'd have so
Come on,
many
man.
cameras pointed at Earth. You know how many cameras I'd have pointed at Earth?
Yeah,
if I ran
I
NASA?
would too. You know how badass it would be
You're
to see
still going to, no
Chinese
matter
New
how
Year?
many cameras are pointed at Earth or pointed out into space, you will not accept
I would.
what is in front of you,
No,
which
we
is
would.
fair
Let me
enough.
show you
I
how.
would, and I've looked.
Let me show you how
and
to
I
prove
would.
it. If we had a live stream from space, all they would have to do is show us the 4th of July as the sunset over the United States of America. And as the sun sets, the Terminator line would pass, and we would see firecrackers go off in every major city.
You would,
right? And we would be able to time the explosions
Of course you
and
would.
match it to the video from the ground and
Do
verify,
you know how
okay,
big the
this was
Earth
taken
is
from the
compared to
sky.
a firework?
Dude, we can see lightning from space. You think you can't see a
No.
firecracker from space? We have artillery shells
You
over
can,
here,
you
bro.
can see.
I don't know what you
you
got.
can
I don't know what
see.
you got in 2K.
You can see a whole lightning storm, perhaps. Yeah, you can from space. You can see like the whole clouds flashing. You can't see like a fork of lightning. You see the flashes within clouds, right? How big
is an
how
explosion
big
compared to
is
a
that
football field?
storm compared to your little firework on the 4th of
So we could see the
July?
ISS, but we wouldn't be able to see
Fuck
a
off, man. Come on.
firecracker. A firecracker that explodes like half the
Of
size
course
of
you
a
wouldn't.
football field.
Damn, good
You
point,
could
Larry.
you could burn down a Walmart and you're not going to see it from fucking the ISS.
Yeah.
You fucking
Yeah,
set the
exactly.
Walmart on fire and burn it down. You're not going to see it from the
Yeah.
ISS.
Ridiculous.
What are
Dude,
you
you
talking
people
about,
claim
dude?
we
I
can
can
see
show you an
satellites
image right
besides
now.
multiplayer.
I can show you an
Well,
image
now-
right now taken from the ISS of the launch area. You're telling me you couldn't see fireworks from the launch area when I can see the launch pad and shit?
Hey, I just real quickly, I want to say I'm 14 minutes into this video. A lot of CGI. Funniest thing
Right.
is that every time they show the opening or moving of these modules, there's a bunch of water bubbles. I think that's where that whole water bubbles comes from. But there's a lot of bubbles that go on when things open, and there's like all these like
Yep.
little bubbles that are
Right.
floating
It
in
reminds
space.
me of the astronauts drowning in space.
I like
2
to see that.
astronauts so far have almost drowned
Oh
in
yeah.
the
Yeah.
ISS.
Yeah.
So I'm
Explain
14
that,
minutes in.
Glovers.
I'll be back to let you guys know the rest. But I'm just saying, like, so far, obviously,
Appreciate the
all I
update,
see
man.
is CGI and water shots. I'm still waiting for the space to come in, but I'll be
Thanks
back.
for the update.
Okay. Yeah, and you
I'm
shared
pretty
me
sure an
the
astronaut
videos
almost
of.
drowned in May. Like this past May, that happened again, where an astronaut almost drowned.
No.
Guys,
No,
right, okay, right.
There's an Italian guy in Chris
Have a thought.
Hadfield.
Have a
Go ahead.
thought.
Yeah, the Italian astronaut almost drowned in a
Yeah,
vacuum.
no, you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
he
Go
almost
ahead.
drowned.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Okay, I'll tell the story then. So an astronaut from Italy, he was the first one to drown, I think. The head where it connects to the suit, the neck, apparently the gasket was messed up or it didn't come on right, and he almost drowned, which is what you would expect in Houston, but not 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, where it should have leaked out. High pressure goes to low pressure. Right, Globers? So he should have, started boiling in his suit, right, if it leaked out fast enough. But instead he drowned, and they said, oh, it drowned because of his water container. Like, there ain't water just, floating around in his suit. And if there was, the answer wouldn't be give him a snorkel, because that's what they did. Now they have snorkels. So that takes me back to, the 1980s, watching the snorks on TV.
So there is a lot of water in his suit, and there's a temperature regulator, which is almost completely liquid, and that's what leaked and ended up in his suit. And that actually was more dangerous than what happened to Chris Hadfield. But the dangerous thing about having that liquid, the dangerous thing about that liquid, like for Chris Hadfield, for example, his mask had chemical in it from it being cleaned, and it teared up his eyes. So his eyes were really teary, and it was that almost drowned him. For the reason that when any of this liquid gets in your suit, the surface tension compels it to stick against your skin, and what would seem like a small amount of water would actually, cause you to not be able to open your nose, your eyes, or eventually your mouth.
So let me get this straight. You're not talking about the gasket to the neck. I'm just trying to get this straight. You're not saying it was the gasket from the head where it connects to the neck of the suit. You're saying he almost drowned on astronaut tears?
No, that's Chris Hadfield. Chris Hadfield.
He almost cried himself to death.
Astronaut tears.
Right.
He was crying because
Hadfield almost
when he got up
did,
there, he saw that the Earth was flat. I mean, oh no.
Yeah, the Italian guy. It was him that had the leakage of the whatever it was, the coolant or the water that was in his suit. But the Chris Hadfield, there's his tears. Yeah, his tears. It just pressed against one of his eyes and the second eye, and then it bridged across his nose.
I don't think it was tears. I think
his nostrils and his mouth.
It was some liquid that spilled out.
Oh yeah, for the Italian guy, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can anyone? It's a bit off topic, but apparently, in space, metal will weld itself together. It's got a name. It's
cold welding or some shit like that.
Cold welding.
Yeah, something like that. Can anyone explain
underwater.
that?
You have to have a completely smooth surface, and I think I don't know if that's in space per se, but underwater, cold welding. Yeah, if you have a smooth surface, it'll, it'll basically conjoin together because there's not any.
They're able to share electrons.
Yeah, it's basically like putting something. It's like if it's so smooth, they're basically able to, chemically bind together. Basically, there's no reason. There's nothing pushing them away from each other.
That's how
Or
they built the
in
ISS
between,
so fast.
But it doesn't do it if it's galvanized, does it?
He obviously was killed in the pool during a prolonged MK Ultra Freemasonic ritual, and also it's a meme that heaven's full of water, obviously for the Christians.
The waters from the waters.
Well, have you seen the bubbles in space? I mean, they do kind of float up like bubbles, because bubbles don't just go straight up.
Pool, Larry. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, maybe it was shot in the pool, or maybe there's water in space, bro. You can believe in space, just the vacuum of space. Well, it could be that it's the vacuum of space isn't a vacuum, and they've been lying to you. Maybe they're going up there, but it's just not, what they told us it was.
No, there's no way the Bible's true at this point. No way.
No way.
Oh yeah, there's no way. Illuminati doesn't exist either. Yet you're on your 5th vaccine, goofball.
Yeah.
I don't take vaccines, mate. Sorry.
Oh, why not?
Oh, good
Don't
for
you
you.
trust
Well,
in
hey,
science?
good.
No,
Don't you trust
not
in
that
science? Well, they're gonna do. Listen, they're
Not
gonna
that-
do the science later. Never you mind about that pudding. You just go ahead and stand in line and get your dosage.
I don't take them.
Or you
Well,
don't
why
take
not?
that one particular one?
You don't trust in man? Come on, I know you don't. trust in the
Why
Bible. So what do you got?
pretending to be surprised?
Well, because you sound like
Sure.
a straight up a coincidence theorist.
No.
But never mind those 52 archaeological digs they found that like proved the Bible truth that these places and people did actually exist. Don't worry about that. Yeah, it's just a coincidence, right?
No, well, they're all Christian scholars. Christian.
They were all Christian
archaeologists,
scholars,
so I
but
don't
they
trust them.
Christian archaeologists. Right, because there's like a school somewhere that just pumps out nothing but Christian
they're
archaeologists.
brainwashed.
So Christian archaeologists found dead people and it proved the Bible?
No,
Is that right?
it was archaeological digs that show that the Bible is true. Because remember, back in the day, they used to say that Troy was just a story; it was mythology, and then they found the city, right? And now they're like, my bad, us academia, we were right when we lied, but when the guy who didn't come from academia, armed with like nothing but the Iliad and or the book, wherever it came from, I don't remember where it came from. Don't put me on that Iliad thing, right? He found it like single-handedly. And then, they had to go back because let's not forget, right? The first president of these United States, he had a cough and they drained his blood out because they thought that if you have like pneumonia, you got bad blood. So they tried to change his blood like a Chevy, but they didn't have any, empty quarts, standing by, So they tried to cure him by draining his blood when right there in the Bible it says the life is in the blood, right? Everybody knows that, right? And the guy who said that you should wash your hands, he did it legitimately too.
Who told you all
He went
this?
to, hold on, bro, I'm almost done. He went to the physicians and he said, look, guys, I've got some numbers here from the midwives and they have an extremely high success rate, meaning the mother and the baby survived, right? He says it's like 99, 98%. Your guys' success rate is like in the 60s and 70s. It's like, maybe you should wash your hands after you get through, digging in the dead bodies, right, and pulling out their organs. Maybe you should wash your hands before you go deliver the baby. He died in an insane asylum where they beat his ass, and he had died of gangrene, right? And if he had some distilled wine, some brandy, he could have cured himself because he could have cleaned his wounds. But because he was in an insane asylum,
wine?
Yeah, that's what brandy is.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if he would have had some distilled wine, right, he could have cured himself. But because he was a conspiracy theorist, right, because the doctors couldn't believe because their own bias, right, they didn't want to believe they were the ones actually killing the babies and the mothers, right? They were physicians. They were highly educated. He was a conspiracy theorist, and if you question the orthodoxy, you fucking die in an insane asylum like you fucking deserve.
What? Where do you get all these anecdotes from?
Anecdotes? It's history, bro. Look it up. The man who said, wash your hands. Look it up.
What are you talking about?
I can't say his name because I'm not Belgian. I'm not a Belgian.
I know, what's it in reference to? I don't. You're trying to prove the Bible true.
Orthodoxy, bro. I'm talking about orthodoxy.
Why?
Why? Because orthodoxy's dumb.
Okay, let's get on to Christianity. If you
Hey,
want.
just real quick,
science, bro. Go ahead, bro.
just real quick before we go to Christianity.
Okay.
Just real quick, hold on. Before you go into that religion, just real quick. I think I've seen enough of this video. They just remember how earlier we were saying how it could just be a plane, that's going around, and you're like, oh yeah, so they're just gonna have this plane going around the Earth the entire time. Well, they just said that it takes a fleet of 8 planes to constantly be in the air, so that way they can take the vital signs of the astronauts that are in the ISS. So they themselves said that they can. They do have the system, but I've seen enough, bro. Of the video. What a bunch of nonsense. But anyways, you guys have a
So
go.
yeah. Well, that was predicted.
Yeah, right.
In terms of brandy and wine, so if you evaporate the wine and like collect the condensate, that gives you brandy.
No, you got to distill it. No, if
yeah,
you evaporate it,
distillation is
alcohol,
boiling it off and collecting the condensation.
Not exactly evaporation. So basically, when something evaporates, the alcohol will evaporate too, right?
Okay.
So what they do is
the alcohol evaporates quicker than water does. That's how
That's
you
what I'm
distill
saying.
the alcohol off of it. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So what they do is when when you're making brandy, allegedly what you would have is a still, and you would get it up to the temperature where the alcohol boils, but the water
Not
doesn't.
the water. Okay.
Right. And then it would put it in a separate compartment to where this is like the pure stuff. Because people used to do this all the time.
So they get rid of the water
stuff.
then. They just brandy's only the
Because
alcohol.
normally when you distill water, you get it up to like 100, whatever degrees, 100 degrees Celsius, right? And then it's boiling off, and that removes the water from the trash, which is better than trying to, filter it, which is like removing the trash from the water.
Okay, so brandy is the wine, basically like the wine flavored alcohol. You get rid of the water.
No, it tastes like shit. It's from wine, right? But it's distilled where it's just the alcohol. So brandy is a lot like a hard liquor. Like if you imagine like Crown Royal, brandy.
But there's no wine
vodka.
flavoring whatsoever that comes with it.
No, it don't taste like wine to me at all. It tastes like shit. Because
It tastes
I can drink
literally
wine.
like isopropyl alcohol, like some
No,
rubbing alcohol.
no, not that bad. But it's like drinking vodka or brandy or.
It's a flavored moonshine.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I would imagine it has some
That's a
sort of
good way
flavor.
of
'Cause,
putting
like
it.
even when I evaporate, like let's say I'm cooking something, and the shit is evaporating and it condenses on the top of the on like the underside of the lid. If I drink that water that's on the underside of the lid, it has a flavor to it. Like evaporated stuff have taste to
Right.
it still.
But I'm saying beer is to wine, right? They're both about the same, less than 10% alcohol most of the time. Right, but this stuff is more like, proof. This brandy is like, Bacardi. You know what I
I
mean?
didn't know they made it from wine. I thought it was a separate product, but yeah. Cool.
Yeah, all your moonshine and everything, what it's made from is the fermented fruits, which is considered beer. It's got alcohol. The sugars are converted to alcohols, and then you take that, the mash, or beer, and then you distill the alcohol off of it, and that's your moonshine.
No, I figured wine was like grapes, and beer is like grains and like oats and barley and rye and what have you.
Yeah. Same thing, yeah.
So I didn't know.
And you
brandy
can
was
take
from
that
the
wine.
grapes.
You can take that wine and distill the alcohol off of it.
Yeah.
I think that's considered brandy. It's still just moonshine.
It's all
So
moonshine.
just so you know, there is something to the germ theory. It says in the Bible that after you touch a dead body, that you should, wash your clothes, wash your body. Don't go lay down in your bed. Right, basically.
I mean,
after
that's
you
ancient.
touch
That's
the dead.
ancient common sense. That's not biblical knowledge or notice from God, is it? It's common sense to keep clean.
Well, I would assume that
wasn't a
Moses
point,
got it from
You're
the
a lying
Egyptian.
human and you're naked and not a monkey. Obviously, you clean
Well,
yourself.
apparently the physicians in the 1800s didn't know about it.
Well, I
because
don't think you're accurate about the past.
Okay, so I just made up history. When you yourself have a computer or a phone in your hand, and you can type in the man who said wash your hands died in an insane asylum, and you can verify for yourself, but you're going to quickly call me a liar and say that I don't understand the past.
Clever, smart men, thousands of years before the Bible, would have worked out that cleaning their hands are great. It's a good thing to do. Even just feels nice.
Except
at that
they
level.
didn't. That was not like something people did for the longest time, dude.
Tens of thousands of years before the Bible existed, people worked out to clean their hands.
Did they? Then how come that doctor died in an insane asylum for merely suggesting it to other physicians?
I
Tell
don't
me
know how
that.
that anecdote affects anything.
Because it would
That's
put
not
a lot of people.
anecdotal. That's history.
They locked them up because it would make a lot of people responsible for a lot of deaths. A lot of people will have to take acknowledgement that they possibly have been killing people this entire time by simply not washing their hands. So it was much easier to put them in an insane asylum.
Yeah, just like all the people who don't take their vaccines now.
Mm-hmm.
They were killing other people.
What?
Some people believe that.
Are you serious, Jamie?
Let's not talk
I'm
about
serious.
let's not
Oh
talk
my
about the V
God,
word.
get out of it.
Because they're
I'm serious.
canceling people
So you reckon injecting random stuff from the powers that be is safe, better than not doing that?
Well, no,
Check
just
yourself
to say,
before you
the
wreck
fact
yourself.
you're washing
My
your hands,
God.
washing your hands to look after yourself and others. I would take a vaccine. Yeah, of course I would.
Insane.
Proven. It is proven.
Absolutely
It's proven.
bonkers, mate.
Sure it is, buddy.
It was
Let's
a
let's
guinea
not
pig.
delve into this discussion because
Yeah,
it's kind of it's
let's avoid it.
monitored.
I'm on
Let's
my
avoid
free
it.
vaccine. Oh yeah, Bill Gates is right outside my house,
Turn the
looking
live
down
stream
from the
off.
ISS.
Turn the live stream off if you're going to discuss this. Turn the fucking live stream off if you're going to keep discussing it.
Peace.
All right, I got
No
the
more
perfect thing
vaccines.
right here.
That sucks.
Yeah, no more of that talk. Okay, so this is moon shadow during an eclipse from high altitude footage. You can check it out at your leisure. I think that's kind of something cool to look at because you would think if the moon was 1/4 the size of the Earth that the whole United States would be blocked out, but no, it's actually a very small piece of land that gets blocked out. Thanks.
Did you notice that the pagan holiday Halloween was totally fine, but then everything closed and all the shelves for Christmas stuff were closed and they put up caution tape so you couldn't, they told you not to visit your family. Oh wait, sorry, we started a live stream, eh?
Yeah, we're live
Hypocrisy
again.
was the hypocrisy was the thing that gave it away. Because
Agreed.
if it was real, everyone would actually be afraid, other than the retards. Like the retards were afraid, right? We know that. But, like the actual people would actually be afraid if it was real. But everyone I know, it was completely hypocritical, bro.
Well, the live stream's back on. We got to go to the moon.
Yeah,
We gotta...
yeah, the moon shadow in chat.
Moon shadow in
Moon
chat.
shadow. Yeah.
Is that the video?
Is that
Oh,
yeah, I don't see a penumbra or anything. Is that 70 miles wide? What's up with that? Where did that come
No,
from?
this is like a green spot that's on the land. I don't know why it's like that, but you got to click the video and you can kind of see it a little better.
Is that a shadow of Bitcoin eclipsing the moon?
Bitcoin. Yeah, watch the video, guys.
Whatever happened
Sorry.
to that Bitcoin?
Where is the video?
It's in the room above this one called Livestream Voice Text or something like that.
Okay.
What Laramie?
Yeah, Livestream 1 text at 28 minutes past hour.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah, got it.
So what you're seeing here is a fisheye lens, obviously some sort of GoPro camera. So it's making it look like it's actually 1/4 the size of the Earth. That's actually what I think it should look like if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth. But obviously this is video photography magic. This what we call movie magic. So that's what it should look like. But I'm gonna post a map of what it actually looks like.
I don't know if that's the moon shadow. I can't really tell. Like that might very well be the balloon shadow, like the actual balloon that the camera's in. How it pops at the end.
Is that what you think?
No, it's not what I think. I just don't know if that's the moon shadow. It looks too small, like that looks weird.
All right, well, I'm posting a couple, kind of see for yourselves.
I kind of skipped through the video and tried to watch it while you're talking there, but...
All right, so the one that I posted for the total solar eclipse of 2017. So if you click on that image and you zoom in, you can see that it's like, roughly the size of like Tennessee, So it doesn't even stretch all the way from Charlotte to Atlanta. It's like halfway between. So it's not even the size of, it's about half of South Carolina, it looks like. So that's when you're in the totality. The path of totality is when you can't see the sun at all and it actually looks dark, right? So for everyone else who's in a partial eclipse, that just means that the sun is partially covering the moon. Now, I wouldn't use that to measure the size of the moon, obviously, because there's going to be a large group who could partially see it. But the group of totally covered sun in the totality part, that's what I'm saying is the actual size of the moon, or pretty close to it. And I know that there's an argument about umbra and penumbra, but as soon as you make that argument, we're going to have a little talk about Eratosthenes and light traveling at, parallel rays.
Well, I mean, you're talking about Eratosthenes and a stick on the ground that's got a fuzzy edge versus the moon casting its shadow. That's a big difference. I don't think it's comparable.
I'd like to say something. Like, when I took the pictures of the moon in my back garden just now, like the orange-looking pictures, I said, regardless, flat Earth, globe, whatever, that's beautiful. That video, Larry, regardless of what is happening, that is a stunning video. End of.
It's better.
Like, do you know what I mean? Can we not just appreciate that? And like who cares, really? Like, it's amazing. Globe or flat, we live in an amazing world, a beautiful world.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, there's other ones seen through an airplane window. If you like that sort of footage, I would get you to look at a lunar eclipse from high altitude and other videos, because you're absolutely right, sir. It's breathtaking. The first time you see it, it's absolutely breathtaking.
Yeah.
Being in it, I was in it. It was in South Carolina, and I was able to pull off on an exit about a minute before the totality, and I watched it through a welding lens, and it was breathtaking. It's the most amazing thing I've ever witnessed.
I'm really jealous about that. I can't remember the year. It was maybe 98 or 99 or something. There was an eclipse, and it was like quite prominent, like here in the UK. It wasn't like a total eclipse here, but I went fishing with my dad, and I had like the cardboard sunglasses, like with mirrored lenses. And I remember watching, and like I just saw like it just looked like a little bite out of the sun, but it did go slightly dark, and it went slightly colder, and the birds all stopped singing. It was really incredible, but it was only a fraction of, I guess, what you'll have seen with that eclipse there. To see the whole thing. But yeah, amazing. So whatever's going on, like, it's incredible, eh?
Yep.
Isn't it crazy how the sun heats the fucking earth? Like how much energy it supplies? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I think that's the actual cause of the tides. Because how much energy the sun parts into the water, and I know the water doesn't expand unless it's freezing, but the elements within the water would expand. But that's just my personal belief. I can't back that up.
Or boiling. Water is one of the only things that expands when it's boiling as well.
Is it true that boiled water will freeze faster than cold water? I've heard that somewhere.
It'll crystallize.
Yes, warm water, hot water will freeze faster, like in an ice tray. But I don't know if that's true, if it's on a large scale, or if that's only in a small scale. So it might be some difference there.
Is that just because it's more pure and the outer layers don't have to like compress the?
No, it has to do with the drastic change in temperature.
The density of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I know. It's because when water's warm, it's already expanded, right? It expands when it's hot. And
the water's already
so
expanded.
if you put warm water in the freezer, and because it's already expanded, it starts to freeze faster. I think that's why. But I'm not positively sure about that. I'm making an assumption there. And also, water does expand when it's warm too. Because if you ever have a fish tank, and take the bubbler out, and you just put it out in the sun, and you measure the water level, and after the water gets warm, it will rise slightly. It's not a whole lot, but it does rise. So it does expand when it's hot and when it freezes.
Do you know how NASA organise a party?
What?
They probably call a catering service, and a bartender service, I guess. I don't know. That's
They
how they
plan
do a
it.
party.
They plan
Yeah,
it.
I've heard.
Eh.
Yeah, they plan it. They do
Eh.
it.
Look, round of applause, please. Come on, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
There you
guess.
go. They gave you a hand.
Thank you.
I thought specific heat capacity, does that change with does that change when something increases in temperature? Because specific heat capacity is like how many joules of energy do you need to put into something before it increases 1 degree, right? Or
Are you talking
decreases.
about calories? Talking about calories or something else?
Talk about like, say, like the beach. Like, why is the sand so much hotter than the water? And its specific heat capacity is the answer.
Probably because of refraction. Because light hits the sand, and because sand is made from like shells and mostly silica,
Right,
the light
it's kinda,
refracts through it and it magnifies the light, probably.
But
it's kind of like saying how much. It's like saying how much heat.
It's because the water's a liquid. The heat can travel farther in it, right? Whereas with the sand, it's only
the
heating
ocean
up.
would
You're only
absorb the
heating
heat
up.
faster.
You're only heating up the top layer of sand. Because if you ever step on a beach and the top layer of sand is really hot, you can still bury your feet underneath the sand, and right beneath, 2 inches
Same as the water.
below,
The surface of the water.
completely cold sand again. Whereas I don't know about
Like
that.
it'll circulate. I get it.
The water will spread the heat a lot faster, bro. Like, I know what you mean. Sometimes the water underneath, there's cold currents and stuff, but like, if you've ever heated up water, I mean, it spreads through the whole pot, right?
Sure, I agree. When we're talking about specific heat
Might actually
capacity,
become lighter somehow too. I don't know.
You kind of have to think like including all that, like including the water circulation and how the water is going to try to equalize, and there's still an amount of energy you put into, like, say, sand versus the same amount of water, and how much energy that takes to increase its temperature by 1 degree. That's the specific heat capacity of that substance.
Yeah, it's the same thing with me and my wife, right? If it's a cold day, she's going to be complaining of it getting cold like hours before I do.
Yeah. So, like, you're saying her specific heat capacity is much lower, or is much lower than yours.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
she's 100 pounds soaking wet.
Heat capacity has to do with materials, not
Yeah,
organisms.
no, you're
Organisms
right.
are made of a lot of different materials, right?
Yeah, and her blood pressure affects that, and all these different
What is she
variables
made out of?
affect.
She's
She's
not
made
carrying
of
a whole lot of
mostly
fat.
water.
The same
No,
shit you're
she's
made of. So you're gonna have the same heat capacity.
no. She don't have as much fat as I do. I know what I'm talking about. I have way more fat than she does.
Buddy, no, I'll tell you this. I lived in Canada. I had a girlfriend. No, hold up. Let me tell you this. I lived in Canada. I had a girlfriend from the Yukon. I'm like 180 pounds, 6'1". She's like, well, I'm not her boyfriend anymore. Well, this is the ex-girlfriend, but she was 5'9", I think, probably like 120 pounds. But let me tell you, bro, when it was fucking cold in the winter, I would have to like hug on her and shit, and she would be warm, and I'd be fucking freezing my ass off. So I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think it's just biological beings adapt to their environment. And,
No, it's because of your cold heart.
Nah, it's because I'm from the tropics, bro. I grew up in the tropics. She grew up in the Yukon, so her body produces more heat. Like, I'm telling you, bro, when I would lay next to her, if it wasn't really cold, I couldn't, because I would start sweating because she was so fucking hot. Not, well, you know what I mean? Like, chemically hot. I mean,
Like
heat temperature wise.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
she was
that's
pretty hot. She was pretty hot, but like temperature was also hot.
I think that is right though. Like when it's cold here, and like I put my coat on and walk up to the pub, I'm cold, and I walk up to the pub shivering, and then when I get to the pub, all of a sudden I'm really hot. So it's like my body's started to warm itself up. So then when I'm in the pub with the fire on and stuff, it's like, oh, now I'm too hot.
I think the guy talking
Because your
about his
heart rate's
girlfriend, I think he's talking about epigenetics, because he said he grew up in a tropical area, and she grew up, I don't know what she said, Yucatan? I don't know where that's at, but
yeah.
Yukon. I'm
It's
assuming that's like
northern.
a colder region.
It's like it's right
see,
next to Alaska.
You're probably talking about epigenetics, right? Because you're saying that she's smaller, but more adapted to her environment. So evolution
Yeah,
is
well,
supposed to take like billions of years or whatever. But epigenetics can, be done, within a lifetime.
I was just saying, like, to counter your point that you're like bigger and have more fat than her. I was much bigger than her and had much more fat than her, right? She was very skinny and small. Yet I'm telling you, I have to fucking hot to the touch. No fucking blankets or anything. Like, I think if you grow up in a cold environment, your body does adapt. And I don't think it has anything to do with.
That's what I'm talking about, genetic expression.
Yeah, I agree
You're
with you.
describing genetic expression. And I was describing the other thing because I have so much fat. Fat is a very good insulator. And she didn't have the fat in her makeup. Her body has probably, my wife's body has probably less than 10% body fat. Maybe even 5%.
Yes, so fat has a very high specific heat capacity. Meaning, like if you were walking to a pub and it's all cold out, it'll take longer, much more joules of energy to leave your body for it to decrease 1 degree in temperature.
Yeah, but also, I don't know what temperatures are like where you guys are from, but there's never a massive drastic change where I'm from. But like, say in the summer, it could get to like 30 degrees here. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but it could get to like 30 degrees here, and then like one day it might be 18 degrees, and it's like, oh gosh, that feels really cold. But then, like in the winter, when it's like 2 or 5 degrees, if suddenly it was 12 degrees, like it feels really warm. Whereas in the middle of summer, if it was 12 degrees, you feel cold. It's like being acclimatized, isn't it? I guess. Am I just talking shit? Please tell me to shut up if I am talking shit. It made sense in my head.
No, you're right. I hear where you're coming from. Anyway, I don't know about anybody else.
Hey, Rookie, long time no see. Good to hear your voice, bro.
Good to hear you. I was going to say the same thing a minute ago, but I didn't want to interrupt the live stream.
Yeah, that's Rookie. Good to see you.
Very glad to see you, sir. I've been missing you for a while. I was going to send you a DM earlier, but I just didn't get around to it. I'm with my grandma right now.
Yeah, I've seen you around here and there in other groups. You should come here. They loosely moderate, which I love. I like a little bit of, just kind of a free for all almost, if everybody could behave,
Well, I seem to get along here okay. I cut people off a little bit here and there, but so far I haven't gotten yelled at or muted that I know of.
As long as there aren't too many of gems.
What? Oh, Gem Panda? I don't like that dude at all.
His gems, like the members from his server in here. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. I was just clarifying that I wasn't one of them.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, once you get a couple too many of them, even Globers. I'm not talking about Chemo and Dallas Dave here. I'm talking about Globers. Like.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. What do you guys think of Dallas Dave and this whole fucking bat DNA thing? Like, why is he such a disinformation agent? Like, I was trying to convince Jem and all of those Globers in there about this crap, this Great Reset shit. I'm trying not to mention the words. Like, and then Dallas Dave is allowed to speak, openly and freely for hours and hours and hours, as long as he's talking nonsense about bat DNA. As soon as I say anything legit about Schwab or fucking Bill Gates, I get muted, but this Dallas Dave guy is allowed to go on and on and on about garbage. That's called controlled opposition. That's what Jem does, is he takes the worst of the worst, and he's like, here's your platform. Anyone like Rakia or fucking any of these rude guys that they claim are rude, let's ban and mute them right away. But, Chemo and Dallas Dave, let's keep them around to make flat earthers look ridiculous. Make 9/11 look ridiculous. Make fucking vaccine, COVID look ridiculous. The Great Reset, all of it.
Not to make it about me or anything, but
Right.
am I cool? Am I cool being here?
Yeah, I got
cool,
a problem
yeah.
with Missouri Mitch and California Carlos.
Yo,
Yeah, all people are welcomed in here, right? The only people that aren't welcomed are the people who can't govern themselves. So as long as you're trying to talk over everybody,
Yeah.
be cool.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
There's no such
thank you.
thing as California Carlos.
Yo, do you guys remember those videos from China at the beginning of the stuff?
Yeah,
Where
they're all
wearing
falling
white
over.
hazmat suits and people were
Oh,
collapsing to death. Yeah, people were collapsing to death and
Yep.
shit. Like, why did that never happen, and why don't people remember that? Like, are we not gonna?
Well, we weren't
go
allowed
out
to
of the
we weren't allowed to
normal- the
mention it.
normie
Yeah.
amnesia. Like, oh no, I just complete you. Like, bro, they completely don't remember. But at the beginning, the reason why everyone was freaked out was because there was video of those houses and forcibly taking them out, and then just people falling over and dying. That's what everyone thought it was, and then there was simply nothing.
I'm just sticking without sticking to this subject. Look at how Dallas Dave, bat DNA every day. Fucking, I remember being in Gems, just listening to the Globers shit on him, and I was shitting on him. I'm like, what do why do you keep muddying the waters with this bat DNA shit? Anyway, as soon as I talked about it, bat DNA, bat DNA.
Server, though. That place is a garbage heap.
Yeah. Well, that's controlled opposition right there. Then I get lumped in. I get lumped in with the flat earthers because Dallas Dave wants to talk about bat DNA. And here's Pizzizzle. Here's Pizzizzle not trusting the Great Reset, not trusting Hillary Clinton, not trusting AOC, Nancy Pelosi. No.
Who the fuck is Pizzizzle?
I'm the god.
Yeah, the guy talking.
I'm third person.
Fuck Gem Panda server. Garbage.
I can't believe you're not a flat earther, Pizzizzle. I mean, you believe that the blah 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 is a hoax? I can't believe you're not a flat earther. That's what they say.
People who believe in politics are pretty retarded. Like, you vote on two sides and you think, like, it's like a fucking modern day fucking savior fucking religion where you're just gonna, write a fucking thing on a piece of paper, put it in a box, and then a savior's gonna come out and help you with all your stuff. Are you fucking kidding me? What kind of retards believe this shit?
You're not towing the mainstream narrative.
Totally. We're all just gonna put our names and a fucking name on a box and then put it on a paper and put it in a box, and then this savior is gonna come out of nowhere and just do everything for us, and we're all gonna be good. Fucking retards.
General
Do you ever think about
Grievous.
how much people idolize athletes and like actors and stuff like that? It used to always boggle my mind when I was a little kid, but now I get it. You know, Rome needs its circus. But like when I was a little kid, that shit always boggled my mind. How a guy just throws a football and he gets $1 million. When a guy in Afghanistan
We're
gets
having
his leg
fun.
blown off, and the doctor has to say, "Yeah, like guys in Afghanistan
True.
are getting their legs blown off. Doctors are saving lives, and then this guy throws a ball and he makes more than all of them in a day." It's like when you know what I mean. When you're a little kid, you're like, "What the fuck's going on here?" When you're older, you're just like, "Oh yeah, the
We
people who
pay
rule the
for that.
world have to distract us because they fuck us constantly."
Yeah, we're
That's
wondering
because of
why,
the
like,
fans.
our heroes. That's because of the what, sorry?
The fans pay for
Yeah.
that shit.
Yup.
Pretty
But
sure it's all rigged, which is even funnier.
Our enemies also do that. Like TikTok, for example, is a Chinese thing, right? So what the algorithm does, it promotes the worst shit possible. It promotes people like getting rich quick. It promotes people twerking and being dumb, right? Like it's literally China's algorithm that controls TikTok. China. Sorry.
Just use it against them. Use it to promote the truth. Play the algorithm. Easy peasy.
Well, it makes kids like disenfranchised. It like gives them this false sense of this future that they're working towards.
Maybe. But it's a tool like any other. And just because it was designed for one purpose doesn't mean you can't repurpose. I mean,
I agree with that.
Discord,
Like in China, the algorithm does something different.
For Discord, it's in the name, but you can use it for discourse with some moderation, of course.
Or you could use it for
I agree.
Discord.
Hold
Sorry.
up, Pizzle. I agree. TikTok's a fucking tool, right? A sword is also a tool. You can use a sword, but if someone else is holding the sword and waving at your face, it's kind of hard to use the tool when someone else is.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
There's only one handle on a sword. If someone else has their hand around it, then you're only getting the blade.
Well, not only is the algorithm fucked on our side, but like for the West, but in China, it promotes like much different algorithm. It promotes kids achieve stuff.
The algorithm is stealing your voice. We couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. In China, the algorithm promotes a much different thing. It promotes like kids in school doing well. You know, it promotes projects being accomplished and finished. Whereas in North America, the algorithm shows, you know, like disgusting behavior.
Boredom, first and foremost.
Do you know why it does that though?
What we crave, or it's what's popular. It's what they've been bred and born to
Exactly.
consume. Yeah.
So all you have to do is
Yeah.
override that.
Through early childhood development, through the education system, right?
Well,
I mean, it's a long process of.
Don't put your children in the education system.
What
Then they
education
won't be
system is there?
indoctrinated.
Sorry, I don't
Well,
know of any education system that you guys are talking about. Because if I were to teach you how to fish, I would bring you to a lake and demonstrate like how to fish. I wouldn't just like tell you, okay, you hook the worm, you set the bob, you cast. No, I would like demonstrate, right? And
Just
when
do
it comes to like schools, except for like a few, hands-on classes, right, like ag or horticulture or machine shop or wood class, right? For the most part, they're just telling you like, do you think that your moving to North America has affected evolution? It's like that's not critical thinking. They're baking in the evolution in with the thing, and then you can't talk about creationism because separation of church and state, but evolution in and of itself is a belief system.
It is the falsest of all religions.
Yeah, so that's why in
Secular
North America.
humanism was actually, I was gonna say, secular humanism was actually recognized as a religion by like a bunch of courts or something. I think it might have been the Supreme Court in America. So technically, yeah, there is no separation of church and state legally.
But yeah, it's not actually that complicated. Yes, TikTok is a piss take, but you can either complain about it or you can use it to your own benefit. And if you're spreading truth and you know how the algorithm works, you can actually do that on TikTok. It's not impossible. And people have been doing that already. People have been doing that to raise the topic of the Earth and all sorts of stuff. People have been.
You guys are
learning
making
about...
a lot of really here.
Huh? Are you just interjecting with nonsense again in the middle of someone's sentence?
No, I'm just saying, like,
yes, you
TikTok's algorithm is based upon the individual's watch. What that individual watches, that's how the algorithm is written. So the
Did you
more
write
of
it?
whatever you...
That's naive.
Did you write the algorithm? So it's
Yes.
an argument for
Yeah, I was
ignorance?
about to say this guy doesn't. This
Oh,
guy's
okay.
fucking.
Yeah, keep your incredulities to yourself,
No,
sir.
because here's the thing, right? If you watch on TikTok a bunch of videos about cars, then it's going to feed you more videos about cars. That's how the algorithm works on TikTok.
So another argument from
Actually, I have a
ignorance.
counterpoint.
Thanks.
I have a counterpoint.
Correlation
I have a
equals
counterpoint to this
causation?
guy because I've used TikTok in Canada and America, and the algorithm is definitely different across national borders. So that would be
I've
my
used it
argument
in
against
Portugal,
you.
and I
Same
didn't
account,
notice any differences.
same account. U.S. Canada difference. Thank you.
That's a
two
really
different
bad
YouTube
argument.
apps.
Like, I'm just saying, I'm listening to you guys, and you guys are making really bad arguments. Like, education, right? There's a
We
limit to
weren't
how
making
many...
arguments. What is wrong with you, man? We're having a discussion like normal human beings, and you're just coming in the middle of someone else's sentence with a stupid objection. And all you've done is expose the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. So perhaps...
How did you expose it? I'm telling you, that's how the algorithm works. The algorithm
No, but
works
you
by...
don't. Because when you were asked, do you know how the algorithm was written? You said no.
No, I said yes.
And then somebody gave you examples
No,
of how
I
it
said
operates
yes. I do
differently
know how
on
it's
different
written.
borders, and you still don't accept that.
How ignorant can you
Dude.
be? I
And
said
he hand
yes.
wave dismissed me. He
I
just hand
said
wave
yes,
dismissed
I
me
do
and said,
know
no, you're
how it
wrong.
works.
Instead, it's a
Shut
bad
him off.
argument. He hand wave dismissed my example.
Let's sit down, shut up, and let the grown up speak.
Let's let everybody talk. Even Smooth has the right discussion, even though sometimes it's deplorable.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm just saying that the algorithm on TikTok, what it does, it calculates how long you've watched each video for, the percentage, and the rewatch. And each video is categorized under whether it's fitness, cars, or lifestyle, whatever. So it starts to calculate, well, what does this person watch the most under what category? And then what it does is say, what type of producer of entertainment? So if you like one particular artist or whatever, or creator, what it does is it will look for people who follow
Why
that
are you
creator.
explaining how the algorithm works when you haven't actually designed it? You don't actually know how it works, and people have already given you examples of how it operates different in the same account across different borders.
Yeah,
Okay, I
first
have
off,
something.
Why do you just
I have
ignore
something.
that?
oh my god,
I
he's
have
making a good
something
point
from
though.
Cyber News. I have something from Cyber News. TikTok uses your SIM region code to decide what you see, thus changing your SIM card to a foreign one will change your location and allow you to access content dedicated to that specific region. So this is not only me personally, anecdotally seeing a difference in my algorithm. This is now a fucking accredited fucking fucking magazine saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, so what they mean by that is your geoposition.
Reinterpret it.
I'm not going to reinterpret it. I'm explaining to you how this technology works.
Issa has next. Issa is backing him, so let's hear it.
Yeah, so it's very similar to Netflix, right? Every geoposition has a different pre-allowed amount of, there's laws that dictate where each location is allowed to operate and with what restrictions, right? So like Europe's data policies are different than the US. So, okay, you want to continue interrupting me? Go ahead. What have I said wrong so far?
What I say is right.
No,
You're admitting to our side of the argument. No, what you're doing is you're basically agreeing with us, saying that you're disagreeing. But what you just said indicates that there's different.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying you're being ignorant, because I'm agreeing with a point, but I'm disagreeing with the way you're describing it. You make a good
Rhetoric.
point, yes.
You
The
disagree with my
algorithm.
rhetoric.
I think he disagrees with your conclusion as to like he said. If I'm not mistaken, are you saying that the algorithm is like benign?
Yes, the algorithm. So
Right. Okay. So I
the
get. No, I
original
understand it.
statement saying, yeah, like China changes how.
No,
No.
I get it. I get it. Here's
Yeah.
the thing, though. The problem with that assumption is that, like, it also negates to take into account the idea that they actually store all the keystrokes of everything on your phone. If you have the app downloaded, they record all the keystrokes that you make throughout all of your apps, which is kind of
Yeah,
crazy.
but I'm saying that the algorithm, the reason I'm talking about the material you see on TikTok is for
Yeah, no,
you.
we get that. Like, if you're gonna
Yeah,
watch like sports videos, you're gonna get sports videos, etc.
that's it.
Yeah, we get it.
Exactly. So you're not just
That's not
getting.
always the case, though. That's the thing. You speak in absolutes when you don't absolutely know what you're talking about.
He's not wrong though.
Yeah.
He's not wrong. I don't know if he's speaking so much in absolutes. Really, either.
Yeah,
I
I think you just have an issue with
Definitely.
me, so you're ignoring what I'm saying, even though your own friends are saying he has a point. So it's
No,
okay.
I'm not
Yeah.
just ignoring it because it's you.
Well,
I'm listening
maybe
to
you
what
should
you're
listen to your
saying. You're
buddies who are
detracting
saying
from the
that
conversation that we were having,
you're
which was a
having a
conversation, and now
No.
it's turned into an argument because of you.
No. I'm
And
not turning anything into an argument.
your point
I'm
isn't even
presenting.
correct.
It is
Because
correct.
you've been shown how it's incorrect.
No, I haven't.
You're saying that that's the only way the algorithm works.
I never said it's the only way the
No, he
algorithm
didn't say
works.
that. He didn't
That's
say it
what
was the
you're
only way.
implying with
We're
your
kind of stuck.
conversation.
We're kind of stuck in a loop. We need to get past. What can we do to move past
he
this
needs
little
to
I
loop
got
we're
I
in?
got an idea. How about this?
Interrupting normal
Fuck
conversation
TikTok.
is bullshit.
How about this? Fuck
Hold
TikTok as a
up.
principle, because that shit is totally storing all your
Yeah,
data and fucking your shit up.
destroy it.
Well, not destroying; it's keeping all your
Apparently,
data, trying to
it
destroy
takes
you. You know.
Yeah,
takes
back to the
pictures of your
actual
face.
conversation we're having.
Takes pictures of your face and
I'm just
analyzes
saying, if
your
you're
No, if
going
you don't
to
have a
have a
camera.
conversation in the pursuit of
on your
truth, then you should
face
probably,
to see what kind of emotions you're having during the videos. All
you
right.
should
Well, the
probably have
truth
a little
is
more
the
accurate.
algorithm is personalized. Hold the fuck, Jesus Christ! The truth is the algorithm is personalized for each person, but depending on region, they can control what content you have access to. There you go. That would be the more nuanced version of what we're talking about. Correct? Would you agree with me, Mr. Smooth, that it's a
Yes,
personalized
sir, I
algorithm,
would.
but each region is determined beforehand which content? Okay, thank you. Let's
I
move
wouldn't say
on now.
determined, but I would say each region has data policies that will affect the available material that you could watch.
Do you think
That's the
China
same
would
thing
let
as
itself
determined. But anyway,
look negatively? Do you think it would promote itself?
No, that's what I'm saying. That data
China.
policy
It's a different app
prevents
in
you.
China.
Yeah,
It's the
China
same
owns
thing, but it's a
TikTok.
different app.
It's banned in America. It's
Yeah,
what,
you
sir?
can't be a
well, in
member of
China,
our government and have TikTok on your phone.
China's
Exactly.
very
Well, we
different
know.
than America. You can't even talk shit about the government in China, or they take you
Well,
away.
yeah. And that's why
So
we're
They'll
talking
come
about
see you.
TikTok, right?
It
Because it's like
operates differently
Huawei.
because
They don't follow the rules. Plus, what my algorithm, I don't search up LGBT shit, but it's all over my fucking page. Should I keep swearing or?
yeah, if you want. Is there any rules?
It's all over.
That's the funniest predicament ever. That's a fucking
Yeah,
hilarious.
you think I watch, this stuff?
Nah, there's no point. There's no point in using it to consume. If you're gonna use it to educate people, sure, but to consume, it's pointless. So
Yeah, did you guys hear
you know what you
about
should
that?
do? Clip up all the global nonsense on these channels, and then compare it to, decent arguments from people who actually know what they're talking about, and just start spamming that stuff on TikTok. Watch what happens. Look, I interrupt. I kind of cut your flow off, Numpty. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's kind of random, so it doesn't really matter. But I just reminded because of the LGBTQ thing. But apparently in Canada, like they're going to the Supreme Court because a woman didn't want to wax a trans person's dick or something. So they're taking her to the Supreme Court. But it's like, what is the punishment? Yeah, like what is the punishment? Like you're gonna forcibly make her wax this guy's dick? Like what? Like what?
Nah, they're probably
Like,
going to try and
like,
fine her and put
What?
her in prison.
Can you explain this story? Can you explain?
Male to female.
Basically, like a fucking tranny went into like a waxing shop. And she was like, "Yeah, I want to go I want to get waxed." And then she was, I guess, disguised as a woman, and the person who was waxing him didn't like, "Oh, I have a husband. I can't wax you because you have a dick." And then they're like, "Oh no, I'm a woman. You have to wax me." And now it's in the Supreme Court of Canada. That's what the Supreme Court of Canada is doing.
Yes.
Oh no, like that's the type of laws that they're fucking ridiculous. Also, here in Hawaii, I think they passed a bill where now getting like plastic surgery and shit is like part of medical insurance or something. Which I'm not really. I guess it's considered therapy.
I think they have a similar thing here in the UK
to get
as
themselves. Yeah, they have it. They had it in Canada. I didn't think they would have it in the U.S. when I came back here, but I seen that law like 3 days ago or something just got passed, and I was like, that's ridiculous.
Mm.
Like imagine
just leave Canada and light a match as you leave, and then come back when it's repaired.
No, I left that place. Fuck that place. Fuck Canada. I'm gonna revoke my citizenship. Honestly, that place is trash.
Canada sucks.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind if China just took over Canada and just made it totalitarian. Even that would be better than the gay fucking bullshit. I'd like walk through like, Gigi, my fucking president. Like this is fucking way better than when fucking Trudeau was here. Bro, I'd be the most patriotic Chinese person. I'd be such a patriotic Chinese. I'd be fucking. I'd like have their flag and like fucking go to their rallies and shit.
Listen,
Fuck
right?
yeah.
I've got a thick skin, and I'm not easily offended, so it's cool. But yeah, I'm part of the LGBTQ or whatever the fuck letters the rest of it is. I am part of that community. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand the trans thing. I think that is different to being gay. I don't know why it's lumped with the same thing, but anyway.
Agreed. They pretend to be you. They speak for you. They speak for men. They speak for women.
Wait,
I love that gay people don't like that. I love it. What? Hold on. What?
Why do you have an issue with trans people if they're part of that community?
No, I don't. I don't have an issue at all. But I don't understand why. And trans people would say the same thing. I don't understand why lesbian, gay, bisexual.
But think about this, right? Like, I'm not gonna assume how you're part of this community, right? All I'm gonna say is, like, if you were to ask somebody, right? There's a popular question, like, why are you gay? A lot of people just say, I don't know. I was just born that way. I was just born, and I can't explain to you why I find males attractive, right? And we can see this in the own room. We all find different women attractive or different partners attractive.
Right.
So what's the issue if someone says, well, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm the opposite gender? What's the issue there?
Yeah,
that's not the issue.
There isn't an issue.
You can't feel like something you're not. That's just
but no, hold on. Before we get into that,
I feel like I'm the Rock.
Please let me explain
feel
myself.
like a fish.
Yeah, let the man talk.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, if you feel you're born in a female body, but you're a male, right? Whatever, crack on, fine. But it's LGBTQ, right? Lesbian, bisexual, gay, transgender, queer, or questioning, or whatever the Q stands for. Why it? Being gay is sexuality, being transgender is gender, right? And
I agree with that.
By it being LGBT, it creates this misconception that like gay men who may like gay men are gay men like dressing up as women, right? Because there's the drag scene and stuff like that. That is very different.
And misrepresented.
That is very different to somebody who identifies as female or male.
I think they're just overcomplicating it. They should just call it degeneracy and be done with it.
It does have a tendency of grouping everybody in together that are actually very, very different.
Yeah, I think that is what I'm trying to say. It's like grouping. It's grouping us all together. It's, the perverts, the weirdos. Yeah, all right, there you go. You know, whatever you think of it all.
Degens, simple.
Yeah, and maybe we are degenerates. Maybe we are. You know, in your opinion, maybe we are. I'm a Christian, right? And my dad was a vicar. And I have questioned all my life my sexuality, right? I tried so hard to be straight. You know, like in a way, I've ruined kind of the best years of my life where I could have really been enjoying myself and been with somebody and whatever. I've ruined that for myself because I've questioned it. Is it right? Is it wrong? I feel bad. And why? Why do I feel bad? Because of society, or because of Christianity, or because it actually is bad? I don't know.
I gotta say something. I think that it's really weird that everybody talks about their gender, their dysphoria, their bisexuality, their sexuality, their homosexuality, and it's like, why is this always being brought up like it's a really important conversation? I get it for some people, it might be important for them to talk about it, but for me, it's like, what if I started talking about the stuff that me and my wife do in the bedroom? Wouldn't it be kind of weird?
No,
wouldn't it be kind of weird?
Keep that shit to yourself, Larry.
Yeah, you keep that shit to yourself. It's nobody's business. It's nobody's business, right? And the thing about labels, you can call me a flat earther, right? You can call me a truther. You can call me whatever you want, right? But I don't like labels. I'm just a man. I'm not a mister, right? None of that bullshit. I'm just a man, right? I'm a man named Larry.
You're not a Mr. Man?
No, just a man. Just a man.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, totally agree. And it's like topic of the hour at the minute, isn't it? You know, this whole thing. And like you've got Ricky Gervais joking about it, and then our cancel culture. Oh my goodness, somebody misgendered fucking whoever, and it's like hot topic at the minute. It drives me mad. It does. It drives me mad.
Pie.
You have a gorgeous voice.
Degens are degens.
Thank you, lady.
Degens in their own homes.
I think she was talking to the LGBTQ supporter.
The British gay.
Oh, today I've got a good voice. All right.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Oh, cheers.
But you guys see what I mean about everybody's bringing this private stuff into public? Because
Larry, that's
public
a good thing.
What?
Yeah,
that's such a healthy thing because, like, think about it, right? All right,
it's Smooth. Let him finish his point first before you cut him off. He literally got 3 words out.
Yeah, so for me, it's like private, intimate stuff that me and my wife do together. That's nobody's business, right? And I'm not gonna, start talking about, the Kama Sutra that, me and her have tried over the years, because it's none of y'all's business, right? That's what I don't understand.
Have you tried it?
Well, I mean, it's not like they're talking about the exact acts that they're doing in the bedroom. They're talking about how they identify.
You think they don't do that in Pride Week? You don't think they're doing that in the Pride Parade? You don't think they're,
I think the problem is incorporating them into what we call normal society is the
if
problem.
We're going to talk about the topic that we were talking about, talk about the algorithm, TikTok.
Oh, this is...
Otherwise, let's talk about the Earth. Because
this is the guy who really has a big issue.
No, we can speak about degeneracy in the server. There's no rules.
Yeah, this is about pursuing the truth. I don't know why you're Captain, butthurt over here, but you got to chill out, man.
What are you talking about, butthurt?
Yeah, who's Captain Butthurt? Are we going back to the gay thing?
I think Smooth is. I think Smooth is projecting.
Baby,
right, if you want to talk about it, it's fine. But it's, what's there to talk about?
They found a cure for homosexuality.
What's there to talk about the flat?
Yeah, it's called Islam.
It's it's lip balm. If you rub it on your ass, it'll keep the chaps away. And I'm allowed to tell that joke.
No, that was
yeah,
a good
you
one.
get.
That was a good one. Okay. I'll give you that. But I just want to hear what a Smooth. He was saying that I was wrong or something. What?
Yeah. Okay.
No.
So my issue is so. My thought encounts a little bit of my personal life, right? So, for instance, my dad, he's from Russia. It was a very USSR kind of thing. And, that guy, he beat the living shit out of me, right? And that's because his dad beat the living shit out of him. And, no one ever talked about it. My dad, it's sad because I see him suffer a lot. I see him suffer with a lot of emotional trauma, stuff that, it's normal, depression, anxiety, but he's unable to face it or address it, because he comes from a culture that didn't allow it. And because he was never able to talk about it, he never was able to deal with it. And he ended up making the same mistake that his father did, and I don't agree with the idea that just because something is private doesn't mean that we shouldn't, talk about it. Keeping these ideas to yourself really limits the ability for society to grow and understand. The fact that
So it is your business what me and my wife do in the bedroom. Is that what you're saying?
No. If you want to share that, if you want to share that with me, that's fine. What I think is really healthy is that a lot of kids who I don't want to use your story as a lesson, but I'm going to. You said that you could have enjoyed your life a lot more had you figured out or come to grips with your sexuality at a younger age. And nowadays, people are able to understand that being gay and queer is okay. So having that be more publicly accepted is allowing a lot of kids to not have to fight and wrestle with, is it okay to be gay? Am I allowed to be gay? And then they go out and enjoy their lives.
And it's also making kids gay when they wouldn't have otherwise been.
No.
Yes.
No, okay. Even the guy who openly said that, was it Jamie that spoke? He even says himself that he doesn't feel comfortable with it. He doesn't quite know the reason for it. So to say it's okay is just patently false.
Okay, so
it's a mental condition, man. It's not okay.
Well, yeah.
All right?
Well, okay.
There's a reason why it's called degeneracy.
You can't treat it.
That's
It's just not something you can treat.
But that is the question. Is it a mental condition?
It is a mental condition, just like pedophilia. It's your brain.
No.
The chemical imbalance in your brain.
I think
we shouldn't allow them to act on it. It should be prohibited.
I'm gonna ask the question. What's the difference between saying I was born a man but I identify as a woman and saying I am 40 but I identify as 13, so it's okay for me to have sex with other 13-year-olds? What's the difference?
Oh my God!
It's
I'm going to
delusional
mute
and it's
myself while
immoral.
you guys chat that one out.
It's delusional.
What's the difference?
So pedophilia is it's a psychological condition. It's actually classified in the DSM.
Just like gayness was until 1978.
Right, until 1978, though.
Yeah, because the public perception changed because of the radical left, it's because propaganda. That's it. Gayness didn't change medically in 1978. It's just our perception of it did because of the media.
See, I disagree
Perception
with
of
that.
it or understanding of it?
Perception of it.
How about understanding of it?
But the media didn't.
We understood what gayness was.
No, I have a question. So to anti-gay, if we're going into this anti-gay rhetoric, what does it affect straight people for gay people to be forced to be with somebody that they aren't attracted to? Why is that something that you guys push for so much?
That's not acceptable.
When did anybody ever say that?
Yeah, that's a straw man.
Well,
that's straight up bullshit. What are you talking about, man?
Well, I mean, so
Bullshit.
you
You're saying that pedophilia
we never said that. Nobody in this room has ever said
saying
that.
that
So
somebody
why are
should.
you bringing it up?
Okay, so what she's
Focus.
saying, all right, what she's saying to you guys is that if Geo stated that gayness is a condition that can be treated, right?
Geo
that
didn't
wasn't
state that.
Geo. That was percentage.
I didn't say it could be treated. It could, like, I mean, I guess it could be, like, I did say it could be treated, but I don't mean you could.
Okay, so you said it could be treated. So
I don't mean you could cure it. Maybe, like, after it's gone to a point, you know, there might be no return.
Okay, just
but
can
you
we
definitely
just
can prevent it from getting that bad.
Okay, you said we could treat it, right? So let's say
you can make it so you don't act on it.
Okay, so what she's saying, right? What my girl is saying to you guys is, then you're gonna force this person who doesn't want to be with a woman or a man, right, and want to be with the same sex, to be with someone they don't want to be with.
We never
Why?
said that. Again,
Why do you force anyone to be with
anyone?
Wait.
Nobody
There's so
making
many
shit
things.
up.
But you're
So
saying you
many
want to
things are
cure
going
it,
left
curing
and right here.
that you
I
want
mean,
to
it's
Right.
Putting words
Yeah.
into other people's mouths.
Yeah, no one said you have to force anyone to be with another person.
Saying. There's, hey, you need to relax. This isn't somebody coming at somebody.
I
We're
don't
all
need to
safe
relax.
behind our
I'm
little.
just I'm just
All right,
characterizing
hold up, Elijah.
specifically
Let
what
her
you're
try to
doing.
let her try to rephrase her point.
Yeah, so there's a couple people in here who kind of are idiots, but
What? Putting
Gio, what you're
words into other
saying,
people's mouth a third time.
Smooth.
All right.
Let your girl rephrase her point.
All right, baby. Here.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that pedophilia is obviously a very harmful sexual deviancy. It's very harmful because the people that
Yeah.
are being acted upon cannot consent to that.
I mean,
Being gay
arguable.
does not. That's gross. Anyway.
No, it's arguable because we consider people children
Okay, are you gonna let me finish
until
or
the
not?
age of 18.
You gonna let me finish?
So,
all right, I got
go
next.
Go ahead.
No,
What I'm saying
pedophilia
is,
is
okay.
specifically to
You know
do
what?
with
Fucking forget it. You guys-
prepubescent. No. Let's get that part straight. Pedophilia pertains to prepubescent children.
Yeah, but
and it doesn't have to do with like teenagers and you know,
all right, fair enough.
type
Right,
people.
so
But no, I'm interested in what the lady has to say, though. I want you to finish.
She walked away because you interrupted her 50 times.
Yeah, everyone.
God damn. What? All right.
That's
what,
the problem
what
in
we're,
this. That's the problem in this server.
What we're
Do you
trying to
know what
say.
she's gonna say?
Yes, I know what she was going to say because she's telling me. What she's trying to say is that because you said cure, right, or fix, that means, or treat, right, that means you want them to be quote unquote normal, right? So if gayness has to be cured, treated, or addressed, that means that being gay, like in the same type, is not okay. Which means that you have to revert to the other one, which is being a heterosexual, right? Like in the opposite.
Not right. So that's the disconnect there. You can treat the problem by prohibiting the behavior. They could still have the thoughts, just like pedophiles have the thoughts, right?
Okay, so
but becomes pederasty or whatever. Hold up, guys. Hold up. I'm almost done. Okay.
Yeah.
Just like it becomes pederasty or whatever when they actually act on the behavior. That's the issue. So you could treat it so that they don't act on it.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you force them to be with women
Right.
and fake their heterosexuality.
Gio, what she's saying is, right?
Hold up.
It's not Geo, that's percentage.
That's not even Geo, is it? That's percentage. First off. Second off. Here's the fucking argument. Here's the argument. The argument is, if you want to do, you don't fucking do everything you can do. Just because you can do something doesn't make it right. Just because you want to do something doesn't make it right. And to be honest, I don't think much people think of gayness as really that bad of a thing. They still think of it as something bad, but if you came and murdered my sister, I'd be more mad at you than if, I don't know, you were a fucking gay guy on the side of the street. You know what I mean? But I think it's comparable to like a woman being very promiscuous. I would say it's on an equal level of
Ellie, did you hear
badness.
that? They said that
Okay.
women are
And
not
what-
allowed to be promiscuous and that being gay is wrong.
No, it's just not. I didn't say it's not allowed because I'm not
Yeah.
the one making the rules. I didn't say I'm not the one.
What
I
I
didn't say it's
hear.
not
It shouldn't be
I'm not the
allowed.
one making it the rules. But what I'm saying is, it's not good for society. It doesn't add to society. Men fucking building a wall and building houses is good for society. Doctors fucking whatever is good for society. Women not fucking everything and actually raising their children normally and teaching them good values is good for society.
Okay.
Everyone just being a sexual deviant. Everyone just being a sexual deviant and having some job where they just sell shit and screw over each other is not good for society. That's just what it is. Sorry, it's just either you want things that are good for society or you don't.
Okay,
Let me
right.
control women. Let me control women and gays.
Okay, yeah. So
Go ahead,
largely,
UK.
Just like people don't thieve from each other, right? It's just not good
Yeah.
for society. And I
right.
said, thievery and murder is worse than being gay, but it's still not a good thing.
Yeah.
It's not something to be celebrated. It's like if I
Yeah.
eat shit from a dog, like a dog takes a shit and I eat it, and then I have to go around and say, "Oh, look at this! It's really good." And now everyone has to do this and say it's good
We get
with
the point.
me.
We get
No,
the
it's
point.
just not good. It's the truth. Go ahead.
Yeah, we get the point.
Well
right.
said.
Okay,
We got
yeah.
next after UK. Go
and
ahead,
a lot
UK.
of people, a lot of
I
people
think that
would.
every straight man should learn from lesbians how to eat pussy. I think that's a good thing for society as a whole.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm not hungry.
Okay.
See the degeneracy I'm talking about? We can't even have a serious fucking conversation.
Yeah, we can have a bit of a
Without
joke.
degeneracy.
If everybody would shut up
having
and let
its place,
UK
having its
let
seat.
UK speak.
Yeah, it's Jamie's floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, largely what I'm hearing, right, is the moral value, which I get, okay, but it is easy for heterosexual people like yourselves, I assume, and I'm sorry if I assume wrong, but it's easy for heterosexual people to say, a gay person, yeah, okay, it's fine if they're gay, but they could be celibate, they could have self-control, which are things that I have practiced in the past.
Or they can do it behind closed doors.
Hold on. But put yourself in my shoes, right? Yes, okay, I can be celibate and feel great and moral about that whole thing. But how lonely is that? You guys get to have a partner, share your life with somebody.
That's exactly right.
And I can't have that. I can't have that because, okay, right, I might be being moral. And so, yeah, you all give me a round of applause because, great, okay, Jamie, yeah, he's gay, but he has self-control and he is celibate and, but, oh, great, so I live with my cat in a flat.
Yo, why can't you live with your like male best friend or whatever and keep it platonic? You don't have to fuck him.
Why can't he fuck?
Or even if you do,
That's
do,
not you. I mean, why is it for you to say?
Hold up. Or
mind.
even if you want to
You
live
have
with
the
your
free will
flatmate,
to
and
change your
if you want to live with your flatmate and fuck them, just not have a
Why not
huge
talk
Hold
about
up.
it? Why
He
the
didn't.
fucking feet? Why
Relax, guys.
come in here?
Hold up.
guys in fucking
He didn't finish what he was saying.
coming down the middle of the main
I
street
think
and
you're
naked doing it.
confused over what a friend is or a
One at a time,
flatmate is
boys.
to what a partner is. A friend or a flatmate is not.
No, I'm saying he could be your partner, but you don't have to have sex with him.
Oh, right. Oh, brilliant.
Or how about
Like you're talking about companionship. You want a lifelong partner for companionship and love. You can have love without having without letting him put his dick in your
No,
ass.
there's intimacy. It's called intimacy.
You can still be intimate without letting him put his dick in your ass. But still,
ultimate intimacy.
The point is, don't advertise it. Don't ruin society because of it.
But yeah,
Percentage.
okay.
You have
a tiny dick. You have
Everybody
tiny
relax.
dick energy.
Percentage. Are you Muslim?
I am.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody needs to respect his culture, and I would say percentage, if you can, possibly try to give that respect back, if you can.
And why isn't my culture respected? Just because I'm not Muslim? The fuck are you talking about?
culture?
You have to respect him because he's Muslim, but
what's
not
your
me.
culture?
It's not a culture.
I'm fucking,
It's
I
a
don't
way
know,
of life.
born and raised in America. There you go. I'm American. I'm born and raised in Hawaii, so I'm fucking Hawaiian American. There you go.
You're
But
American, right? Okay, so
why are my opinions not to be respected just because I don't have a major religious
They're not.
action? Makes no sense.
Imagine being in a minority and being judged like a gay man. Imagine that. Who are you? White American. Worried about what? Oh, my opinion isn't valid.
He's not white if he's Hawaiian.
Now you're trying to invalidate my opinion based on who I am.
Yeah.
Well, nothing. Not what I'm saying. Not the content of what I'm saying. You're just determining who I am and now discrediting it because I don't believe in the Quran.
No, I'm not.
See?
I'm making a point. I'm making a point.
You better believe in the Quran.
You're not making a point.
No, I am making.
I don't know.
a
I've
point.
never read the. I've never. I
You
can't
should,
read
man, you should.
fucking. I can't read the. I can't read the Quran. I don't know that language.
Yeah, there's good
It's
translations.
in
You can get
English.
English versions.
Why
I've
do
read
you
Nah,
read
it's
I've
a
read
not.
book
some of the
that's
The
Quran.
not
only
true?
the only true Quran. I know the only true Quran is the one in their language. So you have to learn their language first.
That's true. If you
It
want
has
the
to be
true
copied
Quran,
the
it has to
same
be in
way each
Arabic.
time.
But
Yeah, if you
there
want
are
true
some good
interpretations, you have to read the
transliteration.
hadiths.
I know.
The hadiths,
I know.
the hadiths are on point too. The hadiths where the meat is, man.
Which
Okay, I
ones?
got another question,
They
and
don't
I know
even
you guys
agree.
don't like my questions, okay? But I'm gonna go ahead and ask it. So the reason minors are off is because they can't consent. Well, why is it that a straight man who's not into trans women, if he finds out, right, and during the process of making love that, oh, wait a minute, that's not a vagina, that's a penis, right? And if he says that he doesn't want to make love to the trans woman who has a penis, right, then how come that's called transphobia? Doesn't he have the right to contract with who he wants or not, or doesn't want to?
Can we just
Moreover, he
change?
should
Can
be
we
able
just
to pull
change
the
the
strap
topic
because
to
that
Islam?
is criminal assault.
Can we just
Be able to
change?
pull
Can
the
we just
strap.
change the subject to Islam? This is a
I
fucking
don't like
degenerate
this.
subject right now, bro.
I
This
don't
is
like
getting
it. I don't
fucking.
like it.
Can
I'm
we
just
change to
asking the
Islam?
hard
Can we go
questions.
to
I'm just
Islam now?
asking.
Yo, percentage. Can you tell me about Islam? I'd
Can we
much rather
fuck
learn about
off with
that.
Islam? Can we not talk about
Yeah,
religion
let's talk
and
about
talk about the
Islam.
idea? Fuck that.
Yeah,
I
let's talk
like
about
Islam.
This guy wants to talk
Yeah,
about.
I'm
This
talk
guy
here.
wants to
about
talk about.
a
Okay, so
way
there's
of
two sides.
life
There's two
that
sides. There's
promotes
two sides.
family
Gay sex, or Islam. Which one? Which guys you want to talk about?
How
That's
about we
the
talk
fucking
about
decision we're
how
making
the
right now.
percentage of LGBTQ
Islam
adults in
doesn't
the U.S.
destroy the
has
moral
doubled
fiber of
in the past 10 years? If it's natural, and if it's not caused by society and propaganda and media, why is it doubling per capita
Because
in the
they
past 10
were
years?
repressed, you fucking idiot. That's why.
Oh, so they were always
let me
there.
say
They're just feeling more comfortable about
the cringiness
about
stuff.
registering as LGBTQ.
The gays,
I want to
are
reply on
saving the
this.
world. We're reducing
Okay, guys, look.
We're
population.
talking about behaviors. We're talking about behaviors, not people. Anyway.
Good luck
So
getting
next
in there.
comment before you finish.
Go ahead.
So children that are raped and molested before they become adults have a greater or a much greater percentage to come out as gay because they're traumatized emotionally and mentally and physically. So that can ruin their lives, and that's the thing.
Yeah. You know what Islam does to rapists?
I'm pretty sure porn probably has a similar
on
effect.
sight, right?
Porn probably has a similar effect on young growing minds. A young man at what? 14 years
all
old, being able to
degeneracy
access
should
all
be-
the
should be
fucking.
shunned from
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's
society.
It's not good for your brain, bro. It was fucking meant for fucking having children. That's it. It was not meant to fucking go and pleasure yourself with.
Yeah, you're not going to gravitate towards something you don't even know about. You don't know exists. It's going to be an alien thing that you have to become desensitized towards it to gravitate towards it.
And you're not going to do it on a different browser.
Fucking gays, they probably use Opera to search for it. I'm kidding.
Yeah, when I watch my gay porn, I do it on Microsoft Edge. But when I'm,
edgy.
Yeah. So the algorithm is different.
That's so bigoted. It's hilarious that the truth seekers are also the ones who won't allow people to find their own truth. That's it.
It's not finding their own truth. You're brainwashing them to be gay.
James,
Truth,
would
wait,
you
smooth,
isn't
smooth,
subjective.
smooth.
guy,
Wait,
would
wait,
you
hold on.
brainwash to be gay?
Hold up. I want to ask Smooth a question, or anyone who's gay or whatever. I want to ask an actual question. What is the
you're
truth
gay.
then? Since you proclaim, if you proclaim to be like, if you proclaim to have the truth about gayness, tell us what is. Sum it up in like a good, paragraph worth
I'll
of
sum it
words.
up in one sentence, right? So there's certain people in this world who their truth is to like the same sex, right?
Wrong.
So you have James in here who opened up and told us a very touching story that he never felt comfortable being him, and that he wrestled with his sexuality for decades and lost time that he could have enjoyed if he accepted himself. And the reason he felt that way is that because there's people in here saying, well, he should be able to live in a house but not have sex with a man. This guy's truth is that whatever he is, let me finish. Show me some respect. Whatever he is, he should deserve to be that type of person, and we should welcome him. But you guys are out here saying
we
how
don't have
he
to
should
welcome
live.
anything.
You're
I have a
saying
Nobody
question.
is obliged.
What if he was a pedophile?
Hold up. Can I have a hold
Let
up?
me
Hold up.
finish.
I have
Would
a
you
question.
welcome him?
Let me finish.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Right. So what I'm saying is that's his truth. His truth is that he likes whoever he
Since
likes.
when is truth subjective?
But imagine, right? Just imagine.
He did.
that-
What if I'm a serial killer and my
Right,
truth is to cut you
no,
open
'cause
and
that isn't how it
it's to
works.
cut no,
It's
shut
not
up.
the
Shut
same
your mouth.
thing.
Shut your mouth. What if my truth is to cut you open and fuck your dead body?
This topic
Is that now
disgusting. I can't.
Well,
Hey man, okay, are we gonna have to change
What if my
the
truth was
subject,
to be
man?
incestuous? I mean, where is your moral compass? You don't have one. That's why you need to rely on something objective. Why scripture exists.
That's why the statement "my truth" is bullshit, because truth
Yeah.
isn't subjective. You can say your opinion, fine, but you can't say your truth.
Hey, yo.
Truth is objective.
You know what though? Here's the thing, man.
1
I
plus
can't-
1 is 2. That is
Can I
true.
say
I mean, I
It doesn't
disagree with that,
matter.
but that's something else.
Can I say something?
Nah, come on. You
The
know that.
scripture is what we hold
Truth
as
is
like.
objective, bro.
Anyways.
Guys,
Truth is
one at a
objective.
time, guys.
Thank you,
Oi.
Steve.
Yeah,
change
one
the
at a
subject.
time, guys, please.
Yeah, who said
The
say
truth
something?
is categorically objective. It's categorically objective just by it being
That's a
true.
separate argument altogether.
Yeah,
But
right.
it's not
with you,
separate
bro.
when they come out with things like your truth and they're bending the meaning.
That's a lie. Yeah.
Hey, yo,
It's
real
what you
quick,
believe, not the truth.
Go ahead,
Not
Issa,
your
go
truth,
ahead.
it's your belief.
I like how you guys are getting in an argument over the word truth rather than focusing on the point, which is you guys are seeking you guys are asking for respect and you guys are asking for patience because you believe something that not everyone believes. But here you guys are like literally saying how another man should live without even talking to that man.
Who said that? Who said that?
Hold on. No, it was
Percentage
said.
said.
It was said.
You in a
Percentage
nutshell.
said.
What did I say?
You in a nutshell is just saying
Hold up,
things that
he's
we
saying
never
I said
said.
something. Let him finish.
He said that. That was
What did I say?
He said that you should be able to live in a flat with your partner and not have sex with them. You should be celibate if you're gay. We should be able to treat and cure gayness. That's what he said.
First off, I didn't say cure. Okay, I said we should treat the problem of gayness by prohibiting the act, the gay act. You know, the fudge packing. We don't need that. Just like with people that are pedophilic, they have these thoughts. They don't have to act on them. When you act on it, that's when it becomes a crime. Okay, a crime against nature, a crime in real life, whatever. Okay, so they could live with someone, sure. They could have a partner, sure. They don't need to start fudge packing.
Guys,
oh my God.
Guys, stop. Please stop all the over talking. One at a time. Issa's been trying to get in for a minute. Okay.
Yo, real quick, just the big difference with any of these topics that are being levied as equal or as farther down the line as gayness is that the big difference is that you've got two consenting members, let's say, in a gay relationship. Whereas all of the other kind of like insults that were trying to attach it to gayness, aren't, very like consensual. And I think that's the big difference. Like me personally, like I have my opinions about gayness, but that's just maybe the mores of my society, whatever you want to fucking call it. But the point is that if there's consent between two people and nobody's being like physically, nobody's against it, that all the consenting parties
Nature's
or whatever,
against
nobody's
it.
business.
Hold up.
Nature's not against it.
Let Issa finish. I want to go next.
Let him
Go ahead, Issa.
fucking finish. Let him fucking finish.
Thank you. And like, so like just the idea, like now I've made the argument and I'll make it here just so that it's understood and I'm not accused of anything, is the idea that, look, if I want like a power socket to work, I have to use a male fucking thing and a female thing if I want power to work. Okay. So there's a function in that. So now the point is that if two people want to sit there and fucking put their male ends together, an electrical outlet, and never create a connection as I deem useful, then who am I to tell them that they can't? Especially if nobody's complaining and it's all their business. And this is now, as much as I have my opinions, there is no authority given to another man to like I think like try and harm something that's not even in your way. It's not even something that's
Here,
visible to you.
All right, I hear you, but I want to respond to your first point about since they're two consenting adults, then it's fine. None of the examples that we bring up are two consenting adults, yada yada. What about incestuous?
Oh my God, we're not
ancestry or whatever.
talking about It's not that, the man. same thing.
Hold up. You have brother and sister or something like that.
Let
They're
him
incest. They're both consenting adults, and yet if you ask a myriad of people, a lot of them will say it's immoral, and some will say it's moral. So there goes that argument.
Well, I think like, to be honest, I don't know if that would be consensual. I don't know if I've heard of too many
what about
consensual
this? What about
incestuous
this
relationships,
argument?
to be honest. You know what I mean?
What about
I'd
this
like,
argument?
he took
that-
away the consent argument.
Listen,
You know, like-
right? You may, right? I wonder if your opinions on homosexuality and stuff is religious based. I'm not sure. So, sex before marriage, right? So all you straight men, have you had sex with a woman before you married them?
You're right. Throw the
You know,
society would be better without sex before marriage.
He who is
So
free of
why
sin throws the first stone.
or
You're
not
right.
me? I know it's not personal.
One at a
I
time.
know it
boys.
isn't personal. And I did say, so just please hold on. I'll be 30 seconds. I promise.
Never made
And
Numpty, you're robotic.
And I did state. And I did. Oh, have I gone?
Go ahead, Jamie. Finish what you're saying. Numpty, you're robotic.
Yeah. So I did say at the start of this, I do have a thick skin. I can take the insults. It's fine because I think it's a great conversation. And if anything, I'm learning, right? Because, like I said, I've had difficulty with it. But when it comes down to stuff like that, no, well, it's wrong. It's wrong. Well, yeah. What about like Larry said? How does he have sex with his wife? So have you done your wife up the arse? What does that? What is said about that in the Bible? Did you have sex before marriage? Yeah, well, exactly.
You know what it is?
But you're
But
saying
brother,
disgusting things to me.
the difference is this.
It's bad for society to have sex before marriage.
The difference between is like, to be honest, it's like, and I think a lot of men.
Yo, Issa, we can't hear you, man.
Speak up.
I don't know if you can hear me.
That's
Like,
better. Yeah,
the
that's
thing
way
is,
better.
like, like the weird part about that, the gay thing, right? I think is that, like, for me, it's for myself. It's like I recoil at the fucking notion of any kind of like me being involved in any kind of homosexuality. Like I recoil it. Like it creates like I really fucking
you're a
hate
beta.
it.
It's called disgust.
Hold on,
It's disgust.
right. So like that's really what I feel about it. A lot of other people feel that way.
And do you sit at home?
And the point is that hold on one second, and it's
thinking
useless.
about that?
It's useless. It creates nothing. Like
I
just
recoil at the
hold on one
thought of
second.
having
Just
sex.
Let him
with
finish,
women.
Jamie.
Let him
Please
speak.
stop
I don't
interrupting.
sit at home thinking about
Let
it
him
all
speak.
day.
Let Issa speak.
No, right.
Issa, go ahead. Finish your point.
We're just addressing. Well, don't mute anybody, but we're just addressing the issue, and I'm telling you how I feel because we're opening up and all this shit, right? So fucking, like, all I'm saying is that this is like something that's universally felt between a lot of fucking people is that they recoil in disgust at these things that innately are fucking like what to us appear, experience to be wrong. Now, personally, I don't know, and I've made, I don't know how a fucking fish can breathe underwater. Okay, I don't know how the fuck he does that, dude. But because if I did it, I wouldn't fucking like it. But I'd die. But the point is that the good Lord created this mysterious place where things can breathe underwater that I don't understand. And in that same way, and I give the credence in the same way to gay people and all the rest of it because it's not my thing. And so, therefore, who am I to judge? And that's why I like your thing, and that's why that first.
Hey,
I
man.
wouldn't
Yeah, I
judge.
get that.
I wouldn't judge because I don't get it, man. I wouldn't. It's like a flat earther, and just like I think a great point made by the brother. Here we are, flat earthers, looking for a little bit of fucking like somebody open the door and let us in, and yet we're quick to condemn other groups of people. Now, the problem is the political overarching. Hold on one second. The political overarching bullshit that's forcing this shit down the throat is kind of forcing also a divisive conversation about the subject matter.
All right, make it
If you actually
snappy.
listen to the points that were made that weren't just
Do you want some help?
that weren't crazy. It wasn't the person. It's the action that we're
Hot
attacking.
making
The same way with the globe and the flat Earth discussion. When it's not ad hom nonsense in the background, we're not attacking the person. We're attacking the argument. and we're given the evidence for why, and we're given the reasons for why. So it doesn't, though it might have bled over that, the core of what at least me and Percentage were talking about was about the issue with the action, not Jamie himself or anyone who holds to his way of living.
I got next.
Yeah, I
Okay.
never took it personally.
So I just want to go ahead and say this. So even though I'm a follower of Christ, I'm a little bit closer to libertarian than anarchist, right? So basically, what that means is that I had sex outside of marriage, right? So because of my own sexual immorality,
How dare you?
you know, I know it was a mistake, but I did,
Yes,
right?
please.
So I'm not really going to tell other people, you know, what to do with their lives, how to live their lives, and what they should or shouldn't do in the bedrooms, right? Because that would be extremely hypocritical. And it's the whole point of Jesus saying, remove the beam from your own eye while trying to remove the speck of dust from your brother's eye. So I'm not going to be hypocritical, and I'm going to say that I don't care what you do as long as you don't cause another man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss. Consenting adults is just fine. But to trap someone, right, and to pretend to be, you know, something that you're not, and to trick someone into doing something they wouldn't normally do, like, to me, that's like trickery. It's like doing business with loaded, or gambling with loaded dice, or doing business with a bent scale, right? It's immoral.
Okay, my question for you then is, how are you going to allow them to do it, but prevent them from normalizing it in society?
Why can't they normalize it, dude? That's what you don't understand.
Because when you normalize it, you tolerate it, you act like it's not an issue, and then more people become gay when they don't need to be.
You don't understand how many people have killed themselves because they don't feel accepted, especially in the Muslim culture.
Bro, that's a ridiculous
What are you talking about,
argument.
man?
People kill themselves for all kinds of shit.
I
bro.
never
People
said
kill
that.
themselves
Hold
with their
on.
girlfriend.
And if they're Muslims, then they're not going to kill themselves because that's even greater sin.
I knew a motherfucker who killed himself because a chick broke up with him. Are
I
you
said,
fucking kidding me?
You fucking idiot. I said, you don't know how many people
Hey, ease up on the language, bro.
All
I
right,
never
let's
said
reset.
that people only kill themselves.
Smooth. Keep it
Take a deep
kosher,
breath.
man.
Just relax. Start over.
But I think off what Larry was saying, I think that's far better discussion. Is not only that, because that's quite clearly an outrage, and this stemmed from somebody bringing up the nonsense that's happening in Canada, where a lady got put to the Supreme Court because she didn't want to do something she was uncomfortable with. Can you imagine? She's fully within her rights to practice her business as she feels comfortable. But anyway, the worst stuff that they're doing, because I mean, I fundamentally have my moral position, but I'm not going to tell other people what to do. I'll tell them what they ought to do, but not what they should do, because they're not going to listen to me anyway. But is exposing young people to these kind of degenerate ideas, that's another thing that cannot be stood for. The same way you can't accept what Larry talked about with, you know, tricking somebody into a position that they don't want to be in. The same way you can't accept. I don't think anyone in their right mind, even people, and I would open this question to Jamie, you can't legitimately accept that, because those people are not fully formed. They are young minds who are susceptible. And if you're exposing them to this kind of stuff, whether you deem it right or wrong in your personal opinion, is still morally reprehensible, because they do not have the requisite mental capacity to make the right decisions or to make a sound decision.
Hey, yo, can I ask you a question? Like, Jamie, when was your first inclination, like, that was the case, if you don't mind me asking? Because I really don't know. You know, I really don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's no, it's
Or
fine
was,
to
and
ask.
also, was it also, like, was it imposed on you in any way by anybody else?
I don't feel it was, but yeah, I have always questioned. I've got two older brothers, right, and they're twins. And I've I was always really close with my mum, and I've often wondered, you know, with them being older and being twin boys, they were always called like it was the boys and Jamie. So like, I have wondered, like, if there was some psychological thing going on there, like, oh, I'm not one of the boys. There's the boys, and then there's Jamie. You know,
what's the age difference?
Yeah, 14 months. They're not much older.
Oh,
and
weird.
Jamie, did you catch the question that I posed?
Yeah, sorry, I did. Yeah. So,
what would your response be to that?
Oh, sorry, I was going to say about. I didn't hear your whole thing.
Let him finish his point.
You can wait to answer.
Elisha, and then you can repeat your question. You can answer.
I was going to make a point earlier, and say, when you guys were growing up, like, who was the first girl you fancied? Right?
So hold up. In terms of your twin brothers, you spent a lot more time with your mom than they did.
No, I just sort of got on with my mum better or whatever. But yeah, like I think back in it, like I think about nature and nurture, and I'm like, okay, like am I like this? Am I gay because that's how I was born?
Because of that dynamic, yeah.
Or is it nurture? Yeah, because of the dynamic of the family and the household and whatever. But I do remember, about 10 years old, I sort of fancied, like other lads in my class or whatever. I had these thoughts. I thought, like I couldn't explain it at that time, obviously, but I'd. With the liberty of hindsight, I was like, okay, I'm a bit attracted to you or whatever. Like anybody would. Like you guys would have done with a girl in your class or whatever.
You never thought about a cute girl?
No. No. I can genuinely say I haven't. I can find women attractive.
Maybe they were just all too ugly around you. Who knows?
Say again?
Maybe all the girls in the area are just ugly.
Yeah, maybe it is that. I am from Yorkshire.
I want to hear what this guy's fucking saying. It's kind of interesting.
He's from Yorkshire, where they have too many puddings.
yeah, exactly. So the first girl you fancied was the first guy I fancied, and I couldn't make sense of it. And for ages, right, I kept it to myself. Pushed it to the back of my mind. I thought, I don't have to tell anybody. When I grow up, I'll get married, I'll have kids, and like maybe when I'm 40 or something, I'll make an excuse and I'll get divorced. Like imagine being 10 years old, thinking like that.
That's crazy.
Right?
Crazy. Yo, were you done? My bad.
Yeah, no, I'm done. It's cool.
Yo, does anyone got the clip last night from when I fucked Ruhip up on retraction? I need to show that to someone. Anyone clip that out?
Just completely sidewinding the convo.
I don't know. This is not important to me. I'm sorry. You guys can get right back to it. I'm just wondering if anyone got that clip.
Well, he said he fucked Ruhip, so it's not completely outside.
Flat smack or nothing. Yeah, Jeremy, you should choose your phrasing better.
All right, if no one's got it, I'll go back and find it later. That's fine. Anyways, back to your gay shit. Go back, get back to your gay shit, please.
Back to your gay shit. Love it.
Nah, fucking remove it.
Bloody faggots.
But if you didn't remember the question, Jamie, it was basically just the same way I would be in agreement with what Larry was talking about or Hank was talking about. Not like it's unacceptable to be tricking people into situations they don't want to be in. The same. Okay. In the same vein, I think it's completely reprehensible to be exposing young minds to these things which they are actively doing, at least in the West, right? Because then it's reprehensible for no other reason. Forget my moral position on it. For no other reason than it's beyond them at their stage in life, and they don't have the requisite mental capacity to deal with it. Are you unmuted yet?
Yeah. Okay, so right, so my response
because you could equally say the same thing about another non-touchy subject like that. You could just say like
well my response is
like violence or something, like violence for a child that is beyond, they're not ready for violence. So it's the same kind of thing. You get my point?
So at what age
do you find that
well, let him respond.
Do you find that violent? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
You got next.
I didn't see who asked that question, but whoever it was. Thank you. Yeah. So, for you, at what age should children have sex education in school?
See, that's a different topic. I understand
No,
your
it isn't.
question, but that
No,
it
isn't.
is different because educating someone on the physical, safety,
biology.
how the thing goes inside the thing, that's different. That's different from what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is actively promoting and disseminating stuff that these guys don't even understand. They don't even understand the
but where's
basic
it
biology.
being actively promoted?
But it is, Jamie. It
no,
is.
no, but where? No, I'm genuinely asking. I'm not challenging.
Oh, where?
That.
I mean,
all over society.
look
Whenever
around.
you normalize it,
I understand that you're a grown man now and you're not in that, but this is happening on a regular basis. If you haven't heard of stuff like, they're taking trans people into schools and reading them books and shit like that. It's just
that's a no-no. That should be a no-no.
They have the gay books
that
too.
Is completely reprehensible.
Yeah.
So if you want to talk about sex education, if you're going to ask me on that, that's a different
Parade is
topic. I'd be
reprehensible,
happy to talk about that. But I'm
talking about
distinctive.
gender is completely different than
My
discussing
guy,
sexuality.
why are you interrupting me?
Yes, it is.
Why are you interrupting?
Yeah, okay.
Talking
perhaps,
to Jamie.
But I think
hold up, guys. Elisha, were you done with your point?
No, I'm just saying I understand his question, but it's separate from what I asked him.
All right, Jamie, go ahead.
I guess I understand. Okay, yeah, sex education is different from the point you're making, but the reason I ask, what age should a child have sex education in school, right? Say your answer is, all right, at 13, right? They should start learning about that stuff, right? If they're old enough to be learning about that stuff, they're old enough to have a discussion, okay, about drugs, about mental health and safety and stranger danger and the risks of this, that, the other. So why aren't they old enough to have an informed and healthy discussion about the other people we share the
Can I
world
respond?
with,
he asked me.
trans people or gay people or
I get
or disabled people or
I get the point, but one thing I would say, and maybe this is because you're not aware of it, and I understand that now. They're not doing that. They're targeting people younger than 13, people who even most parents wouldn't want to have that discussion with their children about just the basic biology. This stuff is being targeted at people in preschool, not preschool, in what do you call it, primary school, or elementary school for the Americans, right? So we're not even talking about
still
the
growing.
normal
Can I nip this in the bud?
You can try and nip this in the bud, but I'm trying to address his question. I understand your point, and if it was 13, sure. And to answer your question on my thing, I would generally say I think this is something that should be between families. I don't think this should ever be in a setting outside of the family unit. This should be the conversation you go and have.
It is something I don't know about. But yeah, fair
What do we do about the people from families?
Hold up. Issa was next, and then Smooth Girl, if you want
They
to go
can
after
teach
him.
it to them in the orphanage.
Real
the
quick.
orphanage can have a little fucking teaching.
Yeah, I'll check it. It's like this. The reason they could teach that at that age, and if they teach like a homosexual, or not homosexual, like like a heterosexual like existence between a man and a woman,
Right.
is because that is what moves society forward. Any other deviation into any other whatever about sexual endeavors is completely irrelevant to the moving forward of society, actually. Like, because heterosexuality creates children. So there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that discussion because people have babies and there's shit happening in the world. They got a brother now. They got, you know what I mean? Shit like that. Whereas like the other deviant or not deviant, whatever it is, the other like fetish topics revolving around sexuality are merely fetish topics because they don't push society. So the reason is that they can have that intellectual discussion, but the other shit that's for, you know, their gay cousin, their gay uncle to, like, you know, maybe like their parents talk to him about him. Well, you know, he's different. He thinks he's a girl, and that's fine, and nobody gives a fuck.
Heterosexuality means children are the future.
Here's your issue, right? So
hold up, Smooth. Before you go, your girl was next. If
right,
Smoothie wants to talk.
She handed me the phone because she's playing Skyrim right now.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
And what the fuck is this?
Well, her point that she wants everyone to know is that with no influence, she found herself attracted to girls when she was 10. But
yeah, if that's what she legitimately wants, that's a naive.
Hold up, Elisha. Numpy's got next.
Fuck, man.
Come on,
Numpy's got next.
Point of view,
Elisha.
Hold the fuck up. Everyone in the room, hold the fuck up. I've had violent and murderous desires since like the age of 4, bro. I got into fights. I got kicked out of 3 fucking preschools. Listen,
that's an issue.
No, shut up. Shut your mouth. Not everything that you desire is something that you want to fucking have fucking addressed in society and like, oh yeah, let's make a fucking parade about it. So I don't go around like the Sopranos today.
Let him finish.
You know what I mean? I'm a fucking reasonable man, but as a child, inherently, without any influence, at the age of 4, I pushed a kid off a fucking like structure and he got like all fucked up. I used to fight kids all the time. Bro, I had like nemesises and we'd get into brawls every day. Like,
all right, let him respond.
Relax.
Okay, so I want to get back to my point.
Hold up, Numpty. Are you done with your point?
Can I finish my
Smooth, you can go right after he's done with his point.
Who could imagine he was a little combative?
Okay, so I just want to remind everyone, it was still my turn. So yeah, my girl's attracted to girls and me, so I lucked out.
Yeah, and I'm attracted to beating your ass, but I don't do it because of society.
There's such a thing called
hold up, guys. Relax. Everyone relax. Elisha, you'll go after Smooth. Let Smooth respond to Numpty's thing about, you know,
all this
having
open sexuality. How y'all talking about perverted ass shit?
We have to curtail our desires, bro. Yeah, we have to curtail our desires.
I'm gonna start muting guys.
Society can
Numpty, hold up. Let him respond.
Mute everyone.
So it was my turn. So one of the two things, right? Number one, Alex Turing, the guy who actually many claim to have won the war because he broke the Enigma code, right? One of the greatest mathematicians killed himself because the government found out he was gay and forced him, right, to do chemical castration and get under house arrest. He killed himself within a year. One of the greatest mathematicians to ever live. Can you imagine how much farther we would be if he was allowed to practice his work unimpeded?
Oh, come on.
Bullshit.
People kill themselves for different reasons all the time.
Oh my god, that's not a legitimate.
Too much.
That's not a legitimate.
They help society out by doing that.
Let me finish. I know you guys have a lot.
They purged an evil.
Let me finish. He killed himself directly because he was put under house arrest and chemical castration for being gay. I know people kill themselves for a lot of reasons. I'm saying why he killed himself and why it's important.
Why would they have to chemically castrate him if he was arrested in his home?
Let him speak. Let Smooth speak.
Right. Because being gay was illegal.
Yeah, but if he's arrested in his home, he's not acting on it. So it's fine.
Because I don't know why. Go ask the British government why the greatest mathematician who broke the Enigma code was forced to be chemically castrated for just being gay.
Okay, so my advice to you is don't point to an anomaly as a rule.
I'm not pointing to an anomaly, guys. What I'm saying to you is, right, is that education is important.
A super genius is an anomaly just by him being a super genius.
Okay.
Just as an interesting fact.
Right, because we're not all super geniuses, right? He's one of the only. That would make him an anomaly, or whatever the fuck it's called.
And also, they didn't chemically castrate everyone that identified as gay, even if they didn't act on it.
As an interesting fact, Alan Turing committed suicide by eating an apple laced with cyanide. And,
you see what this shit guy y'all talking about?
That sounds like he was more a spy.
You see what the guy y'all talking about yet? Like this is
that's what he did.
Is that a fact? That's your example, Smooth? He killed himself eating an apple.
eating an apple.
All have
Yeah,
been talking about
laced with
incest, murder,
cyanide.
children having
But-
sex. Like, can we talk
But
about
a
some
lot
real
of
shit?
people think that the Mac, the Apple Mac, symbol, with the bite out of it, is in honor.
Oh,
of
that's why
Alan
Apple
Turing.
users are such fags.
Cool.
Yeah.
Smooth.
Figured
I
it
noticed
out,
you didn't
finally.
respond to Numpty's point about having other urges, having like violent urges at a young age and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like that.
Yeah, no one responded
so
to
my
my
girl,
point.
my
They made
girl
more
wants to
arguments. They just
respond.
hand wave dismissed it.
My psychologist girlfriend wants to respond to Numpty.
Control yourself.
All right, go ahead.
Please be kind to her. All right.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna be quiet the whole time.
Give Smoothie the floor.
So having those urges, it's actually a disorder. It's called conduct disorder. And conduct disorder people, like when they're children, it happens in children. And a lot of them end up having antisocial personality disorder. That's where we find our psychopaths, our Jeffrey Dahmers of the world. But it can
How are
be...
psychopaths having violent urges? Psychopaths aren't supposed to feel anything.
That's violent urges. They don't care what they do to people. It's antisocial personality disorder. If you're going to try to call me out, have some fucking education.
Anybody
You're really
who has
starting
No,
to piss me
violence
off.
is
Just
hate.
because you're a
but
fucking
doesn't act
psycho
on it
doesn't mean that
is a
everybody
normal
else
person,
is.
And the ones who act on it are the ones who get in trouble.
Exactly.
It's like irrational hatred.
Why do you have to
How is
give
a
it
psychopath
a
hating?
label?
Oh my god.
Okay, wait. Can I
You know
speak?
how many times
You know what?
the idea
Well,
of
Numpty, when you got these urges, were they absolutely
May I
random?
speak for myself now?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
go
May I
ahead.
speak for
you guys
myself
weren't.
now?
My
May I
girl
speak?
left.
Yeah, wait. Oh, no, he's gonna speak
Holy
for me
shit,
now.
we got to get a
Why-
hold of
no,
this.
The people
May I
fighting
speak
for
for
open
myself now?
sexuality can't control
Since
themselves.
we're directly addressing me, can I directly speak about myself and not you
Yeah,
guys
you want
speak
to
on
talk to
me?
the.
I don't want to talk to him now.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so I would just like to say, I do actually have feelings for people, and like
Not the
if I
same,
saw a little
dude.
girl
It's
getting,
not the same thing. It's not the same
I
thing
can't speak for myself.
Please don't
because
interrupt.
you don't have antisocial.
All right, Smoothie, you'll get to respond right after he's
Look
done.
at that.
Go ahead, finish your point.
Okay. Like I said, dude, it's not like if I seen someone hurting a little girl, I would stop them. Or if I seen someone fall, I'd help them up. If I seen them get fucked up, I would help them. So it's not like I don't have fucking whatever, and I feel bad for people, but when someone fucks you over, hits you, you want to hit them back. And you want to show them that they'll never be able to hit you again. You know what I mean? And
All
it's
right.
just when you have an urge to do that, and when you grow up and you're taught in society not to do that, and there's other ways to accomplish what you want, you don't do it anymore. It's just a conditioned response. Just like if you have the urge to go fuck a guy, you can just not do it. Just like I don't fucking crack like my boss in the face.
Of being
My
an
boss says
adult,
go do this.
self-control.
I don't punch him in the face. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You can control yourself if you're gay, can you not? It's a behavior. You might want to do the behavior, but it is a behavior
change
nonetheless.
your mind.
This is some damn corny shit.
Yeah, man.
I want to say something, guys. It's kind of like everyone wants to get in. It's a hot topic. So in that regard, let's try to be concise.
You let the conversation continue. We
Hold
could
up,
have
hold
moved
up,
it back to us.
guys. Elisha, relax. So, in this specific regard, I was gonna allow Smoothie to respond to Numpty, but it was a little long-winded, Numpty, and they left. So let's try to keep it keep in mind that people are trying to get in. All right.
Is this being
Nah, Smoothie left because he's a pussy. And you left him on mute. Smoothie left because he's a pussy, not because of anything I did.
He's in a lesbian relationship.
Let's not say that.
Guys, stop, yo! Don't be personally attacking people and calling people pussies and shit. What are you doing?
He said his girlfriend is a lesbian, and he's in a relationship with her. So obviously, he's a lesbian.
That's not what he said.
What? Come on, man.
I'm fucking around.
Listen, guys, we have to
There's
think how we
something
can be
wrong
better people. Like I wear a band that says WWEJD, and it stands for What Would Elton John Do?
And
that's probably the gayest thing I've ever heard in a
Christian.
while.
You claim to be a Christian.
That is definitely the gayest thing I've ever heard.
Was it funny then?
You're
Was
just a
it funny
DJ,
then?
man.
Yeah.
Love it.
Is it true though?
No, of course it's fucking not.
Okay, good.
You got it tattooed on your forehead, haven't you?
Yeah. What would Elton
The mark
John
of the beast.
Oh my god, yeah.
All right, Gio reset the stream in the middle of that Ruhif thing last night. Unbelievable. But if anyone wants to hear it, it's at the end of the one stream and the beginning of the last stream.
What happened exactly? Just don't make it long, Jeremy. Give me the 2 bullet points.
We had a refraction argument.
And you crushed him.
Obviously.
Okay. Well, they crush themselves every time they bring up refraction.
But it was clip
not
worthy?
really. Not really. Was it clip worthy? I
anyone
mean,
who
I don't.
understands
It was
the
long and
argument's
drawn
fine.
out. But anyone that listened to it, I don't know. Go back and listen to it. And tell me what you think.
You'd have to give me links. I've not watched it.
It's the last Earth Awakening. The very end of the last Earth Awakening stream, and the beginning of the one before that.
Yeah, you could just go to current live streams in like in this server. There's that channel, current live streams, and it has the links.
Okay, cheers. I might do that.
It's the
What does he do? Like 12 hours?
it's the beginning of 562 and the end of 561. The very end of 561 and the very beginning of 562.
Never mind, it's not in current live streams then. The last one that's showing in current live streams is at 553.
Okay.
So it's
53 or
not-
63?
I'll wait. It's okay.
53, though
I
it's
can
not
probably
current.
probably recreate in my mind what happened. You asked him basic questions. he failed to answer them.
It's not what happened, dude. You don't know what happened. That's why you're not as nice as me.
Wait, when did I claim to be nice? It's not a good thing to be nice.
Just go watch it, bro. Everyone
You
will
know
be
what
better.
nice means, right, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Stupid.
But yeah, seriously, everyone go watch it. Tell me what you think. We came up with some good stuff. Gio came up with some good stuff. Listen to it even afterwards, because Gio added a really good point. And also Gemsy added a good point too that you also could have used.
Alright. I'm gonna try and pull up the YouTube channel, see if I can find it. 56 you said, yeah?
It's the end of 561 and the beginning of 562, I believe. Like the very end, like the last 5 or 10 minutes of 61 and then the beginning of 562.
Hey man, you should tell Gio to set up a a Rumble account if he hasn't already. You're gonna get much more organic views on Rumble than you can ever get on YouTube. How long, Jeremy? How long of the last?
This went on for the 561. It's like the last 5 minutes or something.
Oh, okay, that much. Let me listen.
11 hours, 35 minutes, give or take, is when it starts on the Ruhif. But then you got to watch the next stream too. You definitely want to listen afterwards because, like I said, Gio added a great point to the argument, and so did Gemsy added another good point. Like, yo, do we clip that shit out, and so you could show people how to do this shit? Because I don't know.
Are you showing a video, Jeremy?
No, just last night when I was arguing with Ruhif about refraction.
Where's the video? I don't see it in live.
It's the end of 561. You got to go to YouTube. It's the end of 561 at 11 hours and 35 minutes, and it goes all the way into 562. The next live stream, the live stream got reset in the middle of it.
You can just link it for us?
No, I can't do that.
I'm doing that.
That's how you do that shit. You don't let them
11 minutes, 35 seconds?
No, 11 hours, 35 minutes. Where it's at the end of the stream. The stream's 12 hours, That's how you do it right there, though. You don't let them pull that bullshit over on you.
When I Google, when I search for Flat Earth Awakenings, I get Dave.
No, just Earth awakenings. It's not flat Earth awakening.
Oh, that's why I was doing it wrong.
Yo, I got the link coming in literally a second.
All right, thank you.
Like with what I said and what Gio and Genji said at the end, that shit was a body bag right there. His argument was just straight trash. You can body any refraction argument with what I did to him last night. Anything where refraction comes up, they lost all their arguments almost because of refraction.
Okay, what minutes again?
11 hours, 35 minutes.
Talking about a theodolite and something going into the fucking horizon, a ship going into the horizon, basically, right? With Ruhith.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really
He was
fucking
making.
get it with you.
You don't get it?
I don't know if I'm not understanding something or yeah.
Oh, I didn't even understand his argument. I didn't have to though, because the whole premise is ridiculous. Something about a boat's actual position changing its height as it got farther away from you. Something. I don't know exactly what it was.
But that
the
doesn't,
argument at.
bro. The boat would look like it's going up as it goes away from you towards the horizon because the horizon's up, right? You know what I'm
Doesn't matter,
saying?
dude.
Like if you're
You're missing the plot. You're missing the point. Pay attention to what the things I said about refraction. Don't worry about his stupid, dumbass argument.
just about how you can't see how far the horizon is, basically, right? And how
No, didn't say
fucking
anything
it
about that.
changes.
No, I never said anything about that. He's trying to make an argument. Anyways, whatever. I didn't mean to kill the whole chat, but you
made me
definitely
listen
needed
to
hear
that.
There's no way you listen to that
back
already.
and forth, blah 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 blah.
There's no way you listen to the whole thing already.
I played it at 2 times speed.
Yeah, you're gonna get a lot from that then.
No, but I mean, I haven't gone through all of it, but from what I've heard so far, it's just you saying something and him refusing to accept it, and you're just talking past each other.
Wait, what's Ruhif's fucking argument? I don't get Ruhif's argument though. Like I don't get it.
Don't worry about
like
Ruhif's argument.
Basically,
don't worry. His argument's not even the important part you need to be listening to.
Are you talking about the actual height, actual position versus like?
He's making a claim that this boat is changing its actual position or not changing its actual position. But his argument sucks because he doesn't know the actual position. All he has is this refracted piece of shit position that doesn't tell you any, that doesn't give you the actual position.
An approximation and an apparent position because of the effect.
Just watch the clip if you want. You'll learn more about refract. Maybe watch it at 4x speed. You get a lot from it like that.
No, I understood your point, but I was like, why do you make me listen to him just be a pain in the ass?
So you could get your refraction argument down. But you're clearly not going to do that, so just don't do it then. Fine. If you don't want to listen to it, don't.
Relax, Jeremy.
I'm relaxed, bro.
I'm more curious.
Maybe go on
about...
McToon and have a refraction argument.
Relax,
or fight the flat earth or something.
What is wrong with you? Just chill. I'm actually curious. Where can we look into this the effect that refraction has on the GPS? Because I think I understand where it's coming from, but I've not heard much of this before. So I want to have some data or whatever to look at.
Yeah, I don't know. You look wherever you want, dude. It's a electromagnetic frequency traveling through the atmosphere. It has to have refraction. They know it has refraction. They make calculation. They calculate for it, and then that's it. And then you get the calculated data. or you could not calculate it or calculate it yourself. Whatever you want to do. I don't know. I don't know. Where do you look into that? I've never even. I got that straight from Kosho, and the fact that electromagnetic frequencies have refraction when going through an atmosphere.
Mhm.
So I really didn't even need Kosho for that. That's just how.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Just
That's
wondering.
just how the signal
wondering
works.
how much it affects and what kind of calculations they do to mitigate that.
What frequency does GPS work on?
Jamie.
No, don't know.
It depends which
Because it
GPS system
matters.
it is.
Jeremy.
Oh, Jeremy,
So
sorry. I thought it was
basically,
Jamie.
what you're saying is, what you were saying. Yeah, Jeremy. Sorry. You basically were just saying that when you look through the theodolite, the reflection fucks it up, so you can't determine its actual height. Basically, therefore, his argument that he sees the ship changing height or whatever is that what you're saying? Because that's
But then he
that's
tried
what
to
I'm
go on,
understanding.
but
not
then he
sure.
tried to go on, but then he tried to go on and tell us about how he can calculate for it. And I said, well, you've never measured it, and you don't actually know which way. Just either listen to it or don't. It doesn't matter. I threw it your way. All right.
The thing that's laughable is the way, with the GPS discussion, is the way they actually do it in the real world. Has no bearing on globe, or the globe, or a globe has no bearing on how they produce their results. When they do model for it, they only ever put the globe in at the end after the fact. So they do all the sourcing, all the information, all the trilateration, and then if they want to, if it's required for the system that somebody has, they will paint it in some kind of model over a globe. But that's never even needed, because most of the time people use GPS systems, they're not looking at huge distances where it would even be needed in a visual representation.
Here we go. Ready? All you had to
grid
do was
system.
go. My bad. Go ahead.
That's fine. I'm just saying it's always a grid system.
Yeah. So all you had to do was, does GPS have refraction? You Google that. The GPS signals passing through the atmosphere encounter refraction effects, including ray bending and propagation delays. These include the atmospheric effects of the troposphere and ionosphere.
Yeah, it's the same as what the radio has to deal with. So that's why they have, they have to have their relay stations and whatnot.
So there's refraction. They calculate for what it would be for what it should be on a globe, because that's the only way they know. How do you think the GPS knows how to calculate for the refraction?
But that's the thing is, the refraction is not based on the globe, it's based on the atmosphere.
Yeah, I think that phrase.
It's not based on the shape of the Earth. It's based on the atmosphere, whether that's round, square, the globe, round, square, cubic, pear-shaped. The refraction is based on the atmosphere, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
The atmosphere, but yes.
Okay, so there's refraction with GPS. They calculate it. Then now what? So what?
Well, I don't know. I was just correcting you on saying that it hasn't. The refraction has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yo, Jeremy, I was just listening to the thing. Fucking, it's so funny. You're like, yo, I love refraction. Refraction killed all your arguments, every single one.
Most of them.
You did it to yourselves, right? You did it to yourselves with the whole refraction thing. That's some funny shit.
I led with that because I knew how it was going to go down.
What's Ruhu's position on the horizon thing? Does he have a definitive stance, or does he bend it depending on what conversation has been had? Well, no,
I don't know, but the whole. Go ahead. Yeah, I don't know, but the whole refraction thing is hilarious, because that one time that Jim Panda was like, no one's ever said the shape of the Earth comes from measuring the horizon. Like, Alberini? And it's like, he measures the refracted horizon, and then, if the light's refracting, And they say, oh, well, Aristophanes, it wouldn't be refracting. Yeah, it's the one that's like right under the zenith position of the sun, right? But the other one, oh, it's refracted all right. So what are you going to do? You know, there goes your globe, right? Because as soon as you invoke refraction for the black swan thing, you're basically saying that, yeah, it's the refractive horizon. We agree that, you know, light's bending. So when you do measure the horizon distance, you're not measuring, you know, the 1.22 value of, you know, the spherical Earth. That's not what it is. You're actually measuring, you know, the distance to the horizon that day based on atmospheric conditions, and the whole boat's going over the horizon was a lie. Oh, thanks.
Ding ding. Right, and then they always just squirm around and squirm around. That's why I asked, like, does he have a solid position? But now I actually remember talking with him not that long ago, so I know that he doesn't. Because it's like, well, if you're claiming physical obstruction, but then you're arguing refraction, you're contradicting yourself at the same time. From both sides.
Yo, percent, you there? Is percent there?
I don't know. No, he's definitely.
Fuck, he's on deafened, son of a bitch.
Yo, quick.
He's watching that shit right. He's watching that shit right now. I need percentage to go on McToons, fight the flat Earth, the whole shit, and go fuck these guys up.
Why did you choose fuck these guys up? I want to watch you guys get pwned.
You think that's what happens in here, Smooth?
I mean, given our last conversation, yeah.
Wow, dude, you're so
about Gabe?
convincing. Your confidence is just contagious on us.
Hey,
Like the use of
Halfway.
Owned. Yo, I'm trying to. We just did a show on Globuster. We're trying to get Professor Dave to drop a set and step up to the plate like he said he would with the neutral moderator. Seems like he's scared though. You think he's gonna own me too, Smooth?
Wait,
Professor Dave?
Witsit,
gonna
have you seen
pizzone you.
Witsit, did you see the breakdown that guy did of the fallacies that Professor Dave did?
Yeah.
That shit's flipping hilarious.
Well, I only saw part of it though.
But you don't even need to see the whole thing. But I think he did like 100 in an hour.
Wow.
His whole position was just fallacious.
The mind shock, dude. He someone sent me a video and like timestamped like 26 minutes where he's like talking about how I like run circles around the globers and this is just our smoother show. Like you just need to chill. This guy's like third party, right? He doesn't publicly state that he thinks either way. His whole entire thing is like non-bias, like objective, logical evaluation, and he's like, yeah, what's it just destroys these people, like runs a few laps around them before they even know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And just bring that up, not to like brag or something, but what he said was that some people have suggested to him that Flat Earth is actually a psyop and that I was put in place and propped up to because I can debate so well, to go debate Flat Earth so well that they then prop up like people that debate it really bad, like Professor Dave, so that it makes Flat Earth look like it has some illusory validity so that we can be divided and distracted.
What's that? That's like a triple bluff or something?
Yeah, like how crazy is that? Like,
that's so silly.
Well, here's the thing. The truth does rightly divide, right? So there is, a little bit something there, right? But if Flat Earth was released or whatever, right, by the powers that could not be, it's divided the truther group from Flat Earth to anti-Flat Earthers. But what we noticed is that there's a difference between a normie and a globetard. Like a globetard is going to use tactics and fallacies and all sorts of weird stuff. But normies, they come asking questions and they either look into it or they don't, right? But when they do look into it, something weird happens where the normie comes in a normie, but after doing their own research, they turn into a flatty, and that's why we run into flatties in the wild.
Yeah, that's like a normal, actual, genuine thing. I guess, like specifically in this case, the claim is that I was put in place, that I don't actually think the Earth is flat, just so I could debate it so well against people that were also put in place to debate it so poorly that it looks like it has validity. That's not there. I've had many Globers actually accuse me of not thinking the Earth is flat. Truly, I guess the first narrative was that I was just really, really dumb, and now they say that I'm disingenuous con man. That's a grifter, just trying to con people out of money, and I don't actually think the Earth is flat. That's the new. And now I guess the new one is that I was actually put in place to do it. How crazy is that?
Yep,
I
you're an
thought that's
agent. You're a
Yeah,
triple,
I thought that
double,
was
quadruple
funny.
agent.
Like he makes a point. He's like, none of these people that debate the globe Earth inside this realm, like, ever invoke one single argument that isn't fallacious. Like, not one. And he's like, flat Earth uses fallacies a lot too at times. But he's like, I've never heard a person in this arena like debate the globe and not invoke a fallacy. Every single one of their evidences is fallacious. And dude, I think he's literally right. I don't think that the globe earthers in here could name one thing right now, one thing that isn't actually based upon a fallacy. Name one. Name one globe proof that's not based upon a fallacy.
Yeah, I've always said that too. That's a stretch if they can even come up with one.
They can't. The primary one is, of course, begging the question. That's the primary.
Boats go over the horizon because the Earth is a globe. The stars disappear as you move away because of the globe. It's like everything is like built in, baked right in to begging the question. Circular logic.
Yeah, like they claim geodetic surveying obviously presupposed spherical geometry, begging the question. Like they're like, we're able to predict this and this and this and this. Our model works perfectly. Obviously built over hundreds of years of looking at the observations and then slowly over time trying to make some type of mathematical model that coincides with it. Doesn't predict anything at all, and you have to beg the question to put forth that model. It's like every single thing they say.
What's the difference between presupposing and drawing a conclusion from the evidence?
One actually includes exclusive evidence to substantiate a position, as opposed to just baselessly presupposing it and then cooking the books, basically.
I'll give you an example. Al Capone was a known mobster back in the day, right? They tried to get him on this crime and that crime, but they never could connect him to anything that he actually did. So what they did is they assumed that he was a criminal and then looked into him and then found out that he was guilty of tax evasion. Normally what you would do is you would find the crime and then find the man. They did is they found the man and researched and then found his crimes.
So was he actually guilty of tax evasion? Or is that not the point?
That's not the point. The point is they decided he was guilty before actually being able to prove it.
Yeah, it's just all begging the question. I mean, it's all very, very remedial fallacies. This is just objective, by the way.
So never mind that
data is the new oil.
So never mind the evidence that Al Capone was a criminal, and then we decide he's a criminal, and then look for other evidence of his criminal enterprises besides the murders and the extortion and all that. So never mind all that.
Criminality is actually very subjective.
Why are we talking about Al Capone?
It doesn't matter. Criminality is very subjective because who's to say who's being a criminal? Aren't the people incarcerating the criminals being criminals themselves?
Can we go back to the Earth? This is sidewise.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just continuing the metaphor.
Well, how about you just give us one single piece of exclusive evidence of the globe that is void of fallacious reasoning?
Then we can shut the server down. And we can all
Just-
go home.
Just one that isn't a fallacy. Just
How
one.
about start with the origin? Just start with the beginning. Where do we get the idea from? Let's start with that.
Catholic priest.
At the very beginning.
Well, I'm giving them free reign. They claim that it's so obvious, just objective, not debatable, impossible that it's flat. So name one proof or evidence that isn't fallacious. It should be easy.
Anybody have that waiting little noise that they put in the game shows?
Yeah, we'd sit here all day. They're scared to say when they know I'm going to immediately.
Do 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 do. Oh, I'm thinking of countdown. You're thinking of. What is it?
Ding ding ding
What's funny?
ding ding.
What's
ding.
very funny to me is that these very same people. So what's funny to me is that these very same people that don't take these opportunities to speak up, they also have the audacity to question our sanity. You know what I'm saying? Like that they think we are the ones that are crazy. But when asked very simple question, like, hey man, let's talk about what you believe. Let's talk about the origin of what you believe. Let's talk about why you believe what you believe. All of a sudden they get real quiet.
Yeah, I was just talking about this with my brother, and he was saying, well, look, they've got their whole lives, committed to this thing. They've got to come and argue it, and I'm like, no. These people are magicians who I'm talking about, and he started laughing, because it's sort of you don't get it sort of thing, And I'm like, no, you don't get it. The magicians. That's what you need to understand. He's like, what? I'm like, Druids. That's where the Freemasons, when the Druids disbanded, it became the Freemasons, went underground. I was saying, if you've seen that, the Queen, in the funeral, that guy holds the stick up and he snaps it in two. That's not a stick. That's called a wand. And they do the same in the magic circle. When somebody dies, they snap the wand.
Heathens. Bunch of heathens.
We've seen through the magic tree, and they don't like it.
Right. I just want to know how many drugs you have to take to look at things above you moving and then go, aha, yes, I'm definitely the one that's moving.
I just don't see how they can be so confident, but then we ask for the one proof, Extremis has to go on deafen.
He's got no fans.
That'd be a good stream, actually, Austin. Like magicians and shit. That'd be a good stream.
Do tell us, how many drugs do you have to take?
I don't know. You're the ones who came up with it, aren't you?
Hey, Smooth, since we're getting pwned so much, can you give me one piece of globe evidence that's void of fallacious reasoning?
You? No, 'cause I don't think you're intellectually honest.
Okay. Can you think of anybody in here?
That's a fallacious response
Can
in and
you-
of itself.
Did he just say? What did he just say?
So give
Well, I didn't
left
hear what he
lane.
said. Will
Who
you
do you
repeat
think that
yourself?
left lane?
Please repeat yourself.
He said he doesn't think you're intellectually honest.
Yeah, it was self-projecting, dude.
So it was literally to invoke a
Okay.
fallacy?
How about this,
That's what you
Smooth?
came off your mic for?
You asked me a question, and I can show a ton of evidence, but you won't accept it.
All right, let me repeat the question for you. Can you provide just one piece of evidence that the Earth is a globe, void, that means without, void of fallacious reasoning?
Okay, so let's define what is fallacious reasoning.
Well, we have parameters for all kinds of specific types of logical fallacies that are well known and accepted and applied in intellectual forum. You didn't know that?
Can you do likewise with the flat Earth model?
As soon as someone answers my question.
Can I do it with you? Probably not.
Good call.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with my center. Logical fallacies are just like, defined. It's nothing to do with me.
No, I mean, I just, like I said, okay, you want to get into this? Let's do it. I'm down. All right, let's talk about this.
Don't. It's a trap. Don't fall for it.
I know. But let's just go down.
Oh man, down the rabbit hole we go.
Let's go down the bridge of him
I'm
saying
genuinely-
that the entire world. Yep. I got you.
All right, everybody be quiet except for Smooth and Witsit.
All right. So let's start with this, right? Well, I mean, I know. Let's just agree on all the things that we can't use. Let's start there, right? So we can't use satellites, right?
Satellite. Formulate your argument. Just make
I'm
an
not going
argument.
to formulate an argument. Like, that's the thing. I know how you work, so I'm purposely not going to allow you to use your tried and true methods. If you want to have a conversation with me, you're going to have to leave the security of your structure and actually be able to have a real conversation.
When you say you know how I work, what you mean is that I don't accept fallacious arguments.
Well, all right, what's it here? You want me to pwn you real quick?
Yeah.
You use papers that you cite as reasoning to support your evidence from universities that have papers that support the Earth as a sphere. So the same group of scientists that wrote one paper, you accept that one paper only, but you don't accept the other paper that team of scientists wrote, saying that the Earth is, round.
Just to clarify,
Position though.
wait.
I mean,
hold on. We'll let your little friends come in and white knight for you.
Yeah, I don't see why people would ever think at this point in time I needed help. I don't know, but Smooth, I'm curious. Like, was that an argument for the globe?
No, we're not arguing. See, that's the thing. I'm not arguing with you. I'm inviting you for a conversation.
Yeah, in debates you present arguments.
I'm not debating. I'm having a conversation with you. You asked. The statement was. It wasn't. Here's why it's not a debate. You asked me if I have any evidence. I'm saying I have evidence. So we're having a conversation. We're not debating for or against anything. You asked me if I had evidence.
Okay.
So to say that this is a debate is false. This is
So
a
what I said
conversation.
was, can you provide one piece of evidence to show the Earth's a globe void of fallacious reasoning? You then responded with, you bring up papers from universities, and those same universities have papers that say the Earth's a globe.
Right. So what's it? Like I said, I've watched and studied you because you're an interesting little fishy in this pond, right? So let's talk about this, right?
Let's not.
Okay. Let's not talk about it.
What does this have to do with a conversation, though? What you're doing is attacking. It has
Why are you here? Why, if I'm
You're not
attacking, why are you
answering a
attacking
very
me?
simple question, man. You sound ridiculous.
It's interesting because
Yeah, I know. You got to turn it on
a
us.
lot of the
But
people who
what's
are
interesting
Globers,
is that you
they
can't
support
answer
me.
that very simple question from Witsit.
Witsit, do you need 4 people on your side?
He doesn't need
to
anybody,
defend
dude.
you?
This is your tactic to get away from the very simple question you still
Hold on,
haven't
Witsit,
answered.
do you need 4 people to talk
He's
for
proven
you?
he doesn't need anyone.
Okay.
How about we make it a one-on-one?
Sure,
Well,
let's make it a one-on-one.
You good with that, Wit?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, one-on-one.
So
for the
I'm
next
going to
few minutes.
invite you, and I'm going to define this one-on-one very clearly. I'm inviting you for a conversation, for a tea and crumpet.
Okay. Please stop with the gay comments. It's weird. But
The tea and crumpets is not a gay comment. If you think that
I was
is,
just
then you're
joking,
a
man.
homophobe.
Calm down, dude. So this is how the conversation began. I said, "Can you provide one piece of evidence that the Earth is a globe, void of fallacious reasoning?"
Sure. So, all right, let's talk about some examples that you won't accept, so I can understand what your criteria is, right? So let's first talk about satellites, right? Can watching a satellite orbit, and by orbit I mean cross the same plane, like it's on a pre-predicted path
and we're able to watch this as it goes around the Earth and time it using radio towers, can we accept that as evidence?
Okay, for one, pre-predicted is painfully redundant. That's
I
why it's
know.
Preset path. Preset path.
Yeah, so that is, of course, a fallacy. And the fallacy is begging the question. You're begging the question that the Earth's a sphere and that the satellites are in orbit around a sphere. You then are looking at information regarding radio waves and then interpolating the data via the begged question of the Earth being a sphere.
Okay.
So that one didn't cut it.
So,
You got something else?
So we can't use anything, right? Because like you said, we can't use the satellites, we can't use the radio waves, we can't use anything there, correct?
Well, you can't beg the question. It's one of the most like remedial fallacies.
Okay.
Okay.
So, what question am I begging with that statement? We're like I said, right now we're just kind of figuring each other out. What question am I begging by saying we're going to time a satellite as it orbits the Earth, and we're going to have positions along its path where it connects via a signal, and we're able to watch it go, physically watch it with our eyes too, go around the Earth. Where's the begging of the question? That's just an observation. I'm just observing.
You're begging.
I'm just observing that this machine up in space with people in it, I'm watching it go around the world, right? And I'm watching them send messages to the radio towers on the ground. What question am I begging?
Yeah. There's not like multiple questions you can beg, right? What begging the question means is the very thing that's being debated, right? That's up for contention.
And what is
being
up for
begged.
contention? We're not debating anything. We're
It's
having
that the
a
Earth is
conversation.
a sphere.
Oh, see, that's the thing. I never said that that's what we're going to debate. I invited you for a conversation.
Oh,
of
come
data.
on, man.
I
No,
literally
'cause
just
here's the
said
thing.
the whole thing that started the conversation for like the 5th time was, can you provide one piece of evidence to show that the Earth is a globe void of fallacious reasoning?
Right. So we're not going to use that. Okay, sure. Can you provide me any examples, right, that support this idea that we can't do anything? I want to understand you. How can we answer any question?
Well, you would provide evidence that's exclusive to a globe that isn't a fallacy. That's pretty simple parameters.
Okay, so let's talk about this, right? Just so we understand, because this is just a conversation. You guys commonly stay, and I know everyone's alarm is going off, as I say you guys, but we can't go below the 60th parallel, and that Antarctica is a ring, right?
Some people claim Antarctica's a ring, yeah.
I just have one question. Is this a conversation?
It's a one-on-one.
Seems like a romantic fucking novel to me. It's gonna be 2 hours of this bullshit.
Nah, just like a few minutes.
Babe, do you want to hear this guy's like cleft lip as he yells at me? He's calling me gay. Sorry,
okay, so what we say is
say
that you can't privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. You have to get prior approval, and your route has to be specifically approved. You can't bring external water supplies or fuel supplies, and you're only allowed to go where they say that you can go. If you attempt to privately and freely explore it without their approval, you will be intercepted. So that's what we actually say.
So maybe I could progress the conversation forward. Can you speculate examples as to what would constitute evidence that proves it's a globe without invoking a fallacy?
Sure. Direct physical measurements of a tangible location called the geometric horizon. Physical, tangible measurements of curvature.
Tangibility. Hell yeah, bro. That's what's up.
Also, you could use different weaponries or practical use cases that would be obstructed by a globe and show that they're obstructed, right? So you could say, okay, if I shoot these radio waves in a horizontal propagation using line of sight, based on the height of the tower and the math of the globe, at say 200 miles, the radio waves will be blocked by the globe. Then you go and show that you literally are bouncing radio waves off the globe's tangible surface at 200 miles every time. It can't get past it.
Oh, okay. So hold on, we can use that. Perfect. All right. So would you like to use radio waves or do you want to use light? Because we can do surveying or we can do radio waves, both, now that you've said that this is okay to prove that the Earth is a globe. Which one would you like to go down with it?
First of all, radio waves actually are light. And
I know that they're light. I'm talking about.
Got him.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm talking
radio
about.
waves
I
are
said
part of the
radio
EMF, I
waves.
know.
What don't you understand? I said radio waves.
Okay, so let's talk about radio waves, right?
Okay.
So when we build towers, right, we actually use formulas to understand the height of how high a tower needs to be, so that way we can figure out how large that radar can actually cover because of the Earth being a sphere. So let's go there, because like you said, we're allowed to use radio waves, talk about radio waves. So let's talk about radio towers and how they're built first.
Wow. I said a very specific thing. I said, if you physically shoot radio waves horizontally, right, using line of sight, a horizontal line, infinitely extended, okay, it would be blocked physically and tangibly by the curvature of the Earth. So it would only go set amount of miles based on your height with a line of sight, because the Earth's curvature would literally block the radio waves from hitting the target beyond that physical obstruction. I did not ask you to invoke another fallacy of begging the question of the sphere.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, man. We can open it up, because you're not gonna talk with me. I'm asking you to talk with me, like you would talk to a normal human over coffee.
I'm trying to. If the Earth was smooth, let's pretend we just sat down for coffee, okay? We sat down. What's up, man? I know that sounds crazy, bro. You know they lied about the Earth? No, that's crazy. There's no way they did. I know we know what the Earth is. We've been to space. No, we actually didn't. But like, for example, Smooth, did you know that back in the day with the earliest radio transmissions, so someone named Marconi was shooting radio transmissions across the Earth, and he shot them horizontally using line of sight. And a lot of his detractors said, you will never be able to hit your target that you're aiming for from 2,200 miles away, because the curvature of the Earth will block your line of sight at 220 miles or so. So you'll never be able to get past 200 miles. You can't do that. He said, okay, well, I'm going to try it anyway. He shot the radio waves, and they hit the target and were received at the receiving station 2,200 miles away on the first attempt.
Awesome, dude. Well, all right, let's talk about that. So how high was the tower?
I don't remember exactly. Maybe 40 feet. I just don't remember.
Okay. Well, that's an important part. Secondly, how did he see this object from 2,200 miles away?
Yeah, so line of sight doesn't mean you literally have to see it. You use a line of sight to where you can see horizontally, and then you just extend that horizontal. You continue the horizontal out.
Okay, so he didn't see it, right?
No, he didn't see it.
No, that's not. Okay. Can I jump in real quick? I know it's a one-on-one, but he was shooting it at a ship, and the ship like left, and every day they got readings from it. So even while it was visible, and then when it got far enough and it wasn't visible, it was going in arguably the same trajectory, and they were shooting it in the same general direction.
He literally shot it at a tower.
So maybe we're talking about two different things, because there's one like off St. John's coast, the tower that they kind of shot the thing was from there, and then it was received at the ship.
Oh, well, I'm talking about the transatlantic transmission from like England to Canada or something like that. 2,000 miles.
It was pardon the interruption.
No, it's all good. So, Smooth, you see the problem, right? If the Earth's a globe, it has this physical curve, and then it's going to obstruct.
That problem, right? Let's talk about that together, right? All right. So, let's break this down. Why wouldn't we be able to send radio waves If it was a sphere, right? Why would that experiment not work?
Because the Earth's curvature would physically block it at 200 miles or less.
Okay, where are you getting 200 miles from?
I did the math a long time ago. I can drop a history article for you if you would like. Here, I'll read the history article. It says, Italian physicist and radio pioneer Marconi succeeds in sending the first radio transmission across the Atlantic Ocean, disproving detractors who told him that the curvature of the Earth would limit transmission to 200 miles or less. The message, simply the Morse code signal for the letter S, traveled more than 2,000 miles from Poldhu in Cornwall, England, to Newfoundland in Canada.
Yeah, then I was confused about that.
Is it Google Imo, that guy?
Yeah.
All right.
Here, I'll drop the. That's the source. So yeah, like the Earth would physically block it, right? Like you can't go through a wall, right?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. He actually ended up
Since there's a
shooting
lull in the conversation,
10,000 miles. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys are free to talk. What's an animal?
Yeah, thank you. Since there's a lull in the conversation, I wanted to point out that I remember a video. I think it was Glowbusters who did it, or maybe it was QE, but they had seen in London somebody placed a tower like way back in like the 40s when everything was like line of sight, and this tower in London, it was supposed to be broadcasting from like a little ways away to London, and they did the math. If it would have been like over a curved Earth, it would have had to have been like much higher, and because it wasn't, and it proved that it was like line of sight on a flat surface. I wish I could remember that. I was saying
there
that
were
to trigger someone
relay
else's
stations in that network.
What's your question?
Okay, so there was relay switches. What tower was I talking about?
BT.
BT.
Telecom.
So the tower is just BT.
The one in London, yeah. British Telecom.
Okay. And there's relays.
Yeah.
That's the first I ever heard of that.
So look, this is what's so funny. The Globers don't know. So Big Gambino, one of the most arrogant Globers in here, by the way, he says,
don't know. How does that fit?
He says, amazing. How do Wi-Fi signals go through a house without line of sight? So he's implicitly claiming that the waves went through the Earth. The radio waves went through the Earth and kept going horizontally through the Earth and then hit the target. Yikes.
Well, I guess you gotta have faith to believe that.
Okay, that's not actually what ended up happening with Marconi because he used sub 1 megahertz frequencies.
That's right. It was 500 kilohertz.
Okay.
Okay.
It works fine on a globe.
Well, I know that you might have a story to explain it away, but one thing's for sure. It isn't what Big Gambino just said. And this is the moment in the conversation that Smooth desperately waits for you to tell the answer, but he's actually just going to read the article and see the answer. And you guys are both immediately going to accept it as definitive facts because they came up with some answer to explain it away. That does not change anything I'm talking about.
Fine to make that distance.
What?
Anything below 30 megahertz is fine to make that distance.
So did it go through the Earth?
No.
Okay. So we shot it. Do you agree that it was a horizontal line of sight shot transmission or line of sight transmission?
He didn't fire it at horizontal. What directional antenna did he use?
I don't remember what it's called. I just dropped the article for you where it clearly says that his detractors said you wouldn't be able to do it because it would be blocked by the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles or less.
Right, but why do you say then that it was fired horizontal?
Because that's the whole point. If you shoot the waves out using line of sight and it starts to go out horizontally, now they obviously like they span out, right? But you've shot it horizontally, straight across using line of sight. The Earth's curvature is going to block the waves at a certain distance, and it's not going to be able to go all the way to where it was received.
All right, but who said it was fired horizontally? I'm trying to get you to answer that question, Witsit.
How do you think they shot it?
I see here that they shot it vertically.
They shot it vertically. Can you please drop a specific citation for that?
Yeah.
The answer they come up with is just going to be a restatement of their position. Eye on a sphere.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you gave it away. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it. Let me show you where.
Smooth, can you tell me why, if you're trying to shoot something 2,000 miles across the Earth, why would you shoot it straight up in the air?
Because it was not a new idea.
So you obviously aim for where you're shooting the transmission.
Because space is curved.
Well, according to the flat Earth interpretation of Coriolis, if you shoot it straight up, Earth should rotate underneath it, and eventually it will be 2,000 miles to the other direction.
It was probably shooting at refraction itself.
I don't know if that was supposed to make fun of flat Earth or something, but that was like really the opposite.
Incoherent. But
Yeah, so
go back to the vertical thing.
yeah, so like if I was gonna try to shoot a radio transmission to another location on the Earth, 2,000 miles away, wouldn't I just aim the transmission at that place instead of shooting it straight up in the air?
I'm just finding where it said it, man. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yep. I think he's trying to quote the article where it says that he shot it up into the ionosphere.
I know the flat earthers are just so desperate to give it away.
I was reading somewhere that said that as he was learning how to shoot it longer and longer, he was taking a lot of lessons from the wired telephone system, and one of the here it is.
Not to claim that I'm like some debate
Okay, the
savant or anything
monopole
like that. I
antenna
was just hoping to
frequency of the waves
elucidate.
compared to dipole antennas used by Hertz, and
I was just
radiated vertically polarized radio waves which could travel longer distances.
Oh, they were vertically polarized, not shot in the air straight up. So anyway, I was just hoping to kind of elucidate like how you can very concisely and succinctly debate the globe, or now like what we want to do.
I mean, dude, the way I debate the globe is just by observing my everyday life. It's by interacting with my daily world. That's how I know that the Earth is a globe.
There's nothing in your daily life that tells you it's a globe.
Yeah, dude, all the time. So like,
propaganda.
This is called delusion.
I just want to point out.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to point out, like, because what I found out is like debating like people that really are stuck in their ways or whatever. Like, obviously you don't win them over, right? It's just to show kind of the audience, because that's the number one email I get about how they woke up to the Earth. For me personally, it's not like watching my stream; it's watching a debate. And so you just kind of always, even though it's kind of painful how remedial it has to get at times, always vocalize. Like, I'm learning this myself because I jump ahead of myself, and like back in the day I would have been like, it's the ionosphere, you don't even know your claim, you know, because it's impatience. I'm just
I was careful to only say it after Doofus had said, you know, it's not horizontal, and the other person had said it was vertical. You know, at that point,
fair.
it was like,
yeah, of course. So
Hey,
like right here, my opinion is what you say to smooth this. So what you've just now done is invoke Occam's razor, as in based on observation that without least assumption is true. So that what we observe, right, as our default position, what we observe to be the case is most likely the case. And that's what he just claimed. But ironically, of course, if we were to actually apply that standard to the determination of the Earth, it would show us that the Earth is a stationary plane and the sky is what moves above us. That is actually the default observation. The globe Earth's claim is that although it looks like that, it's just so big you can't see that it's curving. It's just so big that you can't feel that it's moving. And it's moving in such a way relative to vast distances that it looks like the sky is moving because we're rotating. So the actual globe Earth claim is the opposite of what you just invoked.
Hey, with it, can I jump in real quick? After hearing what he said about a signal from an antenna, I want you guys to understand that when it's traveling vertically, it's just simply going along the zenith, up and down along that x-axis, if you will. That's a vertical signal, and then sometimes they associate them to be a horizontal signal, and it's traveling still across the zenith, but on the y-axis. So it's going like a snake, or it's going like someone swimming in the water, going up and down to progress forward, as opposed to going side to side like a snake does. It has nothing to do with them shooting it up into the sky because it's curved. Maybe these are the reasons why people are so tricked by the stupid, claims, because they're taking how a signal actually travels, and they immediately count it to, because it's curved, so it has to go up vertically. No, it's going straight across a zenith line, a horizontal line, but the signal itself is going up and down, up and down, up and down along that line. This is such a huge misunderstanding by these ballers.
We already cleared up earlier that vertical polarization doesn't mean vertical orientation to the signal. That was cleared up earlier. In addition, there's no such thing as along a zenith horizontally. That makes no sense.
Yeah, zenith is a horizontal line, though, a straight line, though. It's not a curved line. It's when you find zenith, you're not having a deal with a curvature. You're dealing with a straight line. I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your whole explanation on this.
Zenith is directly up,
above
you. The direction of up. It has nothing to do with
maybe he meant azimuth.
Yeah. So I want to point this out. So Smooth, at this point, it's important to remain intellectually honest and consistent to have any type of logical justification in your opinion or stance. Well, you just now implied to all of us that it's logically valid to begin your determination with the process of, well, this is what I observe every day. That was just now voiced by you as a valid process of determination. Now that it's been pointed out, well, if we were to actually adopt that approach, it would show us that the Earth is a stationary plane where the stuff in the sky moves over it. Are you now going to change your approach where that is no longer valid? Or would you like to admit that if you were to stay consistent, you're saying that it's a valid approach to just go based off of what you observe?
Right. So I think it's a very valid approach to observe the world, and you can observe how it is a globe. But I feel like, having the data and the science behind it to show you that your observation is what you actually see it as is very important. And that's what I'm saying, is that I observe the Earth to be a globe, and I have an endless supply of evidence and science that supports my observation.
No, you don't.
You can't support that you observe the Earth as a globe. That is not true. It is physically possible for you to do so. You can only conclude it.
Look,
well, just ask them specific questions. So, do you observe the Earth moving?
No, but I observe.
Is the horizon observed?
I do observe ships going down, bottom up.
Okay, is the horizon observed to be horizontal or curved?
Horizontal.
Okay, so two base observations is that the Earth appears horizontal and that it's stationary, right?
No. So what I'm trying to say to you, right, is that the horizon
It's just the horizon. All it is that you are finding where the sky meets the land, right? And that could be any shape. It doesn't matter. All you're saying is that where the sky meets the land, that's the horizon, right? It's a statement, not a thing. And what I'm saying to you is that I've watched ships who from the beach, right, go over the horizon and disappear bottom up. And I questioned this. Why? Why am I watching something disappear bottom up, right? Why does it look like it's going down this big hill, right? Well, oh shit, I don't know. So I research it and they say, well, maybe here are your two options. You can say that the earth is flat, or you can say that the earth's a sphere. And if it's a sphere, that would make a lot more sense why I'm watching this go down. And then when I'm on this idea of skepticism, I start thinking about other things, right? Well, okay, why is the sun and the moon not the same size? Okay, well, I'm not sure.
Wow. The globe Earth's claim is that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size, and to such an extent that we're able to have total eclipses. But actually, the sun is 400 times the diameter of the moon, and just by cosmic chance is coincidentally also 400 times further. Who's smacking in the mic, man? Yikes. Sorry, I think maybe you didn't know you were open, Jimmy. 400 times. All right, that's the globe Earth claim is that they appear to be the same. To such, this is me quoting actually a NASA engineer, by the way, that we have perfect total eclipses, but in reality, the diameter of the sun is 400 times bigger than that of the moon. It's just coincidentally 400 times further away also, so we get the same angular size.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Do you want me to say that because something like just because ecosystems are fragile means that they can't exist? Like just because something is that way, it can't exist? That's
No.
That's it. That's the answer. I mean, what
See
I'm
how
saying to you,
fallacious? You see how fallacious you're arguing right now, man? Like you just
I,
said.
how
I
fallacious?
rebutted what
You're
you
not.
said,
You're
right?
not talking with me.
Smooth, calm down,
You're
man.
no,
Smooth.
I'm not upset. You're not talking with me.
I'm
Like what
saying
I'm saying
I
is,
am though, Smooth. You're
no,
talking
you're
past
not.
me because I rebutted what you said. You said if I'm just going to look at it for what it is, well, I would ask myself, why do the sun and the moon not appear to be the same size? And I corrected you and said they literally do. Even within the globe paradigm, they do appear to be the same size. So I was rebutting you. Then you responded and said, so are you saying that just because it seems far-fetched that it can't be true? Did I say that? Or did I just rebut your false claim?
Okay, so it was my claim, my observation that the sun and the moon don't look to be the same size, right? You know,
You said
what I'm
don't
saying?
look. Wait, you
Oh,
said
wait,
don't look to
no.
be the same size?
Yeah, don't look to be the same size.
That's wrong, though.
But see, that's the thing. You're talking about my thought, and you're not having a conversation with me. I'm saying,
Okay.
okay, interrupt me some more. I'm trying to tell you how I reached my conclusion. You don't want to listen. You don't want to talk. You want to be heard, right?
You know what? And
Go
I
ahead.
could help out here. I can help out here a little bit. Smooth. He's trying to just get a base,
Okay. Nope.
a base of
Nope.
intellectual
Nope.
honesty, which you
Nope.
did with the horizon being horizontal.
I'm trying
And you
to.
said we don't
I'm trying
observe
to talk.
movement. Then you're including your interpretations and explanations instead of just acknowledging that we all have the base observations that seem to
You
be
guys
a
talk
certain
amongst
way, but
yourselves.
they're actually the opposite according to your interpretation.
Yeah, Dave, that's not helping.
Yeah, just okay, Smooth. I'm
No,
sorry,
I'm
bro.
done,
I
man.
said okay in the
I'm
middle
done.
of you
I'm not
talking.
gonna
You
keep
can go
getting
smooth.
interrupted.
It's
I'm
smooth.
done. I'm done. I'm saying I'm done.
See,
be
now
fair,
we
he cut in
gave
when
him
no
an
one was
out,
speaking.
right? I mean, that's all I wanted was an out. So
New perspectives cut in when no one was speaking. To be fair,
no, it's
you
all good. I'm
interrupted
just
him with
explaining.
saying no.
That he wanted an out, obviously, right? So, if I was to ask you how it is that you observe they weren't the same size, obviously, no matter what you say, I would just immediately rebut with, "But we have perfect total eclipses." So if they're not, if they don't look like they're exactly the same size, how do we have perfect total eclipses then? Yeah. Now the global will say that they don't always look to be exactly the same size. It changes throughout the year. We have different types of eclipses, right? And then that would technically be a red herring fallacy, because the point is that they look to be exactly the same size at a certain point. And the claim is that at that point, it just happens to be that the sun's 400 times further than the moon, and coincidentally 400 times the diameter, so the angular size appeared to be exactly the same.
How exact is exact?
Like perfect total eclipses, like exact. And that's me citing a NASA engineer.
Yeah, I want to tell you how exact they are, actually. They're so perfectly exact that during a solar eclipse, you can actually see the magnetic fields, right? What we call like the chronomass ejections, right? Before they actually like have a CME event, there's these like magnetic flux lines that like appear on the outside of the moon during an eclipse. So it's so perfectly that you can see the corona around the sun, which is like, the corona crown. You can see it during an eclipse, and that's how we discovered electromagnetism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how to find the exact video. I'll try to find it, but it's an interview with the NASA employee, and she explained it.
Why do we care if it's a NASA employee? I can show you 100 NASA employees who say the Earth is flat. The Earth is round. Does that mean the Earth is round now? No.
No. See, that would if I was
Exactly.
saying that, then that would be an appeal to authority fallacy, but I'm not doing that. So what you did was actually called a straw man fallacy. I might should start like a baller school where I teach you guys so you guys can learn and level up, So I didn't say that because the NASA employee said it, it's true. The only reason NASA is invoked is because they are considered the top tier representation of your model. So I'm actually not, I'm critiquing your claim because you don't have flexibility. Your claim is that the Earth is a specific thing. And when you invoke stuff like all kinds of science to back it up, you're talking about the model. It's a specific claim. So the reason NASA is invoked is because they're obviously representing your claim. Yeah. It's called a hostile witness. This argument has become so disingenuous that flat earthers are basically forced to, in hopes for efficacy, we're forced to basically go straight to the top tier representations of your model. So because we found that ballers will actually just make up stuff that isn't in the model. And so they have to oftentimes be corrected as to what their belief actually is. Similar to someone saying that they believed in the Bible, but they had never read Genesis, and then they tried to tell me it was real, and I had to tell them what Genesis says before we could debate if it was real or not. So I go pull the Bible out, right? So I just go pull the NASA employee out. I'm not appealing to their authority. I'm appealing to the validity of your model.
What about the not so exact perfect solar eclipse that Doofus posted?
Yeah, you didn't hear me acknowledge that?
Sorry, I stepped away.
Yeah. So what I said was what the baller will say is, well, we have eclipses that aren't perfect. They're not perfect every time. There are times of the year where they're not perfect. And I explain, well, that would be a red herring fallacy because it looks like it's part of the subject, but it's actually an attempt to divert away from the actual argument, which is that we have an observation within the globe Earth paradigm. It is that the sun and the moon appear to be the exact same size during that eclipse. So when someone says the sun and the moon don't appear to be the same size, well, that's not true. Now, then you get into, okay, well, it looks like its angular size changes throughout the year. Well, if it's a local sun and moon, right, and it's moving over the Earth, then that makes perfect sense. At certain times in the year, it's further away. So its angular size changes. So that doesn't mean that the bodies are, that doesn't mean that they're different sizes. It means that they're different distances.
Someone says, hey, do you follow like the Bible? And say, yeah, most of it, right? I don't follow like all the Old Testament stuff. Like, I'm not going to stone a rabbi's daughter if she's a whore, like it says, in, like Leviticus 19 or 21 or something like that. And someone says, oh, you don't follow the whole Bible. Oh, okay, so you're not a Christian at all. So that's the all or nothing fallacy, and that's what he just did. So you quoted from a NASA scientist, but other places they say it's a globe and you don't believe that. So all or nothing fallacy, basically, if you don't believe everything this guy says, then you can't use him as a hostile witness. If they tried that shit in a court of law, you'd be fucking told to sit down and shut up by the judge so fast and make your head spin. Right? Because what you do when you have a hostile witness, right, it's the other guy's doctor. Yeah, it's the other guy's doctor. So when you get in front of the other guy's doctor, what are you going to do? Just let him off the hook? No, you're going to ask him like prying questions and try to get his information, even though he's hired by the other team. You're going to try to get his information and use it for your case. This is a normal thing that's done in court cases all around the world every single day. And for you to say, all or nothing, that's a fallacy.
Yeah. I think what would benefit the globe earthers immensely would be to like go study fallacies.
Well,
like even I
do that,
that's what they do all day. That's what they do all day, bro. What are you talking about? That's what.
Oh yeah, you're right. They study them by like, hands-on application.
That's their bread and butter. That's their bread and butter. Anyway, I just wanted to ask the guy, has he actually measured the curvature of the Earth anywhere to give some kind of confirmation to his life that he knows that the Earth is a globe? Has he done that?
I can answer for him. The answer is no.
All right. Well, there you go then. Perhaps you might want to do that. And then when you do that, set it.
Can you pop yourself on mute, Jen? Because you're echoing, dude. Cheers, dude. Smooth. What is in your everyday first-hand experience that makes you say it's a globe, as you said?
TV.
Because if anybody's being honest, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, man, no problem. I got you.
No, well, even people on your side, I'm sure in this room, would say first-hand everyday experience is that it's flat and stationary.
That might be yours, but it's not mine.
That's just objective, dude.
You're asking me what my observation is, right? And then you're going to try to tell me what my observation is.
Well, you made the statement. I wanted you
to
clarify.
I'm inviting anyone in this room to have a real conversation. You don't want to have a real conversation, then I don't want to talk with you, man.
How was I not having a real conversation, man? You
because
I was like
within 1 second of me trying to even respond to it, he's already trying to, constrict my answer when he's asking for my answer about my observations.
Don't you agree that I was having an honest conversation?
This is not how real conversations go, right? Like that's what I'm trying to say. This is not how you act in your daily life. This is not how you would say, let's try to look, right, together as a group to find the real evidence here, right?
There's a bunch of sophistry,
as a group project, right?
Bro, he asked you a simple question. What in your everyday tells you it's a globe?
Yeah, and I'm telling you that I'm not going to answer in here because every time I try to say anything, it doesn't work.
That's
what I'm trying to tell you guys.
That is a cop-out and a half.
All right, then let's have this conversation, Gio. You and I, let's go for it. All right, here we go again.
I'm not Gio, man.
Percentage.
All right,
that's percentage.
I've watched
boats go over the horizon, bottom up.
There's your answer.
What
Does
that
it
even
happen at the
mean?
same exact distance every time?
It was a scientific measurement. It was an observation.
Does it always like it? Or are you saying that it's because the Earth's curve is blocking the boat? So like, does it always block it at the same place every time?
I'd never measured it. It was an observation. I've observed it on several different beaches, but it's an observation.
Right, but say you go to that beach like every day, and
I don't. So I wouldn't be
okay.
able to answer that question.
Oh, so
I can tell you
then
what I have observed.
so then your current observation data set is ill-equipped, although not sentient, to actually address the subject.
I'm
You also
telling you.
notice at no point did he observe the globe. He only observed an optical phenomena and then concluded from that globe.
Listen, if you guys want to talk to yourselves, feel free to do it, but do not ask me to join you guys so you guys can talk to yourselves.
So I was going to ask you a question, right? So say that it's the globe Earth's curvature that's blocking the boat, right? Because that's what's
All right.
implied. So let's
All
say
right.
that it is. Do you agree that if that was the case, like there's a certain size ball, boats go over the curve, that the curve that blocks the boat would always be at the same place?
I mean, that's if you were able to isolate every other condition, right, that you observed that first time, weather, light, the sun, the water, everything, if you were able to isolate every single parameter and make it the same, then yes. But we're unable to restrict every single parameter. So there might be micro adjustments or micro differences from the first experiment to the second experiment, which would lead to different, distances.
So you're conflating like the apparent and the
You're asking me about my
So why is it that I
observation.
let you
I'm not
finish,
conflating
man?
anything.
So, well, before you can, figure out if you are conflating something or not, I would probably have to say it. So, like, you're conflating the apparent and actual position. Like, I'm not asking you if it apparently changes. I'm just saying, like the actual position would always remain the same on a globe, right? Like it's a certain distance based on your height and how big the ball is, and that stays the same every day. Like that doesn't change. Like the Earth doesn't breathe in and out or stretch some days, like wake up and do some yoga, like it's just always the same.
Right, but you do understand that some days it's sunny,
funny 'cause
some
the
days
server
the
name's
seas are
Earth
choppy,
Awakening.
and that these interactions between sunlight and water could change the way something looks, right?
Right, yeah. So when it changes the way something looks, then that's an apparent location. So we can move to that now, but I'm just saying you agree that the actual position or location that obstructs the boat would always remain exactly the same.
And what I told you, right,
Just
is
say
that
yes or no.
No, I'm not going to say yes or no. That's what I'm trying to say is that if you were able to recreate the exact environment, right, that we observed on day 1, on day 2, the boat would disappear at the exact same place. If everything was different, if everything was the same, right? I do not know, right, what would be different or how we would experience there to be a different distance if some of the environmental details were different. So I can't answer your question yes or no because I don't know how things would change if the sun was different, if the seas were different. All I can tell you is that if everything was different as this observation that was made on day 1, then yes, the position would be the same on day 2.
Right, but so you could drop a
Why can't you
billion.
accept that? Why can't you accept that?
Dude.
What is wrong with what I just said? Tell me. What did I say wrong?
Hold on, Smooth. When you're done speaking,
No, guys, fuck out of here. Me and Witzit are talking.
Hold on, man. Otherwise, you're just hounding him, and it's not really a conversation. Go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying, Smooth. I'm just was making another point that you're not like showing intellectual honesty to respond to, so we can progress the conversation on. Like if you dropped 1 billion tons of methane or propane on the earth, it doesn't change my point. Yeah, it would change the way things look, right? But like the point is that the actual tangible location or obstruction would always remain the same. So an honest position would just be like, well, yeah, it is always exactly the same in its actual position, but because of the atmosphere, it always changes and moves around.
Oh, what's it? You talk so much, man. So first of all, Gio, real conversations, people don't need to be muted. So just saying that to you. Secondly,
Well, I don't know
what's
what you mean by a real conversation, but when you chronically interrupt people, and
I'm
if you're
not chronically interrupting, anyways.
what you're doing
Oh
right
my
now,
God.
bowling through me, then the only option we have is to mute you. Otherwise, it's just a chaos of everyone talking.
Right, but you guys only mute Globers, so you know that's I'm okay
That's
with
not
that.
true.
I know that this is a
Completely
one-sided
false.
situation.
That's
Yeah,
completely
no, it's
false.
okay. But what's it? What was wrong with what I said? I need to hear. If I'm
Alright,
telling you
what you
that
just
I
said
don't
is
know
false,
the
just so
environmental situation, how it.
fuck that.
Yeah, I'm giving him a
Yeah,
one. Give him.
I just wanted to say that I muted Matrix not even like 30 minutes ago because he was interrupting. And Matrix is a flat earther, by the way.
Yeah. Like maybe 15 minutes ago. So
Right. I mean, I just don't respect the moderation in here because even when it's my turn and someone overtalks me, I'm told to wait my turn again, even though it was my turn and someone overtook me. The flat earthers are given priority even though it's my turn to talk. So yeah, I really have no respect for the moderation in this
When
room.
did that
name
happen?
one time
Absolutely
that happened.
obnoxious.
That literally
You just
happened.
interrupted
That
Witsit
literally
every time.
well, it's happening right now. I'm trying to tell you guys when it happened, but it happened
At the
earlier.
same time, and you barreled through me, which you're not supposed to do. But you literally interrupted Witsit every time he talked, and you're sitting here telling us how a conversation's supposed to go, but you're not supposed to interrupt the other person every time. That's not how a conversation goes.
All right, Jeremy. Well, let's do this. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. If I interrupt 20% more, right, then the other person interrupts me, you can ban me for a week. But
how about we just reset? Now that we're cognizant of it, pardon the interruption.
Fine.
Just reset, and let's try to be cognizant of not interrupting each other. All right.
So what was wrong with what you said was that the question on the table was the actual position on the globe never changes. It's always at the same location. An honest response would just be like, yes, but... So like I just wanted to get the yes so we could move forward to have a productive, fruitful conversation.
Right, and I'm trying to tell you that I don't know how different environmental. Dude, you're exhausting, man. What I'm saying is, how am I supposed to know? I can't answer that question for you. This is about my observation. I'm saying that if I observe the boat going over the horizon, that's fine. I'm not measuring it, and I have no way to tell you whether or not it would disappear at the same place every time because I have no way to understand whether or not all the different aspects of weather, of the sea, of the boat itself, of everything would allow it to do it. I can say, though, that it would appear to go over the edge within a certain percentage. So within 10%, that distance would probably always be the same. Exact spot, I have no way to know.
Yeah, so the adequate response is, well, yeah, the globe Earth's tangible actual location.
Why can't you respond to what I said?
Yeah, can I do that real quick? I'll do it. Hey, Smooth, so when have you observed a ship going over the horizon?
When I go to the beach.
And is this with your naked eye or what?
Yeah, I've done it with my naked eye, my phone, and binocular.
Okay, so are you telling us that with your naked eye you have enough resolution to actually specifically say that you are seeing this event happen?
Probably.
Okay, does anyone else here?
The answer to that is Smooth is no.
Okay,
It doesn't work with your naked
hold
eye.
on, percentage man. Does anyone else here want to side with Smooth that with your naked eye you can resolve anything at 3 miles at that angle?
Oh, I never said that. I just said I'm pretty sure that I know what I'm observing.
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
I didn't ask.
Hold on.
There are definitely objects I can resolve at 3 miles.
I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
Smooth, are you still here or did you leave?
No, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here. I'm waiting for you to tell me.
Hold
like,
on, man. Hold on.
Here's my issue. Can I just say, guys, no one's actually addressed the fact that I said I can't guarantee anything. Everyone keeps asking me more questions, but no one is actually responding to anything I say. I say something, and then you guys ask me a different question.
Question based on what you said, man. You said something, and I'm asking for clarification. And now, when you repeated back the concept, that's not what I asked you. I didn't say if you can interpret what you're seeing as that. I said if you could actually specifically describe the event with your naked eye. You can't. I'll just tell you, no one can.
No one can say that a boat is going over the horizon with a naked eye.
No, you'd have to
Yeah,
film.
you can't with your naked eye.
You'd have to film it and show us exactly with the setting at focal length of what the naked eye can see. There's no way with any resolution you'd be able to tell us, oh, there it is, there it's going over right there. Wouldn't happen. Can't do it. You could see the boat. You could see the boat and you could see the water, but you couldn't resolve that detail at that distance.
I would say it differently. I would say you could see the boat and you could see it getting smaller, but at the point where it's like, you know, gone, it's not because it went over the curve, it's because it just went below your minimum angular resolution. You would need to use to steelman your argument, I would say leave out the naked eye one and focus on the binoculars and whatever else you use.
Well, again, though, depending on the conditions, if there's an inferior mirage, then the boat's not going to disappear the same way as if there weren't any inferior mirage. But just real quick, Smooth, I did post a video that I put together today that's discussing this very observation on the horizon with an inferior mirage. I hope you'll take a look at it and at least consider what my claims are.
So again, the honest position for the globe would just be, well, yeah, of course, technically speaking, the physical geometric location that blocks the boat is always the same. It's at the same distance based on how high up above the earth you are. But because of the atmosphere, it constantly changes. And we never see that actual position that blocks the boat. We never see that because there's always an atmosphere that changes it. And so then the follow-up would be, well, then if we never see it, if we never see it in its actual position, how can we go about verifying that that actual position is in fact there?
Well, that's the challenge from any claim that the horizon is blocking the boat. You have to actually know the position of the horizon, and no one has provided that evidence yet. And no, Victoria, the math doesn't count.
I like that we're talking about actual positions. They've been trying to get us on this.
Hey, listen, Jeremy, I shouted you out the last 2 times I talked about this because I agree with you in terms of having the control. We don't know the physical position to go by.
Yeah, they'll claim that, well, we don't know the actual position. They know how refraction is, so therefore they can calculate the actual position. Yes, they can check for refraction in water and little labs over fish tanks, you know, in a fish tank with a laser beam and some gas or something. That doesn't mean that's how it's in the atmosphere. It's a very dynamic system. To actually know an atmosphere, you'd have to have some kind of tangible. Now, they have a good guess as to which gas light bends towards the more dense atmosphere. That's a good guess. And we can test that and verify it in a lab. But I mean, that'd be the equivalent of us measuring, you know, how flat the water is in a fish tank, saying, well, it's flat in this fish tank, it must be flat everywhere on Earth. Like, you can't do that.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, they can't show their actual positions. You know, the only way I could think you could even do it would be to make a horizontal line, have it project out into the distance, get an auto level, put that level even with the horizontal line. We know how perspective works. That line will stay level the whole way out due to perspective. So if there's some other effect, we'll see if the line bends up or the line bends down according to the horizontal, right?
Hey, so I want to make an announcement real fast because I'm about to go eat. So Jaron and I are throwing a Flat Earth Summit. Well, it's actually, we don't like to use the word Flat Earth, so it's called the True Earth Mount Meru Summit. And it's a virtual summit. So there's like 95 VIP tickets. So you go into the actual Zoom room, and then the rest of them are like an exclusive private stream that you're there live. And you get all kinds of different perks. So each speaker is offering something like, 50% off their store, 3 months free membership here, whatever it is. And then some of the speakers we have is like Bob and Zach. We have Marty Leeds. We have just a whole bunch of people.
Is this for Flattoberfest?
No. Flattoberfest is, of course, like an in-person conference at the end of October. This is November 11th, so 11/11. We have David Avocado Wolf. I don't know if you guys know who that is. We have I forgot her name, but Amanda Vollmer, like the awesome holistic doctor.
Oh yeah.
We have a whole bunch of people, and then we have Alex Stein is going to do some stand-up, and we also have Owen Benjamin closing it out with some live stand-up, and then we have Conspiracy Music Guru doing music. Also, Crumb is doing some music to lead into the intro. Yeah, so it should be super cool. We actually have like 12 pretty epic
Is there
speakers.
a website or something that you can link here?
So I will have the website tomorrow. So because we're launching it officially tomorrow, so I'll let you guys know. But it's pretty cool. And then there's this, you get a coupon code that gives you 50% off. And so each speaker has their own coupon code. So if you buy it through their code, right, then like the money goes to them. Like the kickback goes to that speaker. So yeah, anyway, pretty cool. I just wanted to throw it out there because it's going to be pretty dope. And I thought it was cool. We didn't call it Flat Earth. We called it True Earth Mount Meru Summit. So,
Yo, that's dope.
Yeah,
that's dope. Give us a shout out, bro. You know, let's get some more heads. I'd love to have Jaron in, you know.
I think Jaron gets really frustrated when people are like disingenuous. And so I don't know how long he would last here.
Well, don't tell him. No. Just leave Jeremy out of the equation.
What'd you say?
Nothing, man.
I missed it. Hey, give us a shout out. We gotta get some new heads in here.
I'll see what I can do.
This is the best place to chat about these things. Where are you gonna go, Gems?
Now I'm kind of like triggered because I can't remember all the people for some reason. Like Taboo Conspiracy. We may have another epic comedian, but it's not confirmed yet. John Hibbler, I think, is going to do something. Dave Weiss, and then I don't know if you guys have heard of the kid named Caleb that's on TikTok, just like blowing Flat Earth up on TikTok. A blonde-haired dude. He's like going crazy with the numbers on TikTok with Flat Earth.
Is ODD going to be there?
No.
Dang.
Nah, yeah, I don't think he's really.
He's not really doing anything at the moment.
Yeah. I think he's got some stuff going on or something.
Yeah. By the way, I'm Chris. Nice to meet you, Wits.
Nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, I've seen you everywhere in Discord, and then I've tuned into your live YouTube a couple times when you had Jarian on.
I had who?
Jarianism.
Oh yeah, Jaron. Yeah.
Jaron, is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah.
I've seen a little bit. I've seen a little bit of his stuff, but I I don't really look to YouTube for that stuff. I actually don't even look at anything at all anymore. I just find it on my Facebook feed these days.
Yeah, Facebook's actually gotten like way better. Like if you click on certain videos, you'll get suggested like a lot of truth videos now.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't even, yeah, you don't even have to go look these days. It'll just come to you.
Yeah, pretty much. It seems weird. It's like they almost backed off of some of the censorship the last like 6 months or something.
I believe that. I believe there was more censorship a few years ago than it is now. Absolutely.
Well, it goes in cycles, doesn't it? I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Streisand effect, or why that's a thing. Like, have you guys heard of that? Or?
Yeah, it's about her like with buying the house or whatever it was.
Yeah. Basically, she tried to get it censored, and because I think she was successful in getting a court order to get people to stop talking about it, whatever. And because of that, it actually created more interest in the story, and then actually got shared around a lot more than it would have done. And I think a lot of these big kind of social media giant types, because they're not the only fish in the sea anymore. You've got TikTok, and you've got a few of these other really big ones now. It doesn't really matter if they censor stuff, then those content producers go to another big platform, so it doesn't matter anymore. It's not like they can do anything about it. And if they do try and actively censor it, then it actually has that sort of Streisand effect. Sorry, that's where I was going with that.
Oh, hey, so I'm gonna. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go on.
I was gonna read off this list real fast. Just in case anyone's curious. So we got Jaren doing like a short 15-minute opener. Then we have Sean Hibbler, Amanda Vollmer, Iru Landucci, Dave Murphy, so allegedly Dave, David Wolf, David Avocado Wolf, who's like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard him, he's like crushing. He's got like 100,000 people on Telegram alone. Then we got potentially a legend comedian, can't really say his name yet. And then Caleb and Dave Weiss, High Impact, Brian from High Impact Flicks, Conspiracy Music Guru, Marty Leeds, Alex Stein, Bob from Glowbusters, Owen Benjamin, and then Zach also. So that's, and there's a couple, Ben, Taboo Conspiracy,
Zach, Dr. Zach.
No, Good Times for All, Zach Zavala.
Zachary Zavala, if you prefer.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go eat. I love you guys.
We love you. I love.
There's so much love in the room.
I love him too.
Aww. Guys, if you ask,
That was way fluffy.
Yeah, guys, if you ask him really nicely, then you can send him something and he'll autograph it and send it back.
Who? Zachary Zavala?
I was talking about Witsit, but it was a joke. Never mind.
Sorry.
Try humor.
Yeah.
Mate, it's not funny if you have to explain it.
Well, yeah. But then no one laughed anyway, so I thought I might as well fucking explain it now.
I didn't make.
It's even
sorry,
funnier now.
I didn't mean to make you feel like an idiot. My bad.
Don't worry about me. If anything, self-confidence is something I probably have too much of rather than too little. So I'll probably
if you buy a
Is
VIP
that even
ticket,
possible? You can have too much.
I should have said something.
Maybe that's
I should
where I
have
was
said
going
something
wrong.
about the joke.
if you buy a VIP ticket to that, do you get to talk to all the people? Or
So, how much is that VIP ticket for online?
He's gonna put it out tomorrow on the website. He didn't give us prices right now.
I'm kind of nervous to hear.
Just send all your.
Yo,
cryptos
honestly,
to
that
this
summit
address.
ain't shit without Jeremy talking his shit.
Right?
Right?
I asked that question, my fucking AirPod died. I need for everyone to hear me at that table in that Zoom call.
We'd pay extra if you talk some more shit.
Well, basically,
I'll go if Pilu's going.
I'm going to offer to pay double the ticket, but only if Jeremy's the headline.
Yeah, I need to just say his quick stuff there. That's all.
I'd pay to hear you talk, Jeremy.
No, I don't want to get paid. I'm willing to
I'd
pay.
pay to hear you talk dirty to me.
All right.
You know what's funny though?
Jeremy, I want to call out a few people for a debate.
Crypto,
Not just
couldn't hear
one,
you. You were
like
muffled.
4 people.
Who you want to debate?
I know. I was just saying.
I just want everyone's here present before they all disappear again.
Your mic's pretty bad right now.
Crypto.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
What
shit.
are you trying to say, Crypto? Between the both of you guys, I don't know. What are you saying? You want to debate people? Let's hear it. Who's Crypto? What are you trying to say?
I was saying that Travis pays his internet bill and then listens to Jeremy talk. Therefore, he literally pays to hear you talk.
That's facts. Facts.
Oh.
Facts. That's the only reason why he even got internet.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for me, he probably wouldn't even bother with the internet.
How's that?
Who are you calling out now? Who wants it? Who want it with?
Is that better?
Yeah, we hear you. Name names. Let's go.
All right. Copernicus.
What?
You, Jeremy.
Oh, bro, you don't want this beef.
Oh, you're pitting us against each other?
No, he wants to debate us. He wants to debate us. Who else?
Getting in the ring?
Will you
Let's
debate the two of us?
12 rounds, yeah?
No. It's not a debate. I'm calling on your expertise.
Oh, I thought you wanted a debate.
Oh.
But we're gonna debate the cause, right? With all your ideas of refraction and everything, because maybe you got some questions. I mean, already answered it. Like anybody got any experience?
So he
with
wants you all to
Fresnel?
be his refraction guy.
Hey, listen, all I'm going to say
Exactly.
is...
I'm stealing Jeremy's refraction guy method. One of you is the refraction guy.
What do you need us for?
Maddie.
Well, if you heard me say my biggest problem with it's all on my side with the whole globe Earth, flat Earth debate is living in the South, right? So is the Fresnel lens able to completely flip an image upside down the same way you would use it like that lens for a telescope? That's my first question.
I think the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, it'll flip it. Yeah.
Hold on, what? How did you guys even answer that? What's going on?
Why would you use a Fresnel lens, though, to do that?
Can a Fresnel lens do what?
Flip an image.
Can it flip the image upside down?
Why wouldn't you
I'm
just
pretty
use
sure
a
the answer
normal
is
lens?
Yes. The reason I do it is I'm just trying to create possible lenses that are created by atmospheric distortion. At a point where pressure waves meet or electrostatic waves meet, or what I mean. So like a balance point. So in that area, could the whole sky flip, and that's why they've convinced us that we're upside down. Because
It's interesting, actually. That is an interesting thought.
I don't know what you're trying to do.
You might have
with the Fresnel lens.
The only problem is
reason being is that if the let me just finish this, is because if the ice wall was around, or there was a colder region that had more reflectivity, that would create like a glare that would go upwards, and that would kind of be like a big refracted beam coming back through all observations from a really, really, really far distance, based on the dish, basic dip, outer dish, inner dish, center. You know what I mean? So at that point, you get to that point, and then the whole vision flips over, and that's how it's convinced that my moon's completely upside down, but the same phase, only mirrored. You know what I mean? Like, that's my question.
Bro, your moon is upside down. Dude, you don't even need a Fresnel lens for that, bro. Put a plate on the wall, draw the moon on it. You go to one side of the room, have someone else go to the other side of the room. It's going to be flipped. You don't need a Fresnel lens for that.
I know, but there'll be an area across the plate somewhere where it will be like an ellipse where the two will be turning. I've seen it.
I think the answer to your thing, Phoenix, is that as you move farther from the Fresnel lens, or closer, depending on whether it's like inverted or not inverted, it'll show a change of magnification. It'll get blurry and stuff, and then if you move far enough, then it'll invert. You understand? So the transition area in between.
Is it the angle of incidence of the light entering, from that direction as as the ambient backlight type thing? Is it direct line of sight reflecting? Is that why it inverts at a certain point?
I think the inversion is due to the observer and the distance to the lens and the magnification.
That would
right?
be the focal point.
So if you're keeping the magnification the same and you're moving the lens, you'll notice that it inverts at a specific distance. It'll first it'll be hugely magnified, and then it'll invert at some point.
Yeah, Phoenix, you need Pete Shea's Bunt Cake Earth and Lindsay Harris's Bunt Cake Dome in order to be able to do this, I think.
All right, and now
like that
It's all
transition
about bunt
in
cakes.
between will tell you it's not a Fresnel lens, and that that's causing it it won't be inverted due to a Fresnel lens magnification effect, because you would be able to see the huge change in magnification before it inverts.
Yeah, and then whenever you're not in the focal point, you won't be able to
The
resolve
lens,
properly.
the lens could be concave or convex too. So, I mean, it
Same
might
effect.
not be flat. It might not be flat. It could be. What is that?
The same effect would still play a part if it were convex or what have you. The image would change drastically before it inverts. Like in terms of the angular size of it.
Bro, his argument is ridiculous. He wants to figure out why that moon flips for someone in the north to the south.
I don't think he's
He
making
was asking
an argument.
specifically
I
if it
think
was
he's just
Fresnel
trying
lens,
to entertain
but yeah.
himself, right?
I'm not trying to entertain myself. I'm trying to entertain other mechanisms that are a viable replacement. It's the one.
No, it was definitely an interesting
for
thought.
For the flipping of the moon.
An alternative, just drawing the plate on the roof or having a plate on the side, or there's a point where it will be an ellipse, and we don't see an ellipse. No one's taken a photo of an ellipse, and place like India or somewhere like that, around that area would definitely be in that turning point between the
Well,
orientation.
If you have it, if you're very close, it'll be more of an ellipse. And say you move the plate double the distance away, is it still going to be that much of an ellipse when somebody goes, or is it going to be less of an ellipse?
You talking about the moon being an ellipse?
Yeah. Hold on. Let's say you got your plate on the ceiling. You look at it from a different angle. You see an ellipse, right? Let's say you double the distance. Is it going to be as much of an ellipse or less dramatic?
First of all, he's treating the moon as if it's a physical object.
Yeah,
so
that's what I wanted. I wanted to clarify first before it was. Yeah, that's based on the assumption of that. Because if it's not, then it would never need to be an ellipse, and it presents.
Sheeple, what do you think? If you double the distance of the plate, is it going to be more or less of an ellipse?
Probably more acute.
I'd say more.
Your eyes maybe don't catch it because it's actually so far away, right? And you just assume that it's a circle. But when you're actually looking at it, it might not be.
And these guys said more. Why would it be more?
Well, if that was the case, then
well, there could be a point, right? There could be a point where it tweaks.
It's the same thing, Jeremy. It's increasing the angle of the observation. So just like any physical object, if we're treating the moon as a physical object, then when it gets farther away from you, the parallax continues to change its angle in relationship to you.
It'd just be
It's going to be less. It's going to be less oblong and more circular the farther away it gets. Like less.
The other way around.
I don't think so.
No. Okay, put your eye to a circle. Get real close to a circle. Put a circle real close.
Yeah.
Put it above you, real close. Look how long it looks.
No.
Then
above me it looks completely circular. The more I take it away, the more elliptical it becomes.
Yeah.
Basic.
Yeah. I might have to model this out.
I don't know. I'm looking at a circle right now, and when it's really close, when I have it off to the side, it looks oblong, right? And the lower I bring it for circular, it starts to look. When it's very far away, it looks more and more circular the farther away it gets.
You're doing something wrong then, because I think that's right.
if it's directly in front of you or directly above you,
All right, I'm
it
gonna
should be
take
the
pictures.
it should be the most circular.
I'll take pictures. I don't
think you,
understand.
at
I
some
don't think you
point,
guys.
Well, either
Somebody
you're
just
point you're
dropped
putting in
74 cents and 2 beer bottles.
you're
Rain Man shit.
At some point, you're putting an angle in to obstruct your vision. So just show us what you're doing.
Yeah, either you're doing it wrong or you're saying it wrong. One or the other, man.
Hey, take a pill of anything circular. Put it at arm's length away from me, right at near eye level, right. It's going to look pretty oblate. The farther down you get it, the farther down it goes, the more circular it looks. The less oblate it is, and the more circular it gets.
I hear what you're saying. You're doing it the wrong way, dude.
What do you mean? That's what I see.
No.
I really got to take pictures.
I know that you're.
We're talking about the moon. That's not how the moon presents.
Yeah.
The moon presents.
Whatever makes you happy, Jeremy. You're right. You're right. I'm wrong.
We're just talking about this circle that we have in front of us right now. Forget about the moon and everything. You guys make everything so difficult.
Can you stop talking about my circle, please?
It depends how you're presenting the circle to you. Are you looking directly at its face, or are you looking at its perimeter?
You have a circle. You put it at arm's length, horizontal with you, right? You can see it's pretty.
You're looking at the edge. You're not looking at the face.
Right. That's the way.
Yeah, and the more the lower you get
from
it,
what we were talking about. Now we
you get it, or the higher you get it.
Yes, you're doing it wrong.
The more circular it'll start to appear.
Yeah, that's the way we see the moon, bro. We don't see the moon at the side.
You don't see the moon at the side?
No, we don't see the moon horizontally. You've got the plate. You have the plate flat.
You see it up in the sky. It's up in the sky.
Okay, listen. When you're holding the plate in front of you right now, Jeremy, is it flat in front of you or standing up in front of you?
It's flat.
Okay, that's not how we see the moon.
No, I know. We see it up in the sky. So you raise the thing up, and the higher you raise it, the less oblate it gets, the more circular it gets. Doesn't matter if it goes up or down. It's the same thing. Same concept.
You're right, Jeremy.
That's
You're
what you guys were saying. I was wrong.
It's not worth arguing. Dead it.
Am I right or no? Tell me if I'm wrong.
You talk a different language far too often, and we spent hours trying to get you to speak the same language.
Don't tell me to tell you that you're wrong, because I've told you you're wrong 5 times and you keep fighting with me.
I don't understand how, though. If you have a plate and you hold it out at arm's level. Okay, listen, you have a plate. You hold it out at arm's level, just above the eye line. All right, you can see it looks pretty oblate, right? Definitely doesn't look very circular. Right?
Yep.
Then you raise it up. The higher you raise it, the more circular it appears to be, right?
Yep, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, and we see the moon up in the sky, very high above. So if it's this flat thing,
who's holding the moon, bruh?
That's not even relevant right now. If we have the moon as the plate and it gets up in the sky, you know what I'm saying? The farther away it gets, the farther away you'd have to get to it to see any oblateness. And they do claim you can see like 59% of the moon or something. 52, I forget the number. But they say you can see, more of the moon on one side.
Okay, so back to the actual original conversation. Copernicus, how is it that we can talk the same language but other people can't? I'm confused.
Yeah. That's anybody's guess, man. But if you haven't watched my video that I just put out today, I highly ask that you take it under consideration, because I think it's got some important details to consider.
What platform is the video on?
It's on my channel, Jeremy, in case you haven't heard of it.
What channel you got, like TikTok or something, or Instagram?
No, it's YouTube, man. It's called The Plain Truth.
OnlyFans.
Are you posting flat Earth content?
Only flats.
Oh, yeah, you see that TikTok where the dude's like, he's got all this cash. He's like, my girlfriend made all this money just from selling fans, and she's in the background holding her head like only fans. And he's like, yeah, all this money just from fans, only selling fans. It's pretty funny.
If you want to find Travis, just search all the YouTube channels with 4 or less subscribers. He's one of the top ones.
I don't get it. What's that? What do you mean?
He's trying to dig at you, but it didn't come across.
No,
Talking about the horse races.
Was it not clean?
I was playing dumb.
Pretty bad.
Well, I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Travis's channel is amazing. Go watch his videos. Forget about Jeremy's refraction crap.
Nah. But you know what, though? If we can go back, Travis, to what we're actually talking about, it is a good point. If what they were saying about the moon was so, then there would be an appearance of, was it elliptoid or whatever the technical word is?
Yeah.
Depending on how far away. The fact that there isn't should indicate, not prove, but indicate that it probably isn't what they claim.
Well, that's a good point. I never thought about the elliptical part. I always just thought about addressing the angular size, right? Because that's their
I never
argument.
thought about it until whoever it was brought up the Fresnel lens and we started discussing this. It's an interesting observation.
If anyone's going to do anything with a Fresnel lens, you got to replicate Eratosthenes flat on a flat surface.
Dude, just let it go.
I'm just saying. If we're going to use a Fresnel
No, you're not
lens,
just
probably
saying.
start
You're a
with
dog
that.
with a bone.
We should
You're
probably
too far
start
away
small.
for me to knock it out your mouth.
We got to start at the beginning, right? They always bring it back to Eratosthenes. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, to their pre-knowledge of the globe. We know, okay? Just accept it. Definition of delusion. Yeah, imagine if you could use that that excuse in school. It's like, oh, I know I'm right, but you're not. But I know I was right. But I already knew. So just give me the A.
Elijah, what grade are you in?
What grade? We don't have grades over here.
You don't have numbers to signify it?
We have years.
Oh. Yeah, what year are you in?
I'm not in school anymore, so
You
I
said
don't know.
6? You said 6?
6.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, I did a proof of concept with a Fresnel lens for my proximate looming.
Here we go. Now, like
got
Skiba
video?
did?
Is that
Like
what?
what?
You mean like Rob Skiba did?
Yeah,
That's
but I
what I'm
did
saying.
mine. I did mine for the boats appearing to be over the curve. I brought up the floor so that the floor cut the boat in half. I had the boat. I had a picture of a freighter 120 inches away from me. I put a marker out in front of me, a colored pencil out in front of me on the floor. I oriented the Fresnel lens to that pencil, raised that pencil up so that it would actually block the half of the ship, just like the horizon apparently does.
So I saw. Did you ever see that one with the pennies on the table?
Well, yeah, just regular pennies where they move them far away
Yeah,
from the
just
edge.
to show how the effect that they're claiming is because of it's a similar thing, right?
Well, no, it's an added step because that's just what happens in a short distance without a lot of density between you and the target. So it has to be a combination of both because when you're looking at over distance, both of those effects are going to combine together.
Right. Which just adds to the absurdity of thinking that, oh, this is because.
Well, but see, that's the whole thing, right? I mean, B-Ball is one of those examples, in my opinion, where his climate is pretty steady, right? The 7 videos, I think he put out 7 videos of observing that cityscape. I think maybe in one of the videos there was an acute inferior mirage. All of the other ones just simply had distortion or compression with what I would call proximate looming. But the challenge that I put out for anyone who comes and goes, look, this ship's cut in half by the horizon. I'll say, great, go out and take that picture over the course of the year and show me if it changes at all. Because if at one point you see the entire ship, then that debunks your claim. It's like the black swan. But not only that, anybody who comes to you with the horizon cutting off half the ship, I'd say, how far away was that horizon that you measured physically? Oh, I didn't measure it physically. Well, then don't come to me with this proof because you didn't check your facts.
And look at what Doofus is posting. Anyway, I think the easier way, I understand the points and it's good to go into detail. I think it's easier just to present an example that shows you, okay, you saw it, quote, appear to go over the horizon. But here's a zoom lens. Oh, wait, now it's back in. So what do you do about that?
That's
simple. For me, that's simple enough to get the one of the main principles across. And then from there, they should, if they have the critical mind, should be able to go, oh, I was misapplying a conclusion or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I have images early on of the Channel Islands where there's a trolling fishing boat that is about 3 to 5 miles offshore. And it's pretty large. I've zoomed in all the way, and the boat's pretty large, but it's in an inferior mirage. And then in another setting, and it was going laterally across the field of view. It was going right to left, okay, straight across. And then in another one, I found a pleasure craft that was motoring out to the island. So its stern was facing me, which meant that it was going away from me, and it never disappeared. And it was obviously farther because I was filming it going away from me. And it just kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. It never went out. You could watch the bow spray and the prop spray for minutes and minutes and minutes of travel in the same area. It goes right in front of the same island, and yet it's obviously farther away than the previous boat because of angular size. So yeah, you've got two different scenarios where you see the targets presented differently. The only reason for that is refraction.
Right. I mean, optical phenomena. You could spend, I don't know, a whole nation's worth of lifetime studying that. And then on top of that, because of what the optical phenomena are being observed in, you would also benefit from studying fluid dynamics.
Is that Jim Brewer? Uh-huh.
Who now? What now?
That guy's a freaky. That's a freaky close-up.
I don't think it's the close-up that's freaky. Character in the close-up. Something wrong with it. Maybe it's just his face.
I don't know if that video is about that, and not to take it into the whole scamdemic topic, but I think he was doing some videos. I saw like a clip where he was kind of talking out against the quarantines and all the bullshit. It seemed like he was speaking out about it a little bit. Jim Brewer.
That is true. Yeah, that's some fucky stuff. I never clocked that. Like, did you watch the video that the guy posted? Yeah.
Watch the video. What?
No, I didn't watch it.
Okay. If you watch it, stuff is talking about.
Hey Gio, did you see the? I tagged you earlier today because I put up a refraction video that's like a minute some long, and I was listening to the show, and you were talking about geodetic surveying, so I kept it in the video because you were dropping truth.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw you posted that. I actually opened it, and I have it open here to watch because it's only like a minute. But yeah, it looks. You took a clip, like an audio clip.
No. I was listening to the show while I was recording the Chesapeake Bay, so it recorded the audio while I was listening to the show.
Oh, okay.
It just happened to be that it was you talking.
Nice. Yeah, thanks for the shout out. That's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to it. Yeah, it's a little, but it was from this stream though. Yeah.
I think it was Thursday or Friday. I can't remember what day it was.
Nice.
Yo, can you get a hold of this guy? I mean, he's just dominating the conversation, talking over everyone.
Gio? Gio's not talking over everybody.
No, you, buddy. Troublemaker.
See how I played dumb again? Like I knew you were talking about me, but I played it off like I didn't know.
Comes easy for you, huh?
Right?
Right.
It takes the edge
You guys
off.
must be best friends.
I wouldn't say that.
You both got awkward then.
We're both smarter than we look. Guarantee that.
I'd beg to.
I dress smart.
And how much money is it going to take to get Eratosthenes replicated to a very precise measurement on a flat surface? That's the best possible model of Eratosthenes, in my opinion.
Is there a room we can send Jeremy when he's just stuck to a bone where he can just
Livestream
woof
8
out on his own?
Listen to me. That's the best response you could possibly have. I don't care.
I also want to
They
see
say-
it done. I want to see it done with moonlight because it should be different. If the moon is only 250,000 miles and the sun is 93 million, then if that's the case, you should get different shadows. But if we get the same shadows with the moon and sun, shows are the same, same.
Hey,
that's
good
interesting.
shit. Good shit, Gio. We need two things done: Eratosthenes light and Eratosthenes surface in a row. Let's get on this, guys. Come on, show a little hustle.
You want us to do all your work for you, Jeremy? What's this about?
That's because it's your claim.
Oh, I can't do everything. I can't do everything, right? You know what I mean? You got to be able to delegate. Right? That's what I'm good at.
Delegation.
It's a scary thought when Jeremy's our free thinker. Like
This would be rather a presumptive word to use, Jeremy.
You can't. I mean, when you're,
Delegation implies you are above us.
Listen, when you're running shit, right? So you're a manager. You can't do it, right? You got to be able to give people, tell people what to do so everything can get done.
this dude's cleaning chalkboards and then writing on the other side.
Stirs the pot and then silently exits stage left. And then because
it's like he starts
forget,
left or right, cleaning the chalkboard, and starts left or right, rewriting all this shit down. Like, this is what I'm going to get them to do. This is what we're going to talk about. The chalkboard never is clean.
That's true, right? He wipes he wipes off with the right hand, rewrites with the left hand, and just keeps going around.
I got Wile E. Coyote blueprints going over there.
It's over, Jeremy.
Have you got the Acme box with the button that just boom, the world comes out of a button?
The big anvil.
So let me just
Floating in Mercury.
Yeah, and this is before. Is this before Doctor Who or what? I don't know. Maybe not.
Hey, you guys probably won't watch the video, so I'll just tell you. I don't know if you saw Brian Leakey's debate with Sean Hawkins, but and I'm sure some of you have heard that Sean's the reason why my paper got taken down from the university website on refraction.
Right?
So Sean decided to paint the picture like all he did was contact the school and say, hey, take a look at this guy's paper that you put up on your website and check it out. And so then it got peer reviewed and taken down. So that was how he spun the explanation. So I decided finally to just put it to rest, and I read the email. I made a video on Friday, and I read the email that I got where my contact said, I'm sorry to tell you that we're going to have to take your article down, despite the fact that it is specifically about mirages and shows that you have good research in your paper. We're taking it down because we have been bombarded by shrill protests accusing us, the school, of promoting pseudoscience and charging you, me, with flat earth promotion and association. Right? So the only reason why they took it down was because they were getting bombarded by shrill protests, laying charges against the school itself. So Sean did a little bit more than just say, hey guys, why don't you, read this paper actually and get back to me and let me know. So I called up the PhD, my contact, and I said, hey, listen, I just wanted to ask, before you guys took my paper down, did anybody contact you with any feedback on it? He said, beside that weirdo? Like, Sean was the only one, and he called him a weirdo because he came at him like so aggressively.
And you have that in writing, yeah?
I have an email. I have the email.
Awesome. Just keep putting that on loop. Sean is a weirdo.
Yeah.
I don't know who this guy is, but I approve. You know what would be even funnier is if you could set up an institution like that and then get all these guys to do their triggered shrill responses, and then the whole purpose of the institution, other than the papers, would be to take those shrill responses and make a whole comedy
Oh yeah, have you seen artists that have done that, like with people who troll their streams and then they write songs with the comments that have been given?
Right.
That's hilarious sometimes.
Because if they have no reason to be scared of such protests, then those protests are just hilarious to just show how mentally deranged these people are. But unfortunately, at least the example you gave, they're too scared of the loud voices. But I just mock them. I just out them all. I dox them all. Be like, this guy said this. This is his address. This is. Although wait, hold on. Whatever's within the legality. Mockery should be legal, right?
Well, yeah, I don't think mockery's an issue. I think the slander and libel is a whole nother level.
When does giving out information become illegal?
I would say if it's not public knowledge, like if you can't get it by doing a public search, then I would say then it's cross line. Like if you have to go into a private information server to get the information and bring it out for the public, I would say that's when it's.
In the example of what this Sean weirdo did, if the university in question were to give out his email address and the information that they received from him sending the email, would that be legal or illegal?
Yeah, well, I don't know. That's interesting because I had someone relay when it was first happening. Someone told me that Sean was going on their public forums. So it could actually be public in terms of, like, if he goes onto a chat, it's going to be his SOC account, right? So I don't know if he emailed them or not, because Brian, when Sean said what he said on Friday, Brian said, like, show us some evidence, like show us this email, right? To show us how you said what you said and what was said, and Sean wouldn't do it. So I have no idea what he's got or what he did.
Who's so, yeah, Sean? I think it'd be fun to just make a mockery of their objections to actual decent papers that are presenting information. Because you have to have some kind of combination of screws and bolts loose to spend your time doing that.
Yeah, he's one of them, for sure. It was funny because Brian made a clip of the debate, and at the end, he spliced in something else that Sean had said on one of his episodes on his channel, and he said something like, the Earth is 2 times the size of the moon, or something, whatever it is. And yet you can fit 4 Earths in one of the moon's craters.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Do they smoke meth all the time? Oh, it's absurd. There's no way they're peaceful with that level of delusion, right?
There's no way what?
There's no way they're at peace with that level of delusion.
It kind of goes both ways.
Yeah, it does.
I'll
answer that method.
You could say the same thing about people that don't even have a model. Like, there's just nothing, you know?
As if a model
so it kind of goes both ways, man.
As if a model is required.
It's like one religion telling another religion, hey, your religion is a delusion.
Yeah, but yours is objectively a delusion.
You see what you're doing?
No, what have I claimed?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No substance except saying that what the other side believes in is a delusion. That's what you said.
When it goes against what's observable, and it has no evidence to.
There's a shit ton of evidence. It's all presented all the time, but people, I guess, don't understand or refuse to look at it.
Subjective opinion.
Hey, man, you're coming in a little bit hot. Can you turn it down, bro? Let's have a conversation, right?
I mean,
yeah, I'd like to add something.
He just got triggered because I said delusion. That's all.
Yeah.
I'd like to add that we observe. We don't observe the curve. We see the sky move above us. We do observe things. We do, like, our natural observations are not what we've been taught. We have to be explained and calculated and formulated to even believe. So I don't think it's the same as 2 religions.
And the absurdity to say that it's delusional because we don't have a model, that's again more delusion.
I think we have a model of
so when you open your mouth, all you did is confirm what I was already saying.
I think we can model out hydrostatic mechanics, don't you think? Right? We can show that water maintains its level, right?
Absolutely. And you can use the tools that were created by man off of that theory, horizontal water, create tools very precisely creating a horizontal to measure the water to be horizontal.
Right. They even use that to produce glassware. No, not glassware, sorry, but you know what I mean.
Mirrors.
Panes of glass. Yeah, mirrors, panes of glass, all sorts of things involving flat surfaces. They use that what would you call it? I guess just a fundamental of physics. I'm not quite sure if it would be a
How's that work for a model for you there, whoever you are?
There's no model. You guys have none.
So wait, hold on. Did you miss the part where we talked? Did you miss the part where we talked about how we can model out how water behaves in a container?
Listen, man. I'm not here to talk about the things that you guys have been talking about for the last 6-7 years without any progress. Okay. I was just saying a comment based on what I heard from Elisha saying that, that one side is full of delusion. They have nothing. When there's clearly a lot of evidence that supports the model that you guys use on a daily basis to get to
smelling
places.
feelings.
So for him to just say, "Oh, it's just a delusion," it goes both ways. That's just my point.
It doesn't go both ways.
So which of the models that exist in your reality have you created and come up with yourself?
I thought about a cube Earth, but it didn't really work out. Like a square. Yeah, so it didn't really work out that well. I mean, it is a cube is kind of flat on the edges, so it could kind of because we observe flat, right? Kind of when we're perspective. So I thought about maybe cube because a cube is flat on certain edges, so it can fit on that model, but no, it doesn't work out.
So again, asked and not answered, obfuscation and complete deflection of the question. I'm asking about
what model have you guys come out aside from saying nothing?
Right.
Just there's no plane, there's nothing.
Does that pertain to the original topic? And
Here we
why you
go.
Opened your
Here we go.
triggered mouth in the first place.
Yeah, the troll's just out. The troll's come out of his cage, start flinging shit. You've got nothing to contribute to a healthy conversation. See, I'm asking you.
Well, that's your opinion, actually.
That's an interruption.
Yeah.
We were having a civil conversation. If you want to add to it,
well, okay, carry on then. I'll just listen then.
No problem. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks. If you want to contribute, by all means, add something. But otherwise,
you were kind of disparaging groups of people, saying you don't have a model, whoever that was referring to. But do you have one?
Me?
I just asked
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You have
the globe model. Yeah. Yeah, the model that we use on a daily basis when you take a plane, go to a place. The model that everybody uses.
I asked if hold on. I asked if you had one. Not that's somebody else's model that you might subscribe to. I asked if you have a model. If you created a model of the Earth.
No. Like I said, I thought about maybe cube, but it doesn't really work out. Although it is flat on certain sides. There's concave too, but that doesn't make sense because it bends up. So there's plenty of models, right?
No. Listen to what.
But,
hold on, Awaken. Listen.
I have not come up with a model myself. No, I don't have I'm not the inventor of a model. No.
Right, Awaken. Hold on, man. Listen. Geo asked you if you had a model of your worldview. I doubt that you have a cubist worldview. So again, that was a worthless comment for you to come back on. He's making the point that I tried to make. You haven't made a model. You are relying on a model that someone else created over hundreds of years of refining.
There's no refining, dude. It's a model that works.
Oh, so it came out pristine the very first time they thought of it? They didn't have to adjust anything?
Well, over time, I guess it developed, right?
What I just fucking said, man.
And how have you verified it works?
Using GPS.
That's not verification.
What else?
To receive a signal and get digits on
He could have just kept his mouth shut, and he wouldn't have been in this.
There's satellites. I use satellites. You use your phone in the middle of nowhere. There's plenty of proof. There's the.
You're doing great, kid.
All he's doing is confirming the delusion accusation I gave.
So let's look, Awaken. I like you, man. I like you. You're growing on me. So I'll ask you, why did you even think to do a cubist Earth? Because at no point.
Listen, man, that was just a joke. It was just a joke.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Who's laughing?
Well, I mean, it's like the Earth is what it is, no matter if you have a model or not. Like if you have a house, whether you have the blueprints or a model of the house doesn't really matter. The house is still the house. Still is what it is. It measures the way it measures. You can walk in, you can walk out of it. You don't need a model necessarily. Now, models can be helpful, blueprints and things, but so I'm making that relation. The Earth still is what it is, even if no matter if somebody has a model or not. So the discussion is what the Earth is on that level. And then I would also say that if I had a model right now of a planar stationary Earth and I handed it to you, what would you do with it? You could just
I would
look
definitely look at it, man, and see if it works
Right.
out. Like,
Right, but you'd have to verify it to even know if it even has validity anyway.
yeah, it have to be measured and see if it makes sense, right?
Right. So why disparage people for not having something?
I'm not disparaging. Well, I was basically, I came in kind of hot because to sit there, claim yourself you're a truth seeker, but then call something a delusion when there's been plenty of proof for the past 6 years, it's just dismissed. And these conversations go in loops, right? On a daily basis in loops, right? To just sit there and say, oh, it's a delusion. That's unfair to say.
All right.
Well, you're triggered
that's
because
all.
I characterize thinking the world is something that it is not as a delusion. And then your argument is because you don't have a model. And you have and claiming you have proof, which you absolutely do not. So what is your point?
No, there's
if
proof.
you were triggered, you could have just said that. I didn't
How about all
appreciate
the proof
that. You offended
that's
me.
been presented
But
by
instead of
Soundly, by all these
doing
people?
that,
Like,
tried
you
to
guys
make an
dismissed
argument.
it.
You didn't just appeal to Soundly, man.
See, there's nothing wrong with being offended by me, by being labeling your lot as delusional. But it's the way you rebut that.
No, I said both sides are a delusion. I'm not offended.
But it doesn't work. And your
Hey, let me ask you a
your
question.
justification was the model thing, which Geo has already.
Yeah,
dismantled
there
for
isn't
you.
one, man. There isn't one.
Hey,
Yes, but Geo has already dismantled how that doesn't have any bearing on what we're talking
But
about.
it does. It does. When you navigate, when you fly, it really
just
does.
nuh-uh. That's your
It's
argument?
not nuh-uh.
Why do you think we call you delusional?
I mean, it goes both ways. I mean,
How does it go both ways? What do I say? Level stationary. What do we observe? Level stationary. So
yeah,
where's
but
my
it doesn't
delusion?
mean it is.
Where's my
that.
delusion?
Just because you see something,
Where is my
it doesn't
delusion?
it doesn't mean it's that.
Where is my delusion? You see the difference? I'm just stating.
Yeah, you're
what's
appealing to your
observable,
senses, man.
What's observable and measurable.
You're appealing to your senses.
So
How
are
is
you?
that delusional?
It's like saying, "Oh, look,
how is
that
appealing to
looks
your
tasty. It must be edible." And then you eat it and you die
How
because
is
it
appealing
looked
to your
tasty. You got
senses
deceived by your senses.
Oh no, back
Appealing
up.
to your
Like
senses
you remember
is
those
called
kids
maintenance.
eating Tide Pods?
Back
Oh,
up.
they were appealing to their
Rewind.
senses. It
Rewind,
looked
awaken,
good, so they ate it.
focus,
And then look what
focus,
happened. Kids were getting sick with
focus,
Tide Pods.
Focus.
So your senses can throw you off, man.
Focus. How is appealing to senses delusional?
Because they can throw you off, man. You can be thrown off with your senses.
Back up again. How is appealing to your senses delusional in and of itself?
You're appealing to your senses. You have no model, so therefore it's a delusion. When there's been evidence presented the whole
That's
time.
a fallacious argument. You sound like a moron. Congratulations.
That's your opinion.
You have
Congratulations.
failed to answer my question, and I'll ask it once more for the room. How is appealing to your senses delusional in and of itself?
Because your senses can be off.
Because is not how you answer the question.
Yes, your senses can be off.
I asked you a how question. A how
I
question
told you.
cannot be a how question cannot be answered with because.
Okay, that's your opinion.
No, that's not my opinion.
Yeah,
that's how language works.
Grammar and syntax, bro.
And I'm the one being accused of delusion. Does everyone see? Is everyone clear?
If you don't know how to answer a question, you don't belong in a conversation.
And by the way, the answer to my question is it's not.
Okay, that's your opinion. Again.
No. It's not an opinion.
Yes,
it's not an
yes,
opinion.
it is.
It is objective.
I could say the same thing about you. You're delusional.
Yeah, and you have no justification.
And you have nothing, nada. If I told you how to get to point A to point B, you wouldn't know how to get to that place without using GPS.
What the hell has GPS got to do with what we're talking about, my guy?
You're lost.
No, I'm found.
That has no sense.
You're found. You're a truth seeker, huh? Yeah. You say that one side that's presented that there's countless of evidence in your face all over the place. Yet you say it's a delusion.
Give me one piece of evidence. You say
It's
there's
all over the
multiple.
place,
Give me
man.
one
Look
piece.
it up. I'm not your Google. I'm not your search engine.
Hey,
Or your
You make a
DuckDuckGo
claim.
or your
You make a
Tor
claim.
browser or whatever you
make
want
a
to call
claim,
it.
and you
I'm
can't.
not your
You
search
can't
engine,
even
dude.
present
If
your
there's
evidence.
plenty of evidence,
Well, there's a
it's
lot of
Imagine going
clear.
into the courtroom going, "I've got all the evidence," but you
Well,
have to go
what
and do it
evidence do
yourself.
you have other than saying, "Oh, it's
Present some
level,
evidence, my guy.
stationary equals level, water level"? Okay.
Yeah, this is observable, repeatable. I can point you to it. You don't really even need me to point you to it because you've experienced this in your own life. But if needs be, I can go and pull up the documentation. I think it was it Corpus? Copernicus, whatever his other name is, Travis.
Yeah.
He already talked about the different things with leveling water and how they've used that for different industries, etc. Right? So we can point to that.
Are you
tangible evidences that we can point to? What can you point to? Present one thing.
I don't need to present anything. I'm not your search engine. It's been presented for multiple years. It's just dismissed.
This is a just so story.
It's not just a story. I'm just telling you, like, to just say one side is a delusion. Back to my point, both sides.
Nah,
you
he's
can
not
say
wasting
something
our
about
time,
both
bro.
sides. It
He's
doesn't
showing
matter.
he's
You're
showing
wasting
his
our
position
time, bro.
for
You're
what it
you're
is.
making claims. You're making claims. We're asking for support, and you're not supporting it. You're wasting our time.
But
Hey,
I wouldn't say that this is a wasted time, because people who are listening and can comprehend see that his position is flawed. He accused us of things. We laid it out. He doesn't
And
know
I'm
how
just
to
one
answer
person
basic.
with
He doesn't
one
know how to
opinion, just
answer
like you
basic
are one
questions.
person with one opinion, sitting in your home or whatever,
which
online,
opinion did I
using
give?
technology
Which
to
opinion did I give?
talk to other people with different opinions. But for you to just sit there and call
other
people
than
delusion
classifying,
when there's countless of evidence that's been presented for many years in these type of forums or online VoIP
present
services,
some evidence.
it's been presented for many years.
Where?
There's no point in me sitting here when tomorrow this argument is going to continue and continue.
Okay,
It's just a loop
all right.
of no
Listen,
progress.
I'm trying to
Why
get
are you here? What do you
I'm
want?
here to call your ass out on calling an
Well, you
idea
failed.
delusion when you claim
You
to be a
failed,
truth
man.
seeker,
Take the
and you're
L.
not a truth seeker.
Well,
You failed.
That's all.
Well, one of the
You
definitions.
wouldn't be a truth
Hold on,
seeker
man.
if you called something a delusion when perhaps it's not a delusion. Perhaps
You know what? Hold on. Let's
perhaps
do you know what?
you're just close-minded and you refuse to see.
All right, you're kind of ranting
And
now.
it goes both ways, and it happens with religions. It
Can you
happens
hear
with
me?
different
I
beliefs.
was
Yes,
taught the
I
same
wasn't
thing
done.
you were
I was
taught,
just
and you
gonna
call me
finish.
closed-minded.
All right, I'm done.
Hypocrisy.
Go on.
Okay, so I was just going to say that the word delusion is also defined as a false belief. So if the globe isn't real, then it would be a delusion, right?
Yes, but that's his opinion.
Okay. I'm just saying, if the Earth isn't a globe, then to use it fits the definition.
For me, yes. For me, yes. Because based on my personal belief and what I've seen and what I've learned, and my opinion, it is, yes.
Right,
I represent every glober in the world because I'm myself. I'm an individual. I'm not. You can't, because people tend to label in these arguments. They label, oh, globers, oh, flat earthers, oh, they're all the same. They're different. Everybody's a different individual, and they have different beliefs that lead to their idea and what they believe in.
I agree. I was going to say as well with evidence. There can be a lot of evidence of something that isn't true. For example, I could say I have a pink elephant in my bedroom and I could show you pictures of it. I could give you all kinds of evidence. I could show you elephant poop. I could give you all kinds of reasons as to why I have a pink elephant in my bedroom. But if it's false, then it's just false. It doesn't matter how much quote unquote evidence seemingly looks like it might, indicate that there's a pink elephant in my room.
It could be.
So,
it could be false.
So you can use false evidence to push a false belief and get people to be deluded in that belief. So the evidence is false, the belief is false, it's all delusion, but it may look convincing because of, whatever you have considered the evidence seems convincing. So do you agree that could be possible in your mind?
Dude, at the end of the day, we live in a complex.
Hey, he asked you a
Earth,
question. He
complex
didn't ask you
world.
to rant, man. He
Who
asked you.
knows at the end of the day what we're seeing and what we're
Gio has been such a nice guy.
where we are, you know. So
Awaken asked you a direct.
Bro, this is fucking ridiculous. Answer the fucking question. You're not Bill Clinton.
Well, back to what I was trying to say. To call something a delusion, you like.
Oh my God.
This guy's drunk or
Whether
something.
something's
This guy's fucking
real
drunk
or not, it could be an illusion, right? And that doesn't mean you're deluded. It just could be that your senses are off.
Okay, great. I posted something
They're
in
throwing
the
you
chat.
off.
Okay.
Right, but the basic question, I would assume you would say yes, that there could be information that's presented as evidence that is leading to a false conclusion. And if somebody were to believe that evidence, they're being deluded by that evidence. So even though they might think that evidence is overwhelming or it's really strong or whatever it is, if it isn't the truth, it just isn't the truth.
And deluded is the past tense of being under delusion, is it not? Or fucking, am I even fucking right in my grammar? It's the same shit, isn't it? It's a delusion. Get over it.
Awaken. Just real quick, if you look in the chat, I tagged you. But if you are a truth seeker, I just put a video out with a pretty specific claim and explanation. So if you're interested in truth, I'd absolutely be interested in your feedback.
Okay, I'll look at it here in a bit. Thanks.
Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
This was fun. But I still am confused as to how they can live with this delusion.
Well, I will say though, the word delusion, there are kind of like, there's the definition more in psychiatry, which is when like to have like a very fixed like false belief, even in and be very resistant to confrontation with the actual reality of it. You know, like if someone's like, "Oh, the police are chasing me. The police are chasing me," and you're like, "No, dude, the police are not chasing you. You know, you've done everything you do to verify the police are not chasing you," but the person still thinks it. So it's like in light of the evidence, as it were. So I guess there's just like I guess what I'm saying is like the definition of delusion is just a false belief, just in and of itself. Then yeah, anything that somebody thinks that is false, it fits the word of the word delusion. But I think maybe kind of what he was referring to is the idea that he feels like he's been confronted with all the information of the globe and it seems really convincing. And so he's not resisting that evidence. I'm not really wording it right. It's just like a slight variation on it. Like I'm just saying the one definition of just, okay, it's just a false belief and anything fits into that. So if you believe the globe and it's a false belief, then you're deluded. But then there's the other thing of like people may think they're being very rational looking at all of the quote unquote evidence of the globe. So they don't think they're being deluded because they think they're looking at it logically and rationally. So that in that sense, they don't feel like they're a delusional person, like a paranoid delusion,
of course.
that kind of thing.
But that's the point, right? Delusion is not something that people agree that they're deluded. Usually, generally speaking, if they're deluded, they're not aware of that, or they
Right.
And this is why I was saying I'm confused, because you have the stuff that me and Travis were talking about earlier. It's kind of basic stuff that we see in nature. Can't remember exactly what we were talking about. And the confusion that I have is, how is it with all of that they have this delusion in their mind, because it's contradictory.
Again, catch yourself.
Catch myself where?
When you label like that, they, them, like as in, all globers, all flat earthers. Catch yourself, man, when you speak like that.
What do you mean?
I think he's trying to say
not everybody believes the same thing. Not everybody gets to the same conclusion the same way, man.
Identify.
There's nothing for me to catch. What I said was very clear. Why are you getting triggered? You can disagree.
I'm not triggered.
They means those who are deluded. Like
obviously, it's within the context of the sentence.
And it goes both ways, man. It goes with every belief. It could be yes. It
doesn't, because we're not talking about a belief. And remember, we already schooled you on this. You justified it
school
saying
anything,
going
man.
both.
What? See, this is your problem.
We schooled you
you
on this
think
already.
you're schooling.
Because, listen.
You think you're better than me, huh?
Listen. No, I don't care about you as a person. I'm talking
think you're
about
better,
your
huh?
arguments. I don't care about you as a person.
You think this is
I'm
a
talking
competition
about the words
of
that are coming
schooling,
out of your mouth.
Of schooling, of beating,
The words
like a
that are coming
competition.
out of your mouth. The argumentation.
No, man,
that
we're
you're
just trying to
using.
help you, dude. Sorry.
This is not
If you want me to be more specific
How are you trying
for
to
your
help me?
hypersensitivity.
Hold on. Explain to me how you're trying to
I
help
still haven't
somebody.
finished speaking. I haven't finished speaking.
In 6
I
years,
still haven't
how have
finished
you helped
speaking.
somebody by talking to them about the same argument
Awaken.
every single day without
Awaken.
progress? Tell me.
Awaken.
The
Why are you
truth
getting
doesn't change
triggered?
just because you don't like it, kiddo.
Why are you
I mean,
getting
that's
triggered?
also
I still
your
haven't finished
perception.
speaking.
All these things you're saying are also your perception that it's like looping or that it's not productive. Those are just your subjective opinions. I don't perceive
You
it
don't
that
think
way
it
at all.
loops?
No. I learn new things every day. But go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah. So, I mean, he takes offense that I say schooled, but that's what happened. His justification for saying it goes both ways, that we're somehow deluded, was earlier, and Gio went over this, and we all went over this, was because we don't have a model. We've already explained how that reasoning is fallacious and faulty.
You call one side deluded when and my argument to you was that it could be said about both ways, especially when one side doesn't even present a model. Nothing.
Yes, and that is faulty
That's a delusion.
reasoning. That is faulty reasoning to say that because we don't have
Yeah,
a model, we could be characterized as delusional. That is
maybe
that
address
is nonsense.
So his okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
man. So then
I'm sure you have an image. I'm sure you have an image in your mind of what you think we believe, and you're saying that it's equally valid to say that in that scenario we would be guilty of the same thing. Anyone who is deluded is guilty of being deluded. Yeah. What Elisha is trying to tell you is that we've never claimed to know the shape of the earth. The time that we did claim to know the shape of the earth is when we were globe believers. Now we don't know what the shape of the earth is. That is not being deluded. If we're asking, well, what is the evidence of the shape? If no one has evidence of the shape that we can validate to be true, then it's not delusional for us to think that there's no evidence for the shape of the earth.
it's just giving yourself like a door, though. That's like not having. So basically, everybody's different, right? I guess I was more referring to somebody who just believes it's flat and that's it. It's just flat and there's no other possibility. That to me is a delusion. So back to my point, when a globe or flat earth or whatever you want to call them, call each other deluded, that's kind of or based on what Elijah said when he said that comment, more specifically, I feel like it goes both ways, man. It goes both ways.
Yeah, you said that 10 times. Quit labeling
Feelings,
people.
bruv. Feelings. Just go over it.
Feelings.
You don't think you could be deluded, Elijah?
With the specificity
Obviously
of what was
not, huh?
actually being spoken about, no. Because I never have claimed something that goes against what is
Am I really
knowable and
hearing
observable.
people pulling bullying rank tactics right now? Are we having a conversation like adults or not?
Huh? Anyway, I've answered the question in many different ways. My friend Elijah F articulated it very nicely. So I don't know what the issue is, Awaken. Maybe just get triggered in silence might be better for you.
Nah, I know what's better for me. And I'll voice my
Getting
opinion
triggered and
where I
yelling in
can.
the voice chat is better than it for him, right? Yeah, getting triggered and yelling in our voice chat is better for you. Great.
I think me and Crypto are playing the same game. He's doing it via text. I'm doing it via voice.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he
too
doesn't realize.
easy, man.
He doesn't realize that I'm doing troll science. He thinks that I'm being serious.
Isn't it obvious?
No, but he has to get the last. You don't understand. He has to get the last word in. Like, this is the only reason I'm doing it. Is just to see how far he'll go. I'm already up to 44 copies of the same message.
I guess he has longer stamina in text chat than he does in voice.
Well, he doesn't say anything in voice, does he?
Well, no, in voice he just like accuses people of idiocy and stuff. It's just abrasive and rude.
Who is that? Speed of IQ? Grenade.
But oh man,
He's called Ed Freeze. I don't know if he's got any other usernames.
I don't know.
He's the Dutch guy that gets triggered over everything.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
That's what I
People
experienced.
like to call other people that have different belief system either trolls, deluded, crazy.
No. I'm not like that.
It's seen on both by all people. This is humans, right? At the end, people are humans, right?
Bro, you're mischaracterizing me.
So when people,
no,
if you have a different belief system than somebody else, it doesn't mean they're a troll.
Yeah, that's a straw man.
You know what I'm saying? So
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just
okay. Cool. Can I talk?
Like voicing my opinion?
Yeah. Okay. So that's not the case because actually I've got quite a few friends on the Globe side. I'm not calling him a troll just because I disagree with him. He literally shits up the voice text chat all the time with his nonsense. So it's very, very different to say a Kosho or a Dane but gold or whatever. This is a different situation.
See, this wouldn't have necessarily been an issue if someone had listened to the whole sentence flow conversation I'd been having with Travis. But what can we do? But now that Travis is gone, what other topics do we have? Gio, on your mind?
Well, I stepped away for a minute, but I was actually still thinking. I was listening, but I was also still thinking of the topic before. I was going to ask Awaken in terms of the model thing. So Awaken, for a moment, if you're willing to consider, just in your mind, the idea, okay, the Earth isn't a globe; it actually is a stationary plane, and so on. And we've been lied to this level, and the people in power who have developed the education after World War II, the Education Act that was passed. Of course, NASA, the United Nations, the media, big oil, big pharma, the whole thing. If that whole structure, matrix, whatever you want to call it, there is a cabal, whatever word you'd want to use, of that are pushing this deception, and we were all born into it. So we just were born. Our parents were taught this. We were taught it. Our teachers, the whole thing. And if it is a deception, and so on, what kind of would you expect? Because to get a model of let's just say the entire map, independent from the government people that are pushing that, how much money, time, and resources would that take to even map out the Earth? And then there's the question of the sky. Can we even get to the sky to even get samples? So at that point, all we can do is view the sky. So we could get the correct map of the actual ground, and we could link that to the sky. But I'm just saying, the kind of disparaging comments of oh, haha, you guys don't have a model. I'm just saying, what would you expect? How much money would it take? How much time would it take to get a model to something that you'd be satisfied with? And do you actually expect that that's realistic? That those of us that have figured this out and realized this would just somehow have already accomplished that entire task?
To answer, it was a very long question, so I'm going to try and answer what I can remember, right? Because it's kind of high right now. But it would take a lot of time and money, right? Obviously, that's as we've seen in history. It's taken many years to arrive to some type of conclusion, right? And we still, based on the globe model, still don't know what could be out there, right? Maybe there's a deception. Maybe space travel, space fucking the whole technology is way more advanced than we think that it is, and they're lying about that. Maybe there's resources in the moon and they already have access to all that. We don't know, but I don't think there's a deception on like as far as the shape of the Earth is, because it would have been called out by many professions and people
He
that have.
wasn't able to.
But let's say, hold on, I'm not done. If it was,
and that's what's bad about it. If it was a deception, if it wasn't a deception, you would have been able to answer. Look,
because I don't think it is.
You probably don't.
I don't think it's a
I know,
deception. I think
know,
there could
but
be
he
other
asked.
deceptions
He
out
asked
there.
you.
But I don't think it's pertaining.
I know, but
to
he
the
asked you a question. I'm sorry. You hear? Do you hear us here?
Yeah, go on.
The problem with how you were addressing his question, because you said you don't really remember all of it, but you're going to do the best you can. I appreciate that, but I'm saying you're not addressing his question because you've already decided that you don't need to, because you don't believe that it's a deception. Specifically, his question calls for you to consider that if it was a deception, then answer his question.
So if it was a deception, we'd have to start from ground zero, right? Start modeling things, start like getting all the equipments, I guess, and doing it from the beginning again. And I think we would arrive to the same conclusion as it is right now, as pertaining to the shape of the.
It's not that open. It's a shame. Hard.
I don't know. Like,
it's
you
not
want
that
me
open,
to?
but I would have said that actually what you're calling a model is actual just a matrix of conceptual ideas kind of like balled together. But actually, when it comes to practical models, actually all of them are flat earth models. What do I mean by that? Well, if you go to the NRST part of NASA and you type in flat earth model, or at least flat earth, like flat earth comes up like over 500 times. I think globe earth comes up like 6 or 7. So it's not that big of a difference. But the point is,